The Jiang and Song families have maintained a long-standing friendship, with a marriage pact established even before Song Wan's birth, arranged by Jiang Xingjian. The two grew up together, with Song Wan confined to the inner quarters, her education solely aimed at preparing her to become a Jiang family wife. The young man, adorned in fine attire and full of ambition, departed for the frontier to achieve great deeds before reaching adulthood. Before his departure, Jiang Xingjian personally adorned her hair with a white jade hairpin. With a promise to wait for him, Song Wan devoted herself to his memory, resolutely vowing to marry into the Chengyang Marquisate even if he were to perish in battle. For 6 years, she cherished the memory of the young man in her heart, only to find Jiang Xingjian returning to the capital with a beloved companion. This beloved appeared eccentric in her words and actions. She crafted ice in the summer and created fire weapons to support the Marquisate's rise. Song Wan watched him embrace another, showering that young woman with affection, while simultaneously witnessing him usurp the household authority from her, merely to elicit a smile from his beloved. In noble families, there are no divorced women thus. Song Wan abandoned everything and left the Marquisate, only to be entangled with a man who defied conventions and acted without restraint. Little did she know that Jiang Xingjian would experience a sudden awakening. Jiang Xingjian declared, "The Song clan belongs to me in life and as a spirit in death." To which Shun Qinyu countered, "You seek your ghost, while I desire my Awan." "Ancestor, the young master has returned." "Ancestor, the young master is back." A voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, erupted from the gate of the Chengyang Marquisate, followed by a flurry of activity among the servants in the outer courtyard. The matriarch of the Jiang family was in the Haitang garden, enjoying a performance with the ladies of the Marquisate, when an elderly matron rushed in, tears streaming down her face. The sorrowful yet excited cries evoked deep sympathy, and before she could gather her thoughts, Song Wan saw 2 figures entering from outside. Among them was a tall man, his brows sharp as swords. He retained the handsome and refined demeanor of a young gentleman, yet had shed the youthful shyness, now possessing the resolute and stern qualities of an adult man like a blade sheath, concealing its sharpness. "Ear!" The matriarch rushed forward, embracing her grandson tightly. The man softly comforted his grandmother and, upon raising his head and seeing Song Wan, paused in surprise. Song Wan curtsied to him, her mind swirling with thoughts. The Jiang and Song families had been entwined for generations, and she had known Jiang Xingjian for 12 years, having been betrothed since childhood. From the age of 6, when she began her education and learned domestic skills, she had been instructed daily by the matriarch's tutors, preparing her for her future role as a Jiang family wife. However, no one anticipated that 6 years ago, Jiang Xingjian and the Chengyang Marquis would perish in an ambush while escorting supplies to the frontier. Consequently, she became the youngest widow in the capital. That year, when she married into the Chengyang Marquisate while holding Jiang Xingjian's spirit tablet, she was merely 11 or 12 years old. Now, after 6 years of mourning, her husband had returned safely, accompanied by a woman. Song Wan glanced at the woman standing a short distance away, who was strikingly beautiful, with lively, cat-like eyes. Clad in a light green silk gown that flowed to the ground, she wore a simple white jade hairpin adorned with pearls, exuding a charming and delicate aura. Retracting her gaze, Song Wan remained silent. "Ear, let your mother take a look," Jiang's mother urged, weeping breathlessly, while the matriarch wept silently beside her. Upon witnessing the two weeping silently, Song Wan pointed to the maid and instructed someone to summon the family physician. "Ear, you have endured the elements for many years without a servant to attend to you. Grandmother is truly at a loss as to how you have persevered these 6 years," lamented old Madame Jiang, wiping away her tears. "Wainer, despite your youth, you have borne the weight of a widow's duties, caring for both me and your mother for many years. Now that you have returned, my heart can finally find solace. If in time, you and your husband could bless me with a great-grandchild, my life would be complete." As she spoke, old Madame Jiang placed Song Wan's hand into Jiang Xingjian's. Jiang Xingjian's movements became slightly stiff, prompting Song Wan to sigh inwardly as she withdrew her hand. "Your words are rather heavy, old madam. My husband has just returned and is likely fatigued. Perhaps it would be best for him to rest first. While you and mother calm your minds," she suggested gently, patting old Madame Jiang's back. "You have long suffered from heart ailments. Your emotions should not oscillate so drastically." Having conveyed her thoughts, Song Wan turned to Jiang Xingjian. "My husband, after such a weary journey, should first refresh himself, yet it would be remiss to neglect your esteemed guest. Her tone remained unaltered, soft and serene. Jiang Xingjian, acutely aware of her naturally aloof demeanor since childhood, could not fathom why her present indifference stirred discomfort within him. He raised his gaze to scrutinize Song Wan more closely. The last time he had seen her was on the day he departed for the capital, when she had come to bid him farewell. At that time, she had been just over 10, her tender visage enveloped in a red fox cloak, exuding an endearing innocence. The Song family, a venerable lineage steeped in poetry and propriety, emphasized decorum even at a young age. She spoke with the grace of a lady, embodying charm and virtue. He had thought that 6 years had dulled his memories of the delicate young girl, yet upon this reunion, all those cherished recollections surged forth. The visage he remembered, nestled within the fur of a fox, had blossomed into an exquisite beauty that was both striking and ethereal. Even though Jiang Xingjian had long known her to be lovely, he was unprepared for the breathtaking transformation she had undergone. Xingjian, a soft, melodious voice, disrupted his reverie. He turned to see Lin Jie, her hands clasped nervously, gazing at him with a mixture of shyness and trepidation. Regaining his composure, he introduced her to the assembled company. "This is Miss Lin. I owe my safe return from the frontier to her." Lin Jie appeared dissatisfied with the brevity of his introduction. Her bright, sparkling eyes shone as she replied, "I am Lin Jie, you may call me Xiaoye." The young girl's lips formed a smile, revealing shallow dimples that danced upon her cheeks. Yet, her joy quickly faltered as she found herself met with silence, even receiving a discreet glance from Jiang Xingjian's mother that hinted at disapproval. Her face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her. "Miss Lin, I hope you are well," Song Wan interjected softly, alleviating her discomfort. Lin Jiayue cast a grateful glance towards her. Perhaps due to her status as a widow, Song Wan was clad in pure white, devoid of any adornments. Yet the simplicity of her attire, coupled with her unadorned beauty, exuded an ethereal grace reminiscent of autumn waters and a gentle breeze. The white robe accentuated her slender waist, evoking in Lin Jiayu's mind the poetic imagery of a figure as delicate as a willow. The individual before her possessed exquisite features, with long, lustrous black hair elegantly secured by a wooden hairpin. A simple robe subtly revealed a wrist so fair it seemed to emanate a soft glow, stirring a faint sense of yearning even within another woman. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, anxiously regarding Jiang Xingjian. The Yinhua Tower and Xiuyan Pavilion in the residence are both unoccupied. I wonder where my husband intends to arrange for Miss Lin to stay. Yinhua Tower served as a guest lodging in the outer courtyard, while Xiuyan Pavilion resided within the lawn courtyard. The lawn courtyard belonged to Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan, with one being an outer courtyard and the other an inner one. Jiang Xingjian understood that Song Wan was inquiring about Lin Jiayu's status. With a slight furrow of his brow, he looked at the bewildered Lin Jiayue and finally said, "Let us arrange for Miss Lin to stay in Xiuyan Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the matriarch of the Jiang family raised her brows slightly, while Jiang's mother cast a disdainful glance at Lin Jiayue. Song Wan nodded and instructed a nearby maid, "Prepare Xiuyan Pavilion for Miss Lin's accommodation." The Chengyang Marquisate was a hereditary title, and Jiang Xingjian was expected to be its last successor. However, due to an unfortunate incident at the border with his father, the current emperor, feeling compassion for the Jiang family's plight, graciously permitted the title to be passed down for another generation. Yet, Jiang Xingjian was the only legitimate heir, while several illegitimate sons had not yet come of age when the marquis passed away, leaving the title unassigned. Now that Jiang Xingjian had returned, he could potentially inherit the title and become a new noble in the capital. Such joyous news typically warranted a visit to the palace to express gratitude and inform the Song family. But the emperor, along with the imperial consorts and Song Wan's family, had gone to the summer resort, thus delaying the palace visit. As Jiang Xingjian entered Song Wan's room, he observed her diligently writing, likely penning letters to Song Lanan and Song Fu. He remained silent, taking in the surroundings of the chamber. Under normal circumstances, Song Wan should have occupied the main courtyard of Lawn Courtyard, but seemingly reluctant to disturb his remnants, she had continued residing in the eastern side of the main courtyard, known as the Longxiang Study. The space felt vacant, adorned only by shelves of books, with the sole decorative touch being a row of zodiac wooden carvings on the windowsill. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow. He approached and picked one up to examine, noting the rough craftsmanship and visible imperfections. However, perhaps due to it being frequently handled, the carvings had developed a smooth and lustrous texture. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned to glance at Song Wan, only to find her ears tinged with a faint blush, as if touched by a hint of crimson. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze and, after a moment, returned the wooden carving to its place. "You still keep this?" he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Song Wan's cheeks flushed even more, though she remained silent. For reasons unknown, seeing her in such a state stirred within Jiang Xingjian a myriad of indescribable emotions. Yet, when he finally spoke, it manifested as a gentle, "I did not know you would be marrying." Song Wan seemed momentarily dazed, and after a lengthy pause, she lowered her gaze and said, "A husband may remarry, but a wife cannot have multiple suitors. The Jiang and Song families share a long-standing bond, and our marriage was arranged before our births. For the sake of the Song family's reputation and the dignity of a woman, I have but one path to tread." She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Xingjian's, leaving him with the words, "You ought to know this," before returning to her letter writing. Jiang Xingjian's return to the capital was a significant matter for both families, and she needed to inform her father and brothers. With a few swift strokes, Song Wan completed the letter, sealing it and entrusting it to the maid beside her for delivery. Jiang Xingjian remained in the room, both of them at a loss for words, leaving the atmosphere momentarily stagnant. Fortunately, a large, sleek-furred cat bounded in from outside, and upon seeing it, Song Wan managed to muster a smile. That smile was akin to the melting of winter snow, illuminating the entire Longxiang studio. The hefty feline meowed and nuzzled its fluffy head against Song Wan's embrace, prompting her to summon the maids for some meat broth. "Have some more." Meow. Once the plump cat finished eating, it rolled over, exposing its pristine belly for Song Wan to stroke, mewing in protest if the touch was not to its liking. Jiang Xingjian found the scene amusing until he was interrupted by Heng Wu, who entered while lifting the beaded curtain. "Young master, Miss Lin requests an audience." Song Wan paused her caress of the cat, and Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brows as he stepped outside. Lin Jie stood at the door, peering curiously into the room, but was met with the stern gazes of two elderly women and a young girl of about 10, dressed as a maid. Feeling somewhat awkward, she turned her head away with a pout. When Jiang Xingjian emerged, he found her idly fidgeting with her fingers, displaying an unmistakable impatience. "Xingjian Gij." Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian, Lin Jie broke into a smile. The Marquis residence is indeed lavish, befitting its noble status. But I must ask, why does your mother call you Ear, while you introduced yourself as Xingjian? Is it a pseudonym? Jiang is my given name. Xingjian is my courtesy name. Noticing the joy in her eyes, Jiang Xingjian softened his tone. "Is there anything you find inconvenient? If you require assistance, I can have my grandmother send 2 more maids to your quarters." "That won't be necessary. I'm not accustomed to having someone attend to me closely." When the conversation lapsed, Lin Ji blinked playfully and teased, "I truly did not expect such a beautiful lady in your household. Had I known, I would not have returned with you. After all, I seek a lifelong partner, and I have no interest in intruding upon another's marriage as a third party." Jiang Xingjian remained silent, seemingly unsure of how to respond. His reaction disappointed Lin Jue, yet she could not bring herself to speak harshly to the strikingly handsome and graceful man before her. "Well, I only wish to inquire about the words and promises you made to me in the past. Do they still hold?" Jiang Xingjian nodded. Of course. At that time, he had truly not anticipated that the Song residents would honor the engagement, especially after uncovering the truth behind his father's misfortunes. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze in contemplation, while Lin Jue continued, "That is good to hear. It justifies my long journey to the capital." She gazed at Jiang Xingjian, seemingly affectionate, as she gently brushed her hand against his. "Actually, I do have a matter to discuss with you. Earlier, a maid from old Madame Jiang's side delivered clothing and jewelry, inviting me to attend a banquet with you tonight. However, the garments were overly extravagant, either bright green or vivid red, and I truly do not wish to wear them. Could you assist me in finding a different dress? I will have someone notify the embroidery room to craft a set for you." Lin Jie bit her lip. In just half a day, how could it be possible? "I see your wife is dressed in a rather simple manner. Can you not lend me a skirt from her wardrobe?" Jiang Xingjian frowned in displeasure. He knew that his grandmother would never send her any red attire, and he was not oblivious to Lin Jieyu's small, ulterior motives. "Xingjian Gij?" The young girl pursed her lips, her face slightly flushed. Thinking of her orphan status, Jiang Xingjian's heart softened. "I understand." With that, he turned back toward the Luoxiang studio. Song Wan was amusing a cat with a brightly colored fabric ball, while her maid, Heng Wu, stood by the beaded curtain. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian return, she disdainfully gestured toward her sister, Hengji. Hengji shot her a glare and approached Song Wan to take the plump cat away. Once the cat was gone, Song Wan's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Jiang Xingjian said, Jiue wishes to borrow a dress from you. I wonder if it would be convenient? Since Miss Lin wishes to borrow it, why does she not speak for herself? Zhao Mama, Song Wan's wet nurse, stood nearby. Noticing her latter's cold demeanor, she quickly interjected with a smile, the return of the young master is indeed a grand occasion. Yet before today, the lady maintained a widow's status. How could her wardrobe, filled with simple garments, be suitable for a distinguished guest? To lend such attire would be a disservice. If the young lady does not mind, Hengwu and Hengji have newly made dresses in the house. Perhaps I could fetch one for you to see? Jiang Xingjian regarded the icy expression on Song Wan's face and felt an inexplicable discomfort. Simple garments are not an issue, but it would be inappropriate for Jiue to wear the clothing of a servant. Chapter 3. Tongue and speech. Song Wan exhibited little reaction, yet Zhao Mama and the maidservants in the room grew increasingly displeased. After all, their young lady was the daughter of the Minister of Rights, having endured many years of widowhood after marrying into such a prestigious family. Now, with divine favor, her husband had returned from the dead. Yet this was the state of affairs? Hengwu pressed her lips together, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Song Wan. Hengji, take the young master to the dressing room. Hengji nodded and led Jiang Xingjian outside. Once they departed, Hengwu immediately placed her hands on her hips and began to scold. What is this nonsense? Jiayu? Merely an uncouth little wretch who knows no propriety. How can the young master treat her as if she were a treasure? The attire of a servant does not suit her. She is even less than a servant. She is utterly ignorant of decorum, righteousness, integrity, and shame. My lady, did you not hear that little vixen outside speaking to the young master? She told him she desires to be a pair for life. What does she think she is? In broad daylight, she shamelessly reveals her name to a man, and without any formal engagement, she returns home with him. Such frivolity is beneath even the lowest of courtesans. Hengwu rolled up her sleeves, growing increasingly furious. What respectable young lady would dare to engage in an illicit affair without a name or a claim? Such disgraceful behavior is no different from lewd conduct with a man. Even if she were to be carried off in a palanquin into his home one day, it would be nothing more than a scandalous union, unworthy of a noble family like ours. My lady, will you truly allow the young master to elevate such a base creature? Hearing Hengwu's heavy breaths of indignation, Song Wan helplessly pressed her fingers to her forehead. Zhao Mama, who had been both Song Wan's wet nurse and her caretaker, immediately reprimanded Hengwu. What nonsense are you spouting? You know full well that the woman hails from a lowly background and cannot be placed on a pedestal. How can you allow Our Lady, a true heiress, to feel jealousy towards her? What has become of Our Lady? Moreover, it is a known fact that men taking concubines is a common occurrence. Are you now attempting to incite Our Lady to become a reviled, jealous wife? What is the difference between a jealous, legitimate wife and a homewrecker? Such indiscreet remarks should not be uttered in front of Our Lady in the future. Hengwu, already feeling stifled, felt even more aggrieved for Her Lady after being scolded by Zhao Mama. A gentleman does not speak ill of others behind their backs. Let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future. Song Wan spoke calmly, her words halting the argument between the two. Zhao Mama shot a glare at Hengwu and then raised her chin towards the door. Seeing this, Hengwu finally bit her lip and fell silent. After all, the Marquis's residence was not the Song family. One could not speak freely. Should she err in her conduct, it would only tarnish her lady's reputation for being unable to manage her servants. Noticing that Hengwu still seemed agitated, Song Wan smiled and said, "What are you puffing about here? If you find it dull, go play with the golden silk tiger and the embroidered ball. But be careful not to let it escape the courtyard, or it will frighten the parrot raised by the old lady." Hengwu understood that Her Lady cared for her, and after bowing respectfully, she quietly retreated. However, her mind was not on playing with the golden silk tiger. Instead, she hurried to the dressing room in the master bedroom. She could not allow the young master to give the lady's belongings to that little wretch. Upon arriving at the dressing room, she saw Jiang Xingjian pointing at a light coral-colored skirt adorned with silver embroidery and commented that it was nice. This would not do. Before Hengji could utter a word, Hengwu snatched the dress back and hung it once more in the wardrobe. Did the elder not notice that the entire cabinet was filled with plain garments? Save for this singular embroidered dress, the young lady, still unwed, was destined to wear no colors and to forego the use of rouge and powder for the rest of her life. Out of compassion, the matriarch had gifted this set of garments on what should have been a grand ceremony for her coming of age. For all these years, the lady had refrained from donning it, and must she now take this one piece away? A retort from a maid unsettled Jiang Xingjian, prompting him to narrow his eyes as he prepared to speak, but Hengji interjected. Hengwu's temperament is hasty. Do not engage in her trivial disputes. It is not as severe as she claims. In comparison, neglecting our esteemed guests is far more discourteous. Hengji retrieved the embroidered dress from among the plain garments and, from the cosmetics box, handed Jiang Xingjian the only set of accessories that belonged to Song Wan. It takes time for a lady to adorn herself. You should proceed hastily. My lord. The maid behind Jiang Xingjian accepted the garments, and the two departed with purpose. Hengwu, witnessing her sister give away the young lady's belongings, cried out in frustration. Do you think my lord has returned with ill intentions, hence your peculiar behavior? Hengji, her face reddening from Hengwu's words, playfully poked her sister's forehead. In the past, I dismissed Zhao Momo's claims of your lack of intellect. Yet now, I see the truth in them. My decision to give the dress to the Lord was made with purpose. What is there for you to lament? Hurry back and assist the young lady with her hair and attire. Even upon returning to the fragrant gathering chamber, Hengwu continued to mutter about how the young lady had no garments other than plain ones to wear. Even while preparing Song Wan's hair, her incessant chatter was akin to a bubbling pot. Song Wan smiled, gesturing for the two to leave her to change. Once tranquility enveloped the room, she settled upon the mat, lost in thought. Hengwu had mentioned that Jiang Xingjian was aware of the dress being her coming-of-age attire, the only garment suitable for receiving guests outside of the plain ones. Yet he still presented it to Lin Jue outside. The sun blazed brightly. Yet Song Wan found the fragrant gathering chamber eerily quiet. She rose and seated herself upon the windowsill, gazing at the row of zodiac wooden carvings, gently toppling one with her long, pale fingers. Upon returning to the estate, Jiang's matriarch had summoned guests from both the eastern and western households. All members of the Jiang family were to gather at the Fuhui Hall for a banquet. Although everyone was aware of Song Wan's previous widowhood, she could not afford to appear in plain attire at such a jubilant occasion. Choosing a simple long robe, she then selected a soft, embroidered geese yellow gauze coat from Hengji's wardrobe to wear over it. While it still bore a semblance of simplicity, it was far less oppressive than her previous choice. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she casually retrieved 2 delicate hairpins adorned with beads from Hengji's cosmetics box, securing them in her hair. When Hengji entered the room and beheld her lady's appearance, her eyes could not help but glisten with unshed tears. Their lady had been nurtured in the Song household for over a decade. Yet since marrying Jiang Yi, she had endured such hardship. Who could swallow this bitter pill? Is it because you see me in your attire that you feel moved to tears? Song Wan noticed Hengji discreetly wiping her eyes and offered gentle comfort. In the future, I shall gift you an entire set of gold-inlaid jade hair ornaments, if you wish. You always excel at teasing your maidservant, Hengji replied. Hengji was amused, yet increasingly distressed. Song Wan understood her concern, but was at a loss for how to offer comfort. After much contemplation, she gently spoke. I comprehend your sentiments. Yet the Marquis's residence is inherently different from one's own home. With hundreds attending in the lawn courtyard, the voices are numerous and varied. Please take extra care with Hengwu. Do not allow her to become the subject of gossip. Should she be caught in a scandal, I may not be able to shoulder the consequences. Hengji nodded, grasping her meaning. A woman's marriage often equates to a severance from her maternal lineage, necessitating a life dictated by her husband's family. If her spouse holds her in esteem, life may be tolerable. However, witnessing her family's heir's favoritism towards Lin Jue today, it seemed that the young lady might endure hardships in the future. As Hengji pondered this, an irreverent thought suddenly arose in her mind. Chapter 4. The portal Fuhengtang is the courtyard of the venerable Lady Jiang, the most esteemed part of the entire Chengyang Marquisate. Nestled at the heart of the Marquisate, it boasts both an advantageous location and expansive grounds. Although the younger generation of the Marquisate routinely pays their morning and evening respects, the gathering of both legitimate and illegitimate branches as seen today is indeed a rare spectacle. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Marquisate, Song Wan understood the necessity of assisting her mother-in-law in such matters, which is why she arrived the earliest. Upon entering Lady Jiang's courtyard, she encountered other younger relatives of the Marquisate who had come to pay their respects. Lady Jiang's heart swelled with joy at the sight of the handsome young men and the charming young ladies present. The foremost among them was Jiang Yan, the younger half-brother of the heir, who was only 2 years her junior. This lad was well-mannered and respectful, unlike many other boys who tended to be mischievous and bothersome. The youngest among them was Jiang Ong, who had just turned 10, and though he was somewhat more mature than his 2 older brothers, he lacked their literary grace. The 3 young ladies were her 3rd, 5th, and 6th younger sisters. You must take them under your wing whenever you have the opportunity, Lady Jiang advised. If they can cultivate the gentle and yielding disposition you possess, I shall rest easy. Smiling, Song Wan acquiesced and then turned her attention to Jiang Xingjian's younger siblings. Having lived in solitude, she had rarely met the male members of the family, and thus, after 6 years of marriage into the Marquisate, her familiarity with Jiang Xingjian's siblings was minimal. She had only crossed paths with Jiang Yan on a couple of occasions. "Greetings to my sister-in-law," she addressed him. "To my younger brother and sisters." Song Wan returned the greetings, then signaled to Hengwu to bring forth a lacquered tray adorned with auspicious tokens, distributing them among the children. As Jiang Yan accepted the red envelope, he glanced up at Song Wan before quickly averting his gaze. The chatter amongst the hosts grew lively, but suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Song Wan peered out to find Jiang Xingjian arriving at Fuhengtang with Lin Jiayue. Lin Jiayue was adorned in her delicate coral-colored embroidered gown, which, though elegant, seemed ill-suited to her youthful age, as her accessories were equally understated. Though still young, the children from noble families were more astute than ordinary folk, and upon seeing the two approach, they fell silent. Lin Jie, unfazed by the sudden stillness, gracefully approached Lady Jiang with a gentle smile, while Jiang Xingjian appeared to encourage her to bond with the matriarch by sitting nearby. Finding their behavior intolerable, Song Wan discreetly withdrew to the door with Hangji and Hengwu, quietly admiring the flora within the matriarch's chamber. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yin spoke, standing beside her. She offered a slight smile and made space for him. Jiang Yin halted a step away from her, gazing at the poised and radiant woman before him, with her starry eyes seemingly brimming with reproach. Jiang Yin felt a rush of warmth coursing through his veins, a fervor that stirred and surged within, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Yet, he was inherently restrained, suppressing the excitement that surged within him, allowing it to manifest only as a soft whisper on his lips. "Sister-in-law." Song Wan smiled gently, her demeanor marked by a palpable distance. Jiang Yin paid no heed to this, diverting his gaze from Song Wan, though his voice still carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. "My younger brother is now of age and should choose a courtesy name. Recently, I have been contemplating the name Yu Qi. I wonder how you feel about it, sister-in-law?" Song Wan was taken aback, not understanding why Jiang Yan would bring this up with her. "Yu Qi?" she echoed softly, and Jiang Yan's heart jolted, quickly replaced by an exceedingly restrained smile. "What are you and my wife discussing?" Jiang Xingjian had approached them unnoticed, scrutinizing Jiang Yin with an inward thought on the latter's considerable transformation. Years ago, when he left the residence, Jiang Yin was merely 12 or 13, mature for his age, yet far from possessing such an air. Today, he adorned a purple and gold embroidered outer robe, complemented by dark boots, his black hair elegantly tied with a silver hairpin, presenting an exceptionally refined and handsome appearance. Yet, his complexion was overly pale, and he appeared somewhat gaunt. At first glance, he exuded a gentle, jade-like elegance, but Jiang Xingjian discerned a hint of ambition and inexplicable fervor in his deep, dark eyes. "Your complexion is flushed. Are you unwell?" Jiang Xingjian's brow arched slightly, his expression indifferent. Jiang Yin inclined his body slightly. "Thank you for your concern, brother. I am well." It is merely that the room is rather crowded, and I sought a breath of fresh air. Their tones were calm, exhibiting a brotherly affection. But Song Wan suddenly pondered that had Jiang Xingjian not returned, the title of Duke of Chengyang would inevitably have fallen to Jiang Yin, a prospect now utterly unattainable. The thought of potential familial discord within the household in the future left her feeling rather disenchanted. You and my younger uncle continue your conversation. I shall assist my mother in preparing the meal. Disinterested in further pleasantries, Song Wan led her nurse and maid into the inner hall. Inside, Lady Jiang, Zhang's mother, and Lin Jie were present, with Zhang's mother looking both furious and anxious at the sight of Lin Jie's attire. Coming from a lineage of military officers, she had seldom adhered to societal norms in her youth, only cultivating a semblance of composure after marrying into the Duke's household. In contrast to the steadiness exhibited by Lady Jiang and Song Wan. Casting a cold glance at Lin Jie, she inquired sharply, "Did the old lady not send you garments? Why, then, have you taken Wanner's ceremonial dress?" Lin Jie, unfamiliar with the significance of the ceremonial dress, speculated that her own attire must possess some importance. She merely wished to prove her significance in Jiang Xingjian's heart, far more than that of his formally recognized wife, without any intention of offending Lady Jiang or Zhang's mother. Thus, she responded with a forced smile. "The garments sent by Lady Jiang are indeed splendid, but they do not fit me well, so my brother Xingjian kindly helped me find another set." Speaking to the old lady with such casual familiarity, she seemed oblivious to the etiquette expected of her. Zhang's mother frowned at Lin Jie, her vexation deepening, and noticing her mistress's discontent. A maid stepped forward. It is no wonder Lin Miss is unaware. Coming from a humble background, she naturally does not grasp the customs of her household. "There is no need for concern, madam. When I first entered the residence, I too was rather reckless and unversed in propriety. In time, I shall seek guidance from a matron." Lin Jie maintained a facade of cheerfulness throughout the day, but upon hearing those words, she could no longer contain herself. She cast a cold smile at the maid and remarked, "Though my family may not be a prominent scholarly lineage, we are indeed a hidden aristocracy of Huaxia. It is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with us, but I cannot bear to be labeled as a mere small household." At that moment, Song Wan was making her way into the inner hall, dressed in her elegant simplicity, yet exuding a dignified grace that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Lin Jie felt a surge of frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile that did not reach her eyes and stated, "My family specializes in various ingenious arts, benefiting all walks of life, be it scholars, farmers, or merchants. Jiang Xingjian invited me to the Ho residence precisely because he recognizes my capabilities and has sought me out." Chapter 5. The marriage proposal. After Lin Jie spoke her mind, she felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that the others would regard her with newfound respect. To her dismay, however, Madame Jiang merely cast her a fleeting glance and made no further comment. "Grandmother, mother, it is time to take our seats." Upon Song Wan's entrance, a throng of individuals, including the main servants, departed, leaving Lin Jie to huff quietly, her cheeks flushed. When a maidservant by Jiang Xingjian's side came to summon her, Lin Jie followed her into the main hall. The opulence of the Marquis's residence was beyond her imagination. The banquet table was laden with an array of delicacies and adorned with countless gold and silver utensils. She marveled inwardly, yet could not suppress a few scathing thoughts about the extravagance and indulgence. "Miss Lin, please follow me," the maidservant said. "What is your name?" Upon receiving the respectful reply of Huaisu, she guided Lin Jie to the table. To the left of old Madame Jiang sat Madame Jiang, while Jiang Xingjian occupied the right. Notably, Song Wan did not sit beside him, but took her place next to Madame Jiang. Observing that there was no one beside Jiang Xingjian, Lin Jie seized the opportunity to sit down, only to find herself the center of attention. 100 pairs of eyes scrutinizing her as if she were perched on a bed of nails. Huaisu's face flushed as well, taken aback by Lin Jie's apparent disregard for decorum. She leaned in close, whispering, "This is the seat of Lord Yin. Miss Lin, please follow me." Momentarily taken aback, Lin Jie turned a glance at Jiang Xingjian. While he may indulge her in minor matters, Such breaches of etiquette were not to be overlooked, even by old Madame Jiang, the esteemed matriarch of the household. Jiang Xingjian's furrowed brow revealed a hint of displeasure, compelling Lin Jiyue to rise reluctantly and follow Huaisu. Just as she thought she would sit beside Song Wan, Huaisu led her to a position nearly opposite the main seat. Even with her limited understanding of the Marquis' etiquette, she recognized that this was the lowest-ranked position at the table. Lin Jia gritted her teeth, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Upon reaching her designated spot, she attempted to take a seat, only to be halted by Huaisu's gentle grip. Turning to express her frustration, she was met with a knowing look from Huaisu. Lin Jiyue raised her gaze and noticed that everyone was taking their seats according to their status. Her heart sank, and she bit her lip, waiting for those beside her to settle before finally taking her place on the stool. No sooner had she settled than Huaisu lightly tapped her back. After holding her breath in frustration for the entire evening, Lin Jiyue felt on the verge of a breakdown. She abruptly twisted her body, shaking off Huaisu's hand. A young girl of about 10 years shot her a surprised glance. Lin Jie was acutely aware that her actions were out of line in the eyes of these young ladies, but she could scarcely muster the energy to care. Resolutely, she picked up her chopsticks to serve herself a dish, only to hesitate and glance around the table, realizing that aside from herself, not a single one of the 20 or so esteemed guests had touched the utensils. Her heart raced, and she sheepishly withdrew her hand. It was only after indulging in a hearty meal that she had the audacity to observe the others. After a thorough examination, her discomfort deepened. She first noticed the little girl beside her, who barely perched on the edge of her chair, her face turned not toward her plate, but slightly toward old Madame Jiang. No wonder Huaisu had nudged her earlier. Clearly, this posture was inappropriate. A closer look confirmed that everyone was seated in a similar manner. Lin Jiyue pursed her lips, her face cold as ice. Ultimately, unable to resist the internal conflict, she leaned forward and gently settled on the edge of the table. Within the residence of the Marquis, there were nearly 20 masters dining, accompanied by numerous maids and nurses attending closely, as well as young girls serving dishes. The main hall bustled with well over 100 individuals, yet not a single sound of coughing or clinking dishes could be heard. The dining atmosphere was eerily silent, which only compounded Lin Jiayue's discomfort. She was not someone who had been raised under strict decorum. After merely sitting for a while, she began to feel a dull ache in her back and dizziness. Coupled with the exhausting journey alongside Jiang Xingjian and the startling revelation of his marital status upon arriving at the Marquis' estate, she felt utterly fatigued. Now, with an array of delectable delicacies laid before her, her hunger became increasingly unbearable. Stealing a glance at Song Wan, who was happily eating, Lin Jiyue relaxed momentarily and picked up her chopsticks to grasp a dish that resembled either pig trotters or elbow meat. Just as she lifted it to her bowl, the young girl beside her looked on in astonishment. That single gaze nearly sent Lin Jiyue into a fit of rage. Surely, one need not adhere to such rigid customs when dining among family. Enjoyment was all that mattered. However, when old Madame Jiang spoke, Lin Jiyue felt no solace, only a deep sense of embarrassment, as if her actions had been laid bare. Clenching her teeth, she hesitated briefly before forcing the last shred of dignity to bring the chopsticks to her mouth. The meat was tender and aromatic, boasting a unique flavor, yet to her, it was akin to chewing wax. After a single bite, she could consume no more, directing all her attention towards observing Song Wan. From the moment the meal commenced, Song Wan had not taken a single dish for herself. Instead, every course was presented before old Madame Jiang first. Only after she had tasted each dish did the other serving maids, utilizing exquisite bejeweled silver chopsticks and spoons, serve a few dishes into small bowls for the various masters. Aside from the serving maid and Song Wan, no one else dared to take food for themselves. Lin Jie watched in disbelief as all the womenfolk took merely a few bites before laying down their chopsticks, as if there were some unspoken rule regarding the quantity consumed. A thorn seemed lodged in her heart, especially when she noticed that the servant delivering the dishes bypassed the one she had touched, bringing her indignation to a boiling point, which lingered until the meal's conclusion. After the meal, Song Wan remained by old Madame Jiang's side, attending to her tea, while Jiang Xingjian led Jiang Yin and other brothers to bid farewell to their uncles in the west courtyard. Once the male relatives departed the main hall, the atmosphere became noticeably lighter. Old Madame Jiang took a gentle sip from the tea offered by Song Wan and remarked with a smile, "Is this tea brewed with plum water?" "Indeed, my lady, you are truly perceptive," replied Jiang Mu. The daughter-in-law had yet to mention it. This tea was indeed brewed with plum water, collected by Wano last winter from the snow atop the plum blossoms. It not only carried the fragrance of plums, but also surpassed ordinary spring water in clarity and taste. Old Madame Jiang, aware of her widowhood and the solitary days spent reading and practicing filial piety, felt a pang of sympathy. Noting Lin Jiayue trailing closely behind Jiang Xingjian, her displeasure began to resurface. She turned to the maid Baiju behind her and instructed, "Go and have the storeroom send the red candles and the joyous bedding to the lawn courtyard. The dreary sight there is rather tiresome." After giving her orders, old Madame Jiang addressed Song Wan, saying, "Now that Yi has returned, neither I nor your mother shall allow you to endure any further grievances. Today, you and Yi shall consummate your union, and in the future, when you bear a son or daughter, this Marquisate shall truly be under your command." Upon hearing these words, Song Wan's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson. She initially felt a sense of bashfulness, followed by a slight furrowing of her brow. Chapter 6. The threat grandmother knows you to be ever courteous, yet a young lady cannot afford to be overly distant from her own husband. Since Yi has returned, you should take this opportunity to cultivate a more intimate bond with him tonight. Song Wan felt her cheeks burn further at the words of the elderly matriarch. Observing the shyness etched on her face, the old lady playfully nudged her. Go find Yi. Was it to spend the entire day with us old folks?" Lady Jiang smiled and nodded, encouraging Song Wan to seek out Jiang Xingjian. Just as she turned the corner around the verdant screen, she overheard Lady Jiang remark to Madame Jiang, "That girl from the Lin family is truly laughable, her every action and word reeking of pretentiousness and petty airs. How dare she boast of being from a secluded lineage? I am curious to know which family behaves in such an impudent manner, and which daughters are so lacking in self-respect." Lady Jiang sighed softly. Though the girl lacks grace and adopts a somewhat affected demeanor, she is still a bit too frivolous. However, it would not be courteous to embarrass her. After all, she was brought back by Yi. It will be quite unfortunate for you two to let the matter of such a trivial person affect your relationship after 6 years apart. As Song Wan stepped out, she remained oblivious to the continuation of their conversation. Outside, Lin Jiayue, Jiang Xingjian, and Jiang Yin stood together. Upon entering the main hall, Song Wan heard Lin Jiayue, with a smirk that was neither wholly mocking nor entirely sincere, declare, "The rules of the Marquisate are rather excessive, are they not? Is it because there are so many regulations that everyone merely nibbles their chopsticks before leaving the table?" At her words, Jiang Xingjian and Jiang Yin both frowned, and even the matrons in the courtyard displayed expressions of disdain. They had never encountered a young lady who spoke so coarsely. Noticing the reactions of those present, Lin Jiayue felt increasingly uncomfortable. She turned to Jiang Xingjian and said, "Jiang, I did not come to the Marquisate to be treated poorly." Her use of Jiang caused everyone to widen their eyes, and Jiang Yin looked at her with keen interest. However, upon turning back to see Song Wan standing behind with a pale face, he reined in his curiosity. After a moment's consideration, he took a half-step back, allowing Lin Jiayue and Jiang Xingjian to pass. "You little minx, how dare you call the young master by his name?" A robust matron stepped forward. "Who taught you to address someone so directly? In the entire Marquisate, aside from the old lady and the madam, who has the right to call the young master by name? Where did you learn such manners? Without a matchmaker, men and women should not know each other's names. Surely, you understand this simple principle? Your lack of decorum should not tarnish our young master's reputation." Li Momo, Linja, was incensed by the scolding. Just as she was about to demand that Jiang Xingjian reprimand the servant, she found him conversing amicably with the matron, causing her heart to ache and tears to well up in her eyes. The matron, noticing her distress, scoffed, preening and posing, utterly shameless. "You!" Lin Jiayue rolled up her sleeves, Her eyes reddened as she looked at Jiang Xingjian. Jiang, tell me, am I allowed to call you by your name? Jiang Xingjian remained silent, but Jiang Yin interjected, etiquette dictates that one should honor the name of another. In the presence of one's lord, names should not be uttered. Instead, one should refer to titles. A young lady must not directly address her elder brother by name, for such behavior is akin to an insult. Li Momo nodded incessantly at this. Any girl with an education would understand this principle. Even if the young master wishes to protect you, he cannot disrupt the ancestral customs. As tears like pearls cascaded down her cheeks, Lin Zhu gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, intending to chase after her, but was halted by old Madame Li. Master, what are you doing? She inquired. Jiang Xingjian replied, her ignorance of propriety is a reflection of my own shortcomings in teaching. I shall instruct her henceforth, and I will require your assistance in the future. With that, he sought out Lin Jiayue. Jiang Yin observed their departing figures, slightly raising an eyebrow. Old madam, you have worked tirelessly today. Song Wan emerged from within, and although old Madame Li attempted to salute her, she was stopped. As your mother's dowry companion and my husband's wet nurse, I cannot accept such formality, she insisted. Old Madame Li responded, please do not say such things. It would be too much for an old woman like me. Mother has consumed a few cups of tea this evening, and I suspect she will be busy tonight. Please take care of yourself, and do not involve yourself in every task. If you tire, call upon the younger ones to assist you. Do not overexert yourself. Song Wan advised. She gestured for Hung Ji to present a couple of silver coins to old Madame Li, adding with a smile, the heat has been intense lately. Do treat yourself to some iced refreshments. Old Madame Li beamed as she accepted the coins, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. The kindness and gentleness of the eldest lady are well known throughout the household. It is no wonder that the old lady and the madam have always praised you. Those from humble backgrounds cannot compare to even a single strand of your hair. With a smile, Song Wan instructed Heng Wu to escort old Madame Li back to Jiang Mu's residence in the fragrant courtyard, then nodded to Jiang Yin before proceeding with Hang Ji towards the Lan Ting courtyard. Jiang Yin noted her calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Xingjian or Lin Zhu, which left him with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted a delicate white handkerchief lying on the ground. In the whole residence, only Song Wan would use a plain handkerchief of such elegance. He stared at it for a long moment before instructing a young maid in a stone blue silk skirt. Young lady, he has dropped something. Please wash it and return it to her courtyard. The young maid nodded, her face flushed with embarrassment. At the banquet, Jiang Yin consumed a few cups of wine. Ordinarily, his tolerance was commendable, but today, after just a few drinks, he began to feel slightly dizzy. Not only did his heart race, but his mind buzzed with thoughts of a graceful figure that kept resurfacing, leaving him restless. After a considerable time, he returned to the Yuling studio and immediately lay down on the Luohan bed in the second hall. Second master? Jiang Yin opened his eyes to see Qing Zhai with a hot towel to cleanse his face, prompting him to sit up. Did I fall asleep? He inquired. Qing Zhai respectfully replied, you fell asleep upon your return, but it was not for long. There is something urgent? Jiang Yin took the towel, wiped his face, and when he lowered it, he noticed a small embroidered character at the corner, which captivated him for a moment. Kneeling, he collected the basin and towel, handing them to the second-tier maid in the room. As Qing Zhai helped Jiang Yin change clothes, she remarked, a young servant from the outer courtyard has arrived, claiming there is something important to discuss with you. Despite my inquiries, he remained tight-lipped. It must be of significance for me to have roused you. Send him to the study, Jiang Yin instructed, frowning as he dressed. Shortly after he settled into his chair, a thin, restless young servant with darting eyes entered. Looking quite uneasy, as he entered the room, he retrieved an oil paper package from his bosom and placed it upon the writing desk. The young servant grinned and remarked, although Master E is of noble birth from the Marquis's estate, my family has relied heavily on your support over the past few years. Were it not for your kindness, I would have long been lost to obscurity. This debt of gratitude has been etched in my heart, and now, at last, I have found an opportunity to repay you, truly validating my unwavering loyalty to you. As Jiang Yin gazed at the grimy oil paper, a corner of soft, pure white peeked through, causing his veins to throb and a sudden pain to pulse in his forehead. Chapter 7. The silence of death. He raised his hand to press against his brow. His fingers elongated and distinctly knuckled, as exquisite as jade, eliciting a quiet envy from the attendant. Such hands alone were sufficient to reveal the noble elegance and grandeur of this individual. "Pray, how shall you repay me?" Jiang Yin reclined lazily, his tone imbued with a hint of languor. He did not even glance at the attendant, yet his gaze frequently swept over the pristine white cloth before him. In response to the second master's words, "I am but a humble servant who has witnessed your 6 years of managing the Ho residence, marked by both toil and hardship. Why should Lord E, upon his return, be so easily bestowed with a ready-made title?" The attendant continued. "For these years, it has clearly been you who has shouldered the responsibilities of the household. Now, as the title is about to be conferred, it is a pity to see Lord E intervene." Jiang Yin chuckled lazily. "You merely perceive that I have held the reins of the Ho residence for 6 years, believing I possess a greater chance than my elder brother, thus seeking to ride my coattails to ascendancy. There is no need to present your thoughts so grandiosely." Upon encountering the irritating oiled paper, Jiang Yin seemed unable to tolerate it any longer. He extended 2 fingers to extract a handkerchief still imbued with a faint scent of cold plum blossoms. "Truly, second master, your actions are remarkably decisive." Ignoring the attendant's flattery and false praise, Jiang Yin carefully set the handkerchief aside. "Speak plainly, I have no time for idle chatter." Seeing Jiang Yin's growing impatience, the attendant hastily added, "I have considered this matter. Lord E will soon arrive at the estate to confer titles. As the legitimate heir of the Ho family, he is rightfully entitled to this honor. However, I cannot bear this injustice and have devised a means to obstruct his ascent. It is well known that the eldest lady was raised by her aunt, the favored consort Yun, who has cherished her most dearly over the years. Should any misfortune befall the eldest lady within the residence, Lord E would undoubtedly face repercussions." Jiang Yin lifted his gaze, unable to suppress a smirk. Continue. "I contemplate that, should the eldest lady be discovered in an illicit affair and subsequently punished, it might provoke the wrath of consort Yin. If in due course, it is revealed that these events were orchestrated by Lord E, merely to clear the way for the lady he brought back to claim the title of primary wife, what do you think would ensue?" "I think." Jiang Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly pondering the scene of consort Yin's fury and her handling of Jiang Xingjian. The attendant's face glowed with delight, as if he could already envision himself commanding the winds and standing as the foremost figure beside the Duke of Chengyang. "You seem rather anxious. Which household do you belong to?" Jiang Yin rose, took the plain handkerchief from the table, and approached the washing stand, gently rubbing it clean. The attendant observed with confusion, but replied, "I am not a native of this household. I was purchased by the chief steward 2 years ago. I usually serve in attendance, and have become quite familiar with the other attendants in various courtyards." After cleaning the handkerchief, Jiang Yin removed all the renowned writing implements from the penholder and set them aside to dry. "What is your connection to the 4th rank, maid from today?" The attendant replied, "She is my sister. The chief steward, being kind-hearted, allowed us to enter the residence together, ensuring we have each other as support." Jiang Yin bent slightly, smoothing out the creases in the handkerchief until it bore no trace. Only then did he stand upright. He approached the treasure cabinet and retrieved a bronze incense burner, adorned with a dragon pattern and the size of a football, and with a swift motion, he struck it forcefully against the back of the attendant's head. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Casting the bronze censer aside, Jiang Yin summoned Chengyang inside. Upon seeing the pool of crimson blood on the floor, Chengyang was utterly terrified, her spirit nearly escaping her, yet she dared not utter a sound. Covering her mouth tightly, Jiang Yin, washing his hands, instructed, "Handle this with care. There is still a 4th rank maid in the old lady's courtyard who is connected to him. Find a pretext to sell her off." "This servant understands," Chengyang replied. She fetched a soft cushion from the room to wipe away the bloody stain, while Jiang Yin remained unperturbed by the presence of a corpse in the study. He simply lifted a handkerchief from the pen rack, carefully folded it, and held it in his palm. Returning to his chamber, Jiang Yin retrieved a white jade box from the bottom of the stack of books and placed the handkerchief inside. His thoughts remained inscrutable, and Yuling Zhai was as tranquil and silent as ever, whereas Lanting Courtyard was bustling with activity that night. Bright, red, celebratory candles, embroidered red wedding quilts adorned with mandarin ducks, pomegranate-hued drapes, and dawn-pink porcelain wares, even silver basins and buckets tied with red silk, were continuously delivered to Lanting Courtyard. Song Wan observed the overflowing main hall with a blank expression, instructing Heng Ji, Heng Wu, and Xiang Chao to carry things into the room. The master and servants of Lanting Courtyard, except for Granny Zhao, bore no signs of joy. "Miss, this bedding." Song Wan gently stroked the golden-furred tiger lying on its back and replied softly, "There's no need to change it. Just keep it in the kitchen." "Miss," Granny Zhao interjected, taking the wedding quilt in her arms and frowning. "Today is the day you consummate your marriage with the young master. How can you not change the wedding quilt? If the young master sees it later, he might think you harbor some dissatisfaction." After saying this, she busied herself with the preparations in the bedchamber. Song Wan guessed that Jiang Xingjian would not come tonight and was disinclined to dampen the wet nurse's spirits. The young maidservants, seeing their mistress silent, complied with Granny Zhao's wishes and transported the bright red bedding into the inner hall. Just as they were entering, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xingjian. A room full of maidservants and matrons stepped forward to pay their respects. Yet Song Wan remained seated on the beautiful couch, cradling the languid, golden-furred tiger, unmoving. Young master, a young maid, holding the vibrant red quilt, lit the celebratory candles infused with floral fragrance. Jiang Xingjian turned to gaze at Song Wan, noticing her in a moon-white silk robe, sitting quietly, showing no inclination to share the bed with him. His gaze darkened, and a hint of suspicion arose within him. As he lightly lifted his robe and sat in front of Song Wan, he furrowed his brow, seemingly wishing to say something. But whether it was the room adorned with red silk that painted the atmosphere in a seductive haze, or the warm aroma of the celebratory candles that rendered one dazed, his words suddenly faltered on his lips. Seated too close, his imposing figure radiated a strong sense of pressure, making Song Wan instinctively clutch the golden-furred tiger tighter. Gradually, a faint blush spread across her cheeks, and her fair neck took on a delicate shade of cherry blossom pink. This bashful and enchanting demeanor stirred a ripple in Jiang Xingjian's heart. He suddenly recalled the day, 6 years ago, when he departed from the capital, having invited her to see him off under the pretense of his mother. Before leaving, he gently placed a hand-carved white jade, plum blossom hairpin in her hair. At that time, Song Wan was just as she was now, her face adorned with shyness, yet firmly adhering to propriety, daring not to approach him, even a fraction. In my recollection, this individual possesses both a compliant nature and a hint of obstinacy, reminiscent of a child yearning for sweets, yet too bashful to ask. The golden-striped tiger was held tightly, emitting a soft protest, which caused Song Wan's heart to ache, prompting her to gently place it on the bed. Jiang Xingjian glanced at the embroidered cat nest by the pillow, furrowing his brow in discontent. "Is it resting here?" Song Wan stood up, distancing herself from Jiang Xingjian, and in a calm tone inquired, "Does my husband wish to speak with me about something?" Jiang Xingjian replied, "This is my room. Am I not permitted to enter?" Noticing Song Wan's silence, he composed himself and earnestly stated, "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. Jue is unfamiliar with the etiquette of the Marquisate and lacks knowledge of common decorum. Since you have no pressing matters, would you kindly teach her the proper conduct?" Chapter 8. The sourness as the evening drew near, Song Wan advised, "It is getting late, my husband. You should rest early, for tomorrow we must pay our respects to grandmother." Having spoken, she instructed Heng Wu to fetch water and remove her makeup, then disregarded Jiang Xingjian altogether. Having encountered a soft rebuff, he chose not to press the matter further and left the main chamber in a rather displeased manner. After removing her makeup and undoing her hair, Song Wan leaned against the vibrant crimson-patterned cushion, her mind wandering. Meow! The golden-striped tiger leapt up from the ground, seemingly sensing her mood, nuzzling against her with a tilted head. Its fluffy head rubbed against her palm, occasionally brushing her hand with its warm little nose. Had the meat porridge been finished? Or did you wish for my company to play? The golden-striped tiger, seemingly endowed with intelligence, mewed softly in response, as if it understood her words. After years of companionship, they had developed a certain tacit understanding. Song Wan affectionately stroked its plump paws and cradled it in her embrace. The golden-striped tiger nestled into a comfortable position and soon fell asleep, snoring softly. With a smile, Song Wan used her fingertips to groom its fur, listening quietly to the rhythmic purring. The tumult in her heart dissipated with each gentle rumble. And as she gazed at a row of wooden carvings on the windowsill, she casually picked one up and handed it to Hung Wu, saying, "Discard this." Hung Wu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Miss, you have always cherished this." "Give it to me," interrupted Hung Ji, swiftly taking the carving from Hung Wu and darting outside to toss it into the flower bed. Watching the absence of one carving, Song Wan felt a slight pang in her heart. Yet, she found solace in the warmth radiating from the golden-striped tiger in her arms. Early the next morning, she rose promptly, allowing the Hung sisters to assist her in dressing and styling her hair. Just as she began her makeup, a kindly matron arrived at the courtyard seeking an audience. "Madam How, you have come so early?" The matron smiled, explaining, "The embroidery room has the measurements of the eldest lady. I thought that since she often wears simple garments, she might lack vibrant attire. So I had the girls work overnight to prepare several sets. Moreover, both the matriarch and madam granted us access to the storeroom to select the finest fabrics for the eldest lady." Hung Ji accepted the garments, then asked Hung Wu to bring out some coins. "You have worked hard. Take this to treat the girls in the embroidery room to some tea and fruits." The matron gratefully took the money, leaving behind a few bolts of fabric chosen by Song Wan before taking her leave. Due to attending to these matters, the group was slightly delayed, and by the time they reached the courtyard, Jiang Xingjian was already waiting. "My husband, you have been waiting long," Song Wan said, giving a slight bow and positioning herself half a step behind him. "Please, go ahead." Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, harboring some reservations about her overly polite yet distant demeanor. However, considering the time, he refrained from addressing it further. The morning and evening greetings were a duty every younger member of the Ho residence must fulfill, and should they encounter Lady Jiang, their meal could be postponed past the hour of the snake. Lin Jiayue had been waiting in the embroidery pavilion for quite some time without sight of the two, already feeling a twinge of jealousy upon seeing Jiang Xingjian return with Song Wan. The striking image of the handsome man, coupled with the gracefully beautiful woman, only intensified her discomfort. "Xingjian Gich." Just as they passed beneath the drooping flower gate, Lin Jiayue called out loudly. Huasu glanced at her with a sigh of resignation. "Brother Xingjian, do you have any matters to attend to today? If not, how about taking you for a stroll in the capital? I feel as though I might perish from boredom after spending a day in the Marquis's residence. Especially with you constantly pointing out what I cannot do. It's truly vexing." Jiang Xingjian had just freed himself from Lin Jiayue's grasp when Song Wan had already returned to the main courtyard. He pressed his fingers to his temples and exchanged a knowing glance with Huasu. "If the young lady has no pressing affairs, perhaps the maidservant could accompany you for a walk around the estate. Am I not permitted to go out?" Huasu replied, "Indeed. It is not seemly for the women of the inner quarters to expose themselves publicly, and there are also customs regarding women not peering through the central door without cause. Such ancestral traditions must not be broken." Lin Jiayue's expression stiffened, and she scoffed. "Are you suggesting that none of the women in the Marquis's household can leave the courtyard? Unless there is a significant matter, that is indeed the case," he responded. "Brother Xingjian." Lin Jiayue bit her lip as she looked at Jiang Xingjian. "You truly cannot accompany you for a stroll? What if you simply wishes to go out today?" Jiang Xingjian offered no reply, but Huasu interjected. "If Miss Lin wishes to leave the estate, it is not impossible, but the rules within the Marquis's household are numerous. The matriarch and the mistress are quite strict. And considering the well-being of the other ladies, should Miss Lin go out, it may be difficult for her to re-enter the inner quarters." "Huh?" Lin Jiayue laughed coldly. "You speak incessantly of the Marquis's rules, yet how is it that you, a mere servant, speak before your master has even uttered a word?" "It is I who have overstepped," Huasu said, retreating behind Jiang Xingjian and falling silent. Lin Jia, however, did not perceive any semblance of remorse in her demeanor. Jiang Xingjian, visibly displeased, remarked, "Huasu is originally from the matriarch's quarters, having emerged from the elder's residence. Her status is certainly not on par with that of other servants. In truth, Huasu was Jiang Xingjian's personal maid and ought to have been regarded as a concubine. However, due to the abrupt changes in the household, this status had not been formally recognized when Jiang Xingjian departed, rendering it awkward to broach now. If one were to consider the hierarchy, Lin Jie ought to refer to her as sister. Yet, Huasu had always acted with prudence and bore no desire to engage in jealous rivalry. Thus she remained silent. Seeing Lin Jie biting her lip, looking as if she had been wronged, Jiang Xingjian suggested, "If you find residing in the Marquis's household unbearable, I could procure a residence for you outside." "I do not want that," she replied, her eyes reddening. "If I leave the Marquis's household, would I not truly become a concubine?" Jiang Xingjian cast her a glance and refrained from mentioning the matter of the residence again. He deemed this farce concluded, having been away from the capital for 6 years. There were indeed many matters to attend to. After instructing Huasu to continue teaching Lin Jie the rules of the Marquis's household, he set out to visit friends. Huasu, aware of Lin Jie's disdain for her, called upon the 2 maidservants, Shi Yi and Ling Yun. "The mistress has summoned me for a matter today. You 2 shall accompany Miss Lin and ensure her well-being." The 2 nodded, and Huasu proceeded to seek out Zhang's mother in the Jiangxiang courtyard. Just as one had left, 2 watchful eyes had arrived. Lin Jie, feeling restless, sought a place to sit down, while she attempted to offer guidance, but was restrained by Ling Yun. The 2 were second-tier maidservants in Jiang Xingjian's service, already busy, and now they were tasked with supervising a Lin Jie who was prone to trouble, inevitably breeding discontent among them. Ling Yun, noticing the absence of others in the courtyard, succumbed to a sense of languor and sought refuge within the artificial mountain to enjoy some coolness. Yi instructed her to keep an eye on the other party while she busied herself with other matters. After spending the better part of the day seated in the corridor, Lin Jie began to feel a semblance of comfort in her heart, just as she was preparing to return to her chamber for a drink to alleviate the summer heat. A plump orange cat ambled unsteadily into view along the corridor. The cat, round-cheeked and adorned with large, expressive eyes, exuded an undeniable charm. Lin Jie's heart leaped with joy at the sight of the golden-striped feline, and she hurriedly approached to cradle it in her arms, intending to bring it back to her room. However, at that moment, Ling Yun emerged from behind the artificial mountain. "Miss Lin, this is the beloved pet of the eldest madam, cherished for many years and often held in her embrace. Please be cautious, lest you hurt him." The warmth of her earlier contentment evaporated instantly, and Lin Jie, her expression turning stern, replied, "Why is it that I cannot touch what she has raised?" Chapter 9. The poisoning the maid did not intend this. After Ling Yun spoke, she reached out to embrace the golden-striped tiger, but Lin Jie sidestepped, refusing to allow her. "I will take it inside to play for a bit and will return shortly." The golden-striped tiger felt heavy in her arms, obediently nestled against her, its affectionate demeanor stirring a sense of sorrow within Lin Jie. Returning to her room, she instructed someone to prepare chicken breast, placing the golden-striped tiger in a bamboo basket as she tore the meat into pieces to feed it. The seemingly cold woman had taken excellent care of you. It appeared she was not as aloof as she had appeared. The golden-striped tiger let out a soft growl, swishing its tail as if responding to Lin Jie. However, it was rather dirty, and she wondered where it had been playing. Lin Jie fetched a warm cloth to clean the little creature, only to notice a faint fishy odor emanating from its mouth. She was taken aback. "You didn't go to the pond to catch fish, did you? Eating raw fish can lead to parasites." Pausing, she hesitated to touch the golden-striped tiger again. At that moment, 2 young girls, around 8 or 9 years old, approached along the corridor, dressed in indigo garments and sporting servant hairstyles. Lin Jie recognized them as lowly maids from the Marquis's household. She inquired, "Where has Ling Yun gone?" "I just saw Sister Ling Yun heading toward the main courtyard." "Are you seeking her, Miss Lin?" Upon hearing that Ling Yun had gone to report a grievance, Lin Jie's expression darkened. She pointed at the little maid. "Is there a veterinarian in the estate?" "Yes, there is. By the east and west gates, there are stables. The horses of the Marquis are exceptional, worth more than 100 servants, and thus they have dedicated veterinarians. The little maid, unaware of Lin Jiue's intentions, replied obediently. The veterinarians are in the outer courtyard. Only the young servants can go there. If you wish to see them, you must ask the master first. I do not have the authority to allow anyone into the inner courtyard. Never mind that. Could you fetch something for me? Lin Jiue rolled her eyes, and upon seeing the maid nod, continued, please find me some external use deworming medicine that is safe. Understood. The little maid hurried off to seek the matron on duty, and soon returned with the requested items. All right, you may leave now. The maid pursed her lips, feeling slighted as Lin Jie neither offered a reward nor a kind word, and she exited with a sense of grievance. Given your master's pitiable state, I shall help you with the deworming. Perhaps she will rely solely on you in her lonely life ahead. Lin Jiue opened the paper package, gazing at the white powder within, feeling somewhat troubled. She knew pets required deworming, but the specifics eluded her. As the golden-striped tiger caught the scent of the medicine, it began to fidget, attempting to escape. But Lin Jiue held it firmly. Do not think me overly harsh. I do not wish for this, yet I cannot sacrifice my own love out of pity for you. When I met Jiang Xingjian, he was a pure and single man. Who could have foreseen that your master would marry a corpse? Muttering to herself, she took some of the powder and applied it directly onto the golden-striped tiger. This should suffice, I hope. The feline possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. When its nose encounters a pungent powder adhering to its body, it vigorously twists and licks itself. Observing this, Lin Jiue suddenly becomes anxious, exclaiming, don't lick that. If you ingest it, you might be poisoned. As the golden-striped tiger continues to lick with increasing fervor, Lin Jiue, in a state of panic, scoops it up and places it in a copper basin. She intends to cleanse the creature thoroughly, but soon notices that the little one is gasping for breath, its body gradually stiffening. Her alarm intensifies as she persistently rinses the golden-striped tiger. It is only when the cat begins to foam at the mouth that she cries out in desperation, help! Someone please come! Jiang Xingjian has just returned from outside when he sees Lin Jiue rushing out of the house, cradling the drenched golden-striped tiger. Jiang, you must save it. Please. Jiang Xingjian furrows his brow. What has happened? What did it ingest? I don't know. I had seen it with worms and thought to help it, but I never anticipated it would swallow the medicine. I specifically instructed the veterinarian to use something safe and low in toxicity. I truly do not understand how it has come to this. Lin Jiue's hands tremble as she holds the golden-striped tiger tightly. Jiang Xingjian offers a few words of comfort and instructs the servants to fetch the physician. In her frantic state, Lin Jiue notices Hung Wu approaching from distance, ringing a bell and calling out to the golden-striped tiger. Quickly, bring Hung Wu here. When Hung Wu arrives, she is horrified to see the golden-striped tiger drenched and continuously foaming at the mouth, her face turning pale as she bursts into tears. Sister, sister, come quick. Look at the golden-striped tiger. Hung Wu cradles the creature in her arms and runs frantically towards the main courtyard. In recent years, the young lady has managed to retain her sanity amidst the hardships of widowhood, largely due to the companionship of the golden-striped tiger. This little creature, so perceptive and adept at bringing joy, has been a source of solace. Without it, the family would have long succumbed to despair within the confines of the fragrant chamber. Although the young lady has never voiced it, she regards the golden-striped tiger as if it were her own child. Should anything happen to it, one can only imagine the depth of her sorrow. As Hung Wu weeps and calls for Song Wan, the moment Song Wan takes the golden-striped tiger from her, the little creature has already begun to convulse. What has happened? The master said it ingested something toxic. The physician is on their way. Song Wan, holding the still foaming golden-striped tiger, trembles with panic. When Jiang Xingjian enters the room, he cannot help but reach out to steady her. The sight of her precarious state is truly heart-wrenching. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I only wanted to. Please leave. Song Wan commands sharply, prompting Lin Jiue to be ushered out by Hung Ji. Jiang Xingjian, observing this, furrows his brow slightly, but swallows his words upon seeing the anguish in Song Wan's crimson eyes. The once plump and majestic golden-striped tiger now lies in Song Wan's embrace. Soaked and in utter disarray. Its little legs have stiffened, yet its large, round orange eyes continue to blink. It gasps for air, struggling increasingly with each breath. Unable to contain herself, Song Wan clutches it tightly, tears cascading down upon it. Meow! The feeble cry tugged at Song Wanxin's heartstrings. She hurriedly pressed her cheek against the little golden-striped tiger's face, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid, my little tiger. Mother is here." The tiny kitten strained to extend its little paw, yearning to touch Song Wan's face, but before it could raise it, it began to twitch uncontrollably. Tears welled in the kitten's eyes, its large, glistening gaze fixed on Song Wan, as if it had unspoken words that would never be voiced. "Miss, the physician has arrived. Let him take a look," Xiang Cao called out, dragging the physician through the courtyard. In her urgency, she disregarded the decorum between the sexes, loudly beckoning the gatekeeper to announce their presence. However, before she could reach her own miss, it was Hengji who emerged instead. "Please send the esteemed elder away." The golden-striped tiger. Hengji spoke with a slight quiver in her voice, yet she dared not shed tears. Chapter 10. The concubine, the maidservants in the courtyard averted their gazes, except for Lin Jie, who cried out, "I had no idea it would turn out like this. I truly did not foresee such a turn of events." Xiang Cao shot her a fierce glare before retreating into the house. Inside, Song Wan still clung to the golden-threaded tiger, while Hengwu, with reddened eyes, stood by, hesitant to speak. Miss Hengji brought over a Nama box containing a small mattress and a bell, all meticulously stitched by Song Wan herself, with the characters for golden-threaded tiger embroidered on the edges of each item. Jiang Xingjian observed the room, full of maidservants calling out "Miss, Miss," feeling an undeniable discomfort yet reluctant to express it. He could not help but contemplate the 6 years of hardship Song Wan had endured. A woman, blossoming from her youth to the age of 29, ought to bask in the care of her family and the affection of her husband. Instead, she found herself in solitude, mourning her lost love, accompanied only by a beast. It was indeed a heavy burden for her to bear. "Do not be sorrowful. I shall seek out an identical one for you," Jiang Xingjian remarked. The moment these words left his lips, Song Wan could no longer contain herself. She turned away, refusing to look at him again. After a long silence, she held the now stiff and cold body, her voice choked with emotion. "See him out." With the dismissal issued, Jiang Xingjian rose and approached the intricately carved window, where he caught sight of Lin Jiayue sitting outside, covering her face and weeping. He paused, softly stating, "Jiayue did not mean any harm. I inquired with the maid who delivered the medicine. She misunderstood Diyue's intentions and requested a deworming potion for horses from the stable. My lord has been busy all day. Perhaps you should rest in the Xiuyan pavilion." Hengji stood before him, obstructing his view entirely. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, noting that all the young ladies had reddened eyes, and he had to suppress his rising frustration. After he departed, Song Wan, under Xiang Cao's comfort, placed the golden-threaded tiger into the Nama box. "Miss, please do not weep," Zhao Momo said, her eyes also glistening with tears. Yet she continued, "The return of the master is a joyous occasion. You must not shed tears in front of others. It may lead to a reputation of being ungrateful, or worse, invite misfortune. If such news reaches the ears of the matriarch, it would be even more troubling. Those who know you will speak of your kindness, while those who do not may weave unkind tales about your feelings towards the master's return. Let the miss rest alone. You all may leave with me." Hengji ushered the others out of the bedroom, and in the solitude, Song Wan was finally free to weep. She placed the sutras and elegies she had written for the golden-threaded tiger, along with the little creature's toys and freshly dried fish from the kitchen, into the box, along with the unfinished garment she had sewn days prior. As night fell, Zhao Momo urged her to eat several times before she finally secured the box and instructed Hengji to bury the golden-threaded tiger in the flower bed beneath her window. Song Wan leaned against the window, numbly watching as her sisters filled the earth. Looking up, she noticed the remaining 11 wooden carvings and casually tossed 3 out of the window. The next day, Song Wan awaited at the courtyard gate early in the morning. Jiang Xingjian, seeing her demeanor seemingly unperturbed except for slightly reddened eyelids, could not help but quietly admire the grace instilled in her by the Song family. "Please, my lord," she said. Song Wan requested Jiang Xingjian to proceed first. As they approached Fuhengtang, she suddenly inquired, "Not long ago, my husband expressed a desire for Miss Lin to learn proper etiquette. Was he sincere in this?" "Indeed," he replied. Lin Jiayue's ignorance of social graces had caused considerable embarrassment, and even he found it rather unbecoming. Wanner understood this well. Upon entering Fuhengtang, after exchanging pleasantries with grandmother Jiang and mother Jiang, the elder lady broached the subject of the golden-threaded tiger. "It is truly a pity. That little creature has gone. Your bond was but for a few years. Wanner, do remember not to grieve too deeply, as your health is of utmost importance." "You speak wisely, grandmother," Wanner acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang expressed her indignation. "Isn't it indeed a shame? How could such a low-born creature not control her impulses? I found one of Wanner's dresses appealing, and she even took in a cat. Yet that shallow-minded girl is something I have never encountered in my life." Jiang Xingjian remained silent, and Song Wan interjected. "Since Miss Lin has entered the Marquis's residence, it is inappropriate for her to continue living as an outsider. Such actions, without proper acknowledgement, are indeed lacking in decorum. If word were to spread, the Marquis's household would be deemed disreputable." Mother Jiang nodded in agreement. "Your words are astute. Although my husband has yet to confer a title upon Miss Lin as the legitimate wife, Wanner cannot simply stand by and allow her to remain unrefined." Song Wan lifted her gaze and remarked, "Logically, since Miss Lin saved my husband, she should be granted a position of honor. Yet, alas, without proper matchmaking, their union remains unofficial." Before she could finish, Mother Jiang furrowed her brow. "A position of honor? A frivolous woman who has already acted immorally wishes for such status? If women could enter the Marquis's residence through such lewd behavior and still attain a high position, what kind of household would that be?" Jiang Xingjian was caught off guard by Song Wan's sudden proposal regarding taking a concubine, leaving him without a retort. He indeed had compromised his moral standing with Lin Jiayue, and he found himself at a loss for words. Were it not for Song Wan, he could have persuaded his grandmother and mother to allow him to marry Lin Jiayue, but now, further discussion would only tarnish Jiayue's reputation. Thus, Wanner thought it best to seize the occasion of her husband's return to the estate to address the matter of taking a concubine, which would add to the festivities. Song Wan produced 2 delicate invitations from her sleeve, inscribed with the names and birth dates of the women. Now that Miss Lin has been taken, it is time to accord Huaisu her rightful status. Grandmother Jiang sighed. "Let it be so. Huaisu has waited patiently, no less than Wanner. In noble families, the girls who serve closely often follow this path." Song Wan handed the invitations to Mother Jiang, who looked on with delight. There is no denying Wanner's virtue. How fortunate he is to have such a splendid match. Mother Jiang continued, "While Huaisu could be elevated to a concubine, given her origins from the elder lady's quarters, it would be inappropriate to assign her such a lowly status. I propose we elevate Huaisu to the rank of a respected concubine. What do you think, Wanner?" Song Wan replied, "Huaisu possesses a gentle disposition and is always meticulous. Your suggestion is most fitting, mother." Madame Jiang nodded with a smile, saying, "Miss Lin lacks the virtues befitting a noble woman and is unworthy of such a high position. If she were to be granted the status of a favored concubine, would it not imply that Huaisu's character is not dissimilar to hers? That simply cannot be allowed." With a wave of her hand, she entrusted the powder notice to a servant nearby, commanding, "Designate Huaisu as a favored concubine and Lin Jiayue as a lesser concubine. Both shall receive their allowances in accordance with the household's customary practices." "Mother," Jiang Xingjian said with disapproval as he gazed at Madame Jiang, but she merely smiled, asserting that matters of the inner court were not for men to interfere in, thus dismissing him. Women from humble backgrounds often mistakenly believe they can rely on a man's affection to usurp the position of the legitimate wife. Yet they fail to recognize that familial alliances are never determined by a single individual. Previously, she had been disinclined to engage in disputes with Lin Jiayue, thinking that although the latter was reckless and unrefined, she posed no real threat to her. It was only until yesterday that she realized her compassion was misplaced. Lin Jiayue's declarations of everlasting devotion were both shameless and laughable. Observing Jiang Xingjian's expression, Song Wan pondered whether he was already troubled, having yet to mention the true purpose of today's meeting. With this thought in mind, Song Wan spoke softly. "Grandmother, mother, I have one more request to make." Chapter 11. Resentment. What need is there to plead or request? One can speak plainly with grandmother. Song Wan gently began. Since Miss Lin is now a member of the Marquis' household, her conduct must adhere to the established decorum, unlike the carefree days of yore. I would like to request grandmother and mother to designate a couple of ladies to instruct Huaisu and Miss Lin in the etiquette befitting the ladies of our station. Madame Jiang remarked, "What you suggest is indeed prudent. In times past, without a clear standing, words were easily spoken, but now that she has become Ear's wife, any embarrassing incidents would bring shame upon our household." Old Madame Jiang nodded in agreement, though her mind harbored other intentions, and she casually mentioned to Jiang Xingjian, "The girl's posture is quite improper. It is indeed necessary to arrange for a few teaching matrons to guide her in propriety. However, I cannot spare many from my side, so perhaps we could have Li from Qi Shun's family instruct her instead. The other two can come from your mother's quarters, which would satisfy both your mother and me without being overly harsh. If all 4 teaching matrons come from my household, it may raise suspicions of meddling in your matters." Jiang Xingjian understood his grandmother's considerate intentions and softly acquiesced. Old Madame Jiang subtly nodded, her gaze falling upon the compliant Song Wan as she continued. "You are aware that your mother has been unwell due to her excessive longing for her son these past few years. Our household has lacked a capable person to bear the responsibilities. Now that has returned, you need not remain idle in the courtyard. How about we entrust you with the affairs of our Marquis' estate? I assure you, it will not overburden you, for I, alongside your mother, will always be here to support you. Indeed, Wan, with your assistance, your mother will find her burdens lightened." Bestowing the authority of household management upon Song Wan was both a recompense for Jiang Xingjian bringing people back and a means of placating the Song family. Song Wan was fully aware that she could neither refuse nor evade this responsibility, and thus she gently nodded in acceptance. With Jiang Xingjian's return, both old Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang grew increasingly fond of Song Wan, just as she had agreed to take on the household affairs. Old Madame Jiang instructed the stewardess to bring forth the household tokens for her. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult Jiang Fu's wife. Song Wan acknowledged this, and, upon receiving the tokens, handed the enamel-inlaid treasure box to Heng Ji. After dining in Fuhe Hall, Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan made their way to Lan Ting courtyard. The two remained silent for quite some time, and it was only upon reaching the courtyard gate that Jiang Xingjian spoke. "Jiayu poses no threat to you. Why the haste to assign her the status of a lowly concubine?" Song Wan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. "In the future, when titles are conferred, I shall elevate Jiayu to the position of secondary wife." With a soft smile, Song Wan replied, "Having been away for many years, I presume you have somewhat forgotten the rules of propriety. Not to mention that Miss Lin's reputation has already been tarnished by her indiscretions with you. She cannot possibly be recognized as a secondary wife of the Marquis' household. Moreover, today grandmother and mother have personally determined her status. How could you later alter it? Forgetting the customs of the capital is one matter, but forsaking the principle of filial piety would surely bring disgrace upon the illustrious lineage of the Chengyang Marquis." As they conversed, Jiang Fu's wife approached with a group of stewardesses in the distance. Observing this, Song Wan lowered her gaze and said, "For the sake of a concubine, it may be a minor issue to compromise one's dignity, yet the century-old reputation of the Chengyang Marquis and my Song family must not be tarnished. I hope you will not bring shame upon our 2 houses." As soon as the words left her lips, Song Wan turned away to greet the housekeeper. Jiang Xingjian had yet to finish his sentence about her extraordinary status when the enchanting figure before him had already departed. He furrowed his brow in silence, stifling a surge of frustration. In just one day, Song Wan had disrupted his plans, and as he pressed his fingers to his temples upon entering the Shuyuan pavilion, he contemplated how to convey the matter to Lin Jiayue. Upon entering the room, he was unexpectedly embraced. The young girl wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her voice soft and tender. "Xingjian Gij, Do you know that every time you are with another woman, my heart aches indescribably? We had agreed that upon returning to the capital, you would take me as your wife. Yet now, with a legitimate wife in the household, what am I to become? Had I known this would be the case, I would have preferred to remain by the Sioux River, which would have been better than this. Jiang Xingjian pulled Lin Jiu away, feeling that her behavior was utterly inappropriate. In the past, when they were in public, Lin Jiu, despite her youth, had never exhibited such overt displays of affection. Perhaps her current unease compelled her to seek closeness with him to affirm their bond. However, Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling weary. The old lady has arranged for a governess for you, who will come today to teach you the rules of the Marquisate. You must pay attention during her instruction. If you continue to act so recklessly, you will likely suffer consequences in the future. Upon hearing the term governess, Lin Jiu's expression stiffened. I do not wish to learn those stifling and archaic rules. Do you expect me to become like that one Buddha? Jiang Xingjian feigned ignorance. If you wish to remain in the Marquisate, these rules are essential. Moreover, Song Wan is my legitimate wife and will be the future mistress of the Chengyang Marquisate. Even if you do not wish to address her as madam, you cannot be so disrespectful. Lin Jiu rose to her feet, her previously charming demeanor replaced by a fierce resolve. Just because she holds a title, does she have to take precedence over me? Xinjiang Gij. Today, my grandmother has already recorded your name and birth date in the household registry. You will henceforth be a concubine in the household, and Song Wan will indeed precede you. A concubine? I refuse to accept such a status. On what grounds can they inscribe my name in any registry? I do not even know my own birth date. How can they decide my fate? I cannot possibly accept being a concubine. Xinjiang Gij. You know that I desire a life of companionship with you. Jiang Xingjian found Lin Jiu's outburst exhausting. If you do not wish to be a concubine, I will send you out of the Marquisate today. Lin Jiu bit her lip, filled with reluctance. She genuinely cared for Jiang Xingjian. A man of noble birth, striking appearance, and gentlemanly demeanor was rare. She was uncertain whether she would encounter another like him, and even if she did, she might not find him as appealing. With her head bowed and lip bitten in hesitation, she pondered. Though she would be a concubine, could she not eventually be elevated? As long as she held Jiang Xingjian's heart firmly in her grasp, she could not believe she would be outdone by a woman as unremarkable as a wooden statue. You know, I cannot bear to leave you, nor will I depart from the Marquisate. You are merely taking advantage of my affection for you to bully me. Lin Jiu's delicate tears fell like dewdrops, and upon witnessing this, Jiang Xingjian let out a soft sigh. When I inherit the title in the future, he murmured gently, I shall elevate you to the status of a concubine. You need not worry. Yet within her heart, Lin Jiu harbored silent skepticism. A man's promises, she thought wryly, are scarcely to be trusted. Chapter 12. The second room, having consoled Lin Jiu, Jiang Xingjian emerged from the rear courtyard. He was not a man of carnal desires, yet he could not help but find Confucius's saying, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture, to be exceedingly apt at this moment. Lin Jiu's tearful entreaties had left him feeling quite vexed, and his thoughts drifted to Song Wan. Recalling Song Wan, an image of her from yesterday surfaced in his mind, clutching the golden-striped tiger, her face a mask of suppressed tears. Her eyes, a tempest of anger intertwined with grievance, conveyed a poignant sorrow that tugged at his heartstrings. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow. Was his elder brother unwell? Encountering Jiang Yin, Jiang Xingjian inquired, have you just returned from outside? Jiang Yin nodded affirmatively and stood respectfully to the side, his demeanor radiating deference. The family of officials steeped in the arts upheld the highest standards of propriety and decorum. Jiang Xingjian and he were not only separated by rank, but also by age. Jiang Yin understood that his elder brother had little patience for the impudent. Thus, over the years, he had disciplined himself to embody the virtues of a gentleman, striving to be an exemplar of integrity. Even in the presence of Jiang Xingjian, he maintained his composure, harboring a deep-seated respect for this elder brother. Jiang Xingjian regarded the youth before him and sighed. I find myself somewhat troubled. Would you accompany me for a stroll? As they approached the white jade bridge, Jiang Xingjian remarked, you have borne much hardship over these years. Your words are too kind, brother, Jiang Yin replied. Jiang Xingjian turned to see that Jiang Yan's expression remained utterly unfazed, leading him to ponder whether his half-brother was either indifferent to titles or possessed of profound cunning. The invitation to walk together had been a momentary impulse, and now, after a few exchanged words, silence fell between them. Jiang Xingjian hesitated briefly before mentioning Song Wan. Yesterday, the cat in your sister-in-law's room was poisoned. The golden-striped tiger, is dead? What happened? Jiang Yan's voice rose slightly, and Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, surprised at how he had learned the name of the cat. You know that cat? Jiang Yan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes shining with an unusual brilliance. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xingjian was reminded of their encounter at Fuhengtang, where, for a fleeting moment, Jiang Yan had exuded a sense of unhealthy fervor that felt dissonant. However, the brightness in his eyes vanished just as swiftly, leaving Jiang Xingjian no time to ponder. Brother, you may not be aware, but that cat is quite well known in the household, and the golden-striped tiger was indeed gifted to your sister-in-law from Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu was Jiang Yan's mother, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian chose to remain silent. In the ensuing silence, Jiang Yan seemed to have taken an interest and inquired about the cat's circumstances. Jiang Xingjian, left with no choice, recounted how Lin Jiyue had inadvertently harmed the golden-striped tiger. Although Jiang Yan listened with a gentle smile, his fists clenched ever tighter behind him. She had treated the golden-striped tiger as if it were her own child, and now, being cruelly slain by that frivolous woman. He could only imagine the depths of her sorrow. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing unconsciously. Jiang Xingjian assumed his brother was displeased with Lin Jiayue's actions, and, feeling a twinge of guilt, said, Jiyue did not act with malice. It was truly a misunderstanding. Such words should not be spoken to a younger brother, Jiang Yan replied, pressing his lips together, as if wrestling with words he could not voice. After a moment of contemplation, he stated he would return to Yuling's study for a brief while. Half a stick of incense later, Jiang Yan approached, cradling a bamboo basket in his arms. Recently, a kitten was born in our household, and my elder brother might present it to my sister-in-law as a gesture of goodwill. Within a bamboo basket, a yellow and white kitten was persistently mewing, despite its diminutive size, displaying an impressive tenacity in its cries. Jiang Xingjian lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck, remarking on its fine appearance. Jiang Yan, silently taking the kitten from his brother, gently placed it on a soft cushion within the basket and covered it with a square indigo blanket. Observing this tender care, Jiang Xingjian softly chuckled, suggesting that the kitten was robust enough to not warrant such caution. Yet, given its youth, it was indeed wise to handle it delicately. Handing the basket back to Jiang Xingjian, Jiang Yan lowered his gaze, stating that he understood his brother did not intend to bring an outsider into their home. However, for both personal and familial reasons, the dignity of the noble lady of the Ho household must not be diminished. Jiang Xingjian, cradling the still mewing kitten, found himself at a loss for words. In the eyes of their grandmother, mother, and even the servants within the Ho residence, he was perceived as a reckless fool, disregarding the gravity of his actions. He sought to defend himself, but faltered, unable to articulate a compelling argument to absolve his grievances. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to express that his brother was aware of his intentions, before making his way to the lawn courtyard, clutching the basket and the kitten. Jiang Yan watched his brother's retreating figure, feeling a surge of helplessness and envy. Second master, a young servant called gently from behind, but Jiang Yan, feeling disheartened, lost his interest. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian returned to the lawn courtyard with the kitten, where Song Wan was still negotiating matters with the housekeeper. After a brief contemplation, he carried the basket to the study. Inside, Huaisu was organizing the books on the desk, and upon seeing him enter with the basket, he rose to assist. Be careful not to drop it, he admonished, pausing momentarily before adding, do not let Jiyue see it. Huaisu nodded and placed the kitten gently on the soft couch in the study, then sent she to the small kitchen to fetch a plate of meat soup. As evening approached, the servants gradually departed from the lawn courtyard. Jiang Xingjian, cradling the now well-fed and deeply slumbering kitten, strode towards the main chamber. The master has arrived, announced a servant stationed outside, prompting the second tier, maid of the second hall, to seek out Hengji and Hengwu. By the time Jiang Xingjian entered the room, Song Wan had changed into a fresh outer robe and was waiting at the entrance to their shared chamber. Jiang Xingjian glanced over the cluttered desk filled with ledgers and disordered abacuses, frowning as he inquired, "Is there an issue with the household accounts?" Song Wan replied, "Is not ideal. If my lord has no pressing matters after dinner, we might review them together." Jiang Xingjian nodded. Then, during the meal, he handed the basket to Song Wan, saying, "This kitten, I bear some responsibility for the death of the golden silk tiger, and thus, I present this little one to you as a means of compensation." Feeling a sense of guilt, his conviction wavered slightly, holding the basket with a hint of stiffness. Song Wan gently lifted the soft cover. Inside, the furry little creature was soundly asleep, its exposed belly and tiny pink paws sprawled on the cushion. However, instead of delight, a pang of sorrow washed over Song Wan as she was reminded of the golden silk tiger. This kitten bore an uncanny resemblance to the tiger in its youth. Song Wan gently pressed her fingertip against the soft belly of the creature, then delicately adjusted the cushion beneath the cat. The cushion, crafted from indigo shoe brocade, may not be particularly precious, yet the subtle light patterns woven into the fabric hold significance. They depict the exquisite peacock motif designed by Jiang Xing a few days prior. After the embroidery room completed the piece, a plain fabric was gifted to her, and in return, she had sent a delicately crafted silver-inlaid treasure box filled with colorful gems and pearls back to Hengwu. Thus, this feline companion was a gift from Jiangyan. Chapter 13. Differentiation. As Song Wanzhong was lost in thought, Hengwu entered, gracefully carrying a Xianyao porcelain plate. Behind her followed a maid who was setting the table. In no time, they arranged a sumptuous spread of dishes. Song Wanzhong instructed Hengji to tend to the cat, while she took her seat beside Jiang Xingjian. The table was adorned with 6 palm-sized jade lotus leaf plates, 2 white jade soup bowls, and 16 delicate pink and white small dishes. Among the 6 main courses, there were 4 hot dishes and 2 cold: sautéed lamb tripe, chicken with bamboo shoots, fish maw simmered with ham, and chicken stewed with wild mushrooms. The cold dishes included a refreshing salad of pickled vegetables and spicy, fresh bamboo shoots, given her preference for mild flavors. A special shrimp and fresh bamboo shoot soup was prepared for Song Wanzhong, while Jiang Xingjian was served a rich soup made with scallops and squab. 4 small dishes were served on roux kiln plates, containing an assortment of 4 delicacies, for dried fruits, for candied treats, and 4 light appetizers. Jiang Xingjian picked up a crab dumpling and took a bite. The sweet and delicate flavor of the crab, though a mere morsel, revealed the chef's exquisite skill. During their meal, the two remained silent, their movements graceful and quiet. After a couple of bites, Song Wanzhong subtly indicated she was finished, yet Jiang Xingjian, adhering to etiquette, refrained from laying down his chopsticks first. The decorum of those around him was ingrained in their very being, and as he surveyed the banquet before him, memories of Lin Gu's embarrassment during the recent family feast at the Marquisate residence surfaced in his mind. From a noble lineage, both men and women were raised with a strict adherence to etiquette, their lifestyles distinctly separated from common folk. Their meals were limited in quantity, yet diverse in quality, rules they had followed since birth. Not to mention, even a distinguished young lady like Song Wanzhong, or a top maid in the lawn courtyard, would be well aware of these customs. Suddenly losing his appetite, Jiang Xingjian set down his chopsticks and accepted a handkerchief from the maid beside him. After wiping his hands, green bamboo and fragrant herbs were brought in for rinsing. Following their mouth rinsing, Jiang Xingjian approached Song Wanzhong's writing desk and casually flipped through the household accounts, which are meticulously organized into approximately 30 to 40 volumes. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. Song Wanzhong remarked, "Since the Marquis and your husband departed, the Marquisate has fallen into disarray. 6 years have passed, and the affairs of the household have multiplied, while expenditures remain as high as ever. Revenues have diminished by more than half." Furthermore, she hesitated briefly, retrieving a red ledger from beneath the desk and handing it to Jiang Xingjian. Since the Empress Jiang entered the palace, managing affairs within had become a considerable expense. Although the Marquisate still maintained its fade, it struggled to support itself internally. Jiang Man, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, had become a consort 7 years ago, and when Jiang Xingjian left the capital, she was with child. Over the years, the funds spent to manage the inner palace on behalf of the Empress Jiang, alongside expenses for the Marquis funeral, had nearly depleted the Marquisate's resources. Nonetheless, the Marquisate had some reserves. While it could not compare to its former glory, it was still relatively stable compared to other official families. However, stable was a rather generous characterization. The household staff exceeded 1,000, and even the ordinary costs of sustenance were staggering, let alone the additional demands of 2 esteemed individuals in the palace. As festivals approached, necessitating the exchange of gifts and tributes, money flowed like water. At this rate, in 3 to 5 years, even the tenuous prestige they currently maintained would be unsustainable. Song Wan had anticipated difficulties for the Marquisate, but she did not expect matters to be so dire. How could the income from the estate diminish so significantly in recent years? Jiang Xingjian inquired. The most accomplished Zhuangzi has recently taken charge of the imperial ceremonial office, under the supervision of the eunuch Duan. Song Wan mentioned this with a hint of awkwardness. The relationship between the Chengyang Marquisate and the Song family has grown increasingly intricate in recent years, as her aunt, the current consort Yun, is enjoying great favor. Furthermore, Jiang Xingjian's elder sister conceived the 5th prince merely a year after entering the palace. Following the news of the Marquis and Jiang Xingjian's tragic demise at the border, the emperor, in an attempt to appease the Chengyang Marquisate, elevated Jiang Man from a concubine to the status of Jiang Fei. In earlier times, when a nation's strength was frail, the emperor appointed the least distinguished second prince as heir apparent, sending him to a neighboring kingdom as a hostage before he reached the tender age of 5. After a 12-year captivity, he returned as little more than a shell of his former self, now languishing in the Eastern Palace for 8 years. Had it not been for the public outcry that would ensue from stripping him of his title, the emperor might have already relegated him to commoner status. The first prince, being the emperor's legitimate son, would have naturally assumed the position of heir, had it not been for the hostage incident. He only needed to endure until the heir's demise to claim the throne. However, the first prince's ineptitude renders him unfit for such a significant role. The third prince, born of her maternal aunt, has just celebrated his 9th birthday, while the 4th prince passed away prematurely. Song Wan lowered her gaze, her hand momentarily pausing as she perused the ledger. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the hearts of men, and what greater allure exists than unparalleled power? She found it hard to believe that the Song family harbored no ambitions regarding that position. Her father's aspirations were evident through her brother's name. A glance was exchanged between Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian, both instinctively avoiding each other's gaze. After a brief silence, Jiang Xingjian spoke. I'm aware of your preference for tranquility and your aversion to trivial matters, yet household affairs inevitably require your attention. As for external dealings, now that I have safely returned, it seems unnecessary to burden you further with outside affairs. Thank you, my husband, for your understanding, Song Wan replied, retrieving several red-bound ledgers and organizing them before handing them to Jiang Xingjian. The so-called external matters pertained solely to Jiang Fei and the 5th prince, and she was quite content to relinquish them. As silence enveloped the room, Hengwu entered, visibly perturbed. Master, Aunt Lin from Xiuan Pavilion is seeking you. She has sent her maidservants to urge you several times, which suggests a pressing matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed, feeling somewhat cornered. The unrefined behavior of those in his household brought him no honor. Return to Aunt Lin and inform her that I am engaged in important discussions with my wife. Hengwu bowed respectfully and exited with a flourish of her sleeves. Since we mention Aunt Lin, I have matters to discuss with my husband, Song Wan stated. The concubines of the household receive an allowance of 1 tael of silver each month, along with 2 maidservants to manage personal garments and jewelry, and 4 for cleaning and laundry. Huaisu is entitled to this allowance, while the situation with Miss Lin will be adjusted accordingly. Do you have any objections, my husband? If Lin Jue had not repeatedly overstepped her bounds by seeking him out in the main quarters, he might have managed a few words in response. However, Now that Jiang Xingjian was about to speak, he felt utterly embarrassed. The lady acts in accordance with the household's established practices. I, as her husband, have no objections. Song Wan continued. Although there are vacant rooms in Lanting Courtyard, it has been closed for 6 years and requires renovations before it can accommodate anyone. Huaisu's status has changed, and she cannot continue to share quarters with the servants. Therefore, for the time being, I have arranged for Huaisu to reside in Shuyan Pavilion. What do you think, my husband? Such an arrangement is inappropriate. Then I shall relinquish the fragrant study to Huaisu. This arrangement is even more inappropriate. Jiang Xingjian frowned. Song Wan had entered the Marquis's household carrying her husband's memorial tablet and remained a widow for 6 years, a fact known throughout the capital. His return to the capital with Jiayue was already a disgraceful act, no different from openly humiliating the Song family. Now, if he were to further demand that she surrender her former widow's quarters to another concubine, even for the sake of the Song family's dignity, the emperor would hold him accountable upon returning from his summer retreat. Moreover, he could not bear the reputation of favoring concubines over his wife, nor that of being a licentious fool. Proceed as you see fit. With these words, Jiang Xingjian rose and departed. Song Wan, ever astute, would never stoop to contention with Jiayue. She needed only to place the dignity of both the Marquis's household and the Song family, along with his own reputation, squarely before him, and he would inevitably forsake Lin Jiayue. With but a single phrase, a lifetime with one beloved, she had deftly pinned the title of lowly concubine upon Jiayue's head, then dispatched Huaisu to the embroidered Mist Pavilion. Thus, without resorting to any overt schemes, Song Wan effortlessly drove a wedge between the two. She had been sharp-witted since childhood, striking at the serpent's vital spot with practiced ease. Managing the intricacies of the inner household came as naturally to her as water to a fish. Jiang Xingjian smiled wryly, though the expression vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. Chapter 14. The concubine after Jiang Xingjian departed. Song Wan proceeded to wash up and change her attire before resuming her perusal of the account books. However, the cat, upon waking, incessantly meowed. Were you longing for your mother? Gently cradling the feline in her palm, Song Wan tenderly soothed the creature, uncertain whether it had grown weary or simply felt secure. As it soon drifted off to sleep once more, she placed it upon a soft cushion and, seizing a needle and thread, swiftly fashioned a cloth bell to adorn its neck. Inside the bell, she had tucked some soothing silver herb, and indeed, once donned, the cat became markedly more tranquil. Calling for Hung Ji, she caressed the fluffy little creature and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall return it to the second household's Qing Zhai," explaining that I currently lacked the time to care for it. Though she spoke of being unable to nurture it, her actions were imbued with tenderness, and Hung Ji, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy, suggesting, if the young lady is fond of it, why not keep it? This time, I shall diligently attend to the matter, ensuring that the previous mishap does not recur. It is not merely a matter of being cautious. As Song Wan gazed upon the slumbering cat, her heart ached once more. In recent days, she seemed to catch fleeting glimpses of the golden-striped tiger. During the hazy moments of her slumber at night, she would feel as though the tiger were right beside her. While she mourned the loss of the tiger, she had no desire to seek out another feline to replace it. 6 years of companionship cannot simply be substituted at will. You are aware that the golden-striped tiger is rather possessive. Should it discover that I have taken in a new feline companion, it would surely be incensed. Song Wan gently played with the little bell on the kitten's collar, suppressing her sorrow. The untimely demise of the golden-striped tiger was met with indifference by its perpetrator, who, after 2 days of protestations of innocence, chose to remain silent on the matter. Jiang Xingjian seemed utterly unfazed, for in such a grand estate as the who besides herself and a few others like Hung Ji would truly care about the fate of a mere cat. If they were to hastily seek out a new kitten, it would be quite unkind to the golden-striped tiger. They must take good care of it and ensure it does not catch a chill. After giving her instructions, Song Wan resumed her bookkeeping. The following day, Hung Ji brought the little kitten to the second courtyard. Before she could reach Qing Zhai, she encountered Jiang Yin returning from a visit to Fu Hitang. Upon seeing her cradling the bamboo basket, Jiang Yan's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Have you met Second Master Yin? Why are you holding it here? Heng Ji remarked. My grandmother has expressed that she currently lacks the time to care for this cat. So I must extend my gratitude to the second master for his kind intentions. It was indeed unusual for this feline to be returned by Song Wan's personal maid. However, upon encountering Heng Ji, Jiang Yin discerned that the individual harbored distrust towards Jiang Xingjian, fearing he might inadvertently cause more innocent lives to be harmed. The thought that Song Wan trusted him more than her own husband sent a tremor through Jiang Yan's heart, causing his hands to quiver uncontrollably. In a voice tinged with huskiness, he inquired, "Is it that you do not favor it, sister-in-law?" Heng Ji shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. My grandmother is quite fond of the golden-striped tiger. Seeing it brings her a pang of sorrow. That is why I returned it to the second master. For she knows that this feline will find peace in the second household. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, yet her voice remained composed. Please return to my sister-in-law and assure her that there will be no mishaps on my part. Heng Ji expressed her gratitude to the second master on behalf of my grandmother. After handing the bamboo basket to the maid behind Jiang Yan, Heng Ji bowed and departed from Yuling's studio. Jiang Yan then cradled the bamboo basket as she returned to her chamber, lifting the cat from within. She smiled at its amber eyes, saying, "You seem to possess quite the fortune." With delicate fingers, Jiang Yan removed the small fabric bell, his gaze lingering on its neat, meticulous stitching. A faint herbal fragrance wafted from it, crafted with casual care, clearly not the work of a maid. Cradling it gently in his palm, he addressed the cat with evident pleasure. "This belongs to me now." After admiring it for a while, he reluctantly placed it inside a white jade box, his eyes softening at the sight of an old book and a plain handkerchief already nestled within. When Xingjian entered the room, she found him reclining lazily in a pear-wood chair, an uncommon lightness in his expression. Second master, Concubine Lu requests an audience. Denied. At the mention of Concubine Lu, Jiang Yan's expression darkened. But before he could say another word, a shrill female voice pierced the air. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman swept in, her hips swaying with exaggerated grace, her hair adorned with an excessive array of jingling hairpins. The clattering ornaments made Jiang Yin narrow his eyes in irritation. "You heartless, low-born wretch! How dare you bar your own mother from your courtyard? So what if you've grown wings and gained power? Didn't he used to crawl on my belly? These past years, you've grown bolder in your disrespect, and now even the wretched maids in this house dare to spit on me." The moment she entered, Concubine Lu launched into a tirade, her vulgar words drawing frowns from Jiang Yin and the maids alike. She had once believed Jiang Yin's succession to the title was inevitable, until a man long thought dead suddenly returned from the grave. The wealth and status she had nearly grasped slipped through her fingers, leaving her sleepless with rage. Worse still, when she sought her son as counsel. She was barred for 3 days. Only after clawing the face of the gatekeeper maid had she forced her way in. "Spineless coward, you've got the nerve to defy me, yet you won even." Qingzhai cleared her throat softly. "Mind your words, concubine." Concubine Lu shot her a venomous glare. "Little harlot, who are you to correct me? Why are you making a scene in my courtyard?" Jiang Yin motioned for Qingzhai and the maids to leave, rubbing his temples as his earlier good mood evaporated. "Why send them away? What words of yours can't they hear? What exactly are you busy with all day? Do you intend to let that walking corpse Jiang Xingjian waltz into the Marquisate without a fight?" Jiang Yin scoffed. "He is the legitimate eldest son of the house. His succession is rightful. Even if I had any desire for the title, which I don't, what concern is it of yours if I were to become the Marquis of Chengyang one day? You black-hearted bastard, you slithered out of my womb. Can't a mother bask in her son's glory?" With a snarl, Concubine Lu lunged, her crimson nails aimed at Jiang Yin's face. Since the late Marquis's passing, she had grown accustomed to throwing tantrums in the household. Though she knew Jiang Yin despised her, she had always relied on her status as his birth mother to make outrageous demands, though never with today as frenzy. She expected to control him as she had in his childhood. But this time, before her fingers could reach him, Jiang Yin seized her wrist in an iron grip. "What kind of mother do you presume yourself to be? Since ancient times, Which concubine has ever dared to proclaim herself as the mother of the air? Jiang Yan's hand clamped down on Aunt Lu like an iron vice, his menacing glare forcing her to retreat, stammering in fear. From now on, stay out of my sight unless summoned. Remain quietly in your place as a mere concubine, should you provoke me again. Do not blame me for making an example of Lu Qingxiang. You wouldn't dare. What do you intend to do to your own uncle? Ah, Jiang Yan seized Aunt Lu's inch-long crimson nails and snapped them clean off, all four breaking in unison. Her agonized wails were abruptly muffled as he shoved a porcelain teacup into her mouth. Uncle? I wonder if he would even live long enough to acknowledge me as his nephew. With a cold sneer, Jiang Yan shoved her out the door. Moments later, Su Mian entered. Second master, the main household is in an uproar. Chapter 15. Origins, what is happening? Jiang Yan furrowed his brows and inquired. Su Mian replied, I heard from a maidservant in the manner that the young lady brought back by the eldest master has caused a commotion in the Shilyan pavilion. You should go to Jiang Xing's room and find a maidservant to investigate. Su Mian complied and proceeded to the Lanting courtyard. In the Lanting courtyard, numerous maidservants and matrons gathered before the Shilyan pavilion, for Lin Jiyue had learned that Huaisu was also elevated to the status of concubine, and her rank was even higher than that of Jiyue, which incited the uproar. Is this how the Ho residence treats those who have saved their lives? How absurd to marry a widow, and now seek a servant to humiliate me. Lin Yinyang's words were indeed intriguing. What audacity did she possess? The speaker was Qi Shun's wife, who had been appointed by the elder Mrs. Jiang to serve as a teaching matron for Lin Jiyue, and she was quite pleased with the arrangement. It was inevitable that Jiang Xingjian would inherit the title, and the fact that he managed to bring Lin Jiyue back despite the pressures from both families indicated that the girl was greatly favored. Noble ladies like Song Wan would naturally marry with the support of the Song family, making it difficult for those of lower status to become confidants of the mistress. She had initially thought to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Jiyue, hoping to benefit in the future, yet little did she know that this girl was a fool. A young lady from a humble background, if she were pure and virtuous, might earn a modicum of respect from us. But what are you? Even the coarse maidservants in our household know to avoid male relatives. Yet you, at such a tender age, have lost your virtue. Truly, you have brought shame upon your ancestors. You speak nonsense. When have I lost my virtue? Lin Jiyue's eyes brimmed with tears out of frustration. In recent days, both the masters and servants in the household had looked down upon her. Their disdainful gazes were impossible to conceal. It was not merely that she was rumored to be involved with Jiang Xingjian. She had endured countless slanderous remarks, and heaven knew she had never even kissed him. Oh, divine ancestors, how much more humiliation must I suffer? A young lady without a match or proposal, mingling with gentlemen. What greater disgrace could there be? What mingling? When have I mingled with him? As her words escaped her lips, the matrons and the curious maidservants in the room unanimously scoffed, some even stifling laughs behind their hands. A wave of panic surged within Lin Jiyue as she suddenly comprehended the source of the issue. Reflecting on the phrases she had heard most often, without a match and unknown name, she realized that what she considered innocent interactions were viewed by these individuals as a loss of virtue and indulgence. Among the noble women of the Ho residence, even a mere conversation with a man could be deemed as a disgraceful act. Lin Jiyue felt a buzzing in her head. A wave of dizziness nearly caused her to falter. Jiang Xingjian's wet nurse, Grandma Li, emerged to mediate. Enough. What sort of decorum is this? Attend to your own duties. She shooed away the onlookers and approached Lin Jiyue, surveying her from head to toe. Though the mistress has erred gravely, you are now a member of the Ho family's womenfolk. Learn the rules and serve the master and mistress properly. It may yet redeem your mistakes. Serve others? Dream on, she retorted. A person like her, educated and capable, reduced to servitude? Lin Jiyue had no intention of complying obediently, just as she was about to retort. She was pinched at her waist by Granny Li, who twisted it fiercely. Having never endured such humiliation, the sharp pain in her side caused her to lose her temper. Unable to contain her anger, Lin Jiyue rolled up her sleeves and slapped Granny Li across the face. Hen Wu, who had been secretly watching from behind the rockery in the Shilyan pavilion, nearly dropped her jaw at this scene. She covered her mouth and glanced at Granny Lee, then at Lin Jiayue, before stealthily retreating back to the Lan Ting main courtyard. Miss Mississippi, why the sudden flurry? Grandmother is resting at noon, she whispered, raising a finger to her lips as she pulled Hengji into the gauzy screen where Song Wan was taking her afternoon nap. Miss, are you asleep? Song Wan gently lifted the pomegranate red embroidered canopy and inquired softly, Not yet. What is the matter? Seeing her rise, Hengji crouched down to help her change into thick-soled indoor slippers, then sought a begonia-colored silk wrapper for her to put on. Song Wan smiled as she opened the jade-inlaid comb box on her vanity, selecting a crescent-shaped comb adorned with lotus patterns, along with a rounded hairpin, and handed them to her. Hengji took a small amount of osmanthus oil, warming it in her palms, and soon the room was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Noticing Heng Wu was breathless, Song Wan offered her a cup of tea to help her catch her breath. Once her breathing steadied, Heng Wu recounted, Miss, that Aunt Lin is truly something. Just now she... Swinging her arm, she mimicked Lin Jiayue's actions to demonstrate, with a loud slap on Granny Lee's cheek. It was quite a hefty blow, causing the maid to hurry back in fright. Hengji gasped, dropping the comb in her hand, and even Song Wan was momentarily stunned. The incident was so shocking that words to describe it eluded them. The last time the maid had heard of someone striking another was over a decade ago, when the illegitimate son of their household had caused a scene with a performer out of jealousy. The maid had initially thought little of Aunt Lin's humble origins, but now it seemed rather unseemly. Song Wan furrowed her brow, perplexed as to how Jiang Xingjian was associated with Lin Jiayue. In a family like the Song family of the Marquis, known for their wealth and propriety, such unruly behavior was simply inconceivable for both men and women alike. A noble family places immense value on reputation. Since their ancestors established the family, the greatest taboo has always been to produce someone who behaves in such a reckless manner. Those in positions of authority, regardless of their inner thoughts, would never openly chastise their subordinates or resort to violence in public. Noble ladies, accustomed to the inner quarters, have always shown more kindness than severity to their servants, never allowing for degradation. Even the most modest family precepts would include a principle of treating subordinates with leniency. If a household produced a domineering individual, it would tarnish the reputation of all daughters within the clan. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Moreover, Granny Lee held a significantly different status. Not only was she Jiang's mother-s maid, but she also nursed Jiang Xingjian, creating a bond that necessitated her to temper her demeanor in his presence, let alone resorting to physicality. Even the Marquis himself would not dare to assume such an inflated stance in the presence of her. Song Wan, Heng Wu, and Hengji exchanged glances, all uncertain of how to respond. After a considerable pause, Song Wan finally spoke. That Lady Lin behaves inappropriately. I urge you all to steer clear of her. From today onwards, do not approach the Xiuyan Pavilion should any disturbances arise. Huaisu resides within the Xiuyan Pavilion, and she will address any issues directly with Jiang Xingjian. The bond between her and Jiang Xingjian has always been tenuous. Should this matter concerning Lin Jiayue further strain their already fragile relationship, it would undoubtedly bring greater embarrassment to both the Song and Jiang households. As the three of them conversed in the room, Zhu quietly entered after making her inquiries. Madam has dispatched a dozen maidservants and matrons to the Xiuyan Pavilion, Zhu reported. Song Wan pressed her lips together, silently contemplating that Lin Jiayue was likely to face some hardships. Chapter 16. Suffering Lin Jiayue never imagined that she would suffer such a significant loss due to a single slap. After striking the old man, surnamed Li, she was dragged into a room by the other matrons of Zuyansh. These women, accustomed to laborious tasks, possessed an astonishing strength. Not only could she not escape, but even her attempts to curse them were futile. A soft cloth was stuffed into her mouth, while other matrons stood by with a collection of exquisite yet unsettling instruments. Lin's situation could be considered fortunate. These items were specially crafted by the ancestors when establishing the family, and had remained in use for over a century. Matron Lee selected a long, pale yellow jade board from a lacquered fan-shaped tray. The board was slender, wide at the front, and tapering towards the back, translucent and delicate. Lin Jiayue struggled, stammering as matronly declared, "Release Lin Jiayue." The old woman added, "I shall see if you dare to lay a finger on me." Although a flicker of fear crossed her mind, she was certain these servants would not dare harm her. After all, Jiang Xingjian treated her with utmost courtesy, never uttering a harsh word. What could these attendants possibly do to her? Qishuan scoffed. The master and mistress are considerate of their servants, often exchanging kind words with those who tend to the evening incense, rewarding them with a few coins. Do not assume, auntie, that you have garnered the master's favor. Moreover, the title of master is not one you can address so casually. Matronly smiled. Since it appears you are unaware of the proper decorum, let us first correct your tendency to speak so indiscriminately. She pulled a soft cloth from a mahogany washstand, soaked it in cool water, and wrapped it around the rhino horn ruler. As Lin Ji noticed matronly approaching, a sense of dread enveloped her. "Fear not, auntie," matronly reassured her. "The rhino horn ruler, though it stings, is thin and wrapped in a cool cloth. It will not leave marks nor truly injure you." No sooner had she finished speaking than a sharp crack echoed, and Lin Jiayue felt a sudden pain on her cheek. The thin, resilient material struck her skin, causing her face to flush with heat, yet the cool cloth trapped the warmth beneath the surface. The dual sensations of pain and swelling rendered her gums and tongue numb. With each crack of the ruler, matronly recited, "A virtuous woman speaks cautiously, uttering no absurd words, refraining from lewd matters, avoiding filth, and eschewing suspicion." "Speak," she commanded. Lin Jiayue's limbs were firmly restrained, and no matter how hard she bit her tongue, she refused to utter a sound. Matronly let out a cold laugh, repeating the same phrase, each recitation punctuated by another crack. Having served beside Lady Jiang from a young age, matronly had endured 15 years in the Liang household and over 20 in the Ho family, never once receiving a harsh word from any master. Now, to have a junior concubine slap her face, the dignity she had upheld for decades felt utterly squandered. Though she had previously looked down upon Lin Ji, she never envisioned how to make things difficult for her. Now, it was uncertain just how deeply the lesson of decorum would need to be imparted. Pure and steadfast, the path of virtue. Lin Jiayue could no longer withstand the relentless strikes, and eventually she began to speak. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Granny let out a cold snort and called for concubine Lin to come over and learn the proper etiquette for walking and sitting. She discarded her ruler and gestured for the little maid with her hair tied up to help Lin Jiayue change her clothes. The little maid hurriedly stripped Lin Jiayue of her garments, leaving her feeling a deep sense of shame, yet powerless to resist. The freshly changed attire, seemingly starched with some unknown substance, felt stiff against her skin, causing discomfort and pain. Soon, another matron approached, holding a needle with intricate embroidery. Swiftly fastening it to Lin Jiayue's dress, Granny Li produced a slender rattan cane and coldly instructed, "Concubine Lin, please learn the proper gestures of courtesy from me." Lin Jiayue felt as if her teeth had gone numb, yet she had no choice but to mimic Granny Li's movements. The garments clung to her body like iron, and any misstep would result in the sharp needle pricking her flesh. After just a few steps, she was drenched in sweat, enduring excruciating pain. Crack! The slender rattan cane struck Lin Jiayue's leg. "Do not sway your skirt." Crack! "Do not look back." Crack! "Do not part your lips." Crack! She was commanded to walk lightly, hands clasped, and to speak in whispers. Until the witching hour, Lin Jiayue suddenly awoke from her dreams, exclaiming the principle of uprightness. Only be pure and chaste. Coming to her senses, she could not help but sob quietly. Ah, would concubine Lin like some tea? No, no need. With reddened eyes, Lin Jiayue lay back beneath the quilt, feeling an unprecedented loathing for the Ho residence. The intricately carved bed was heavy and exquisite, containing a vanity and a small table, along with dozens of delicate wooden boxes for storing various trinkets. When she first beheld it, she had found it delightful, even imagining how luxurious the grand bed in the main courtyard of the Lan Ting must be. Yet outside the grand bed was the embroidered couch of the night maid, ostensibly for close care, but in reality she would be admonished every time she turned in her sleep. The maid assigned to her side slept outside the embroidered couch, followed by the rough servants' quarters, and beyond them were the watchful matrons. If she uttered a word in her dreams, it would soon become the talk of the household. Lin Jin gazed at the green gauze canopy above her, biting her quilt as silent tears streamed down her face. In a state of half-sleep and half-awake, she endured the torment of the night. Before dawn had even broken, Granny Li roused her once more. Having barely survived the previous day, she had been fantasizing about how Jiang Xingjian would come to seek her, descending like a hero atop a rainbow to rescue her from her tribulations. Yet, it seemed that this yearning had been instantly discerned by Granny Li. Granny Li scoffed, "Concubine Lin, are you hoping that the master will appear?" Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together in silence. "Let me be frank with you, my dear. Such foolish hopes are utterly unnecessary. The current emperor and consort Jiang have returned to the palace to escape the heat. The master and the madam have already entered the palace at dawn to pay their respects. Even upon returning, they will be visiting the Song residence to pay their respects to relatives. It will be at least 3 to 5 days before the master and madam return." Lin Jiayue's expression turned to one of shock, her face paling. Seeing her reaction, Granny Li commented, "The madam is blessed. Concubine Lin should pray earnestly for the master and madam to bear a noble heir. Otherwise, consuming too much of the avoidance potion may lead to difficulties in conception. Although a concubine must send her offspring to be raised by the legitimate wife, if you remain obedient and earnestly beseech the esteemed matriarch, she may yet show mercy." Lin Jiayue bit her lip, leaving small crimson marks in her wake. Here, she languished in suffering for Jiang Xingjian, while he entered the palace alongside Song Wan to meet the emperor, even returning to the Song residence. Lin Jiayue's heart shattered with bitterness, oblivious to the fact that Song Wan's experience in the palace was hardly one of ease. Chapter 17. Entering the palace as the hour of the tiger had just passed, Song Wan rose to prepare her appearance for the audience with the emperor. "Your skill in hairstyling is unparalleled. There is no need for such exertion," she remarked, observing that Lu Zhu had spent a sleepless night braiding her hair with Xiang Chao's assistance, causing her heart to ache with sympathy. Lu Zhu smiled and replied, "It has been far too long since I last braided hair, and my hands have grown quite clumsy. Fortunately, with Xiang Chao's help throughout the night, I have regained some sense of touch." As she spoke, Lu Zhu scooped a drop of jasmine fragrance with a white jade spoon, applying it to her wrist and gently rubbing it until the scent wafted forth. Only then did she begin to gather Song Wan's hair and braid it delicately. "I have chosen the morning cloud hairstyle for you. Mississippi traditionally, one would wear the peony style for such an occasion. But our household lacks suitable adornments to complement that opulent look. Although the matriarch and madam have sent several sets, they are lavish yet lack vitality." Song Wan, her eyes half closed and feeling somewhat drowsy, replied, "Very well, Lu Zhu, I shall leave it to your discretion." She understood Lu Zhu's predicament. The Marquisate was currently facing financial strains, and most of the ornaments sent by the matriarch and Jiang Mu were part of the dowries of the two women, which, despite their considerable value, were undeniably outdated in style and color, ill-suited for her. As a widow of the esteemed family, her dowry consisted of neither jewelry nor cosmetics, let alone any fabric of matching hue. It was customary for the Song family to provide a new dowry upon Jiang Xingjian's return to the capital. But her father and brothers had gone to the mountains to escape the heat with the emperor, causing this matter to be delayed. "Miss, what do you think?" Lu Zhu gently called to Song Wan, who lifted her gaze to the copper mirror and found her reflection somewhat unfamiliar. After 6 years of wearing a simple bun, she felt a touch of discomfort at the sight of herself adorned with hairpins and bangles. The young lady in the mirror, adorned with a golden begonia hairpiece and set off by a ruby and emerald hairpin, appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin, fair as snow, radiated a subtle glow. With just a hint of makeup, she made the peonies and blossoms around her seem dull in comparison. Song Wan pressed her lips together, her eyes curving into a modest smile. "You are truly beautiful, Miss," praised Hung Ji and Hung Wu as they entered the room with her attire, momentarily taken aback by Song Wan's transformed appearance. She had chosen a dress of bright red silk embroidered with silver and azure patterns, fitting for her still recent marriage. Once she was fully adorned, Dawn began to break. Jiang Xingjian awaited her in the courtyard, clad in a matching outfit of bright red. With Hung Ji's support, Song Wan approached, and the sight of them together evoked a sense of natural harmony, as if they were a perfect match fashioned by the heavens themselves. "Madam, please," Jiang Xingjian said, lifting the curtain of the small green silk sedan chair. After Song Wan returned his bow, she stepped inside. Just before the curtain fell, she caught sight of the flush that crept from behind Jiang Xingjian's ear to his neck, causing her to bite her lip, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The four matrons bore the sedan chair to the entrance of the drooping flower gate, where an empty chair awaited the accompanying maidservants. After Hung Ji and Hung Wu settled inside, the bearers withdrew, and 8 young men, handsome and agile, approached from another direction. As the sedan chair arrived at the Marquisate's corner gate, the household matrons held up a green silk curtain to create a veil of concealment. Only then did Hung Ji and Hung Wu assist Song Wan from the chair and onto the carriage, where Jiang Xingjian extended his hand to help her aboard. Song Wan's complexion was slightly flushed as she gently placed her hand in the man's palm. The confined space of the carriage, coupled with their cumbersome attire, made it unavoidable for their knees to brush against each other. Jiang Xingjian felt the oppressive heat of the day, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He lifted a corner of the soft gauze in a vain attempt to catch a breath. Song Wan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the palm resting on her knees grew warm with nervous tension. The palace's intricate protocols had compelled them to wait at the gates for quite some time, and as the emperor's decree finally arrived, Jiang Xingjian felt as if his inner garment were nearly penetrated by the weight of it all. Upon disembarking the carriage, he reached out to assist Song Wan, their palms meeting in a fiery embrace that was almost unbearable, prompting them both to withdraw. "Madam," Jiang Xingjian's throat tightened, and he quickly cleared it to alleviate the awkwardness. Song Wan remained seated in the carriage, and seeing this, Hung Ji approached to offer support, but Jiang Xingjian was quicker, encircling her delicate waist with one arm and half lifting her from the carriage. They had never been this intimate before. The fragrance of the young maiden was intoxicating, mingling with the man's cool scent in a captivating blend. As soon as Song Wan touched the ground, Jiang Xingjian immediately released his hold. Hung Ji looked up and observed that her young mistress and the lord appeared as if they had just emerged from a fragrant chamber, both blushing from head to toe, while the color in Song Wan's earlobes suggested they might bleed from the intensity. Jiang Xingjian had yet to inherit a title, remaining merely a commoner, and the emperor's summons for the two of them to enter the palace was likely an act of compassion towards his subjects. After inquiring about the events of the day and bestowing a few gifts of gold and jewels as a token of consolation, he returned to matters of state. Thus, Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan proceeded to the Changxin Palace of Consort Yun. Upon entering, Song Yuning was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of Song Wan, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, please rise. I cannot bear to see you perform such a grand courtesy." Consort Yin hurried down from her seat and enveloped Song Wan in her embrace, gently caressing her back, though she referred to herself as an aunt. Their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter, for Song Wan had always been well-behaved and understanding in her youth, bringing joy to Consort Yin, but kept her in her own quarters. However, since Song Wan's marriage into the Marquis's household, they had not seen each other for 6 long years. Consort Yin held Song Wan tightly, her voice choked with emotion. As the two relatives reminisced warmly, Jiang Xingjian stood by, patiently waiting until Consort Yin expressed concern that Song Wan's makeup might be ruined by her tears, prompting a shift away from sorrowful topics. "Look at what your aunt has prepared for you," a female attendant by Consort Yun's side announced, and shortly thereafter, a procession of eunuchs entered, bearing half a dozen tall chests. Consort Yun opened each one, revealing an array of jewelry, fabrics, and other treasures she had accumulated over the years for Song Wan. "I always intended to save these for you, thinking they might be of use someday." As her words trailed off, Jiang Xingjian understood the implication. These were items intended for Song Wan's future burial. Now it seemed her aunt's thoughtful intentions were not in vain. Although Song Wan attempted to decline the gifts, Consort Yun was resolute. "These are but trifles. I have a truly splendid item to bestow upon you both," Consort Yin declared. I specially requested this from the Taoist of Two Joys. Once you return to the Marquis's residence, hang it in your room for good fortune. Song Wan received a painting from the hands of the female official. Upon seeing that consort Yin urged her to unveil it. She assumed it was a masterpiece from a renowned artist and opened it without any trepidation. Jiang Xingjian stood beside her, gently supporting the scroll. And as they beheld the contents of the painting, both their faces flushed crimson. The artwork depicted a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The golden boy held a luscious peach, while the jade girl grasped a lotus leaf adorned with a blooming lotus. They nestled closely together, radiating an enchanting charm. In terms of artistic skill, the expressions of the characters were endearing and vivid, embodying both form and spirit, making it evident that this was a work to be cherished through generations. However, overwhelmed, Song Wan hastily closed the painting, forgetting that Jiang Xingjian still supported the lower edge of the scroll, nearly damaging the artwork in the process. Observing this, Jiang Xingjian calmly grasped Song Wan's hand, providing silent reassurance before he carefully stowed away the harmonious couple's painting. The image of the harmonious couple is a revered symbol traditionally offered on the wedding night, signifying joy and unity, as well as an abundance of prosperity and offspring. As Jiang Xingjian held the painting in his hands, an unexpected tickle arose in his throat. Chapter 18. Blood feud. Upon departing from the Chongqing Palace, Song Wan felt her cheeks flush with warmth, a sense of bashfulness enveloping her. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian seemed oblivious to the moment, still holding her hand firmly without any intention of releasing it. Song Wan understood her aunt's intentions. Jiang Xingjian had already taken 2 concubines, yet they remained untouched as husband and wife. Should the Marquisate produce a legitimate heir, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Her aunt, filled with concern for her, wished to spare her and her future children from any distress. However, Song Wan glanced down at their intertwined hands. Her heart clouded with uncertainty. Had he not ventured to the frontiers or met Lin Jia, they might have harmonized beautifully as a respectful and affectionate couple. Yet now, the future remained an enigma. A pang of sorrow gripped Song Wan's heart, and she gently attempted to withdraw her hand. Just as she moved her fingers, Jiang Xingjian tightened his grip. The man neither turned nor spoke, only holding her hand with increasing intensity. Husband, Jiang Xingjian halted, followed by the attendants He Ji and He Wu, as well as the eunuch sent by concubine Yun to look after Song Wan. Is the spot for the incense burner in the eastern courtyard empty? He inquired, his expression rigid. Song Wan nodded, momentarily dazed. Jiang Xingjian, lips pressed together, remarked, "It will be a fitting place for a renowned piece of art." Song Wan's eyes flickered with confusion, unsure of how to respond. The girl appeared shy and somewhat foolish in her stunned silence. Jiang Xingjian suppressed his joy and led Song Wan towards the Yanqing Palace of concubine Jiang. Only upon entering the palace did Song Wan regain her composure slightly. The Yanqing Palace was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Chongqing Palace. "Her Highness has been waiting for you," announced the steward eunuch from Chongqing Palace, arriving belatedly. Jiang Xingjian, still holding Song Wan's hand, prepared to meet his sister. But the eunuch interjected, "Madam Jiang, please wait. The Astronomical Bureau has reported that Her Highness is unwell and cannot receive those born in the years of the rabbit, snake, sheep, or dog, to avoid any offense. It will be best for you to wait in the small garden." Jiang Xingjian frowned, while Song Wan sighed silently. The eunuch from Chongqing Palace, narrowing his eyes behind them. "Husband, go ahead. Do not keep Her Highness waiting," she urged, releasing their clasped hands and standing with a smile outside the Yanqing Palace. Jiang Xingjian, still uneasy, instructed the nearby eunuch to take good care of her before departing alone to meet Jiang Man inside the palace. Jiang Man donned a gown of crescent white satin, her hair adorned with a silver bat and pearl hairpin. Although less somber than the attire Song Wan wore during her widowhood, it was a notably understated appearance within the palace. Only a few of Jiang Man's trusted confidants were present in the chamber. "Sister," Jiang Man said, her eyes slightly reddened, "you have endured much these past years. It is my brother's inadequacy that has failed to alleviate your burdens." Jiang Man extended her slender fingers, adorned with rosy nails that gleamed with luster, as a maid supported her hand, guiding it towards Jiang Xingjian. Is the weapon in your possession truly capable of moving mountains and parting seas? I have seen it, brother. Its power is indeed formidable, Jiang Xingjian replied. His lips pursed and his complexion paling slightly. Jiang Man covered her mouth. With such resources at your disposal, the grievances of our father shall surely be avenged. Jiang Man possesses a striking beauty, a rare spirit among women. If one were to assess her features alone, she may lack the delicate allure of the gentle Song Yuning by a measure of 3 parts charm and 2 parts gentility. Yet, Jiang Man is graced with a pair of unparalleled eyes. Those bright and affectionate orbs, even when cast in a cold gaze, exude an unspoken allure that captivates. Were such eyes to belong to an ordinary woman, they might suggest frivolity. However, in her, they evoke a compelling desire to conquer. Having navigated the treacherous waters of palace intrigue for so long, she has grown increasingly perceptive of human nature, especially regarding her younger brother, whom she has watched grow. With just a glance, she can discern Jiang Xingjian's thoughts. You may wonder why I have never informed you of Song Wan's marriage into the Marquis' household. Jiang Xingjian straightened his back, his limbs stiffening slightly. Follow me. The two proceeded to a chamber within the palace, where Jiang Man moved aside a small white jade statue of Guanyin, revealing a plaque behind it. Kneel. Without hesitation, Jiang Xingjian knelt before their father's name. Years ago, after I conceived the dragon's son, you and father were promptly dispatched to the frontier to transport provisions. That duty should not have fallen upon you, should it? Indeed, with father's passing, the Marquis' household swiftly declined. The eldest prince is lacking in virtue, while the crown prince has been incapacitated for many years. The birth of Qian Shu poses the greatest threat from the third prince, Shun Qianbai, does it not? Yes. Jiang Man's eyes reddened. We both understand the truth. A prince without external support is akin to a boat adrift in a storm, struggling even in calm waters. Do not reveal to sister that you cannot perceive Song Lanin's ambitions or Song Yuning's schemes, nor see who has conspired to take your and father's lives. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, the light in his eyes slowly dimming. Sister knows of your affection for Song Wan. The palace lanterns, wooden carvings, and bracelets you gifted her in your youth were all crafted by sister's hands. I am aware you have long awaited the day to bring her into your home. But what of it? The vengeance for our father's murder cannot be forgotten. If you wish to blame someone, blame her for being born into the Song family. If you seek to cast blame, direct it at Song Lanin and Song Yuning for their overwhelming ambition. Jiang Man grasped Jiang Xingjian's shoulder, so forcefully that her fingernail broke, yet she remained unaware. A maid approached, but was dismissed by Jiang Man with a wave of her hand. Should the Song household fall into ruin, leaving only Song Wan, sister would permit you to be with her. But if Song Lanin and Song Yuning remain unscathed, sister would not hesitate to make her a pawn when necessary. Jiang Xingjian closed his eyes in anguish, and after a moment, spoke in a low voice, Sister, I understand what must be done. Seeing him resolve, Jiang Man gently patted his shoulder, though her heart ached. The siblings slowly began to reminisce, seemingly choosing to forget the presence of Song Wan waiting outside the hall. Song Wan stood outside Yanqing Palace, feeling lightheaded from the sun. The young eunuch accompanying her was growing increasingly anxious. Madam Song, you should return to Changxing Palace with me. That cannot be. Song Wan smiled. If I leave without the princess's permission, it would be deemed disrespectful to the royal consort. I understand your kind heart, but I cannot bear to remain here under the scorching sun. Looking up at the garden of the Wanqing Palace, Song Wan pointed towards the rockery and said, Why not? Dear sir, accompany me for a leisurely stroll there to escape the summer heat? What servant would dare decline such a request? The eunuch promptly beckoned for Song Wan to follow him into the shaded area of the garden. Yet, before they could step further, they were met with the sound of rustling from a corner, where a group of young eunuchs was surrounding a beleaguered sweeper, tormenting and mocking him. Observing the figure on the ground, Song Wan's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 19, Hand in Hand, Do You Think You Can Run Wild? Barked the eunuch from Changxing Palace, pointing at several bullies. With that, they scattered like leaves in the wind, vanishing without a trace. The eunuch scoffed, muttering about the Jiang consort's lack of discipline, before moving forward to assist the fallen individual. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," came the reply. The eunuch, hunched over with a severely bent spine, was clad in the palace's most threadbare eunuch garb, so filthy it was hardly bearable to behold. His ankles and wrists were exposed, suggesting no one had bothered to provide him with new clothing. In the palace, the fates of those serving varied greatly. Some were fortunate enough to earn the favor of a noble mistress, elevating their status, while others, lacking wit and charm, found their lives no better than hell itself. As Song Wan observed the eunuch's exposed hands and feet, her heart ached. His hands bore a multitude of bruises and cuts. The skin on both palms and backs was riddled with scars from recurrent frostbite, clearly indicative of a life marked by suffering and relentless toil. Such injuries were ones she had only encountered in medical texts before. "What do you serve?" she asked. "I am called Jiang," replied the young eunuch. "Today, on the orders of Lord Wang from the Eastern Palace, I was sent to Yanqing Palace to fetch some items from Lord Sheng." The eunuch from Changxin Palace interjected, explaining, "These are names I have never heard. It seems this unfortunate lad was sent here by those little rascals to collect money after losing a gamble, only to be met with violence." Seeing the bullied eunuch nod, Song Wan instructed Heng Wu to give him 2 taels of silver. "If you truly have nowhere to stay in the palace, you may seek my aunt in Changxin Palace." His injuries were indeed old and genuine, and his demeanor lacked the usual finesse of palace eunuchs. Such individuals would surely struggle within the palace confines. While Changxin Palace would not mind having an additional cleaning eunuch, for Jiang, it might mean the preservation of his very life. However, to her surprise, he merely shook his head in bewilderment. "I serve in the Eastern Palace. Little rascal, why do you refuse kindness?" The other eunuch chided. Song Wan replied with a gentle smile, "It matters not, as long as he has a place to stay. I hold the crown prince in high regard. Serving in the Eastern Palace is not a misfortune." Upon hearing this, Jiang and the eunuchs beside Song Wan were momentarily taken aback. The master of the Eastern Palace had been paralyzed for half a year, rendering the crown prince's position almost irrelevant. Even they, the eunuchs, spoke of the Eastern Palace with disdain, never expecting a noble lady like Song Wan to express such respect for the crown prince. After all, he had been sent to a neighboring country as a hostage at the tender age of 5, returning only to become a shell of his former self, lacking presence in the palace. It was her aunt's son, the 3rd prince, who was favored as the next crown prince. After delivering her words, Song Wan turned to leave. Yet, Jiang murmured, "Why? Respect the crown prince." With a smile, Song Wan responded, "A sovereign is a gift from heaven and earth. The crown prince, being the offspring of the emperor, naturally shares the same blessings. They have protected the nation and its people for many years, and thus, I hold the crown prince in respect." As Jiang watched Song Wan's departing figure, he was filled with astonishment. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he found it as desolate as a cold palace, stark in its solitude, with both palace maids and eunuchs displaying a lackadaisical demeanor. "Where have you been?" "That creature inside has urinated on the couch again. It's filthy. Go clean it up at once." Upon his return, a palace maid sitting before the East Palace's sleeping quarters urged him with a sharp voice. Upon hearing her, Jiang entered. The prince's chamber, suffused with a pervasive foul odor, was adorned in bright yellow. Approaching the gilded couch, he gazed at the prince, whose cheeks were sunken and body emaciated, and remarked, "It is not entirely in vain. There are still those who remember your merits. They speak of enduring fortune, but it is merely a pretext. The court's strength is feeble, and sending a 5-year-old child as a hostage to a neighboring nation is a profound humiliation. The current emperor exchanged the prince's life for a decade of peace. Yet upon the prince's return, he is met not with honor and favor, but with scorn and disdain. As long as the prince lives, the entire court, from sovereign to subject, bears the stigma of incompetence. While the prince endures, the unbearable reality of a child's sacrifice for the nation's stability remains unforgettable. Thus, no one dares to claim that the 12 years of peace are owed to the prince, nor does anyone dare to express respect for him." Jiang observed the prince, whose gaze was clouded and who emitted an unconscious rasping sound. He assisted him to sit up, deftly changing the bedding beneath him. The world awaited the prince's early demise. Yet against all odds, he had survived for 8 years. Were it not for the current immaturity of the third prince and the first prince's inability to shoulder the responsibilities, the emperor would likely have swiftly removed the prince from the equation to alleviate his own disgrace. The words of Song Wan today struck Jiang profoundly, even resonating with the eunuch from Changxin Palace. "Madam, do not mention that one again." He gestured towards the east, and Song Wan smiled in acknowledgement. The farce had passed, and they strolled through the small garden of Yanqing Palace. Yet she did not catch a glimpse of concubine Jiang. As Jiang Xingjian emerged, Song Wan respectfully bowed from a distance towards concubine Jiang within the flowered window. "Song Wan is quite acceptable," Jiang man muttered, fiddling with her broken nails, her expression impassive. A nearby maid responded, "The young master has admired a daughter of the Song family since childhood. If the princess finds Song Wan acceptable, why thwart their union?" "Why?" Jiang man sighed. "Because Song Yuning bore the third prince, the Song family has obstructed my path. As for the old marquis's affairs at the border," Jiang man raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with ambition. "It matters not whether my father was harmed by the Song family. What is vital is that in the future, the third prince will inevitably compete with my Shuer. When tigers and leopards meet, the outcome is uncertain. I cannot allow Yi to harbor even the slightest softness in his heart." She believed that enduring prolonged pain was worse than a swift resolution. If the two were destined for a poor outcome, it would be better if it had never begun at all. Jiang man watched Jiang Xingjian's retreating figure and quietly murmured, leaving only after he exited the hall. Song Wan noted that upon emerging from Yanqing Palace, Jiang Xingjian's demeanor had noticeably cooled, far from the warmth he had previously exhibited. A sense of melancholy washed over her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. With a stern expression, Jiang Xingjian walked ahead, his eyes betraying inner turmoil and anguish. He understood Song Wan was blameless, yet he also recognized her inseparable bond with the Song family. Without their schemes, there would be no Song Wan splendor. Sensitive and perceptive, Song Wan sensed his chill and surmised that concubine Jiang must have said something. Gathering a surge of courage, she resolved that he was her husband, and she could not allow their relationship to remain so distant. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and hastened her steps. She gazed at Jiang Xingjian's hand for a long while, summoning all her courage to gently grasp it. However, to her surprise, Jiang Xingjian's arm stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, he cast her aside and did not look back again. Chapter 20. Brother. As Song Wan regained her composure, she realized she had returned to the Song residence. Lost in a haze of embarrassment and regret, she had barely noticed Madame Song seated before her. With a warm smile, Madame Song inquired, "Why do you seem so absent-minded? Are you feeling unwell?" Perhaps it was the heat of the day that left her slightly dazed. Upon hearing this, Madame Song promptly instructed a maid to bring her some iced treat. Song Wan took a bite and set it aside. "I should have visited to see you, but I was preoccupied with arranging your dowry. I did not expect your return today. Your father has not seen him in a long time and will likely want to converse for a while. If you truly feel unwell, you may return to your room. Nothing has been disturbed there." With a bashful smile, Song Wan replied, "I'm not so delicate. Mother, there is no need for concern." "That is well," said Madame Song. As Song Wan's maternal aunt, Madame Song had married into the Song family after Song Wan's biological mother passed away. Her father had wed a concubine from the Su family, partly to strengthen the bonds between the Song and Su families and partly to better care for her brother and her. However, when Madame Song entered the household, Song Fu had already outgrown the age of female education. She had been taken to her own quarters by her aunt, leading to a rather distant relationship over the years. After a moment of silence, Madame Song finally said, "I will have the steward fetch your dowry list so you can see if anything is missing." Shortly thereafter, the steward entered, carrying a yellow pear wood box, which Madame Song opened and presented to Song Wan for her review. Upon inspecting it, Song Wan found everything in order. Not only was her mother's dowry intact, but there were also several prime shops and 2 estates in the outskirts of the capital, along with 200 acres of fertile land. In the capital, this dowry was indeed quite impressive. "I'm grateful for all your hard work, Mother." "Nonsense. It is my duty," she replied. After their exchange, silence enveloped them once again. In the past, Song Wan would not have been so inattentive, but her mind was now a tumult of conflicting thoughts, leaving her disinterested in pleasantries. It was only when the steward came to summon Madame Song that she urged Song Wan to return to her quarters for some rest, and they both felt a sense of relief. As Song Wan stepped out of the courtyard, she spotted a man standing beneath the corridor, seemingly waiting for her. He possessed long brows that met his hairline, and his eyes exuded a cold arrogance. Standing there alone, he radiated an air of proud solitude. After a moment of contemplation, she recognized him as her brother, Song Fu. Upon turning to face her, he noticed her gazing at him with an expression of daze, and a hint of tenderness broke through his aloof demeanor. "Awan, come here," he beckoned. Song Wan quickened her pace towards him. "I have seen you, brother." Upon meeting Song Fu, she felt a sudden swell of emotions, an uncontainable sense of grievance creeping into her voice. Song Fu scrutinized her face intently, remaining silent for a while. In his memories, she was still that little girl who adored sweet cakes. And if he ever returned home from the academy without bringing her a treat, she would look at him with a hint of disappointment. Today was somewhat reminiscent of that, yet distinctly different. In the past, if she felt wronged, she would immediately confide in him. But now, she merely lowered her gaze, afraid that her feelings might be too evident. Song Fu furrowed his brow and spoke. "Xingjian has returned. Your situation in the Marquis's residence is unlike before. Remember to conduct yourself with grace, treat others kindly, and show more filial piety towards your elders. Do not engage in rivalry with your aunts and sisters-in-law." After uttering just a few words, he noticed Song Wan's eyes turning red, prompting him to halt his admonitions. With her eyes glistening, Song Wan let out a soft laugh. "What did you hear such words, brother? Your tone resembles that of an elderly matron from the inner courtyard." Song Fu paused momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He feared that without a mother to guide her, Song Wan might lack the knowledge of household affairs, which compelled him to offer her a few pieces of advice. Little did he know her reaction would be such. "These matters of the inner courtyard are beyond your understanding, brother." "I am well aware," she replied. Her words nearly brought tears to her eyes. Realizing her discontent within the Marquis's residence, Song Fu, as an elder brother, felt powerless to intervene in her marital matters. After much contemplation, he said, "There is a vacancy in the Ministry of Personnel. If all goes as anticipated, I will be appointed there this year. Last year, I served as an assistant in the Imperial Academy. According to our father, after a few years of obscurity, I can enter the Central Secretariat. With our father's support, I would ascend smoothly. However, this means I will have to remain hidden for nearly a decade, refraining from showcasing my talents." Observing Song Wan's reddened eyes, he frowned slightly. The prospect of waiting for a decade to enter the Central Secretariat was too slow. He could afford the time, but Song Wan could not. The Song family had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Although Song Wan was the eldest daughter, she was not their father's sole child, and the alliance with the Marquis of Chengyang was precarious. Even now, beneath the surface calm, he could sense the brewing turmoil. Should factions arise in conflict, the Song family might not fully protect her. Within moments, Song Fu discarded years of planning for Song Wan. The Ministry of Personnel, being the head of the 6 ministries, could not possibly have vacancies. "Brother, are you not merely deceiving Wanner, assuming she knows nothing of the world after being widowed for 6 years? Moreover, how could father allow you to go to the ministry?" Song Wan gently interjected, "Brother, do not overthink it. I am well in the Marquis's residence. The matriarch and the lady treat me as their own daughter. My husband is kind and considerate, and our bond, having grown up together, is profoundly deep. It is merely that after so many years without seeing you, I have missed you dearly." She was unaware of how their father arranged for her brother, but she was certain he would not send him to the ministry. While the ministry indeed held real power, it was not so easily accessible. His remarks stemmed from concern for her well-being, prompting him to rush to the ministry seeking to support her. But how could she be so selfish? "You should heed father's arrangements and not meddle in matters of men." Song Fu gently tapped the top of Song Wan's head with his curved finger. When he saw her covering her head, he smiled and took out a small wooden box from his pocket. "This is a part of your dowry." Upon opening it, she found it filled with banknotes, ranging from 1,000 taels to 100, and even 2 notes of 50 taels each. The sight made her heart ache. And she murmured, "The household only allocates 2 taels of silver a month. This must be 3 or 4,000 taels, right? How long did you save to amass this box?" Song Fu frowned. "Why ask such things? It is a gift from me to you. Just accept it. Surely, this must be what you have saved since childhood." Song Fu glanced at her, saying, "You can only find solace in the possession of a little silver when you are in someone else's home." Song Wan clutched the wooden box tightly, biting her lip in an effort to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Song Fu reached out to gently stroke her head, letting out a soft sigh. "Your brother is a man. He will find his own means of acquiring silver, which is beyond the realm of a woman confined to the inner chambers. He asks for nothing more than for you to be well." The two siblings were sharing a tender moment of reminiscence when Jiang Xingjian coughed lightly from a distance, prompting Song Fu to withdraw his hand. Chapter 21 Struggle. As Jiang Xingjian approached, Song Wanzhao greeted him with a gentle smile. "Have you spoken with father?" "Yes," Song Fu replied, noticing the sweet expression on Song Wan's face and chuckling. "There are many rules in the palace. You two must be weary after a day of busyness. Rest in the courtyard, and we shall indulge in some drinks tonight. I shall heed my elder brother's advice." Jiang Xingjian watched as Song Fu departed, and the smiles of the couple gradually faded. They walked in silence, with Song Wan tightly clutching the small box gifted by Song Fu, feeling a sense of comfort wash over her. The embarrassment and grievances that had lingered in her heart since leaving the palace, along with the faint emotions and the frustration of rejection, dissipated after seeing her brother. "My lady, the courtyard is quite tidy," suggesting that the household is regularly maintained. "The bedding has been replaced with fresh linens. If you feel tired, you may rest in the inner chamber." Upon entering the courtyard where Song Wan had lived during her childhood, Hengji glanced around. The sisters had grown up in this very place, and returning to familiar grounds inevitably brought joy to their hearts. The bamboo bell that the young lady had hung herself still adorned the corridor. Song Wan cast a glance at the faded bell and smiled softly. After releasing her hand, she no longer took the initiative to approach him. Jiang Xingjian felt a sense of discomfort as no one acknowledged his presence upon their arrival in the courtyard. As Song Wan entered her room, he inexplicably quickened his pace. However, upon stepping into her childhood chamber, both were momentarily stunned at the doorway. Having been away for 6 years, Song Wan could no longer recall what was kept inside, and seeing those items now only brought a sense of bewilderment, as if the world had changed irreparably. Evidence of Jiang Xingjian's presence was apparent throughout the room. They had been betrothed since childhood. Even when she was still struggling with her words, she knew her future husband's name was Jiang Yi. The Song and Jiang families had been close friends for generations, exchanging visits during festive seasons. As a child, Jiang Xingjian delighted in gifting her small tokens, a calligraphy book, a clay figurine, or a string of porcelain beads. Though not particularly valuable, these items were often exquisite and delicate, and she cherished them dearly. The set of zodiac wood carvings she took to the Marquis's residence was especially dear to her heart. 12 pieces, crafted over 3 years, which she treasured for 9. Witnessing the transformation from crude childhood whimsy to lifelike artistry. This hairpin, the young lady's room exuded warmth and playfulness, with gauzy curtains in pale yellow or moonlight blue, occasionally accented by a piece or two of pinkish-white porcelain, creating an elegant and refreshing atmosphere. In stark contrast to her solitary existence in the Marquis's Lingxiang's High, the most striking feature in the room was the inlaid dressing table, upon which rested a white jade plum blossom hairpin, accompanied by a matching inlaid stand. Song Wan's complexion paled, regretting her decision to allow Jiang Xingjian into her chamber. This hairpin, why did she not take it to the Marquis's residence? On the day of her departure from the capital, he had personally adorned her hair with the plum blossom pin he had painstakingly carved for a long time. Originally intended as a birthday gift for her, he had given it early for fear of not returning in time. Now, as he touched the warm white jade, his heart felt a slight constriction. To this day, he could still recall the exhilaration he felt on that occasion. A widow should maintain a tranquil demeanor and uphold her modesty. Such belongings should not be taken to the Marquis's residence. Song Wan retrieved the jade hairpin from his hand and, after searching beneath the dressing table, found a red velvet box to place it in. Noticing Jiang Xingjian's gaze fixed upon her, she hesitated briefly before withdrawing her hand, which was about to return the hairpin to the dressing table, and instead turned to hand it to Hengji. "Miss, sir, the bedding has been aired. Would you care to rest for the afternoon? Please lay it out." Having risen before dawn to enter the palace, and being left by Lady Jiang in the small garden for most of the day, Song Wan felt utterly fatigued. Observing Jiang Xingjian's keen interest in her boudoir, she allowed him to observe while she retreated behind the gauzy curtain to rest. Jiang Xingjian turned back, only to glimpse a graceful figure beneath the veil, delicately removing her hair ornaments. The young lady's figure was slender and alluring, causing a flush to rise to his face as he averted his gaze. Hengji and Hengwu, noticing he neither exited nor showed any intention to rest, found themselves in a quandary. "Leave," Jiang Xingjian instructed in a hushed tone, dismissing the two young women. The room was soon left with only him and Song Wan, who appeared exceedingly weary. Before long, the gentle sound of her breathing indicated that she had fallen asleep. Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, but soon his expression darkened as thoughts of his recent meeting with Song Lianen surfaced, where he had been questioned incessantly about why he had not returned in the past 6 years and what he had done at the border. He sensed Lianen's unease and felt compelled to tread carefully in their conversation. As the earlier thoughts dissipated, he gazed at Song Wan, who was peacefully napping behind a veil, and his expression grew somber. "Mississippi." Song Wan, her eyes still heavy with sleep, struggled to comprehend the time when Hengji roused her. "The sir wishes to return to the Marquis's residence and has asked me to help you with your grooming." "How long have I slept?" Hengji lowered her gaze. "Not yet half an hour." Song Wan frowned as she regarded Jiang Xingjian seated on the embroidered stool, suddenly feeling an urge for him to return alone. "Never mind. Assist me with my grooming." Hengji proceeded to tidy her hair and makeup, and after changing into the gown sent by Madame Song, Song Wan, looking presentable, bid farewell to Jiang Xingjian, her parents, and brothers. "There is already food prepared at the residence. Why not finish it before returning? After all, we are merely 2 streets apart and shall not be late." Madame Song urged him to stay, but Jiang Xingjian replied, "The affairs of the Marquis's residence are pressing. Currently, Awan is managing the household matters and cannot be absent." Upon hearing this, the Song family felt reassured. Madame Song had the servants prepare a carriage to transport Song Wan's belongings and dowry to the Marquis's residence. Hengji and Hengwu also carried numerous items, and with the additions from Lady Yun, Song Wan's possessions for the day rivaled that of the majority of the Marquis's household. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, she commenced the cataloging process, meticulously recording the items bestowed by Lady Yun alongside her own dowry. The detailed inventory needed to be submitted to the residence's archives, and a storeroom in the Lanting courtyard had to be established to accommodate these belongings. The myriad tasks at hand kept Song Wan and the maidservants busy until nightfall, when darkness enveloped the surroundings. "Miss, everything is accounted for except for one item. What is missing?" "The painting of the harmonious immortals bestowed by the lady." At this, Song Wan's face flushed crimson, realizing that aside from Jiang Xingjian, no one else would possess such an item. Her complexion shifted between shades of red and white, leaving her increasingly perplexed by his character. "Never mind. Let the album be recorded. How the son-in-law chooses to handle it is entirely his own affair." Song Wan remains unaware of Jiang Xingjian's intentions regarding the painting of the harmonious immortal duo, and Jiang Xingjian himself is equally in the dark. He gazes at the artwork spread across the desk. His expression is heavy, as if it could yield tears. He does not wish to develop feelings for Song Wan yet. Jiang Xingjian roughly rubs his face, consumed by a profound sense of dejection. Chapter 22. Household Management. Upon meeting her elder brother, Song Wan felt a surge of confidence and ceased to ponder Jiang Xingjian's thoughts. At present, she was preoccupied with managing the household, her days consumed by endless tasks. After paying her respects to the matriarch in the morning, the housekeepers promptly sought her guidance. "The ladies have endured much. Once our esteemed mistress has changed her attire, they shall attend." Hengwu served tea and prepared snacks, yet the housekeepers had only glimpsed Song Wan once, on the day of the initial handover. As several days passed without any decisive action from her, they perceived her youth despite her noble lineage, and a trace of condescension began to emerge. Observing Hung Wu's deep respect towards her and recalling Song Wan's inherent kindness and docility, their initial awe gradually waned. A girl of merely a few years past her teens, having never managed a household before, would undoubtedly need to rely on them. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of ease and triumph. Upon her emergence, Song Wan was greeted by the lively scene of the housekeepers indulging in refreshments. "I apologize for my tardiness. I appreciate your patience," she spoke gently. "Not at all, esteemed lady. Your affairs are demanding, and it is only fitting that we wait," replied one housekeeper, her words muffled by the morsels she chewed. In these busy days, Song Wan had not had the opportunity to discuss the household's conditions with them in detail, and the current moment was indeed her oversight. She gestured for the standing housekeeper to take a seat, while she herself occupied the main chair. Hungji presented a pot of prepared magnolia tea beside her and brought forth a hefty stack of accounts. The onlookers could not help but chuckle at her display of authority. Being a capable mistress of the house required more than just a commanding presence. Should she conduct herself appropriately, perhaps they would regard her with a measure more respect, their demeanor softening by a fraction. However, should she falter in strength and resolve, she would inevitably find herself in the same predicament as before, observed with feigned compliance. These women were seasoned veterans of the Marquisate, having been born into the household for generations. It was not a mere novice bride who could easily command their respect. Jiang Fu's wife, the overseer of the inner quarters, spoke first. "Esteemed lady, as you are busy today, your gathering of us surely indicates some instructions. Now that we are all present, please do enlighten us." Song Wan replied with a smile, "There is nothing of great import. However, as you are aware, our Marquisate no longer enjoys the abundance of yesteryears. With more expenditures than income, I propose we curtail unnecessary expenses." "Indeed, you speak wisely. Our household is indeed not what it once was," Jiang Fu's wife observed, noting Song Wan's calm demeanor, before shifting the conversation. "Yet, we must remember that the Marquisate is a noble house, and the standards and protocols befitting our status must not be compromised. To sacrifice our dignity for the sake of frugality would be to strip the Marquisate of its honor. In royal and noble households, every aspect, from garments to travel provisions, adheres to strict regulations. It is said that any man who does not uphold the family's name should not be involved in the household's expenditures. Should we reach a point where we cannot even maintain our appearance, outsiders would perceive the Marquisate as crumbling on the verge of collapse." Such elementary logic was not lost on Song Wan. With a knowing smile, she regarded Jiang Fu's wife. "Dear matron, you are overly concerned. My intentions do not align with such sentiments." Jiang Fu's wife forced a smile, and Song Wan did not press her further. The times had indeed changed. While daily expenditures must remain prudent, certain areas could certainly be trimmed. As I casually opened a ledger, Song Wan pointed to the entries within, stating, "The small kitchens of each household prepare identical provisions daily. For instance, both my mother's Jiangxiang courtyard and the old lady's Fuhangtang consistently stock milk. Yet the old lady has always had an aversion to the gamey taste of milk. My mother's Lantan courtyard also prepares wuchang fish daily, though this fish is delectable. To my knowledge, neither my uncle nor I are fond of it, and it is rarely seen on our table." The matron in charge of the household kitchen purchasing hastily interjected, "Madam, while these items may not always appear at the dining table, it is essential that they are available should the masters suddenly desire them. Thus, certain items may not be utilized daily, but their absence is unacceptable. There is nothing that cannot be done without," Song Wan replied gently. Effective immediately, the procurement for the small kitchens of Fuhangtang, Jiangxiang Courtyard, and Lanting Courtyard will be centralized under the large kitchen of the estate. Should the masters wish to indulge in something, they will notify the large kitchen one day in advance, and the items will be procured accordingly. The matron hesitated, but "Madam, this." Her words stripped away the conveniences afforded to the old lady and the mistress, leaving no room for the other courtyards to dare overstep their bounds. This was clearly an attempt to suppress dissent with a heavy hand. How could the servants dare to oppose or voice their discontent? The matron retreated, her heart aching with frustration. Song Wan paid no mind to the discontent brewing amongst the matrons, glancing over the previous menus and procurement lists. She calculated roughly that a daily savings of 70 to 80 taels could be achieved. The snacks for the elder and second masters were also to be abolished. The matron overseeing Yu Ling's Hai appeared distressed. This, without provisions for the small kitchens and the cancellation of snacks, it seems inappropriate. With the elder and second masters having come of age and seldom present in the estate during the day, to whom would those 10 taels of snacks be allocated? The matron fell silent as Song Wan extracted the ledgers from each courtyard, eliminating various trivial and unnecessary expenditures. Initially, the matrons had not regarded her with much respect. Yet now one by one, they began to realize she was not to be trifled with. After all, those seemingly insignificant expenses had gone unnoticed by the old lady and the mistress in the past. However, upon reflection, such accumulation of small amounts could indeed amount to a substantial sum. While it may not resolve pressing concerns, consistent frugality could significantly alleviate burdens over time. Some astute matrons harbored a growing respect for her, yet others resented the diminishment of their benefits. Hung Ji raised her gaze to survey the crowd, then glanced at the dark circles beneath Song Wan's eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. Her young mistress had gone several sleepless nights, tirelessly poring over these ledgers, meticulously examining each entry to identify potential savings. Yet despite her efforts, the elder master had not deigned to share a kind word with her in days. Hung Ji felt it unfair for Song Wan and secretly lamented Jiang Xingjian's coldness. There were only a few areas within the estate that required reform. Does the eldest lady have any further instructions? Song Wan inquired. There are still some matters, she replied. The expressions of the matrons darkened further, though they only dared to murmur a few words among themselves. Lu Shun's household, Lin Lianggao's household, and Zhang Changxing's wife. Oh dear, the old woman is present. 3 servants clad in silk garments emerged, trembling as they inquired, "What commands does the esteemed lady have for us?" "I do not presume to issue commands," one replied, "but I have recently observed discrepancies in the accounts and thought it prudent to address them today." Song Wan produced several receipts from the household, along with the records submitted in previous months. In February of this year, 30 bolts of azure silk were reported for the repair of the gentlemen's carriages, and last month, 12 bolts of brocade were reported for the refurbishment of the black canopy. However, the receipts did not specify the color, and after much searching through the storeroom, I discovered that 12 bolts of plum green were missing. A faint smile graced Song Wan's lips as she remarked, "According to palace regulations, marquises and dukes utilize azure canopies, azure veils, and green tassels. Thus, the plum green does not conform to the palace's standards." Upon hearing this, Lin Liang's daughter-in-law suddenly knelt down with a thud. Chapter 23. Punishment of the servants. The old servant deserved her fate. Her poor eyesight led her to commit such a grievous error. Fortunately, the esteemed mistress had a keen eye and uncovered the truth. The matron struck herself twice across the face, the sound echoing and causing the others to shrink back in unease. Since a mistake had been made, it was only necessary to rectify the accounts. There was no need for such self-punishment. Song Wan instructed Hung Wu to assist the matron in rising and then addressed the wife of Zhang Changsheng. "You are the daughter-in-law of the clerk's house in the outer courtyard, are you not?" "Yes, indeed, esteemed mistress," she replied. "In our marquisate, we do not subscribe to the notion that a woman's lack of talent is virtuous. Thus, the young ladies of each courtyard are literate and well-versed in calligraphy and painting. However, the daughters of the inner chamber cannot compare to the young masters who attend formal education by day and practice their studies by night. Yet, I have observed that the young ladies' consumption of ink and paper surpasses that of the young masters combined. Merely this year, the supply of ink from the Fanggu Zuiyatang has amounted to 4 blocks. The wife of Zhang Changsheng smiled awkwardly. The esteemed mistress has been in mourning and may not be aware of the affairs of the household. Our young ladies are unlike those from other families in the capital. While the daughters here may take pleasure in needlework and weaving, ours have a profound affinity for literature and art. For instance, the third young lady of the second branch particularly enjoys painting fish, birds, and beasts. Hence, her use of paper and ink is indeed greater. Seeing that Song Wan remained silent, she grew bolder. The mistress is benevolent, treating all within the household equally, regardless of their birth. It would be improper to deny the young ladies their desires for ink and paper, especially when they cherish their studies. Now that the esteemed mistress has voiced her concerns, I shall certainly be more mindful in the future. However, I wonder if the young ladies might perceive the mistress's actions as somewhat severe, given that the late lady of the house never withheld resources from the daughters of lesser birth. Her voice grew louder, prompting Song Wan to respond calmly. The ink from Fanggu Zuyatang is of moderate quality. It is not the finest in the household. Yet, a single block can be worth 30 to 40 taels of silver. You may not be aware that this ink is produced from tung oil and infused with fragrances, resulting in an ink that is glossy but slightly pale. The paintings of several young ladies in her household. Song Wan drew 2 landscape paintings from a white porcelain jar, unfolded them, and presented them to the matron. These 2 works showcased a deep and substantial ink color, lacking in sheen but characteristic of soot ink. Although both types of ink are smooth and refined, the differences are indeed significant. Perhaps I have erred, the matron conceded, and will return to verify the receipts against the accounts. Song Wan nodded. It is imperative to ensure accuracy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun's wife could no longer contain herself. The esteemed mistress is discerning. I have always submitted accounts without discrepancies. The Marquisate is rife with cunning servants. And since the elderly lady suffered the loss of her son and grandson 6 years ago, her health has declined significantly. Meanwhile, Madame Jiang is rather oblivious, seldom concerning herself with such trivial matters. For a day or two, the elderly lady's authority kept them in check. But as time passed, and they discerned the temperament of the mistress, they could not resist temptation. Even those who were usually prudent, observing their peers reaping benefits without consequence, eventually found their resolve weakening. Unexpectedly, today I found myself ensnared by a young wife. Initially, there were a few onlookers eager to witness the spectacle, anticipating the amusing sight of Song Wan struggling to cope with their antics, only to concoct further gossip and jest at the expense of the household servants. Little did they know, however, that cold sweat had drenched my undergarments. There were indeed no blunders to be found. Song Wan offered a faint smile to Lu Shun's household. It is merely that your ticket is written rather hastily, making it somewhat difficult for me to decipher. In response, the elderly servant vowed to diligently practice his handwriting henceforth, ensuring such carelessness would not occur again. Very well, you may return. The group stood on edge, all ears for Song Wan's instructions. Turning to the 2 individuals who had previously mismanaged the accounts, she spoke gently. One of you is responsible for the maintenance of the outer courtyard, while the other oversees the inner storerooms. You have both endured considerable hardship these past years. It would be unjust to burden you further, so I have decided to assign you lighter duties. After rectifying the accounts, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was transferred to oversee the auspicious garden, while Lin Liang's household was assigned to the tea room. The former matrons of the auspicious garden were reassigned to the main kitchen for procurement duties, and others were moved accordingly. Having rotated the management of key responsibilities within the inner courtyard of the Ho residence, these matrons, accustomed to their respective duties, were familiar with the household's nuances. It was evident that while they may not have been entirely innocent, they understood the dynamics at play. In this chaotic environment, such changes could curtail the prevailing corruption. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chongqing's wife wailed, "Madam, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have indeed been careless, but I assure you, there will be no repeat of such negligence. The auspicious garden is not a place one wishes to be. It serves as a haven for sick maids and concubines, as well as those mourning the loss of loved ones, enveloped in an atmosphere of gloom, devoid of any rewards." While overseeing the storerooms, she refrained from tampering with the accounts, yet routinely extracted a few scholarly supplies from the writing room for her own family, accumulating a considerable sum each month, which she could not afford to forfeit. "Please, madam, have mercy this time. I promise to serve you with utmost dedication in the future." Zhang Chongqing's wife continued to weep. "I'm of advanced age and truly cannot endure the conditions of the auspicious garden. considering my long years of service to the elderly lady, I implore you to grant me one chance." Song Wan furrowed her brow, acknowledging the validity of her plea. Indeed, her age made it unsuitable for her to manage the auspicious garden. Yes, yes. Just as the matron felt a glimmer of hope, Song Wan retrieved a wooden box from the table, producing a contract of servitude to return to her. "Given your age, it is time to allow you to return home to enjoy your remaining years. Today, I shall grant you this reprieve on behalf of my grandmother." "Madam," the matron protested, "I was wrong. I do not wish to return home. I beseech you, my whole family is within the estate, serving the whole family for generations. Where else could I possibly go?" Song Wan nodded to Hung Wu, who then produced 5 or 6 more contracts of servitude. "You are indeed a long-standing member of the Ho family. If you are so reluctant to part from your kin, you may return home with your children and grandchildren. In families of wealth and propriety, the sale of servants is unheard of. Even the gravest of errors is merely rectified by returning the contracts and granting freedom. For those servants who have spent their entire lives within the confines of the Marquisate, possessing a modicum of status, the anguish they endure is far more profound than mere death. The Marquisate extends its benevolence, never imposing harshness upon the subordinates. Even the most humble stewardess enjoys a standard of living that far surpasses that of a noblewoman in a remote village. Moreover, their offspring, traversing the world, significantly benefit from the Marquisate's fortunes. Should any of them capture the master's attention, receiving a modest title or position, it is entirely plausible that they might elevate their family's standing, bringing glory to their ancestors. If a daughter were to rise to the esteemed rank of a first-rate maid, akin to Hong Wu or Hongji, it would indeed be a moment of great pride, as it may lead to her becoming a favored concubine or mistress. Zhang Chongqing's family, upon envisioning their youngest daughter's lovely visage, burst into tears, their wails resonating with a sincerity far surpassing their prior lamentations. The assembled women, witnessing her being dragged away, quaked in fear, their legs trembling at the thought of Song Wan's piercing gaze falling upon them. Chapter 24. Confusion. Liang, the steward, approached. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Song Wan inquired, "I have heard that your elderly mother has been unwell for some time and has yet to recover. Is this true?" "Esteemed madam, my mother is in good health," Liang replied. "I have not returned home recently and have not neglected my duties." "You have misunderstood my intentions," Song Wan interjected, accepting a piece of red velvet cloth from Hengji and casually unfolding it. "I possess half a ginseng, aged over 50 years, which was gifted to me by the matriarch. If you do not mind, please take it home to replenish your mother's vitality." With a bend of her knees, Liang knelt before her. "Thank you, esteemed madam. I express my gratitude on behalf of my parents." Hengji stepped forward to assist her up. "Do not be so humble. Our mistress is well aware of your past efforts. What is rightfully yours shall not be denied." Jiang Fu's wife, upon hearing this, wore a displeased expression. As the head stewardess of the inner quarters, she felt stung by the implicit rebukes in Song Wan's previous remarks. Yet she could not harbor resentment, for she acknowledged the truth in them. "Zhou Momo," Song Wan called. "Present," replied Zhou Momo, who respectfully bowed. "I have heard your grandson could recognize over 100 characters at the tender age of 5? Song Wan remarked. Zhou Momo nodded in affirmation. "This child possesses remarkable talent," Song Wan continued. "I believe it would be a waste to squander such gifts. Rather, we should enroll him in our clan school, where he can learn alongside the young masters of the estate. Who knows? He may even emerge as a top scholar in the future." Her grandson was Zhou Momo's pride and joy. If he were merely mischievous, it would be one thing, but with such extraordinary gifts bestowed by heaven, she could not help but dream of a brighter future. If her grandson were to achieve the status of a scholar, she would gladly accept any fate that befell her. Without hesitation, Zhou Momo knelt before Song Wan, bowing her head 3 times in gratitude. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Esteemed madam, I shall remain ever loyal and devoted." Song Wan assisted her to her feet, smiling gently. Such small gestures are hardly worth such reverence. The other matrons were well aware of the current state of the Lanting courtyard. In times past, the courtyard was tranquil, resulting in fewer attendants. However, With the return of the master, new faces had appeared, leading to a shortage of hands. I am not yet familiar with the staff in the estate, Song Wan continued, and I must request your assistance in selecting some clever and capable maids. If any of you have daughters or granddaughters who might suit this purpose, please send them to Hengji for consideration. The matrons exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy. Gaining entrance into the master's courtyard, especially Lanting Courtyard, was a privilege. Once there, they would have the opportunity to serve closely beside the master, and with diligence, they might even find themselves in his private chambers one day. All were born into servitude, having spent generations in the Marquis' household. Who among them did not have daughters or granddaughters? If even one were to win the master's favor, the entire family would ascend to fortune. A few matrons felt a surge of ambition, already contemplating potential candidates. Noticing their excitement, Song Wan's smile deepened. The work of the course maids and servants is the most laborious, yet their wages are meager. I am considering increasing their monthly pay by 51, providing winter clothing in November, December, and January, as well as a light skirt during the summer months of June, July, and August. Additionally, I shall grant them extra funds during both winter and summer for purchasing fruits and charcoal. Madame Rinshan, a group of women competed to flatter Song Wan, who merely smiled gently, not taking their words to heart. Aunt Jiang, she acknowledged, if there are any commands, I am at your service. Song Wan bore no grievances. Instead, she appeared somewhat remorseful. You have endured much during these years without the master. The elder woman replied, Nonsense. It is my duty as a servant. What duty? Hengji presented a wooden box, which Song Wan handed to her. You and Jiang Bo have dedicated your lives to the Marquisate. It is the Marquisate that owes you. Aunt Jiang opened the box to reveal a letter of recommendation. Your youngest son, Jiang Yukai, grew up alongside the master. Now that he has returned, it will be fitting to have him close by. However, both the elder lady and I believe it would be a waste of his talents. Thus, I had someone draft this letter recommending him for a position as deputy at the Weaving and Dyeing Bureau. Though the position may be modest, it is still an official role. Aunt Jiang clutched the letter, her eyes wide with astonishment. Madam, Song Wan smiled softly and patted her hand. With no further pressing matters, she issued a few simple instructions and allowed the women to depart. Once the room fell silent, she noticed Jiang Xingjian standing in the corner, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Song Wan, slightly lost in thought, inquired, Is there something you need, my husband? Jiang Xingjian shook his head and settled beside her. He had come today out of concern. He thought that if Song Wan faced difficulties with the servants, he could step in to support her. Yet, to his surprise, within just half a day, she had managed to command the respect of the women, leaving them utterly compliant. She had established her authority with a decisive display, dismantled the existing collusion among the servants, and restored a balanced distribution of power. After addressing those who had been hoarding resources in the inner courtyard, she had also brought the lawn courtyard under her influence. If the lower-ranking maids wished to gain the mistress's favor, they would naturally comply, willingly aligning themselves with her. Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly, believing that within a day, the nearly 1,000 servants of the Marquisate would come to recognize the benevolence of their new mistress. As he contemplated the household under his management, he mused that it could not be more efficient than under Song Wan's guidance. The commanding yet amiable side of her, which he had never witnessed before, now reshaped his perception of her. Just then, Xie entered from outside, greeting the two of them. Master, concubine Lin is unwell and wishes for you to visit. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, suddenly recalling that he had not seen Lin Jiyue for several days. He glanced at Song Wan, who appeared drowsy, her eyes half closed. Madam, please rest. I shall return later. Song Wan opened her eyes and offered a distant smile, accompanied by Heng Ji and Heng Wu back to her chambers. After they attended to her rest, they quietly exited the room. The rose-scented pillow beneath her neck emanated a delicate fragrance, invigorating yet not overwhelming. In the past, Song Wan had cherished this scent, but today it brought her a sense of unease as she struggled to calm her racing thoughts. Before she could recline for even a short while, she sat up again. Last night the rain fell, prompting Hengji to return the wooden zodiac carvings from the window to the interior of the house. Now, The 8 wooden sculptures are meticulously arranged along the edge of the embroidered couch. Song Wan's eyes, tinged with red, gently caress each piece, her expression growing increasingly bewildered. Chapter 25. A long affection. As Jiang Xingjian arrived at the Xiuyan pavilion, he found Lin Jiayue gravely ill. Brother Xingjian, Lin Jiayue lay on the couch, her cheeks flushed with fever, and in just a few days, she had become noticeably thinner. Her cat-like eyes appeared even larger, glistening with moisture that tugged at Jiang Xingjian's heart. How could she have fallen ill so suddenly? Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she gazed at him. She had been deprived of food and rest, enduring beatings and scoldings during the day, and living in constant fear at night. How could she not fall ill? Before meeting Jiang Xingjian, she had even harbored resentment towards him. Yet upon seeing him again, Lin Jiayue realized just how deeply she cherished him. Xingjian, I'm here. Lin Jiayue suddenly broke into tears. I like you, do you know? I endure all this suffering because I like you. But have you noticed? Because I like you, I traveled from Suha to the capital with you. Because I like you, I stayed in the Marquis' residence to learn those rules. Because I like you, I am willing to endure this humiliation. But, Jiang Xingjian, do you truly deserve my affection? Fever coursed through her body, causing her pain, and Lin Jiayue licked her parched lips, which were taut and tender, yet showed no signs of injury. Her crying intensified. The thin, resilient ruler that struck her was concealed by a damp cloth, leaving no visible marks. But every night, she suffered from neural pain. Her teeth ached, her head throbbed, and every part of her body was in agony. No matter how diligently she learned the rules, she could never become a refined young lady like Song Wan. Even if Granny Li taught her for 10 years, or even a century, she could never transform into the noble woman they desired. I do like you, but I cannot endure a life forever shackled by others for your sake. Jiang Xingjian, where have you been these days? Where were you when I was sick and suffering? Were you with Song Wan? Jiang Xingjian, I truly cannot bear life in the Marquis' residence. I regret it. I regret it. Lin Jiayue struggled to rise, her scorching tears falling into Jiang Xingjian's palm, igniting a pang in his heart. Jiayue, I am sorry. I did not mean to neglect you. Jiang Xingjian wrapped his arms around Lin Jiayue's waist, cradling her in his embrace. The girl in his arms was burning with fever, her skin unusually flushed, and although she was weeping silently, occasionally stifled sobs escaped her lips. Lin Jiayue, typically lively and boisterous, had never appeared so fragile. Gently placing her back under the covers, Jiang Xingjian frowned. Why did you not summon the physician? The physician is waiting in the courtyard, but Aunt Lin said you had not seen the master and would not allow him in. Jiang Xingjian glanced at the young woman beneath the covers and pinched the bridge of his nose. Let him in. The physician prescribed medicine for Lin Jiayue, and after administering it, she finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. It was not until the dead of night that she stirred awake. You're awake? Lin Jiayue responded with a nasal hum. Jiang Xingjian drew back the bed curtains and sat beside her. Lin Jiayue turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. I'm sorry for causing you distress. She buried her head in the blankets, biting her lip to stifle her anguish. Jiang Xingjian embraced the person tightly in his arms, his expression vacant as he gazed at a distant point. He spoke softly. I am aware of your affection for me, and I reciprocate it. However, the union between the Jiang and Song families is well known. Song Wan has married into the Ho family, bearing the ancestral tablet for 6 years in widowhood. It is common knowledge in the capital that the Ho family cannot possibly take a new wife. Lin Jiayue seemed to struggle, but Jiang Xingjian tightened his embrace, stating, I promise you, I will do everything in my power to provide you with what you desire. Are you implying that I can aspire to the position of the legitimate wife of the Ho family? Lin Jiayue pressed, but Jiang Xingjian remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jiayue felt a pang of sorrow, questioning, are you merely placating me, or do you genuinely have a plan? Can I still place my trust in you? Trust me. Jiang Xingjian gently caressed her hair, offering comfort. I will move into Xiuyan Pavilion tomorrow. As a scion of a prestigious family, Regardless of gender, they were all supported by the collective strength of their clan. They bore the weight of their family's rise and fall, and it was inconceivable for one to forsake the safety of their kin for personal desires. Moreover, the enmity for his father's death could not be forgotten, and as fate would have it, there would always be conflict. Only one of the Jiang or Song families could prevail. Regardless of who triumphed in the future, he was determined to ensure Song Wan's safety and well-being, honoring their childhood bond. This was the extent of what he could offer. As Jiang Xingjian contemplated this, a sudden ache pierced his heart. He believed that had Awan been in his position, she would have made the same choice. After all, children born into noble families were never truly free, let alone when it came to matters of the heart. Once Lin Jiyue was lulled to sleep, Jiang Xingjian retreated to his study alone. The painting of the harmonious deities, sent by concubine Yun, was stored in a brocade box. He took it out and examined it for a long while, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze meticulously traced the artwork, as if he sought to imprint it in his memory. "My lord," Ling Yun entered with a brass basin, and after Jiang Xingjian instructed her place on the ground, he added, "Tomorrow, move my belongings to Xiuyin Pavilion." Ling Yun looked up in surprise. Realizing his mind was made up and silently acquiesced. Holding the painting, Jiang Xingjian scrutinized it one last time before igniting the edge with the flame from a candle on his desk. The flames quickly consumed the artwork, reducing the masterpiece to ashes, forever lost in the void. Chapter 26. Shame, Mississippi. As Song Wan had just risen, she noticed Hung Ji standing beside the embroidered couch with a troubled expression. Observing the maids in the room rendered silent by fear, she inquired with a smile, "What troubles have arisen with the master?" Last night, the master had Ling Yun deliver his personal belongings to the Xiuyin Pavilion, and this morning, even the bedding and his personal maid were moved there. Mississippi. Hung Wu's eyes were red, tears brimming but unshed. He is being excessively cruel. Her mistress was the legitimate wife, ceremoniously brought into the Marquis's residence, having paid homage to ancestors and heaven. The Song family had not yet fallen from grace. How dare the Marquis's household treat them with such disdain? Though there were families in the capital that cherished their concubines, it was unheard of for a gentleman to remain distant from his legitimate wife for the sake of a concubine. If this were to be known, how would it reflect on their mistress, as if she bore some affliction or was unpleasing to behold? "Miss, what does this mean? Is he guarding against you giving birth to the Marquis's eldest son to make way for that little harlot's child?" "Enough, Hung Wu. Your noise is giving me a headache." Song Wan spoke gently to soothe her, yet her countenance was gravely pallid. Hung Ji's eyes were also red, filled with indignation. That day in the palace, the master clearly stated his intention to consummate the marriage with you and even mentioned hanging the immortal couple painting. What was he doing now? What could Aunt Lin have said to him to provoke this? Xiang Chao clenched her teeth and declared, "No, this cannot continue. I shall seek out the old lady. If she disregards it, I will return to the master today." As she attempted to rush out, Song Wan called out to her, "What would you tell the old lady? Do you intend to have her pressure him into consummating the marriage with me? Would that not be even more humiliating? Miss, what shall we do now? If that little harlot gives birth to an illegitimate son, what will you do in the future? An illegitimate son is still an illegitimate son. At worst, we can adopt a child from the clan." Seeing both of them with reddened eyes, Song Wan smiled and said, "Let us finish our preparations. If we dawdle, we shall miss the appointed time." The four maids stared at her with eager eyes as they helped her dress. Initially, Song Wan maintained her smile, but upon realizing their lack of attention, a flicker of anxiety crossed her face. The book spoke of a husband as heaven itself. One could not defy heaven nor abandon a husband, yet they provided no guidance for her particular predicament. Her mother had not taught her, and she dared not confide in her aunt. Although her father and brothers treated her well, it was not customary for a daughter to return home and lament her domestic troubles. Dressed in white as she entered the Marquis's residence, no matron had advised her on how to interact with her husband after the wedding. She had to rely entirely on herself. Song Wan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her lips pressed together slightly. After finishing her grooming, Song Wan left the room with Hung Ji and Hung Wu. Jiang Xingjian awaited her in the courtyard, just as before. Yet, for some reason, she suddenly recalled the day she had taken the initiative to grasp his hand, only to be rebuffed. A familiar wave of shame engulfed her, rendering her limbs stiff and her throat tight. She had lived for 18 years, never having felt such deep regret over her actions on that day. Stepping 2 paces behind Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan repressed her voice and demeanor, her heart heavy with discomfort. "Please, my husband." Observing the distance between them, a barely perceptible frown creased Jiang Xingjian's brow. He took a step forward, prompting Song Wan to hastily retreat. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within Jiang Xingjian. "Your grandmother must be waiting. It would be unwise to delay." Having said this, he stood behind her for a moment before turning towards the Fuhui Hall of the old lady Jiang. Although Song Wan currently managed the household, the true authority still resided with old lady Jiang. While routine matters could adhere to established customs, decisions regarding increasing the servants' monthly wages or allowing the servants to return home required the old lady's approval. Song Wan had previously signaled her intentions regarding these matters. Yet when it came time for execution, it was necessary to report to old lady Jiang. The back and forth consumed time, and as Jiang Xingjian observed her drying throat from talking, he handed her a cup of tea. Gazing at the man's hand, Song Wan hesitated, refraining from reaching out. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's contemplation, placed the cup upon the tea table, though she initially had no desire to drink. Feeling the scrutiny of both old lady Jiang and Jiang Mu upon her, she flushed slightly and took a small sip. "What are you thinking? You seem so lost in thought." Lin Jie, noticing Jiang Xingjian's distracted demeanor upon his return from Fuhui Hall, inquired. Jiang Xingjian snapped back to reality, but refrained from expressing that Song Wan's behavior today was peculiar and inscrutable. "You've been poring over the account books all morning. Is there something challenging? Perhaps you could share, and I might offer a suggestion." Jiang Xingjian, knowing Lin Jie often had clever ideas and eager to keep her occupied, briefly recounted the recent circumstances of the household and mentioned some of the outcomes from Song Wan's decisions. After listening, Lin Jie took the account book and retrieved a slender charcoal stick wrapped in several layers of cloth, swiftly calculating on paper. "My goodness, the Marquisate is currently in deficit. How can such meager income sustain such significant expenses? At this rate, we may soon be left with nothing." Jiang Xingjian smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is as you say." Lin Jie's lips curled slightly. "I have a method to turn this deficit into profit. Do you believe me? You have a plan?" "Of course, but I shan't reveal it to you." Lin Jie tossed aside the charcoal stick, a playful smile on her lips. "After all, I am not the one in charge of the Marquisate, since both the old lady and the mistress place such trust in that main courtyard. Let them devise their own solutions." Jiang Xingjian smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. "What, do you not believe I can turn a profit? Or do you think Song Wan has handled everything splendidly?" Her voice rose slightly. Jiang Xingjian replied, "You are still unwell. You should rest again." Lin Jie propped her chin on one hand, her bright eyes twinkling as she gazed at Jiang Xingjian. "Do you know what it means to increase revenue and cut expenditures? A wise ruler must carefully nurture harmony, conserve resources, and seek new sources, all while weighing the circumstances." Jiang Xingjian set aside the account book and inquired. "That phrase originates from the Rich Nation chapter of Xuanzi. Why the sudden mention of it?" Lin Jie paused, somewhat taken aback. She had always believed that the concept of economizing stemmed from modern economics, so hearing Jiang Xingjian articulate it this way left her feeling rather awkward. After a moment, Lin Jie scoffed. "You do realize that Song Wan is utterly oblivious to this, don't you? If she were aware, how could she possibly conceive such a foolish method? Rather than merely cutting expenses, it would be far more prudent to increase revenue. Moreover, considering her meager attempts at economizing, how long would it take to fill the gaping holes in the Marquisate's finances?" Chapter 27. The Essence of the Wind. Jiang Xingjian chuckled softly, engrossed in his manipulation of the abacus. Lin Jie, dissatisfied with his demeanor, abruptly pressed down on the beads with a sharp sound. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from expressing his irritation. "I mentioned I have a way to generate revenue for the Marquis residents, yet you remain skeptical?" Provoked by Jiang Xingjian's indifferent attitude, Lin Jiayue continued. I have managed several shops, so I possess some experience. While I may not be superior to others, I am certainly more capable than a sheltered lady confined to the inner quarters. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xingjian replied, let this matter not be mentioned again. It is unbecoming for a woman to make her presence known publicly, especially concerning business affairs. Why should women be excluded from business? Lin Jiayue retorted. We traveled from Suha to the capital and encountered numerous women in the streets, selling milk or water. Women of noble birth are distinct from commoners. Remember this. Noticing his impatience with their discussion of societal norms, Lin Jiayue pouted. However, the memory of the reprimanding horn ruler wielded by Granny Li flashed in her mind when she met Jiang Xingjian's gaze. Feeling inexplicably vexed, she toyed with a piece of charcoal and finally spoke. Actually, I have a splendid idea that could yield substantial profits for the Marquis residents. The residents could establish a brothel, gathering the world's beauties. I could help them build a reputation, making them the object of desire for all men in the capital, willing to spend lavishly for a mere glimpse. A brothel not only generates wealth, but also collects valuable intelligence. After all, this place is rife with intrigue, frequented by countless officials and commoners. Thus, all the significant and trivial happenings in the capital could be known to the Marquis residents, allowing for the sale of information and resulting in great profits. Of course, the brothel must maintain an elegant positioning. It cannot cater to just anyone. Enough. Jiang Xingjian slammed his hand on the table, the veins on his forehead prominently throbbing. Lin Jiayue blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. What is the matter? You may all leave. The attendants in the room, their faces still bearing expressions of shock and disdain, exited the chamber. Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his forehead, visibly agitated. Do you truly comprehend the words you utter? What? What is wrong? Is it not normal for someone of my status to run a brothel? Why is Jiang Xingjian reacting so strongly? I would rather see the Marquis residents crumble than to exchange flesh for wealth and honor. Such degrading sentiments must never be voiced again. Lin Jiayue's face flushed with indignation. I did not propose that those women engage in any illicit activities. I merely suggested creating a space for officials to unwind, to enjoy music and dance. Jiang Xingjian felt an overwhelming headache. As a woman, why do you speak so casually of brothels and flesh? What teachings has Granny Li imparted to you? Grasping his pen tighter, he suddenly understood why his grandmother and mother held reservations about Lin Jiayue. In the past, he merely perceived her as somewhat excessively vivacious. Though lacking in propriety, her thoughts were pure, sincere, and kind-hearted. Those actions that seemed somewhat intimate were not born out of frivolity or lewdness, but rather from an unrecognized affection. However, today, upon her unequivocal declaration regarding the opening of a brothel, Jiang Xingjian realized that she lacked a certain integrity. His jaw tightened, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered, "Such unjust wealth and nobility are, to me, as insubstantial as floating clouds," and he fell silent once more. Lin Jiayue, unwilling to relent, repeatedly clarified that she had no intention of suggesting that women engage in the flesh trade. Frustrated by her persistence, Jiang Xingjian retorted, in the previous dynasty, officials were notorious for their debauchery, leading to a laxity in governance. Thus, in our current dynasty, all brothels are state-run, and the women therein are all relatives of serious offenders. Our laws explicitly prohibit officials from consorting with courtesans, whether at public or private banquets. Those who seek the company of singing girls face 2 years of hard labor and 80 lashes. To associate with courtesans is a crime second only to murder. Even if pardoned, it results in dismissal from office without consideration. You claim that matters of great and small import, along with trivial gossip, can be controlled by the Marquis residents. Do you not realize that uttering even a hint of this could lead to the Marquis household being branded with the stigma of treason? The East Factory is tasked with investigating and uncovering the unlawful and improper conduct of officials. What do you intend by having the Marquis residents overstep its bounds? Lin Jiayue, before you speak so recklessly, can you not consider the safety of nearly 1,000 souls within the Marquis household? Jiang Xingjian's expression turned ashen, a tempest of anger raging within him. leaving him with no outlet for his frustration. I am sorry, I did not mean to. I truly do not understand. I only thought, seeing others do the same, that it was permissible. These past few days, I have had Huaisu instruct you on what is acceptable to say and what is not. You are still unwell. Your health is of utmost importance. With that, Jiang Xingjian waved his sleeve and departed. Linjia choked on her words. I truly did not mean it. I only wish to help you. Jiang Xingjian paused momentarily, but did not halt his stride. He made his way to the main courtyard of Lanting, where Hengji and Hengwu were sunning books in the garden. Upon his arrival, both women lowered their heads in unison, as if they had not seen him at all. Despite being treated thus by the maidservants, Jiang Xingjian could not fathom why, upon entering the main courtyard, much of his pent-up frustration dissipated. After a brief contemplation, he stepped inside. Song Wan was in the study, engrossed in a book, with a plate of red bean pastries beside her. Jiang Xingjian noticed that the topmost piece was missing a small semicircle, suggesting she had previously sampled it. He cleared his throat to dispel the slight discomfort that lingered. Is there something the matter, my husband? Song Wan set her book down and rose to offer him the main seat in the study. Nothing of consequence. Noting his solemn demeanor, which clearly indicated some discontent, she refrained from probing further. After pouring tea and placing it next to Jiang Xingjian, she was about to attend to other matters when he spoke. There are some matters on which I seek your counsel. Concerning the affairs of the household? She turned to sit down, though not next to him. Jiang Xingjian clenched his fists slightly and responded quietly. Someone has suggested that the Marquis' residents explore new sources of income. Is that all? Yes. If that were the case, you would not exhibit such a reaction. It must be that the proposed ventures are rather precarious? Jiang Xingjian offered no reply. He merely gazed at Song Wan and felt that all his restlessness and agitation were completely washed away. Jiang Xingjian suddenly pondered how she would perceive the matter of open source. If you were to speak, what kind of livelihood should they pursue? Song Wan reflected for a moment and then replied, where virtue resides, the world will gravitate towards it. I believe profit follows suit. If one wishes to engage in a venture with enduring benefits, it must fundamentally revolve around alleviating the suffering of others, resolving their difficulties, and providing urgent assistance. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xingjian felt a jolt in his heart. He thought, the spirit of a woman should indeed embody such principles. Chapter 28. The marriage as the day draws to a close, I find myself compelled to share some thoughts with my husband. Song Wan remarked, it is not akin to ordinary households. The transient gains and losses do not address the root of our problems. Whether we seek to increase our resources or curtail our expenses, ultimately, these matters are not of paramount importance. After several sleepless nights contemplating the myriad possibilities for the Jiang and Song families, she finally conceived a comprehensive strategy to safeguard their foundation. While many proclaim that wealth and nobility are as sweet as honey, I perceive them as a frosty blade, both affluent and noble, yet perilous. Upon her utterance, Jiang Xingjian immediately grasped Song Wan's meaning. The influence of the Jiang concubines and the princes resembled blossoms adorned in brocade, a dazzling spectacle that concealed the risk of imminent collapse. The preservation of their lives remained uncertain, let alone the pursuit of livelihood. Furthermore, the crown prince's prolonged existence was precarious, with the potential for sudden demise lingering, and the fierce struggle for imperial power was on the verge of eruption. Thus, ensuring the stability of both families was of utmost significance. Jiang Xingjian felt a sense of urgency, yet he could not devise a viable solution. To safeguard the lineage is no trifling matter. He lifted his gaze, eager to discern Song Wan's thoughts. The foundation of a clan rests upon the unity of its descendants, with excellent offspring thriving perpetually. Thus, even if there were to encounter unforeseen changes in the future, as long as the descendants endure, the ancestral bloodline would be preserved. Jiang Xingjian declared, as long as the ancestral tomb remains, the clan shall not disperse. However, should the lose its immense wealth, the descendants might lack the means to perform ancestral rites, leading to gradual neglect over time. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Song Wan spoke the truth. Do you possess a solution, my lady? He inquired. Song Wan replied, Although the is waning, we still have the capacity to acquire sacrificial fields. If the clan possesses enduring assets, it can ensure that the Jiang bloodline does not scatter, providing them with a place to call home. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, his expression turning more solemn as he regarded Song Wan. Indeed, sacrificial fields could sustain the ancestral rituals throughout the seasons, but more critically, the laws of the court explicitly state that graveyard fields are exempt from confiscation. Therefore, even if the fifth prince were to falter and the Jiang clan faced exile or confiscation, the sacrificial fields would remain untouched, ensuring that the clan would not starve. Jiang Xingjian's fingertips trembled slightly. What Song Wan articulated today was a final consideration for the. Moreover, it was essential to provide the younger generation with opportunities for education and enlightenment. A clan school, Song Wan suggested, her gentle smile directed at Jiang Xingjian. His heart raced in response. The Jiang family's two branches, both legitimate and illegitimate, encompassed hundreds of male descendants. As long as they could preserve one household, providing shelter and sustenance, allowing the boys to acquire knowledge and understanding of human affairs, the clan would not be deemed a failure, and perhaps even a resurgence was possible. His hands involuntarily shook, and his gaze toward Song Wan deepened with intensity. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Song Wan smiled lightly, mentioning other matters that required her attention before gracefully departing. Jiang Xingjian felt a weight lift from his heart and set out to address the affairs concerning the sacrificial fields. Heaven knows the burden he had borne lately was how to preserve the clan's foundation. This temporary financial imbalance was hardly a concern. Leaving the Lanting courtyard, he hurried toward the Yuling study. Upon hearing of his visit, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of surprise. Although the two were not outright adversaries, their relationship was far from that of affectionate brothers. "What guidance do you have for me, elder brother?" After sharing the matters concerning the ancestral land and the clan studies related to Song Wan, Jiang Xingjian remarked, "This is a significant issue for our clan, and I thought it prudent to consult you about it. Over the years, you have managed the Marquis household. Do you know which branch of the two families possesses the most commendable offspring, worthy of overseeing the management of finances and provisions?" Jiang Yin pondered for a moment, recognizing the gravity of the matter. He carefully considered a few individuals and briefly recounted their histories to Jiang Xingjian, who could not help but sigh. "Your deep contemplation and foresight are commendable, brother. It is not something I had considered." A slight smile played on Jiang Xingjian's lips. "It is your sister-in-law who has thought this through, as she shared with me today." At the mention of Song Wan, Jiang Yin felt a flutter in his throat, a tingling sensation at his fingertips. He spoke in a hushed voice, "Sister-in-law is indeed wise, a true paragon within the household." Observing Jiang Xingjian's proud smile, Jiang Yin felt a deep envy. That person was so exceptionally noble and beautiful that even when he believed Jiang Xingjian did not cherish her, he could not entertain any thoughts of familiarity. "Awan." The smile reached the corners of his lips, but was quelled by Jiang Xingjian, who looked at Jiang Yin and said, "You are now at the tender age of 20, and it is time to consider marriage. I feel a sense of guilt for delaying this matter." Jiang Yin's marriage should not have lingered unresolved until now. However, as a son of a concubine with potential for inheriting a title, he faced difficulties in selecting a suitable bride. Those of high birth regarded him with disdain, while those of lower status were looked down upon by the Marquis household, thus prolonging the situation until the present. Now that he had returned to the estate, the matter became even more complicated. Do you have a preference for the type of young lady you desire? If you have someone in mind, do not hesitate to discuss it with your sister-in-law. She frequently interacts with the daughters of noble families and can certainly assist in finding a suitable match. Jiang Yin smiled gently. "If I could find a lady like my sister-in-law, that would be most delightful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. After his mirth subsided, he murmured, "A woman like Awan is indeed hard to come by." Jiang Yan's smile faded slightly, his gaze growing contemplative. "If you have the chance, speak with her. Having her assistance will surely be beneficial." Jiang Yan's marriage matters should not have fallen upon Song Wan's shoulders. Yet the old matriarch of the Jiang family held only Jiang Xingjian, who had returned from the dead, in her heart, while their mother was not very involved in household affairs. Although Jiang Yin had a biological mother, she was merely a concubine and held less status than the reputable steward in the household. Thus, this burden inevitably fell to Song Wan. Therefore, when Jiang Yin approached her, she was not astonished. If not for your elder brother's directive, I would not dare to impose upon you, sister-in-law. I hope you do not take offense. Today, Jiang Xingjian went to the clan to discuss matters of ancestral studies in Temple Land, leaving Song Wan elsewhere. Jiang Yin waited patiently in the front courtyard of Fuhangtang for quite a while, yet felt not a trace of impatience. It is hardly an imposition. You are being too modest, uncle. Standing nearby, Song Wan appeared to be contemplating suitable candidates from noble families, while Jiang Yin quietly observed her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at her elongated shadow on the ground. Suddenly, he took a step closer. The two silhouettes on the ground merged due to his movements, resembling two individuals entwined in a tender embrace, their foreheads nearly touching. Jiang Yin gazed at the scene, his smile increasingly difficult to conceal. It had been far too long since he had ventured out to social gatherings, although he had considered a few suitable candidates. He remained uncertain of the young lady's characters. If his uncle was not in a hurry, he would appreciate a couple more days to ponder and meet them. After all, this was a matter of marriage, and it must not be approached lightly. Listening to Song Wan's gentle voice, Jiang Yin lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with warmth. He looked into Song Wan's eyes and softly said, I leave everything to your discretion, dear sister-in-law. Chapter 29. The Silver Invitation, Miss. Here is the invitation sent from the Qi residence. Which Qi residence? Hengji lowered her gaze to the name card in her hand and replied, The current head of the family is Qi Lun, the grandson of the late Duke Li. This invitation has been sent by his legitimate grandson's wife. Song Wan took the card, pondering over the name for a moment before saying, No wonder I found the name familiar. I must have encountered her before my marriage. If I recall correctly, she is a daughter of the secondary branch of the Duke Zhongjing's family. Isn't she? Song Wan frowned slightly in response. Hengji remarked, The Qi family is indeed of noble descent. Yet since the passing of the old duke, there have been no remarkable descendants, leading to a gradual decline over generations. It is truly lamentable that the legitimate grandson is now marrying into the secondary branch of the Duke Zhongjing's family. Hengwu interjected, Is her sending of the invitation today related to the rumors that you have been spreading about arranging marriages for several young gentlemen in the household? That seems likely. Song Wan chuckled. Though the Qi family has a prestigious background, it is not as impressive in the present. Even though the second master is of a secondary lineage, he is not a suitable match for the Qi family. Please find an excuse to return this invitation. I recall that the Qi family has a legitimate daughter who just came of age, Zhao Mama, who was tidying up Song Wan's clothing in the inner room. Interjected upon hearing Heng Wu's comment, Even if she is a legitimate daughter, it matters not. Regardless of her virtues, the young lady cannot be wed to the second master. Why? Heng Wu asked, perplexed. Is it not said that women should marry up and men should marry down? The young lady you fancy from the Sun family had a father who was merely a fifth-rank official, which is far inferior to the Qi family. Upon hearing this, Song Wan rested her chin in her hand and laughed. Silly Heng Wu. This is entirely different. Although Lord Sun is only of fifth rank, his legitimate elder brother achieved the title of Jinshi before reaching adulthood, and his maternal uncle currently serves in the Ministry of War. Furthermore, while the East Pavilion scholar may hold a lower position, he is affiliated with the cabinet and is a close minister of the court. The Sun family's young lady also has a tutor from the prestigious Wang family, indicating connections between the Sun and Wang families. Song Wan blinked. This Wang family, oh dear miss, I can hardly follow this. My head is spinning. Zhao Mama chuckled as she held a sun-dried quilt. Even I, an old woman, understand that the Qi family's daughter cannot be considered for the second master. Why not? Is there something wrong with the Qi family's daughter? Zhao Mama playfully patted Heng Wu on the back. What nonsense! How could you tarnish the reputation of a young lady from a respectable family if you cannot comprehend such matters? What good is your height? Go ask your sister. After being rebuked by Zhao Mama, Heng Wu sulked and inquired Hengji about the details. Hengji smiled and explained, The Sun family may be of lower status, yet they wield significant power, while the Qi family, despite its illustrious background, lacks substance. If a young lady were to choose such a family for the second master, the outside world would either criticize Our Lady for her short-sightedness or accuse her of malicious intent, seeking to undermine the second master. No wonder the young lady has been poring over various family registers these past few days. She has indeed been contemplating deeply. Hengwu observed that the dark circles under Song Wan's eyes had become increasingly pronounced and could not help but feel a surge of indignation. "If you ask me, miss, you ought not to be so troubled. The young master treats you poorly. Why should you endure such suffering for the calculations of the Marquisate? How absurd! You've gone days without a beating, and your skin is taut as a drum." Upon hearing these words, Granny Zhao's hair stood on end in fury. She noticed that the smile on Song Wan's face had faded significantly and hurriedly rummaged through the room for a stick to strike Hengwu. Hengwu was chased around the room in a frenzy. "Stop your nonsensical chatter, or I shall tear your mouth apart," Granny Zhao exclaimed. "What have I said that is erroneous? If the master neglects his duties, there is still the mistress and the old mistress in the household. Even if we disregard that, if the miss truly turns a blind eye to everything, shall she then hand over the authority of the household to that little harlot? How can you be so short-sighted? All you see is the immediate gains and losses. Yet you fail to consider that if the miss seeks only her own comfort, can she truly remain unaffected when chaos descends upon the Marquisate? Have you not heard the saying? Something about nests and eggs? Under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs?" Song Wan, hiding behind the table, covered her lips and laughed. Yes, precisely that. Once a lady weds into the Marquisate, her fortunes are intertwined with the family. When one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. Do you think I'm not paying for the miss? Yet, have you ever heard me voice any concerns?" As she spoke, Granny Zhao's eyes began to glisten with tears. Song Wan had been cradled by her since infancy, nurtured in her embrace when she was but a palm's breadth in size. Now, after all the effort to blossom into such a celestial beauty, to think of her marrying someone like Jiang Xingjian was heart-wrenching. Had she known Jiang Xingjian's true nature, it would have been better for her to remain a widow. It was hard to determine which life was more torturous. The more Granny Zhao contemplated, the angrier she became. She thought of how Song Wan maintained the facade of a dignified mistress in front of others while privately giggling like an innocent child, and her heart ached fiercely. Their miss had been a widow since the tender age of 12, confined in the Lingxiang studio for 6 years. In essence, she was still an innocent child, untouched by the world. Hengwu saw Granny Zhao suddenly collapse onto the embroidered couch, burying her head in the blanket. Song Wan and Hengji were startled and rushed to check on her, while Hengwu giggled foolishly behind them. It was only when soft sobs filled the air that she hurriedly closed her mouth. "Good Granny, I shall cease my reckless talk henceforth. Which married woman does not practice restraint and caution, treading carefully in every step? A woman lives her entire life for a reputation of virtue and honor. Seeing the miss suffer daily, who would not feel heartache? In our household, the old servant ensures that not a drop of water touches the Mississippi. Not to mention the toll it takes when one's fingers are worn to the bone over calculations." Granny Zhao held Song Wan's delicate fingers, overwhelmed with sorrow. Their miss, aside from learning needlework in her youth, had never performed any rough tasks. Now, her fingers were calloused and bloodied from constant calculations. If the mistress were aware from beyond, how much pain would she feel? Song Wan, tightly grasped by Granny Zhao, felt a pang of sorrow, not for Jiang Xingjian, but for those who cared for her. After some contemplation, she nestled in the embrace of Aunt Zhao, much like a child, and murmured, "Oh, Aunt Zhao, what are you saying? Life in the Marquis's residence is quite easy for me. Managing the household accounts poses no difficulty. After all, which noblewoman has not traversed this path?" The old servant replied, "I'm not referring to the management of the household. I speak of your future, my lady." Sighing inwardly, Song Wan smiled and said, "My husband and I have known each other since childhood. With such a bond, he surely cannot remain indifferent forever. In a few days, he will likely recall my efforts." Hengji and Hengwu also felt a pang of sorrow. As they were lost in their thoughts, they saw Lu Zhu enter, clutching a receipt from the household. Bursting into the room, she exclaimed, "Miss, the young master has lost his senses. He has foolishly allocated 2,000 taels to Madame Lin of the Embroidery Pavilion to open a shop. Does he not realize the hardships you endure to save this money for the Marquis' household? Now, it has all been given to that woman. It is utterly outrageous. What? Has the young master gone mad? Aunt Zhao suddenly stood up, causing Song Wan's head to spin. Holding her head, Song Wan replied helplessly, "Speak cautiously. Speak cautiously." Chapter 30. Absurd Miss. Aunt Lin is still waiting outside the courtyard. Green Bamboo examined the receipt in her hand repeatedly, her almond-shaped eyes widening in frustration. Song Wan tidied her hair and asked Hung Ji to accompany her outside. Lin Jiyue was followed by two young maidservants, who bowed in unison upon seeing Song Wan. Lin Jiyue wore a smile, her demeanor exuding the grace of a refined young lady. "I have just given your maid the receipt written by Jiang Xingjian. I have come to collect the silver." Song Wan replied, "Since your husband has provided you with the receipt, you may go directly to the estate's administration to collect the silver. No need to seek me out." She instructed a second-tier maidservant to bring tea and patiently awaited Lin Jiayue's response. Jiang Xingjian, having bypassed her to hand silver over to Lin Jie, was aware that such an action was unreasonable. He would never permit Lin Jiayue to approach him. Now that she had come to his door, it was uncertain whether she sought to flaunt her status or to assert her dominance. As anticipated, after a brief silence while Song Wan sipped her tea, Lin Jiayue could no longer contain herself. "Jiang Xingjian has provided me with funds to open a shop, and you are not the least bit upset?" she remarked. "Your understanding of propriety is truly lacking." Upon hearing the term propriety, Lin Jiyue's expression darkened. "He appreciates my nature. It would be tiresome otherwise." Song Wan tightened her grip on the teacup, chuckling lightly before preparing to leave. Yet she heard Lin Jiyue say, "Is this truly entertaining for you? To uphold the identity of a legitimate wife while living in a state of self-deception. Do you really find joy in that? How dare you speak so in front of my lady?" Song Wan waved her hand, and Hung Ji stepped back, silenced. Then, according to Aunt Lin's perspective, "What should I do?" Lin Jiayue gazed at Song Wan, her eyes resolute. "I harbor no hostility towards you. I merely cannot comprehend why Xingjian does not favor you. Yet you choose to remain in the Marquisate. You have squandered 6 years. Why continue in this manner?" Song Wan returned to her seat, replying coolly, "I fail to grasp your meaning. What is there to misunderstand? Xingjian and I are in love. He once mentioned that upon returning to the capital, he would take me as his wife. Yet, who would have thought that there exists such a foolish woman in this world, who would cling to a tablet and marry into a state of widowhood?" Lin Jiayue regarded Song Wan, feeling a profound discomfort. It was she who shared a love with Jiang Xingjian first, so how had it come to appear as if she were intruding upon another's relationship? Despite her confidence, she could not suppress her apprehensions regarding Jiang Xingjian's connection with Song Wan. She was his nominal wife, and they visited the old madam together daily, their surroundings adorned with pairs of items. When Jiang Xingjian spoke of Song Wan, his eyes brimmed with unspoken admiration. Although they had never engaged in any intimate actions, Lin Jiayue could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Clearly, Jiang Xingjian was her beloved. Have you ever considered that your irresponsible actions could also cause distress to others? Song Wan blinked, attempting to comprehend what Lin Jiayue meant by causing trouble for others. She had always prided herself on her intelligence, yet not a single word from Lin Jiayue was comprehensible. As she gazed intently at the young woman before her, Song Wan found herself perplexed as to what exactly Jiang Xingjian adored about her. If it were her appearance, she felt confident she surpassed her rival. If it were their family backgrounds, she believed neither could claim a superior position. Could it be, as Lin Jiyue suggested, that she was simply too dull? Yet, having mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, as well as having delved into the classics and poetry, how could she be deemed uninteresting? With her esteemed lineage, surely she could find another suitor should she part ways with Jiang Xingjian. While Song Wan pondered her perceived lack of charm, she was suddenly jolted by a tight frown. In a fit of indignation, Hung Ji seized the hot tea before her and splashed it across Lin Jiayue's face. "You disgrace yourself with your shameless antics, endlessly parading around like a beggar, trying to ensnare the wealthy. How dare you tarnish the reputation of our esteemed young lady? You are a woman with a heart of darkness, unworthy of sympathy. As Hung Ji advanced, Song Wan intervened, though the tea was not scalding. The humiliation of being doused in it was undeniable. Lin Jie, brimming with indignation, shouted, "I am only looking out for your best interests." What madness is this? Two young maidens rushed forward to assist Lin Jie, wiping her face. Yet Song Wan remained fixated on her. After a prolonged moment, she discerned that apart from the disdainful arrogance in Lin Jie's demeanor, there was no malice directed toward her. It was clear that Lin Jie genuinely believed her words were for Song Wan's benefit. Curious, Song Wan mused on the implications of Lin Jie's assertions. In noble families, the concept of divorce was virtually non-existent. What she described was an impossibility. Did she not know that our laws stipulate that a woman cannot be both a wife and a concubine, and that a man who elevates a concubine to the status of wife faces a punishment of 1.5 years? While this may hold true for merchants and commoners, among the aristocracy, such as the esteemed Jiang household, even in the event of my demise, a new wife would be chosen. They would never disgrace themselves by elevating a concubine to a wife, a violation of familial propriety. If Lin Jie were not a concubine, but merely a woman of lesser status, there might be some room for negotiation, but as it stood, all was mere conjecture. It was impossible. Lin Jie's complexion turned pale. I refuse to believe that noble families cannot divorce. Must even a pair of mismatched partners remain bound until death? Song Wan lowered her gaze and replied coolly, "Your unwavering conviction in the possibility of divorce. Has he given you any assurances? Did Jiang Xingjian promise to marry her and make her the mistress of the Jiang estate?" As Lin Jie reflected deeply, she suddenly realized that since her return to the Jiang residence, he had not uttered such words. Even on the day she moved to Xiuyan Pavilion, all he had said was, "Trust me." A sheen of perspiration appeared on Lin Jie's brow, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Observing her reaction, Song Wan continued, "The reason noble families do not practice divorce is that it is a matter of great importance requiring both houses to offer incense and pay homage to their ancestors. Only after the clan leaders have worshipped and received divine approval can a divorce be sanctioned. Though divorces are rare, separations are not. A man may dismiss his wife for various reasons." Lin Jie suddenly lifted her head, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Song Wan smirked, finding Lin Jie's thoughts increasingly ludicrous. Not only did she have the backing of the Song family, but the Jiang household would never dare to dismiss her. Moreover, given that Lin Jie had remained a widow for 6 years for Jiang Xingjian, the emperor himself could not compel the Jiang family to cease their matrimonial duties. "Why has your husband allocated 2,000 taels of silver for you to open a shop?" Lin Jie replied, her face pale. "I have discovered a method for making ice in the summer, which will earn silver for the Marquis's residence. You previously inquired whether I was displeased regarding the silver your husband provided for your shop. I now offer you my answer." Song Wan's gaze remained calm and unruffled as she addressed Lin Jie, saying, "For a young lady, only the dowry is considered private property. Since the Marquis's household has yet to be divided, all income and expenditure are accounted for in the public ledger. Others, including your husband and the uncles within the household, similarly possess no private property. In fact, on the surface, they should neither have nor be allowed to possess any. As for you, being a concubine by birth, the concept of a dowry does not apply. Even if your husband dotes on you, it amounts to no more than a few personal coins. Therefore, your question about my possible displeasure is, quite frankly, somewhat amusing." Chapter 31. A glance Lin Jie never imagined that one day she would be deemed laughable by Song Wan, whom she regarded with pity and sadness. Her complexion was a mix of pale and green, overwhelmed by shame and anger. Observing her distress, Song Wan remarked indifferently, "Next time you flaunt your power, do so with a clearer understanding." With that, she departed, leaving Lin Jie on the verge of tearing the handkerchief in her grasp. In her frustration, she sought out Granny Li, expressing that she had learned the rules from Aunt Lin ineffectively and required further instruction on what was permissible and what was not. Hearing this, Hung Ji nodded and hurried to Fu Hangtang to find Granny Li. The audacity to suggest that the legitimate wife of the heir should remarry implied that Aunt Lin had perhaps lost her senses alongside the master. Pondering this, Hung Ji quickened her pace. After bidding Lin Guf farewell, Song Wan sat alone at her writing desk, lost in thought. Granny Zhao, having overheard their conversation, composed herself to comfort Song Wan. You need not concern yourself with that little harlot. Men are easily swayed by beauty. It is merely a fleeting fancy. Once the master tires of it, he will surely recognize the virtues of a lady. Lu Zhu furrowed her brow, interjecting, if the master has an eye for beauty, it should be for the lady's elegance, for she surpasses Aunt Lin in beauty by far. Indeed, one could not fathom what the master found appealing in Aunt Lin. Xiang Cao, equally perplexed, murmured something under her breath, prompting Song Wan to perk up her ears in curiosity. Hengwu contemplated briefly before realizing, I understand now. The master must be drawn to Aunt Lin's unruly, frivolous demeanor. Our lord from the third household has a penchant for courtesans, and those women exhibit the same lowly airs as Aunt Lin, spending her days either indulging in jealousy before the third madam or clinging to the third master. It seems certain that some men were indeed enamored with such behavior. Nonsense. What do you know about courtesans? You, a mere girl yet to be wed, speak so freely. Hengwu, giggling, seized upon Granny Zhao's words, inciting Granny Zhao to pinch her cheek in annoyance. Yet, Song Wan remained lost in thought, contemplating whether Jiang Xingjian truly favored women of such unrefined and disrespectful character. As she pondered, Hung Ji returned with news that the gatekeeper had delivered an invitation. Whose invitation? It is from the Sun family, inviting you to Jicheng Temple for a Buddhist ceremony. At this, Song Wan smiled. I had thought the Sun family would not reach out to me again. Now that they have summoned me, it seems they harbor some intentions towards the second master. Please inform the matriarch that I shall be going out tomorrow. Hung Ji felt a surge of joy and promptly conveyed the message to old Madame Jiang. Considering it was related to Jiang Yan's marriage, Song Wan contemplated sending someone to the second household to notify Qingzhai. When Jiang Yan returned home that evening, he appeared somewhat distracted upon hearing this news. Earlier in the day, when Xiang Cao had come to seek out the maidservant, Lu Yinyang had also been present, inquiring about the matter. Upon learning that the eldest madam had rejected the proposal from the Duke of Li's family, she had spent the afternoon in a huff, accusing the eldest madam of harboring selfish motives in her choice of a match of a lower status. That evening, she had even caused a stir in the lady's courtyard, prompting the lady to grow impatient with such trivialities and direct Lu Yinyang to the eldest madam. Did she go to find her? Qingzhai lowered her gaze, nodding, and refrained from adding any further remarks. Jiang Yan's face was etched with irritation, and a growing sense of frustration clouded his eyes. Qingzhai noticed his trembling hands and, contemplating for a moment, retreated to the outside. She stood by the door until tranquility returned to the room, at which point she opened the door once more. The study was in disarray, yet Jiang Yan had resumed his gentle demeanor, though the unhealthy crimson hue on his face, a result of his pent-up emotions, betrayed his inner turmoil. Where was Lu Chengxiang serving now? Last month, he had accompanied the steward of Yushi Fong to Jiangnan for business. Jiang Yan clenched his fists tightly, his breathing growing somewhat hurried. Observing this, Qingzhai remarked, Aunt Lu's nephew, Lu Yinxing, is currently working in the porcelain warehouse. Break his legs and compel him to advise Lu Zhu to behave himself. If there's a next time, I shall send the entire Lu family to the southern frontier to guard a medicinal material shop. After speaking, Jiang Yan rose and approached the grand wooden chef's table. Qingzhai watched him rummage through his garments, yet he seemed unsatisfied. Will you be going out tomorrow? To Jidong Temple, he replied. Qingzhai stepped forward and presented a deep blue silk robe, saying, I believe this one is more elegant. Elegant? Jiang Yan remarked as he shed his clothing. Once Qingzhai had assisted him in dressing, she stepped aside. It was indeed refined and imbued with the demeanor of a gentleman. His eyes sparkled, revealing a sense of joy. Shall we prepare a carriage for the manor tomorrow? Jiang Yan smiled gently. No need. Jitong Temple is situated in the outskirts of the capital. Although it lacks a bustling incense trade, its tranquility is its merit. Moreover, there is a mountain path designated for women. making it a favored destination for the ladies of the noble households. However, today, Jitong Temple was graced by two unexpected visitors. Upon entering the Bamboo Grove's guest room, Xiao Jie expressed his surprise. "You sought me out in such a serene place today." He scrutinized Jiang Yin and scoffed. "This is the first time I've seen you dressed so decorously." Jiang Yin lowered his head and inquired with a smile. "Does it not convey a sense of propriety and grace?" "It conveys the air of a well-dressed beast," Xiao Jie retorted, taking a seat on the stone bench with a casual demeanor. "What brings you to seek me?" He and Jiang Yin shared a somewhat clandestine business relationship, having collaborated for 4 or 5 years, which, while not reaching the depths of brotherhood, was marked by mutual trust and loyalty. "I heard your elder brother has returned. Has this delayed your succession?" Jiang Yin shook his head, his temperament unusually serene today as he methodically set out the chess pieces from his box. "Join me for a game." Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow and extended his scarred hand, carelessly placing the black pieces in disarray. Jiang Yin remained unperturbed, engrossed in his own play, until voices emerged from the adjoining room, prompting a smile to grace his face. Noticing that all his attention was directed toward the soft female voice next door, Xiao Jie became intrigued and quieted to listen. "It has been many years since I last saw Grand Lady Jiang. I did not expect her to have blossomed into such beauty." Song Wan handed a box to a maid from the Sun family, smiling as she said, "The last time I saw you was 7 or 8 years ago. I still remember the osmanthus candy you brought for me. You child, your memory is quite remarkable." Song Wan smiled, her lips pressed together, as if the half hour she had spent waiting for the Sun family at the foot of the mountain had never occurred. Discussing marriage and betrothal, it was common for the woman's family to adopt a more reserved posture, and she harbored no discontent. "I have met Grand Lady Jiang." A delicate young girl gracefully approached Song Wan to pay her respects. As Song Wan turned to look, she beheld the charming Miss Sun, whose beauty was both enchanting and delightful. The girl's face was round, and her large, glistening eyes were irresistibly adorable. When she gazed at others, her eyes sparkled with bashful mirth, and in a mere glance, Song Wan found herself quite taken with her. She received a jade box from Hung Ji and presented it to Miss Sunday. Observing this, Madame Sun remarked, "This is far too precious. It truly cannot be accepted." With a gentle smile, Song Wan replied, "I am simply drawn to Miss Sun, and it seems that my sister and I share a certain bond. What is there that a sister cannot give to her younger sister?" Just a wall away, Jiang Yin listened, her eyes reflecting a mixture of joy and sorrow. Chapter 32. Infidelity. Xiao Zhu delicately rolled a black piece between his fingers, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Yin's demeanor. Having collaborated with Jiang Yin for many years, he found this individual to be quite unpredictable, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. However, it was the first time he observed Jiang Yin taking such an interest in the gossip of women. After listening for a while, he discerned little in the way of identities or intrigues, until he perceived the expressions exchanged, realizing it must pertain to private matters. Has Miss Sun reached the age of marriage? It is not appropriate to discuss matrimonial matters in front of an unmarried young lady. Thus, Madame Sun instructed her maid to escort the guests away before replying. She is yet to reach the requisite age. It is still a time of mischief for her. I recall being quite the same at that age. Madame Sun chuckled, exclaiming that if her daughter were to resemble Song Wan, she could die in peace. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Wan finally broached the topic. I wonder what sort of gentleman the Sun family desires. Perhaps I might know someone suitable. Madame Sun replied with a smile. Though my husband holds a modest position, our son possesses a measure of literary talent, which prompts me to consider a future husband for her, who is also well-read. Social standing is of little consequence. A gentleman who is literate, courteous, and gentle in demeanor is highly sought after. Song Wan responded with a smile. I happen to know a most talented and gracious gentleman. Madame Sun inquired, is there harmony within your household? You understand that families like ours place great importance on propriety and decorum. I fear that if any family member were to exhibit improper conduct, it could lead to future complications, ultimately affecting us all. Song Wan pressed her lips together in silence. Madame Sun's words were clear. The Sun family was indifferent to whether Jiang Yin was born of the main or collateral line, as long as he was literate and possessed a gentle disposition. Nonetheless, The Sun family disapproved of Jiang Xingjian, bringing Lin Jiayue back to the residence without a matchmaker. I am aware that in a large clan, it is improbable for every individual to possess a virtuous character. However, if relations are distant, it is manageable. Yet, should the conduct of a close brother or uncle be lacking, separation of households becomes necessary. Song Wan offered a faint smile. As long as parents are alive, one does not separate the family. We are bound by blood. No matter the circumstances, one would not leave the household simply for marrying a new wife. Besides, if outsiders were to learn that marrying a daughter from the Sun family necessitates a division of the family, how would that reflect on Xiao? Madame Sun's smile faded slightly, prompting Song Wan to continue. A young lady is better off seeking a husband who is considerate and warm-hearted than any other quality. After all, as women, we often reside in the inner quarters, rather than scrutinizing the brothers and uncles of a prospective husband. It would be wiser to observe the disposition of the matron and the sisters-in-law within the household. If the matriarch is amiable and the sisters-in-law are gentle in nature, Xiao will find comfort in the inner chambers. Alas, she continued, though it is wise to say so, if the household is unsettled. With a new entertainer today and a gaunt horse tomorrow, it becomes a chaotic mess, which is truly vexing. Madame Sun sighed, moreover. Consider a man who witnesses his brother courting attention daily. Would his mind not be stirred? The family's ethos is of paramount importance. A person may appear virtuous and well-educated, but can that guarantee a lifetime of such character? As a woman ages and her beauty fades, her quality of life will depend upon the man's nature and the limits of his conduct. Song Wan listened quietly, a sense of inexplicable turmoil brewing within her. It was merely her concern for this marriage that sparked a flicker of genuine sentiment within her. As Madame Sun remarked, I shall be straightforward. The temperament of Master Yan in our household is likely known to the lady to some degree. While outsiders may speak truthfully, as a mother, I remain apprehensive. I dare not comment on other matters, but regarding Master Yan. Song Wan paused slightly, as if pondering something, while Jiang Yan, seated across, held a white piece. His breath momentarily suspended. His countenance was grave, his posture taut and immobile, while Xiao Jian nearby raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Today, Master Yan had come to observe Jiang Yan. Yet, judging by Jiang Yan's demeanor, it seemed he cared little for who his future bride would be, but rather was more attentive to that softly spoken young lady. Xiao Jia picked up a black piece from the table and tossed it into the chess box, the faint clatter eliciting Jiang Yan's irritation. Outside the wall, Song Wan began to speak, and Jiang Yan turned his head to listen. There was still some understanding. Over the past few years, all external affairs of the household had been managed by Master Yan, and neither the servants of the estate nor those outside had ever uttered a word of scandal concerning him. It seemed Master Yan was a person of exceptional interpersonal skills and adept at handling matters with grace. In the inner quarters, he was not seen indulging in frivolities or consorting with maidservants. His room was immaculate, leaving no room for criticism. Song Wan paused briefly, reflecting on the few encounters she had had with Jiang Yan. Aside from the rather peculiar occasion when she had been at the Marquis's residence in mourning, during which it was difficult to speak freely, Jiang Yan had always presented himself as polite, humble, and gentle. I have been married into the Marquis's household for 6 years and have not spent much time with Master Yan, but I have seen him during festivals and ceremonies. If the lady trusts me, I believe he would make a good husband, one who respects and loves his wife with kindness and warmth. Jiang Yan listened, his face growing increasingly crimson, his eyes shimmering with affection, yet gradually dimming with melancholy. Xiao Jian narrowed his handsome eyes, frowning as he inquired, "Your sister-in-law?" Jiang Yan returned to his senses, his gaze filled with tender mirth. "Yes, my sister-in-law." The term sister-in-law was uttered with a lingering, ambiguous fondness that sent shivers down Xiao Jia's spine. After a prolonged silence, he finally coldly remarked, "You truly are insufferable." The smile on Jiang Yan's face quickly faded, his complexion shifting from red to pale and then to a dismal gray. He tightened his grip on the chess box, clearly struggling to maintain his composure as a gentleman. Xiao Jia smirked, leaning back languidly, and murmured, "Your sister-in-law is here." In the next moment, Jiang Yan's emotions steadied, and his breathing slowed. How intriguing. Jiang Yan meticulously rearranged the disordered chessboard and quietly asked, "Do you not find me repulsive?" Xiao Jie scoffed. "Is there any shortage of scandalous affairs among noble families? What is so distasteful about desiring your sister-in-law? I have witnessed far worse, such as the disgraceful entanglements of fathers and daughters. What you have here hardly compares." Jiang Yin murmured, but she must find it repugnant. Next door, Madame Sun continued to press Song Wan. Yet both Jiang Yin and Xiao Jie could discern that Song Wan held a favorable view of the Sun family girl, her words laced with humility. Jiang Yin felt a bittersweet mixture of honey and vinegar within him. In the household, he dared not reveal even the slightest hint of his feelings. Yet he could not suppress the urge to let the world know how she regarded him differently from others. After much contemplation, this matter of great impropriety can only be entrusted to the reckless Xiao Jie, even if she does not find it repugnant. Do you truly wish to have any unresolved affairs with your sister-in-law? To covet mere beauty is one thing, but one must admit that your demeanor suggests this is not merely a fleeting indulgence. With a raised eyebrow, Xiao Jie nonchalantly remarked, "Such matters ultimately bring shame upon women. If the truth were to emerge, the worst fate for a man would be to earn a reputation as a libertine, while your sister-in-law could very well end her life with a noose. It all hinges on whether you are willing to bear that consequence." Jiang Yan's eyes darkened, and his complexion turned exceedingly pale. Chapter 33. Ambition moved by the words of Song Wan, Lady Sun remained apprehensive, maintaining a dignified demeanor in her conversation. Aware that matters of marriage cannot be resolved in a day, Song Wan shifted the topic to other subjects. Engaging with the young lady of the Sun family in a discussion about needlework and musical skills before bidding them farewell one by one. As she prepared to leave, Jiang Yin departed early, leaving only Xiao Jie in the room. Today, an ill-mannered lady had blocked the carriage path at the foot of the mountain, causing the Ho family's carriage to be stalled for nearly half a day. The heat compelled Song Wan to lift a corner of the carriage curtain for some air. As she contemplated her engagement with the Sun family, she noticed a figure in the shadow behind Jitong Temple, staring intently at her. The man stood in the shade, his features obscured, yet his tall stature was evident. Amidst the dappled light of the trees, his pitch-black eyes glimmered ominously. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Song Wan frowned. The intensity of his gaze was unsettling, filled with scrutiny that pierced through her. She quickly lowered the curtain. Xiao Jie, with a playful glint in his eyes, smiled unabashedly. After lowering the curtain, Song Wan remarked to her companion, Heng Ji, that the weather was growing increasingly oppressive. The carriage adorned with shoe brocade was stifling, and she suggested that they replace it with soft gauze to spare the other ladies from the discomfort she experienced today. As they returned to the Ho residence, preparing to report to the matriarch in Fuhengtang, they encountered Jiang Yin emerging from within. Upon seeing him, Song Wan spoke. "Today was fortunate. I have just returned home." Jiang Yin inquired gently, "Sister-in-law, where have you been?" She replied, "A few days ago, I selected several families to visit, and today I paid a call on the wife and daughter of Grand Secretary Sun from Dongga. The Sun girl possesses a gentle temperament and has learned decorum exceptionally well. I believe she is quite compatible with you." Jiang Yin lowered his gaze. "Sister-in-law, you're discerning. I cannot be wrong." Song Wan smiled softly. "Do not underestimate the Sun family as status. However, my concerns are not unfounded. The Sun family is closely affiliated with the emperor. Although Sun Zhengchun currently holds a lowly position, it is but a temporary circumstance, far superior to the chief family, which has long fallen from grace despite its noble heritage." Jiang Yan's expression deepened, and he murmured, "Lady Lu has a narrow perspective. Do not let her opinion sway you, sister-in-law." Song Wan, upon hearing this, exhibited a slight expression of relief, causing Jiang Yan's heart to tighten. Although his sister-in-law had little faith in him, he would still need her assistance for Jiang Xing's future marriage. It was no burden for family members to assist one another. The harmony and prosperity of their union were what truly mattered. Jiang Yan's tone softened. "What you wish for will surely come to pass." His words felt somewhat peculiar to Song Wan, who sensed something amiss, but merely smiled and retreated to Fuhengtang. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yin lingered behind, his thoughts consumed by Xiao Jie as ominous remark. A frown creased his brow, a sudden ache gripping his heart. Song Wan, unaware of Jiang Yan's troubled thoughts, chose not to mention it. Upon arriving at Fuhangtang, she succinctly conveyed the Sun family's sentiments to the elderly matriarch, who valued their powerful connections, believing they could bolster the Jiang family's standing in the future. The matriarch smiled, declaring Song Wan to be a capable steward of the household. After exchanging a few words with her, Song Wan returned to the lawn courtyard. In the past, she seldom ventured outside, having not interacted with anyone for 6 years. Thus, the sudden need for social engagement left her feeling utterly fatigued. The maid went to inform Xiangxiao to prepare hot water, so that the young lady could take a soothing bath to alleviate her weariness. Song Wan nodded, just as she was about to suggest that Hengji select a bottle of magnolia flower essence to accompany her bath, when a commotion erupted from the Shoyan pavilion. A slight frown creased her brow, and an inexplicable sense of annoyance welled up within her. Mississippi returned to the main courtyard. It was unclear why, but ever since Lin Jiyue had resolutely declared her intent to divorce the day before, Song Wan had grown impatient, mulling over the entangled and vexatious matters concerning her relationship with Jiang Xingjian. Is it true that noble families never have divorced women? The maids and servants in the Shuyan pavilion shrank back as Song Wan walked past, especially at the mention of divorce. They dared not utter a sound, fearful of incurring her displeasure. After all, the household was under the authority of the eldest lady, and they had to heed her mood, which rendered them mute and motionless, akin to wooden stakes that could merely breathe. Jiang Xingjian was afflicted with a splitting headache due to the uproar created by Lin Jiyue. Jiang Xingjian, you are deceiving me. Aren't you? Everything you said is a lie. Isn't it? He pressed his fingers to his temples, his mind in turmoil. You say nothing, leaving me to speculate alone. What can I possibly deduce? Lin Jiyue's eyes were swollen from crying. You allowed me to harbor feelings for you. You permitted me to come to the capital with you, and you let Song Wan humiliate me without intervention. You never inquired whether I consented. You simply condemned me to the status of a lowly concubine. Jiang Xingjian, do you truly have a heart? I am but a solitary girl, and you? You hail from nobility, possessing status and influence. In a marquisate, you have a grandmother, a mother, and even a wife from a prominent family. But what do I have? Only you, and I can rely solely upon you. Yet how have you acted? You allowed Song Wan to bully me, offering no assistance, and even deceive me alongside her. Why didn't you tell me that you and Song Wan could never divorce? Have I ever deceived you? Indeed, you have not deceived me. You merely concealed the truth, allowing me to concoct my own speculations. Your inaction speaks volumes. You maintain your purity, your innocence, while I am the greatest fool of all. Lin Jiyue's cries were filled with a mix of rage against the injustice of the world, resentment towards Jiang Xingjian, and a hint of unwilling acknowledgement of her own bitterness. Jiang Xingjian merely frowned, unsure of how to justify himself. With Song Wan, he had never needed to articulate his thoughts and feelings so explicitly, but with Lin Jiyue, she was blind to the complexities of the situation, unable to grasp his intentions. Her entire focus was consumed by her romantic feelings, leaving him perplexed. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xingjian spoke. I had not intended to discuss these matters with you, but to prevent you from being entangled in future disputes. I shall clarify things today. He briefly mentioned the connections and animosities between the third and fifth princes and the Jiang and Song families, stating, in the future, one of the Jiang or Song families will inevitably suffer. Regardless of who prevails between the third and fifth factions, my relationship with Song Wan, a sharp pain pierced Jiang Xingjian's heart, is utterly impossible. Lin Jia, oblivious to his expression, bore an air of subtle excitement between her brows. The Duke's residence is indeed to be involved in the struggle for succession? How intriguing. Lin Jiyue wiped the tears from her face, her eyes brimming with ambition. If the Duke's residence triumphs, Song Wan can align herself with the Song family. Brother Xingjian, Lin Jiyue smiled sweetly. I comprehend everything you have said. Rest assured, I shall assist you. Chapter 34. The concubine, after Jiang Xingjian clarified matters with Lin Jiyue, she no longer felt entangled by Song Wan. instead devoting herself to the exploration of exquisite skills and arts. Song Wan, preoccupied with the marriage arrangements between the Sun family and Jiang Yin, paid little heed to the two women. Finally, when Mrs. Sun softened her stance, Song Wan was able to take a much-needed respite. Fresh from her bath, she reclined as Hengji and Hengwu applied nourishing, scented lotion to her skin. Green bamboo also brought fragrant ointment from the Jingxiutang to care for her hair. Outside, the cicadas buzzed incessantly, yet Song Wan felt only a lethargic heat, making her drowsy and indolent. "Miss, this summer is unbearably hot. Even wearing the gauzy veil feels oppressive," one of her maids remarked. Song Wan, half reclined on the beauty couch, murmured sleepily in response. "Miss, I heard from Granny Liang that Lin Yingyang's ice shop has made quite a fortune. Not long ago, the lady even sent fruits in her courtyard," Xiang Cao said cautiously while assisting Green Bamboo. Song Wan opened her eyes, momentarily distracted, and after a brief pause, she replied, "Indeed. She possesses remarkable talents. I always thought she should not be so ordinary. Mississippi, I heard from Granny Liang that the ice shop earned over 1,000 taels of silver in just half a month. The capital given by the master has already returned. And now even the lady regards her with a different eye, no longer speaking of her as lightly as before. What shall we do, miss?" Song Wan adjusted her garments, her cheeks slightly flushed from the heat. Taking the silk fan depicting a lady, she waved it languidly. "What do you mean by what shall we do? If she can bring wealth to the... Is that not a good thing for us? Our sustenance also comes from the public funds, does it not?" "Mississippi," Xiang Cao called out anxiously. Song Wan opened her eyes and said, "I understand your concerns, but you must realize that dignity is earned. If I am incapable of maintaining the respect due to the legitimate wife of the... relying solely on the support of the elder lady and the madam, how long can that last? Are we to simply watch Lin Yingyang flaunt her power and entice the master?" Song Wan smiled gently. A person of capability is always deserving of respect. If she truly possesses the audacity to display her prowess before me, I would welcome it. She rose, and upon seeing this, Hengji hurriedly took out the cloud silk fabric gifted by Consort Yin to make an inner skirt for Song Wan. An ice shop is of little consequence. With Lin Jiayue's temperament, it would be quite challenging for her to achieve anything significant without assistance. "Isn't it the master who is currently supporting her?" Song Wan replied nonchalantly, "I am not concerned about him." Having donned her attire, Song Wan proceeded to the study to read. Just as she became engrossed in her book, Zhao Momo arrived. "The empress has issued an edict to summon the master and Lin Yingyang to the palace." "Is it the empress's edict? Or has the master taken Lin Yingyang there himself?" Zhao Momo's expression was grim. "It is indeed the empress's direct order to meet with Lin Yingyang." Song Wan tightened her grip on the book, her brow furrowed in concern. It was just this sort of matter that had caused her worry, and now it had come to pass. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Lin Jiayue was filled with exhilaration. Her longing for the palace had always been immense, and after becoming aware of the rivalry among the three factions, she had been keenly observing the dynamics within the court. Now, coupled with Jiang Xingjian's words, Lin Jiayue felt that she could play a significant role. "How do I look in this dress?" she asked, holding up a trailing peach-colored gown. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow and replied, "No, entering the palace is no trivial matter. One must adhere strictly to the rules and etiquette." Observing her enthusiasm, Jiang Xingjian felt a sense of vexation. Reluctantly, she changed into a pale yellow dress, and even upon entering the palace, she remained in a sulky mood. Fortunately, upon reaching the Yinsu palace of concubine Jiang, Lin Jiayue donned a radiant smile. "I, the commoner Lin Jiayue, pay my respects to your highness, concubine Jiang." "Rise," Jiang Man said. "Thanks to you, Yi has been spared a life-threatening ordeal, and I have yet to express my gratitude." Dressed in resplendent palace attire, Jiang Man exuded an ethereal grace, her gentle demeanor and affectionate gaze endearing her to Lin Jiayue. "Your highness is too kind. Xingjian is also Jiayue's beloved. Saving one's own heart." Lin Jiayue's face flushed. "It is only right." Jiang Man smiled softly, inviting both Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue to take their seats. and they partook in a private banquet for 3 within the palace. Throughout the meal, Lin Jiayue employed all her charms, successfully lifting Jiang Man's spirits. "You are a good girl. Ear has wronged you. Your method of ice making is truly remarkable. I did not expect such capability at your young age. It is merely an ice shop. If I so desired, I could earn more silver." Jiang Xingjian frowned involuntarily at her words, while Jiang Man merely responded with a casual acknowledgement. Lin Jie declared with confidence, "I do not mean to boast. If the Marquisate were entrusted to me, it would surely turn from loss to profit within 6 months. With a business like ice making, I could easily open 10 or 8 more if I wished." Jiang Xingjian's hand beneath the table clenched tightly. Had it not been for concubine Jiang's presence, he might have silenced Lin Jue with a piece of osmanthus cake. Although Jiang Man was his sister, she was now part of the royal household, and anything associated with imperial authority was not so simple. To speak recklessly today could lead to dire consequences for the Marquisate in the future. If they failed to deliver, their lives could be at stake. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, increasingly regretting his actions. With her own ambitions in mind, Lin Jiayue paid no heed to his thoughts. Today, she realized that whether in love or power, one must strive for it oneself, and Jiang Man was the support she sought. Unfortunately, as a commoner, her voice was weak, and within the Marquisate, she held no authority. Even if she saw the missteps of the matriarch, she could not speak up, leaving her to fret in silence. Picking up a piece of candied jujube, Jiang Xingjian remarked, "You have always enjoyed sweets. Why not sample the chef's skills from the palace?" Lin Jiayue blushed and smiled, holding Jiang Xingjian's hand. "Is that so? What missteps has the matriarch committed? Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Jiang Man spoke softly, and Jiang Xingjian felt a chill in his heart. "Though I am not of noble birth, I have seen much. Managing the household requires a firm hand, for only then can the authority be established. Seeking merely a good reputation can lead to constraints." Jiang Man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that seeking fame and fortune is unwise. "There is some truth in your words." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "You have indeed rendered service to the Marquis's residence, and being relegated to the status of a mere concubine is an affront. Today, I shall write to my mother to elevate you to the esteemed rank of a noble concubine. As for..." She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jiayue and, with a smile that danced on the edge of irony, added, "Should you achieve great merits for the Marquis's residence in the future, I might beseech the emperor to grant you the title of a legitimate wife." The phrase legitimate wife brought a sense of relief to Lin Jiayue. She knew that the Song family and Song Wan would inevitably face downfall, yet she could not erase the memory of that day when Song Wan coldly mocked her. She was eager to witness the expression on Song Wan's face, who had sworn to remain the legitimate wife of the Marquis's residence for life, upon learning that she, Lin Jiayue, had become Jiang Xingjian's legitimate wife. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to assist the Marquis's residence and support you." Jiang Man smiled gently. "That is well. The Marquis's residence cannot be solely governed by outsiders. Upon returning to the residence today, inform Song Wan that Lin Jiayue shall manage the household affairs alongside her. With their complementary strengths, they will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort." Chapter 35. The assistant upon departing from the Yanqing Palace, Jiang Xingjian confronted Lin Jiayue, questioning her audacity in making unilateral decisions. Lin Jiayue, however, responded with a playful smile. "Do you doubt my ability to manage the Marquisate, or do you not believe I can generate greater profits for a household? Have you not witnessed the success of the ice shop? Even the Empress trusts me, having bestowed upon me 5,000 taels of silver to open a new establishment. What is there for you to worry about?" Jiang Xingjian's expression grew dark as he retorted, "Do you understand that having received the Empress's silver, this venture must yield profits? In business, there are no guarantees of success. The Empress is not one to act irrationally." Linking her arm with his, Lin Jie sweetly reassured him, "Rest assured, with me at the helm, this enterprise will undoubtedly flourish." Jiang Xingjian shook off her touch and strode away, his demeanor somber. When Jiang Man first encountered Lin Jiayue, she must have found her as clever and astute as he did initially. Yet, such cleverness often falters under the test of time. In the Marquisate, she may have made mistakes, but he would bear the burden of those errors. However, under the weight of imperial authority, any misstep on her part could potentially jeopardize the entire Marquisate. Jiang Xingjian's face darkened further as he contemplated the Empress's decree that Lin Jiyue and Song Wan jointly manage the Marquisate, adding to his agitation. Jiang Man, being both his elder sister and the mother of the fifth prince, needed not engage in commerce to accumulate wealth, yet the prince required a formidable maternal lineage. Now that Jiang Fei had spoken, the matter of household management had transcended personal affairs, and he found himself unable to refuse. Observing Lin Jiyue clutching the 5,000 taels of silver, Jiang Xingjian felt increasingly vexed. Upon returning to the Marquisate, Lin Jiyue busied herself in her chamber pondering business strategies, while Jiang Xingjian, with a stern visage, made his way to the Fuhengtang. Your sister has always been a strong-willed individual. At barely 5 years old, Shu'er exhibits such agility, unafraid of stretching her limits, remarked old Madame Jiang, her half-closed eyes fiddling with a fragrant bead. Kneeling beside her, Jiang Xingjian spoke softly. The palace is fraught with peril. My sister faces immense challenges within. We must assist her as we can, and with the Empress's command, we have little choice but to comply. You have always been tightly controlled by your sister. Old Madame Jiang rose, and Jiang Xingjian quickly moved to support her. It is commendable for siblings to support one another, yet manner is impulsive. I opposed her entering the palace years ago. Had she not, you and Song Wan would not be in this predicament today. With a virtuous and intelligent partner like Song Wan, coupled with your talents and character, it is not impossible to preserve the Marquisate's century-old glory. Yet now, it seems you are willing to risk it all for an ephemeral illusion. Heavily burdened by these thoughts, Jiang Xingjian's expression remained stoic, yet internally he acknowledged that there was no turning back. Very well, if the Marquisate is entrusted to you, then let you take charge of its affairs. After all, how many more years do I have left? I would rather not meddle now, lest I sow discord between you siblings and become the villain. With a wave of her hand, old Madame Jiang signaled for her maid, Baozhu, to escort Jiang Xingjian out. As everyone departed, the elderly matriarch let out a soft sigh. Throughout history, countless princes and grandsons have met untimely ends. Now, for the sake of a mere 5-year-old child, the entire Ho and Song families must be at odds. I fear that if Song Lanen were to learn of Jiang Man's foolishness, he would surely be amused. If the old lady is aware that this is ill-advised, why does she not counsel the eldest master? A servant assisted the matriarch in taking her seat, offering quiet comfort. The matriarch remarked, "You have watched Jiang Man grow up. Are you unaware of her temperament? Years ago, I merely suggested that her fiery nature was unsuitable for marrying into a noble family, and she promptly enticed the emperor into the palace. Now, as she seeks to intervene in family matters, should I obstruct it would only breed resentment in her heart, distancing her from the Ho family. She is of Jiang lineage. If a scandal were to arise, could the Ho family extricate themselves from it? It would be wiser to let observe from the sidelines." The servant sighed in agreement, at a loss for any other remedy. Upon exiting the matriarch's chamber, Jiang Xingjian wore a troubled expression as he made his way to the main courtyard of Lanting. Upon his arrival, he found the household matrons meticulously reconciling accounts with Song Wan, their demeanor excessively respectful. The records were both clear and detailed, and after reviewing them briefly, Song Wan signed off on the household receipts. "Madam, this is the kitchen expenditure for the month," one of the matrons informed her. Song Wan took the document and noted that, even before the month was complete, several thousand taels of silver had already been saved. "Madam manages the household with great skill. Both the inner and outer courtyards sing your praises," remarked Liang Posey. Indeed, the recent heat was unbearable. Had it not been for Madam's refreshing mung bean soup for the young servants in the outer courtyard, I fear several of them would have fallen ill by now. Such trivial matters hardly warrant a discussion. Song Wan deftly manipulated the abacus, relieved to see that her previous adjustments to the household regulations had indeed resulted in significant savings. "Madam, how shall we account for the autumn moon landscape painting delivered to the Sun residence yesterday?" inquired another. Without lifting her gaze, Song Wan replied, "Do not bother with it. Consider it a private gift to Madame Sunday. The genuine work of Zhang Shaoqing? Jiang Xingjian inquired as he stepped forward, prompting the matrons to bow in respect. With a casual wave of his hand, he silenced their chatter. There is no custom of using a woman's dowry to bolster her husband's family. I will convert that genuine piece into cash for you the day after tomorrow. Let my husband decide. Song Wan smiled faintly at him before returning to her accounts. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xingjian dismissed the matrons and seated himself before her. Is there something you wish to discuss? She asked. Indeed, there were matters to deliberate. Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed as he struggled to find the words. Seeing his distress, Song Wan realized it must pertain to Lin Jiayue, and she refrained from pressing him, instead focusing on organizing the household receipts. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xingjian finally spoke. What is the progress regarding Jiang Yan's marriage to the Sun family? Madame Sun still harbors some reservations. Although she has not yet given her consent, discussions have progressed significantly. Once Miss Sun undergoes her coming-of-age ceremony, it is likely we can finalize the arrangement. What reservations? Jiang Yan and Miss Sun are well-matched. The Sun family should not object to this union. Song Wan replied calmly. Madame Sun disapproves of families that act recklessly and disregard propriety. She fears that a crowded inner courtyard might complicate matters for Miss Sunday. The words barely escaped Ho Fu's lips before Jiang Xingjian awkwardly fell silent. Initially, he intended to suggest that Lin Jiayue and Song Wan jointly manage household affairs. Yet now he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. It wasn't until Song Wan completed the financial reconciliation today that Jiang Xingjian still hesitated to express his intentions. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. Having waited for so long, it seemed there must be an important matter at hand, and it would be better to speak plainly. Jiang Xingjian touched his nose and murmured, I wish for Jue to assist you in managing the household. Chapter 36. My lord, I did not quite catch your words. Would you be so kind as to repeat them? Jiang Xingjian lifted his gaze, only to find disappointment etched in Song Wanqing's clear, shimmering eyes. The latter part of his sentence lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered. Yet for the first time, Song Wanqing pressed on relentlessly, her voice icy. What did you just say? I cannot hear you. Though her demeanor was usually cool, she had never been so confrontational. After much contemplation, Jiang Xingjian attempted to clarify. I accompanied Jue into the palace, the lady. Song Wanqing stood, looking down upon him with a countenance as frigid as ice. Do you realize what you were saying? The empress had taken a liking to Jiyue and had elevated her to the status of a favored concubine. Noticing Jiayue's cleverness, she suggested that they jointly manage the household affairs of the Marquisate. Given the complexities of domestic matters, having an additional person to share the burdens was hardly inappropriate. How utterly unremarkable, Song Wanqing retorted, her grip on her handkerchief trembling violently. As a proper lady of noble birth, she had lived 18 years without enduring any humiliation. Now, subjected to repeated indignities from Jiang Xingjian, how was she to bear it? It was rare indeed to find a family where 3 generations of matriarchs coexisted. Yet a mere concubine was entrusted with the household's inner workings. Had she known that the Marquisate was so devoid of decorum, the Song family would never have entertained such a union. I shall return the household tokens to the old matriarch today. As for whom manages the family in the future, it is of no concern to me. I refuse to have my family name tarnished by any scandal that might arise. With that, Song Wanqing turned to leave, and both Hengji and nurse Zhao hurried to follow her. Hengwu cast a glance at Jiang Xingjian, whose face was a tumult of emotions, and spat in disdain. What a disgrace to propriety. The servants in the main courtyard swiftly dispersed, leaving behind the beleaguered Jiang Xingjian. Mississippi. Nurse Zhao gazed at Song Wanqing, who had entered the room and immediately begun sketching in the account books, her heart heavy with distress. What are you doing, miss? Are you truly going to relinquish the authority of the household to that little harlot? Song Wanqing paused momentarily, but soon resumed her work. Compile all the tickets and household tokens from these past days. Xiang Cao, fetch my dowry list. Mississippi. Song Wanqing's eyelids reddened as she replied softly. Do you believe that Lin Jiayue can effectively manage the Marquisate? Certainly not. Her behavior is erratic and reckless. Who knows what chaos she might incite in the future? Indeed, which is precisely why I cannot share the management with her. Song Wanqing's fingers, gripping the brush, turned pale. She took a moment to compose herself, stifling her agitation. Who in the world knew of Lin Jiayue? If any missteps occurred in managing the Marquisate, all blame would inevitably fall upon me, Song Wanqing. The reputation of the Song family's daughters must not be sullied by my failures. But miss, if Lin Yangzi enjoys the Lord's favor and oversees the household, your days will only become more difficult. You are still so young. Must you endure the malice of that little harlot in the years to come? Nurse, there is no need for concern. Song Wanqing suppressed her swirling thoughts. As the saying goes, those who ascend must also face falls. This matter was initiated by the Empress. The Marquisate will have no choice but to comply. If I persistently hold onto the responsibilities of the household, it may only arouse suspicion. Perhaps it would be wiser to relinquish control and see whether Lin Jiayue possesses the talent for managing affairs. Merely opening a couple of shops has led many to believe she possesses great capability. If I do not allow her the opportunity, it may only serve to enhance her reputation. Regardless of how well I perform, others will assume that Lin Jiayue could excel even further. The opportunity one grant her hinges solely on her ability to seize it. Song Wan, trembling with suppressed anger, retrieved her dowry list, meticulously marking items. Aside from the bedding and furnishings I selected, all medicinal herbs, silver, and properties should be handed over to my elder brother. What is Miss planning? She asked, instructing him to acquire all available shops in the capital, even if it meant paying a premium above market price. Though Zhao Mama remained perplexed, the wheels of action were already set in motion. Song Wan then produced another list, filled with the exquisite jewelry bestowed upon her by the favored concubine. As gifts from the palace cannot be sold, and being reluctant to part with them, she examined a few pieces before casually placing them aside. Managing the household is no trivial matter. While Lin Jiayue possesses some talent, she lacks the wisdom of a true gentleman. If granted authority, the household would surely descend into chaos within 3 months. Thus, I must prepare in advance. Once everything was arranged, Song Wan instructed Hung Ji to carry the household ledger and accounts to Fuhengtang with her. Passing by the embroidery platform, she noticed 8 wooden carvings displayed atop it and casually tossed one out of the window. Within Fuhengtang, both old lady Jiang and Madame Jiang were present. Upon seeing Song Wan approach with a ledger, they both sighed softly. "Good child, you have endured much," they expressed. Song Wan smiled, responding, "What hardship could there be? With my husband returned to the household, it is only I who shall enjoy the blessings. Where is the hardship in that?" Old lady Jiang remained silent, while Madame Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment. "Grandmother," Song Wan turned to see Jiang Xingjian entering with Lin Jiayue, who greeted her with a sweet smile and offered gentle bows to old lady Jiang and Madame Jiang. Song Wan's gaze remained indifferent as she directed Hung Ji to place the ledger on the table. Even the Empress knows that the granddaughter is inept at managing the household. I feel deep remorse. However, with capable individuals present, I am more than willing to step aside. Observing Lin Jia's self-satisfied demeanor, old lady Jiang felt a lump of frustration in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. If only she truly possessed talent. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Madame Jiang interjected, furrowing her brows tightly. "How can a concubine be allowed to manage the household, surpassing the rightful heirs? Would that suggest that all the legitimate daughters of our family have perished?" Jiang Xingjian's forehead tensed, and old lady Jiang sighed deeply. "I am well aware of the household's circumstances, Wanner. You manage things well enough. You need not concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders." Madame Jiang grasped Song Wan's hand, saying, "Your mother understands your struggles, but given the current difficulties, this is not the time for you to be willful." "It is not that I am willful." "Enough," old lady Jiang interrupted, raising her hand to summon Song Wan closer. With earnestness, she said, "Your grandmother understands your concerns. Your mother speaks some truth. You know the household is in hardship, not for the sake of others, but for the 6 years your grandmother has cherished you as her own granddaughter. You must not abandon the Jiang household." Song Wan's heart ached as she gazed at the elderly lady Jiang, her hair now entirely silvered. Over the years, the old matriarch had indeed treated her with great kindness, and whether it was genuine or feigned, she could always discern the truth. With advancing age, her grandmother could no longer shoulder these trifles. It is a folly for a household to have two masters managing affairs, yet the empress has decreed that we must comply. Lady Jiang addressed Jiang Xingjian, stating that the household should still be under Wan's guidance, while concubine Lin could merely observe and assist her as a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother nodded in agreement, recognizing that concubine Lin had her uses. In the future, she could collaborate with Wan and seek additional ventures akin to the ice shop, thereby alleviating the urgent financial concerns of the Ho residents. Chapter 37. Selling the shop. Song Wan lowered her gaze, acknowledging her understanding. Jiang Xingjian felt a sense of relief, as he feared that Song Wan might truly abandon her responsibilities at home and leave everything to Lin Jiayue. With the household matters settled, it was only Lin Jiayue who expressed dissatisfaction with the outcome. She harbored many thoughts, pondering that if she were to assist Song Wan, wouldn't all the accolades eventually be attributed to Song Wan? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jiayue lost interest. But she knew she must not act hastily and should instead proceed with meticulous calculation. Reflecting on how, in just a few days, she would rise from a lowly concubine to a favored one, Lin Jiayue smiled, her eyes filled with delight. With the household affairs bustling, Wanner took her leave. After bowing to the elderly matriarch and Jiang Mu, Song Wan exited the Fuhengtang. Lin Jie watched her retreating figure with a slight smile, preparing to follow, only to be pulled back by Jiang Xingjian. As the two departed from Fuhengtang, Lin Jiayue blinked, asking, "Why are you holding me back? Household matters are set by rules, and there is no need for you to be involved in them. It is the shop outside that requires your attention," Jiang Xingjian replied gravely. "The capital provided by the empress must be safeguarded. Do you understand its significance?" "Rest assured, I am well aware," Lin Jiayue replied with a raised eyebrow and a confident smile, linking her arm through Jiang Xingjian's. "I have already devised a plan. Do you know whose money is the easiest to earn in this world? It is that of women and children. Therefore, I intend to open a cosmetic shop, offering an array of clothing and jewelry for women. Soon, the money will flow in like a river." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian felt a bit more at ease. "As long as you have a plan, I will arrange for a couple of stewards from the household to assist you." "That will be excellent." Although she wished to gain a voice within the Marquis' household, the Empress's affairs were far more significant. Thus, Lin Jiayue devoted all her energy to her endeavors outside the estate. Song Wan, pleased that she was no longer the center of attention, continued to manage various household matters as usual. Miss Zhao Mama had just returned from the outer courtyard, having visited the wife of the head of the dowry estate, accompanying Song Wan. Although the woman was married, she still needed to manage the estate and shop related to her dowry, which involved some stewards and servants bustling about. "Mama has returned?" Zhao Mama approached, whispering, "Miss, the shop that you had the eldest master purchase some time ago has been sold. How much was it sold for?" Zhao Mama replied, 12,000 taels of silver. "It seems that something has changed recently. Ever since you had the eldest master acquire the shop, properties in the capital have suddenly become scarce. Originally, one could purchase a decent shop for 4,000 or 5,000 taels, but now, even the main street is inaccessible. Is someone still buying shops?" "Yes, but I could not ascertain who it is, only that the owner behind it is surnamed Xiao." Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly, unable to recall which family in the capital bore the surname Xiao. However, she set aside the thought and received the box from Zhao Mama, casually flipping through the silver notes inside. Aside from the over 10,000 taels from the sale, there was also the income from the estate, totaling about 13,000 taels. "Was it said that this money was to be sent to my brother? The young master has instructed that you keep it for yourself. He also mentioned." Zhao Mama paused slightly. "The young master advised you not to engage in such actions in the future, as it might jeopardize your relationship with your fiancé." Song Wan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. She pulled out her dowry list and lightly pointed to the 3 shops she had recently acquired. Which one was sold? "The one in the southern part of the city." How could it have appreciated so much in just half a month? She had invested merely over 4,000 taels in this shop, and it had astonishingly tripled in value within a few weeks. It was indeed peculiar, Zhao Mama remarked. I heard from Aunt Lang that the shopkeeper, surnamed Xiao, began to spread the word of purchasing high-priced properties in the capital the very day after you acquired the shops. The one you received as part of your dowry has now risen to 6 or 7,000 taels. It is uncertain whose hand inadvertently assisted you. Initially, when you quietly acquired the shops, there were already speculations that their value would rise, with this Xiao gentleman making a ruckus about buying a high price. Those who owned shops became hesitant to sell, fearing any new developments from the authorities. Currently, rumors are circulating in the capital that shop prices will soar in the future. If it weren't for the young master fearing that the Marquisate would be unable to produce funds if prices continue to rise, he would not have consented to sell. Upon hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle. My brother is concerned for me. Zhao Mama sighed. The young master was furious when he learned that concubine Lin intended to buy shops for business. Zhao Mama was also filled with frustration at the chaos within the Marquisate. If it weren't for Jiang Xingjian's bullying, she would not have let the young lady take such a risky step. Should it become known that these shops originated from the young lady, there would likely be further disturbances. It won't happen. She has faith in her brother. In just half a month, they have earned 8,000 taels, and Song Wan felt quite pleased. She gathered the banknotes and said, "Send this money to my brother, and mention that I have matters to trouble him with." Additionally, aside from the original dowry shops provided by the estate, sell the other acquisitions while prices are still high. Are you not waiting for the prices to rise further? Song Wan pondered for a moment while gripping the brush, then shook her head. If they genuinely wanted to acquire shops, they wouldn't be so ostentatiously announcing it. This person seems to be intentionally aiding me. It is neither prudent nor am I capable of managing so many shops. It is better to sell them off early. Zhao Mama considered this and felt her young lady's reasoning was sound. She nodded, organized all the documents, and left with the box. Hengji, grinding ink beside her, quietly speculated. The Empress Dowager gave concubine Lin 5,000 taels, and the available fund from the Marquisate are only around 30,000. How could the young master agree to part with such a significant sum for concubine Lin to purchase shops? Just one shop costs so much. Is this business even sustainable? Song Wan replied, whether or not to buy this shop is no longer a choice. It must be acquired. Whether Lin Ju's business can indeed generate wealth, as she claims, remains uncertain. Yet the value of the shop itself will not waver. Jiang Xingjian's purchase of this shop will inevitably be gifted to the Empress Dowager. If Lin Jue can earn money, that will be fortunate. If not, it shall serve as a ransom. Hengji felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. The young lady of the household exerted herself tirelessly to save a mere 30 to 50 taels of silver for the Ho residence, while Jiang Xingjian extravagantly spent a fortune to tidy up the disarray and pave the way for Lin Jia. How could one not feel irked? Mississippi. Song Wan lifted her gaze, only to see Hengji's eyes sparkling with excitement. Aunt Lin intends to open a rouge shop. Does she? Why not establish a rouge shop of your own, miss, to ensure she cannot thrive in the capital? If she dares to boast so boldly, she must also experience the bitter fruits of her own words. Upon hearing this, Song Wan chuckled lightly. Silly Hengji, why go to such lengths? Chapter 38. Matchmaking. Song Wan casually extracted the essential techniques of the common people alongside the secrets of the outer pavilion. Turning to the page on the preparation of lip rouge. Mature vermilion, indigo, and safflower are the primary ingredients for rouge. Seek out a merchant from afar and have him loudly proclaim high prices for these items. How much shall we collect? Song Wan returned the books to the table. With great fanfare, gather a quality that is scarce. Miss is quite astute. Yet, might this provoke the displeasure of Lady Jiang? If the young master were to find out, would Lady Jiang be satisfied, even if I refrained from such endeavors? Song Wan smiled faintly and resumed her calculations. Hengji, upon hearing this, realized her inquiry was unnecessary. Her mistress had remained widowed for 6 years. Upon entering the palace, Lady Jiang had not even deigned to meet her, disregarding even the most basic semblance of courtesy. What reason had her mistress to endure further? I shall seek out Nurse Xiao to handle this matter as well. As she was about to exit, Hengji encountered concubine Zhou and the third miss of the Ho residence, who came to visit Song Wan. After exchanging pleasantries, She signaled Xiang Chao to usher the two inside. Upon first meeting concubine Zhou, Song Wan was taken aback, for the two had been exceedingly quiet in the Ho residence, to the point where she had nearly forgotten about concubine Zhou. "Dear eldest lady, I have come today to request your assistance with a matter." Concubine Zhou smiled, revealing two delicate dimples on her fair visage. Her beauty was accentuated by her languid speech, exuding a gentle demeanor. Jiang Jing, too, blushed for just 14. She embodied youthful charm, her captivating peach blossom eyes filled with allure, yet her tender age lent her an air of purity. Her porcelain skin shone like exquisite pearls, and when she smiled, her dimples emerged, evoking an instinctive sense of warmth. Song Wan rose to offer them seats, but concubine Zhou politely declined, choosing instead to sit on the embroidered stool to the west, while Jiang Jing obediently stood behind her. Noticing their behavior, Song Wan understood that both were well-mannered and respectful. Concubine Zhou is, in a sense, a half-elder to me. There is no need for formalities. If there is something to discuss, please speak freely. Concubine Zhou replied with a smile. It is Jing Heir. She is 14 this year. Upon hearing this, Song Wan grasped the purpose of concubine Zhou's visit. After sending Xiang Chao to take Jiang Jing to play in the courtyard, she inquired, "Is the matter concerning the third young lady's marriage?" "Indeed," concubine Zhou nodded. "To be honest, Jing Heir's marriage has been a source of great concern for me. With the sudden passing of the old marquis, and being the sole daughter without a male protector, life has been quite arduous for us. Her disposition is gentle, having been suppressed by Lu Yinyang in her youth. And now, without the old marquis, she is subjected to the whims of several shrewd servants managing the inner quarters. Were it not for the kindness of the matriarch and the madam, I truly do not know how we would endure. Fortunately, thanks to Song Wan's efforts in recently dismissing those troublesome servants, both she and Jiang Jing had enjoyed a brief respite." Concubine Zhou, after much contemplation, had hesitated to broach the subject of Jiang Jing's marriage with Jiang Mu, partly due to her apprehension of her, and partly because she understood that Jiang Mu would not wholeheartedly assist in finding a suitable match for Jing Heir. After a lengthy deliberation, she finally summoned the courage to bring Jiang Jing to seek Song Wan's guidance. "As Jing Heir has grown, I fear that delaying any further may prevent her from finding a suitable match. Thus, I wish to seek your esteemed assistance, dear madam." Aunt Zhou spoke while shyly presenting a red velvet box from her bosom, her face flushed. "I am aware that you have encountered many exquisite items, yet this is a token of my heartfelt intentions." With a twinge of emotion, Song Wan opened the red velvet box. Inside lay a pearl hairpin, a genuine Eastern pearl, not only lustrous and beautifully shaped, but also exuding a faint blush. Regrettably, the pearl was no larger than a fingernail. Its ordinary quality, not even worthy of admiration from the likes of Hengji or Hengwu. Nevertheless, Song Wan tenderly took it out, requesting Aunt Zhou to help her adorn it. "For the sake of such a beautiful hairpin, I shall certainly find a worthy husband for my third sister. However, I wonder what sort of match Aunt Zhou envisions." After a moment's contemplation, Aunt Zhou replied, "I do not seek a particular family background or status. The most crucial aspect is character and virtue. Jing Heir possesses a temperament akin to mine, somewhat timid, and such a disposition may struggle to uphold a household. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in selecting a young master from a reputable family, even if he is somewhat older or from a modest background." Song Wan's heart softened, recognizing Aunt Zhou's genuine affection for Jiang Jing. "Rest assured, dear aunt, the matter of my third sister's marriage shall be entrusted to me." Aunt Zhou expressed her profound gratitude, holding Song Wan's hands tightly, reluctant to leave Lan Ting courtyard for a considerable time. As Song Wan touched the pearl hairpin upon her head, she let out a faint sigh. Aunt Zhou reminded her of her own mother, and she imagined that had her mother been alive, she too would have meticulously arranged everything for her. "Miss, what are you searching for? Allow me to assist." Hengji returned to find Song Wan half squatting as she rummaged through a large redwood chest. Supporting her to stand, she noticed Song Wan cradling several pieces of fabric and inquired, "Are you making new garments?" "For my third sister," reflecting on Aunt Zhou's earlier remarks regarding Jiang Jing's attire. Song Wan added, please fetch 2 sets of gold-threaded ornamental headdresses from my dressing box and deliver them along with this fabric to my sister's chamber. She and her mother seldom leave the courtyard, and I am unaware of what they might lack, but I suspect their circumstances are rather strained. Hengji nodded and instructed the second-tier maidservants to deliver the items. Once Song Wan completed her tasks, she resumed perusing the records of prominent families in the capital, genuinely believing she had a suitable match in mind for Jiang Jing. Hengji, are you familiar with the Lan family of Sangzhou? I am aware that the Lan family was originally of noble standing but fell into disfavor due to certain circumstances that led to their official titles being stripped by the late emperor. However, I have heard that the head of the previous generation possessed considerable business acumen, and the family now flourishes, enjoying great wealth. Song Wan nodded. The Lan family once held an honorable position, characterized by an upright family ethos, unlike typical merchants who are preoccupied with profits and losses. Moreover, the character of their young men is commendable, and I intend to propose Jinger to the Lan family. If I recall correctly, they have a high-ranking illegitimate son who has recently come of age and remains unmarried. He has some connections with the eldest master of the family. Has the young lady taken an interest in him? Indeed, I remember my brother mentioning him briefly. He possesses some talents. The Lan family is affluent, and with his elevated status and lack of burdens, Jinger would become the matriarch's aunt, allowing her to enjoy a life of comfort. You are sincerely considering the future of the third young lady. She is indeed fortunate. Song Wan smiled gently, reflecting on the compassionate heart of Aunt Zhou. Who could ever bear to disappoint such kindness? Please prepare the ink for me, as I intend to send a note to the matriarch of the Lan family, in hopes of finalizing the marriage arrangement between that uncle of the Lan family and Jinger, just as she was filled with enthusiasm to pen the message. Jiang Xingjian entered the room. Upon noticing him, Hengji's smile vanished entirely. She performed a respectful bow and silently withdrew. Song Wan gazed at Jiang Xingjian, and her earlier cheerfulness dissipated completely, rendering her writing sluggish and hesitant. Chapter 39. Letting go though her movements were subtle, Jiang Xingjian could still sense a hint of unwelcome sentiment. He pressed his lips together slightly, forcing himself to suppress the displeasure that bubbled within. I encountered Aunt Zhou with Jiang Jing in the courtyard. Did they have some matter at hand? Aunt Zhou had come regarding the marriage of the third sister, and now that she had reached an appropriate age, it was time to address the issue of her betrothal. Jiang Xingjian nodded. Do you have a candidate in mind? There is a highly esteemed, illegitimate son from the Lan family in Sangzhou who shares some acquaintance with my elder brother. I was considering sending someone to inquire if he is already engaged. Upon hearing the name of the Lan family, Jiang Xingjian contemplated briefly and recognized that this match would be quite advantageous. The Lan family upholds a noble family tradition. Although their ancestors had fallen from grace, they are still affluent, and the individual mentioned by Song Wan is known to him as prudent and steady in conduct. Yet, it is said that his temperament is somewhat rebellious, which is why his marriage has remained unarranged over the years. The head of the Lan family has a legitimate son who has just reached the age of maturity. It is rumored that this young man possesses remarkable talent and, paired with the immense wealth of the Lan family, is destined for great accomplishments in the future. Song Wan smiled faintly. A family with such a righteous reputation naturally produces outstanding sons, and it is only a matter of time before the Lan family re-enters the court. Jiang Xingjian silently agreed, well aware that this match could not be more suitable. Should a union with a family of such wealth and prestige indeed be realized, it would only bode well for both parties involved. Then I must trouble you, my lady. Song Wan smiled gently and resumed writing an invitation for Lady Lan. After sending it off with Lu Zhu, she turned to Jiang Xingjian and inquired about the purpose of his visit today. It is nothing of great importance. Merely, I have submitted a memorial regarding my pending title, and should the title be granted, I will need your assistance in managing the household affairs. Upon hearing this, Song Wan lowered her gaze, remaining silent. If Jiang Xingjian were to inherit a title, she would not only have to oversee the household, but also engage with the various ladies of the capital. This would have been manageable in the past. But with Lin Jiyuan now interposed, her patience was wearing thin. Additionally, there is another matter. Lord Sun Liang of the Ministry of War has been promoted to the position of a deputy minister today. Is he not the paternal uncle of Miss Sun? Jiang Xingjian confirmed. Indeed. This indicates that the emperor has intentions to elevate the Sun family, and it is said that 3 or 4 families have sought to propose marriage. But all have been rebuffed by Lady Sunday. It appears the Sun family is inclined towards an alliance with the Marquisate, among the many noble offspring in the capital. Second young master is indeed distinguished, and the Sun family should possess the discernment to recognize such. Jiang Xingjian raised an eyebrow, observing that Song Wan appeared indifferent, her demeanor suggesting she did not take the matter seriously. He buried the vague feelings of acidity that lingered in his heart. Lady Sun has sent you a gift. Xiang Cao entered, carrying a large wicker box. Upon noticing Jiang Xingjian's presence, she hastily paid her respects before placing the item before Song Wan. Song Wan picked up the small note atop it, opened it, and smiled. It seems good fortune is approaching the household. She casually handed the note to Jiang Xingjian and then opened the box. Inside were layers of delicate cake, and, as the lid was removed, a fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air. In high spirits, Song Wan picked up a piece and took a small bite, gesturing to Xiang Cao to share with those in the room. Jiang Xingjian accepted the layered cake, holding it in his hand without taking a bite. Until she returned to the embroidery smoke pavilion, the image of Song Wan delicately biting into the 1,000-layer cake lingered in his mind. Jiang Xingjian chuckled softly and took up his pen to write a letter to Jiang Man. The marriage between Jiang Yin and the Sun family was, after all, the best choice available for the Chengyang Marquisate. Although the Chengyang Marquisate held a title, it wielded no real power, and Jiang Man's status as an imperial concubine had its pros and cons for the Marquisate. Without Jiang Man, Jiang Yan's prospect for marriage might have been more promising. However, as a prince's maternal relative, the Marquisate could not elevate its choices further. After pondering these matters, Jiang Xingjian also included Song Wan's regard for the Lan family of Zhangzhou in his correspondence. Lin Jiayue, having completed her business at the rouge shop, sought out Jiang Xingjian and found him engrossed in his letter to Jiang Man. She inquired about its contents. Jiang Xingjian casually responded, and upon hearing his words, Lin Jiayue remarked, "It seems the Sun family and the Lan family are indeed a good match, but how could Song Wan be so benevolent? Does she not perceive the future dynamics between the Jiang and Song families?" Jiang Xingjian frowned slightly. The ties of kinship are intricate. Both the Sun and Lan families have their connections to the Song family, regardless of how the Jiang and Song families develop in the future. She remains the Marquisate's matriarch and would not meddle in such significant matters. Is that so? Lin Jiayue scoffed, her disdain evident. She had grown weary of Jiang Xingjian's praises of Song Wan's discernment. Hadn't Song Wan been confined to the Marquisate for 6 years? How could she possibly know both the matron of the Sun family and the matron of the Lan family? Had she been socializing all this time while in mourning? As Lin Jiayue's words became increasingly disparaging, Jiang Xingjian felt a surge of irritation. How many families could there be in the capital? These families have been intertwined for generations, and it was not an exaggeration to say they were all connected in some way. You wouldn't look down on my background, would you? He dismissed her unfounded grievances, and, after sending the letter to the palace, inquired about the rouge shop. Rest assured, I handle matters with utmost care. In another half-month, the shop's renovations will be complete, and you and the imperial concubine need only await the profits. Lin Jiayue assured him confidently, and Jiang Xingjian felt a measure of relief. Once more, the image of Song Wan delicately grasping the 1,000-layer cake surfaced in his mind. He pinched the bridge of his nose, striving to dispel her enchanting silhouette from his thoughts. When he looked up again, he saw Lin Jiayue helping him organize the clutter on his desk. He sighed softly, took her hand, and drew her into his embrace. I apologize, he murmured, feeling remorseful for his impatience with her. It was he who had drawn her into this tumultuous vortex. How innocent she was in this. He could not bear to exploit the affections of a girl who held him in her heart, nor did he wish to become a man who would resort to unscrupulous means to manipulate women. Holding Lin Jiayue tightly, his heart found some solace. It's all right. I understand that you are troubled, Lin Jiayue whispered. I know you hold me in your heart, and I am aware of Song Wan's presence there as well. But I'm not afraid. I can wait. As long as you choose me with the same steadfastness as you do now, We will surely navigate our path together. Jiang Xingjian valued deep emotions, and she understood this. Otherwise, she would not have fallen for this man. The love shared between childhood sweethearts often falters under scrutiny. For Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan embodies the cherished idealization of his first love, while Lin Jue remains the steadfast companion by his side. Unfazed by the notion of competing with a sheltered woman from a traditional household, she possesses unwavering confidence in herself. Love requires nurturing. As long as their hearts remain intertwined, all will flourish in time. With a smile, Lin Jue rises on her toes to plant a kiss on Jiang Xingjian's chin. Observing this, he slightly lowers his head, bestowing a deep kiss upon her lips. Jue is indeed correct. As long as their hearts converge, he will inevitably relinquish his attachment to Song Wan. Chapter 40. Poison this summer has been particularly sweltering, and Lin Jue's ice shop has seen a remarkable increase in profits, with a steady stream of silver flowing into the Marquis's residence, garnering her newfound respect from both Madame Jiang and old Madame Jiang. In recent days, Jiang Xingjian has taken to accompanying Lin Jue for morning and evening greetings, and while Madame Jiang would previously voice her discontent, she has chosen to overlook it of late. Lin Jue's rouge shop is set to open soon, and she has selected several names for the elderly matriarch's approval. Jiang Xingjian presented a red paper to Bao Zhu, but old Madame Jiang directly handed it back to Madame Jiang, saying, "You choose one." Seated nearby, Song Wan appeared indifferent, quietly fanning herself with a silk fan. Though her heart was rife with curiosity, she had instructed Zhao Mama to keep an eye on Lin Jue's rouge shop. It had seen no signs of her acquiring any ingredients related to the formulations, nor any recipes being presented. How could she be ready to open so soon? This Huanyan studio seems quite appropriate. One can easily discern its purpose. What do you think, Wanner? Madame Jiang inquired, passing the list to her. Song Wan glanced at it briefly and smiled. The name chosen by Mother is undoubtedly excellent. At these words, Lin Jue smiled back, her eyes sparkling with confidence. In recent days, her relationship with Jiang Xingjian has been as sweet as honey, and she no longer finds Song Wan as irksome as before. The more her bond with Jiang Xingjian deepens, the more she feels a pang of pity for Song Wan. Considering how Madame Jiang has sent numerous gifts to her courtyard lately, Lin Jue chose not to dwell on the matter of Song Wan's name selection for her shop. Since her mother approves, she will adopt the name Huanyan Studio. Upon mentioning the word mother, Song Wan raised an eyebrow, observing Jiang Xingjian as a slight frown, though he did not voice any objection. Meanwhile, both Madame Jiang and old Madame Jiang seemed oblivious, which elicited a cold smile from her. The rules of the Marquis's residence have become increasingly lax. The others present for the greetings lowered their heads, daring not to meet Song Wan's gaze, except for Jiang Yan, whose brow was furrowed in anger. Song Wan, unwilling to waste time in this manner, exchanged pleasantries with old Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang before departing Fuhengtang with Hengji and Henwu. Miss this. We shall discuss it upon our return. Upon reaching Lanting Courtyard, Hengji voiced her confusion. What do the madam and the matriarch truly mean? Just because Lin An has earned some silver, she can address the madam as mother? Has the Marquis's residence fallen so low? Are they willing to forsake all decorum for mere copper coins? Let us not dwell on that. Well, the rouge shop. I have not heard of her acquiring any formulations. How can she be ready to open in just a few days? I do not know. I shall seek out Zhao Mama. When Zhao Mama returned, she found Song Wan lost in thought by the window. Noticing her distress, she said tenderly, "Miss, old servant has had someone keep watch for several days, and indeed, has not seen that little hussy acquire any materials. Very well, once her shop opens, have someone procure some for me to examine." Song Wan had intended to observe how Lin Jue's rouge shop came to fruition, but before she could send anyone to purchase items, a young maid from Shuyan Pavilion arrived with a large box of rouge and powder. "Esteemed madam, this is sent by my mistress for you and the ladies of the main courtyard to amuse yourselves with." The young maid opened the crimson velvet box, revealing a complex arrangement of nested boxes and compartments. The most exquisite and valuable of these was crafted from golden silk enamel wood. Upon opening it, Song Wan discovered a complete set of rouge and powder, with the lip color alone featuring 7 or 8 distinct shades. What set this collection apart was its unparalleled opulence. Both the boxes containing the powder and the solid gold filigree bottles were adorned with fine Eastern pearls and gems. Their craftsmanship so intricate that even Song Wan had to concede their striking beauty. These exquisite items were intended for her sisters, Hung Ji and Hung Wu. After unveiling the most lavish set, the young maid proceeded to reveal several relatively modest boxes. Although these lacked the extravagance of Song Wan's set, the craftsmanship of the boxes and bottles remained exceptional. My master has gifted this set, named Cleansing Beauty, to the eldest lady. The powder boasts the efficacy of rejuvenating dull skin and lightening blemishes, while the set for your sisters is called Youth Preserving, which possesses. The young maid chattered on, and Song Wan stepped forward to grasp the most eye-catching gold filigree powder box. She opened it and gently inhaled its contents, only to be met with a rich fragrance that caused her to wrinkle her brow slightly. It was not unpleasant, but she preferred more subtle scents and was not particularly fond of this one. Dipping her fingertip into the powder, she applied a small amount to the back of her hand. The powder was fine and translucent, gliding smoothly onto her skin and imparting a fair radiance. It was indeed a remarkable product. Hearing this, the young maid beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Of course it is a fine item. My master stated that this set gifted to the eldest lady is worth 660 taels of silver, and there are only 20 such sets in the entire capital. Even the sets given to your sisters are priced at 200 taels. And aside from the elderly lady and the maids in the madam's chamber, only Hung Ji and her sisters have received them." Upon hearing this, Hung Ji stepped forward to take her own set and offered it to the young maid, saying, "Since you like it, consider it yours." The young maid, flustered, attempted to refuse, but Hung Ji coaxed her into accepting it. Song Wan, witnessing the exchange, chuckled. "If it is meant for you, why not accept it?" "I have no desire for her gifts," the maid retorted. Hung Wu and Xiang Chao, observing the scene, also took their respective sets and distributed them among the working maids in the courtyard. A gentleman does not judge by words nor disregard them based on the speaker. The same applies here, Song Wan remarked with a smile. "Use them freely. Why must we be at odds with such fine items?" Xiang Chao replied, "No matter how splendid. I would not covet anything from that little hussy." Song Wan sighed, following the others. She began to ponder the rouge and powder gifted by Lin Jiuyue. According to the young maid, Lin Jiyue's cosmetic shop was not established on a whim, but rather through meticulous planning. The claims of skin lightening and blemish reducing seemed to stem from some ancient formula, perhaps unearthed from obscurity. Song Wan reopened the powder box, inhaling its scent deeply. Yet she could not discern any clues. It was no wonder that Granny Zhao had failed to inquire about her procurement. It seemed the secretive nature of the formula was being closely guarded, with not a whisper of its existence shared. Granny Zhao remarked, "I underestimated that little hussy. She is indeed quite cunning." The master and servant were engrossed in examining the watercolor and rouge when they noticed Green Bamboo, hurriedly approaching with the least esteemed maid from the courtyard. "Mississippi." Green Bamboo's face was ashen. "Miss, Aunt Lin from the embroidered smoke pavilion seeks to harm you. There is poison in this watercolor." Song Wan observed as Green Bamboo pulled the maid's hand before her, revealing a darkened patch where the watercolor had been applied. Chapter 41. The white lead powder. The young maid, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I have done nothing wrong. Just now, Sister Lizu gifted me a box of water powder. I found it quite delightful, so I tested it on the back of my hand, and somehow it turned dark in an instant. I know nothing else." Lizu, perplexed, inquired, "Miss, what on earth is happening? Could it be that Aunt Lin harbors ill intentions and seeks to mar your beauty?" Song Wan shook her head. "That does not seem likely. Lin Jie has her share of cunning thoughts, but she cannot be deemed a villainous fiend. I do not believe she possesses the audacity to disfigure anyone. Bring me the remaining water powder." Zhao Momo arranged the unused water powder on the table, and despite Lizu's protests, Song Wan meticulously applied each one to her hand, discerning their qualities. After a while, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "This appears to be white lead powder." "White lead powder?" Zhao Momo exclaimed in astonishment. This substance was quite popular in the previous dynasty, yet I recall it falling out of use long ago. Lizu queried, "What exactly is white lead powder?" Song Wan explained. White lead powder, also known as lead powder, is characterized by its fine texture and luster. Both the Compendium of Materia Medica and records of the past document that Songyang produces lead, and many locals manufacture white lead powder. Its lead content is toxic. Perusing several books from the shelves, Song Wan continued, in the previous dynasty. A mad Taoist penned the unnamed elixir formula, wherein he noted that white lead powder is also known as lead powder, and that lead is classified as a hot toxin. Prolonged use by women not only roughens the skin, but eventually leads to a grayish hue. The Compendium of Materia Medica and its supplement also record that the fumes of lead vinegar are toxic, capable of corroding one's flesh and bones, and its nature is dry and fierce. It can cause decay and paralysis. Holding the ornate, gold-threaded powder box, Song Wan's brow furrowed deeply. This substance has been absent for quite some time. I have only glimpsed fleeting references in local annals. In the previous dynasty, white lead powder was so in demand that a single box could fetch 100 taels of gold. However, since the emergence of the unnamed elixir formula, it has vanished without a trace. I wonder where Lin Jie acquired the recipe to produce white lead powder. This brings to mind something. Zhao Momo suddenly clapped her hands. That little courtesan likely did not discover a recipe, but instead found a workshop to create these. Earlier, you instructed me to investigate what that little courtesan had received, and the report indicated that her steward was wandering about Yanshan Street all day. That area is not reputable, and I did not inquire further. Upon reflection, it seems that the little courtesan has dark intentions, employing the lowly artisans from Yanshan Street, who make cosmetics for courtesans, to create the products for this rejuvenation establishment. Song Wan frowned, murmuring, to encase the most harmful lead powder in the most extravagant powder box is indeed a scheme for enormous profit. She need not even hire a master craftsman. But does Jiang Xingjian know of Lin Jie's actions? Would he condone such cunning and deceitful methods? With a grave expression, Song Wan clutched the gold-threaded powder box. I must seek out the master. There are matters I need to clarify. Just as she exited the lawn courtyard, Song Wan spotted Jiang Xingjian's headmaid, Xie, approaching with a beaming expression, hurrying towards her. She intercepted the person before they could speak and heard Xie say, "The grandmother is overjoyed. The emperor has decreed that the eldest master shall inherit the title. Currently, he is at the Fuhengtang to share the good news with the old lady. And I have just returned to inform you, my lady. The decree for the title has arrived? Indeed, my lady, it is a joyous occasion." Song Wan nodded, though her countenance bore no signs of delight. She handed the powder box to Heng Ji and, after a moment of contemplation, made her way to Fuhengtang. Inside Fuhengtang, the atmosphere was one of exuberant celebration. Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jie stood in the main hall, surrounded by people from various branches of the Ho residence, all offering their congratulations. Jiang Xingjian appeared spirited, while Lin Jie wore a sweet smile, and their affectionate demeanor made them seem like a perfect couple. Suddenly, Song Wan halted her steps and let out a scoff. Without Jiang Xingjian's approval, how could Lin Jie, a woman of the inner chambers, establish a cosmetic shop? Even if she were to ask, it would only serve to humiliate herself, revealing her lack of discernment. "My lady, you have arrived." A maid from Fuhengtang approached, clutching the red envelope that Jiang Xingjian had just given her, her face alight with joy as she incessantly offered her congratulations. Song Wan instructed Heng Ji to distribute some silver coins as rewards to the servants in the courtyard before entering. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yan, was the first to speak. Upon hearing him, Song Wan turned to him with a gentle smile and then approached the old matriarch. The old lady Jiang embraced Song Wan and exclaimed, "Good, good. Waner is truly fortunate. Ear is inheriting the title, and soon you shall be the lady of the Ho family." Song Wan offered a faint smile, but did not respond. On the contrary, Lin Jie's expression soured as she deliberately moved closer to Jiang Xingjian, linking her arm with his and saying, "Lately, we have been blessed with good tidings. Not only is the ice shop flourishing, but Xingjian has also become the Ho. Once my Huanyantai opens, the Ho residence will surely flourish even further, like adding wings to a tiger." At her words, Jiang Yan looked up and noticed that Song Wan remained calm, devoid of any anger provoked by the provocation. prompting him to withdraw his gaze with a tinge of pity. Indeed, it was embellishment akin to adding wings to a tiger. The old lady Jiang stood and gently caressed Jiang Xingjian's face, tears welling in her eyes as she said, "I thought I would never see in court attire in this lifetime." "Mother." Jiang Xingjian appeared bashful, pulling down his mother's hand to catch a glimpse of Song Wan, only to find her averted gaze, eyes downcast, betraying no trace of joy. Just as he intended to approach her, he was firmly held back by Lin Jie at his side. The desire to share his happiness with Song Wan dissipated in an instant, and Jiang Xingjian returned to reality, clasping Lin Jie's hand. The small gestures of those in the room did not escape the old lady Jiang's notice. She sighed softly, choosing to feign ignorance. Jiang's mother continued to elaborate on the preparations for the banquet to host guests from afar, while Song Wan listened quietly, her thoughts preoccupied with the matter of Huan Yanzai's illicit sale of lead powder. If what the little maid who delivered items to Lanting Courtyard said was true, then judging by the pricing of Lin Jie's cosmetics shop, her intentions were far from ordinary commerce aimed at commoners. A set of cosmetics, costing nearly 700 taels of silver, was certainly not something the wives of ordinary officials could afford. It seemed that Lin Jie intended to leverage the Ho residence as a stronghold, seeking to deliver her products to the palace or to the noble families in the capital. However, if this powder were merely an ordinary item, it would suffice, but lead powder is toxic. Had it not been for the clumsy maid of the lawn courtyard, who brought a silver bracelet leading to the tarnishing of the lead powder, she might never have fathomed the audacity of Lin Jie, who dared to deceive the entirety of the capital with flour. If this deception were to be exposed, it would be one matter. However, if it were to reach the ears of the noble ladies of the palace or any esteemed matron of the capital, it would surely face dire consequences. Amidst the heavy thoughts that burdened her, Song Wan listened to the praises lavished upon Lin Jie, waiting until the crowd dispersed before seeking out Baiju to request an audience with old Madame Jiang. Just as old Madame Jiang was about to rise, she was firmly held back by Jiang Mu. The child understood that one was motivated by an urgent matter, and after a long day, the mother urged her to counsel her. Noticing that Song Wan had not worn a smile, old Madame Jiang speculated that the youth's pride might have been wounded, leaving her discontented, and thus she nodded in agreement. "Then go and speak to Wan. It seems that the Shuyan Pavilion has been rather unruly of late. After your counsel, do remind them not to chill Wan's spirit." The child acknowledged her mother and bid her to rest. Jiang Mu draped a summer blanket over the elderly matriarch and then exited, paying no heed to the words of old Madame Jiang. Chapter 42. Sister-in-law and Mother. Upon seeing Lady Jiang emerge, Song Wan performed a slight curtsy, preparing to greet the old matriarch, but was halted by her words. "Waner, come here. Your mother has something to discuss with you." Lady Jiang led Song Wan to a private room, and once it was just the two of them, she spoke. "Actually, I have guessed the reason for your visit today. Mother knows?" Song Wan, clutching the golden powder box in her hands, momentarily appeared taken aback. "Your mother was once your age. What is there that she does not understand?" Lady Jiang's expression grew troubled. "I am aware that has grown closer to Lin Shi, especially since the opening of the ice shop and the rouge shop in the household, which surely causes you some discontent. But rest assured, no matter the circumstances, Lin Concubine will never surpass you in your mother's or the old lady's eyes." As Song Wan remained lost in thought, her grip on the exquisite golden powder box tightened, and she slightly furrowed her brow upon hearing these words. Lady Jiang noticed her demeanor and sighed softly. Although Jiang Man and have opened 2 shops for Lin Concubine, the profits will ultimately go into the public purse. They have no connection to her personally. "Mother, Waner is not envious of Lin Concubine." Lady Jiang smiled. "Your mother knows you are not one to harbor petty jealousy over something insignificant. I merely worry that you may overthink matters and drift apart from At that moment, Lady Jiang's personal maid entered, holding a red velvet envelope. Lady Jiang took it and handed it to Song Wan. "This is from a pastry shop on Chunfeng Street. Part of my dowry. Its revenue is quite decent. You may take it." After placing the shop deed into Song Wan's hands, Lady Jiang continued, "Ultimately, we women are not as capable as men. While we may have read a few more books in the presence of men who have spent years in the world, we can only manage to utter a few superficial phrases. To men, such women are of little utility. They often prefer those who are close at hand and serve them. A woman's primary duty is to bear children and manage the household, ensuring her husband's peace of mind. Look at the old Duke of Zhengguo's wife. Though she hails from an inconspicuous background, merely the daughter of a minor clan leader, she possesses great medical knowledge, and even now, 60% of the medical shops outside belong to the old Duke's family. In the past 100 years, who has dared to look down upon her in the capital? Thus, Wanner, you see, while a woman's background, appearance, and family lineage are significant, what matters more is what she can offer her husband. If one cannot assist her husband and only indulges in petty grievances, what use is she, even if she holds the title of the primary wife? Your mother believes that as women, we must have a broader perspective. One stroke cannot write two characters of Jiang. Regardless of who it is, as long as they contribute to the Marquisate, the ultimate beneficiaries will still be us women. Lady Jiang took the excessively luxurious golden powder box from Song Wan, smiling as she opened it. Though I may not favor the embroidered smoke pavilion, I cannot deny that it is indeed a fine item, one that could elevate the Marquisate. Wana, what do you think? Song Wan nearly laughed at her mother's admonition. She lowered her head, feeling both amused and somewhat melancholic for reasons she could not articulate. Her mother's words held a ring of truth. Song Wan rose to her feet and, after uttering a phrase about returning to reflect upon herself, made to depart. Yet, as she stepped outside, she heard Jiang Mu's voice. Do not bear ill will towards your mother. It is simply, is infatuated with her, and a mother cannot easily oppose her child. Jiang Mu approached Song Wan, speaking deliberately. I initially perceived Lin Jiayue as a frivolous woman, one who merely entices men. However, upon closer inspection, she exhibits a measure of talent. This woman possesses her own standing and has earned Ear's affection. Your incessant jealousy will only incite Ear's displeasure and disturb the tranquility of our home. My dear, I advise you to soften your demeanor. Do not always oppose Ear, nor should you fixate on others. Consider your own position. Have you an Ear yet? Share chamber? Upon hearing this, Song Wan's complexion turned ashen, her rosy lips paling significantly. Jiang Mu's words felt akin to being stripped bare and cast into a crowd, leaving the maids of Fu Hengtang in stunned silence, retreating discreetly. Though unable to suppress their mockery of Song Wan's pitiable situation as the wife of a marquis. Does mother not recall that Wanner currently manages the household affairs? Song Wan replied, her gaze lowered. Indeed, why do you suddenly bring this up? If you wish for Wanner to maintain her dignity before the servants, then cease this line of entanglement. I comprehend your sentiments, and I shall reflect upon my own shortcomings. With that, Song Wan, her face pale, exited Fu Hengtang. Jiang Mu recognized the redness in her eyes and felt a pang of guilt for her harsh words. By the time she considered pursuing her, all she could see was Song Wan's retreating figure. Song Wan strode forward, her mind a blank canvas. The world around her buzzed, and the path ahead distorted until she collided with the robust chest of a man, regaining a semblance of clarity. Jiang Yin, his voice hoarse, inquired, Sister-in-law, are you all right? He had waited outside Fu Hengtang for some time, intending to casually approach her when she emerged, but was unprepared for her to walk directly into him. The warmth and gentle fragrance enveloped him, momentarily clouding his thoughts. He instinctively released her, his hands briefly clasping her arms before he stepped back quickly, reluctant yet cautious not to draw closer. Sister-in-law. Jiang Yin looked up to see Song Wan's traditionally cool gaze, now brimming with tears, which could no longer be suppressed and cascaded down her cheeks as they collided. Realizing her loss of composure, she hastily wiped her face, forcing a smile. I apologize for startling you, second master. The sight of her flushed cheeks and tear-streaked eyes tightened Jiang Yin's abdomen and ignited a fervor within him. Overwhelmed by sudden emotions, he felt as though his very being was ablaze. After nodding at him, Song Wan turned to leave, but Jiang Yin called out to her. Is there something you need, second master? The soft, slightly quivering voice of the woman carried an almost imperceptible hint of grievance, causing Jiang Yin's heart to ache and tingle. His hands involuntarily trembled as he clasped them tightly behind his back. I wish to inquire about the engagement between my brother and Miss Sun, he stammered. Upon hearing this, Song Wan smiled gently and replied, Not long ago, I had correspondence with Madame Sun. It seems that the engagement is indeed settled. So you need not worry, second master. Jiang Yan's gaze remained fixed on the gradually reddening lips of Song Wan, while a burning sensation spread through his ears. As for his own engagement with the Sun family, he was utterly indifferent to its progress. Chapter 43. Passing time as Song Wan returned from Fuhengtang to Lanting Courtyard. She felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sapped. Upon entering her own quarters, she shed her outer garment and collapsed onto the beauty couch. The words of Madame Jiang echoed incessantly in her mind, each syllable piercing her heart with a sharp ache. Miss, are you unwell? I'm Fine, Song Wan replied, taking the hand fan presented by Granny Zhao and began to fan herself gently. Uncertain whether it was due to the midday anxiety or the scorching sun, she unexpectedly developed a fever that night. Dr. Ding, what ails Our Lady? Granny Zhao asked, tenderly placing Song Wan's hand, which had extended beyond the curtain, back under the quilt, as she noticed Dr. Ding preparing his pulse pillow. The eldest lady is vexed and overheated. This is a symptom of yang evil. Once the heat dissipates, she shall be well. Allow me to procure some herbs, and she will be cured. Hengji and Henggu felt relieved upon hearing this, while Green Bamboo accompanied the doctor to the pharmacy. Song Wan was engulfed in a haze from the fever, and Granny Zhao's heart ached with concern. She spent the entire night awake, diligently wiping Song Wan's sweat, changing her clothes, and administering medicine to reduce the fever. Once Song Wan's temperature subsided, Granny Zhao, with dark circles under her eyes, tearfully expressed her gratitude to the deities. Miss, how did you fall ill so suddenly? This night has been distressing for me. Forgive me for worrying you. It is my fault, Song Wan croaked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Despite her illness, she felt a sense of relief. Allowing her maidservants to assist her in bathing and dressing, after freshening up, Song Wan proceeded to the study. Miss, you have yet to recover. Why not rest for a few more days? Song Wan shook her head. My husband is to inherit the Marquisate and host a grand banquet. The guest list and invitations must be drafted promptly. After spending half the day writing, Song Wan finally handed the completed invitations to Hengji, instructing her to deliver them to the ceremonial office of the household. The ceremonial office managed all matters related to ancestral rites and ceremonies. Typically, they oversaw invitations and gifts for birthdays and memorial days of ancestors, as well as correspondence with other households. Once this list was submitted today, the invitations would be dispatched to the matriarchs of the invited households by the following day. Such a grand occasion as Jiang Xingjian's inheritance would necessitate separate arrangements for the male and female guests, and thus, it was certain that Song Wan could not manage alone. These three shall go in my name. Hengji glanced at the list and understood the invitations to the Madam of the Sun family and the matriarch of the Lan family. However, the inclusion of Mrs. Bai, a junior official from the Ministry of Personnel, left her perplexed. Brother has gone to the Ministry of Personnel, yet he is still merely an unestablished deputy. Mrs. Bai is a superior. Mentioning Song Fuji's name made Hengji blush subtly. She nodded in a daze before clutching the finalized list and departing. Granny Zhao observed this and felt a knot of unease in her heart. Her young lady possessed a proud disposition. In the past, she would never have engaged in such acts to benefit the Marquisate for her own family's sake. Now that she had done so, it seemed she had lost all hope in the Marquisate and was no longer inclined to maintain the pretense of courtesy. Granny Zhao wished to offer counsel, yet her lips moved without sound and no words emerged. After Song Wan took charge of the invitation list and menu for Jiang Xingjian's grand banquet, she left the remaining arrangements to others, adhering to the household's established customs. As long as the responsible matron executed her duties properly, she could seek to avoid any blame or error. Having prepared everything and after conferring with old Madame Jiang and Mother Jiang, Song Wan refrained from further inquiries. Even upon hearing that Mother Jiang had entrusted a portion of the banquet's management to Lin Jiayue, she remained silent. Later, when a servant reported ambiguously that Lin Jiayue had altered the household rules, Song Wan merely inquired whether the madam was aware. Upon learning that Mother Jiang was informed and had still allowed Lin Jiyue full authority, she completely relinquished her control, permitting the servants to follow Lin Jiyue's directives without hesitation. "Miss, are you not concerned that the little harlot might create trouble?" As soon as the managing servant departed, Granny Zhao, unable to contain herself, earnestly advised, "You have entrusted everything to that little harlot. If a problem arises, will it not tarnish your reputation for a lifetime?" Song Wan, gently cradling a book, smiled lightly. "Did you not witness the madam's attitude during our visit to Jiangxiang courtyard yesterday? Recently, due to the sweltering heat, old Madame Jiang had been unwell, lacking both appetite and energy. Aside from occasional encounters with Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian, all the other members of the household had been exempted from their morning and evening duties by the elderly matriarch, with all affairs delegated to Mother Jiang. Song Wan deemed it inappropriate to trouble the old lady with trivial matters and thus only informed her of pertinent issues. Lin Jiayue's newly opened Huan Yin Zhai was thriving, bringing in considerable profits, which bolstered Mother Jiang and Jiang Xingjian's confidence in her ability to oversee the grand banquet. When Song Wan merely suggested that the old customs were unwise to alter, Mother Jiang dismissed her with a remark about her being old-fashioned and tedious. At this point, no words from Song Wan would hold weight. Delving deeper would only reflect a narrow-mindedness that resented the success of the Ho family. As soon as Song Wan's words fell, she noticed Jiang Xingjian standing in the room with a subtle expression. Granny Zhao glared at Xiang Cao, who was about to respond, but Jiang Xingjian interjected. "I instructed her not to relay messages." He had not anticipated Song Wan would mention him in the presence of Lin Jiayue. Song Wan lazily lifted her gaze, showing no signs of embarrassment from being overheard. Her calm demeanor left Jiang Xingjian feeling somewhat awkward, as if he were unnecessary. "The Jiang Fei has bestowed gifts upon you. I have brought them," he stated, placing a wooden box on the table before taking a seat. In recent times, he had intentionally distanced himself from Song Wan, having not visited Lan Ting courtyard for a while, and he assumed she would harbor some resentment. To his surprise, she seemed utterly indifferent. "If you find fault with Jiayue, you may certainly voice your objections. After all, you are the legitimate heir of the Ho family. To allow a mere concubine to manage the household's provisions, have the ancestral rules and rights of the Ho family been utterly disregarded? What more can I possibly say?" Song Wan set down her copy of Wenshi Tongyi and replied coolly, "One must value oneself. If the Ho family does not hold itself in esteem, how can one expect others to do so? I am weary. Please return now." Just as he settled down, he was met with an implicit dismissal, leaving Jiang Xingjian feeling both embarrassed and unable to retort. The moment he resolved to forsake Song Wan, he found himself unable to stand tall before her, lacking the courage to utter harsh words. Ultimately, he had wronged her. Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, hesitating slightly before departing from Lan Ting courtyard. "Miss, I believe the young master holds you in his heart. With the recent gifts from the Jiang Fei, it seems he wishes to mend your relationship. If the Lord should find his way back, my lady, it would be wise to heed the lady's counsel and adopt a more yielding demeanor." Song Wan cast a glance at the Nama box resting upon the table and spoke coolly. "This is not about reconciling any relationships. It is merely that having heard my discussions regarding the marriage between the Sun and Lan families for the second master and third miss, they are satisfied. If I perform well, I may receive a trinket or two, allowing me to continue my efforts for the Marquis' household. Should I prove to be of no use, I might as well be sent to the palace again, where I would not even have the chance to meet her. Ultimately, the Jiang consort regards me merely as a servant to execute her bidding. In her eyes, I am perhaps of lesser value than a low-ranking female official in the Yanqing Palace." She picked up the Nama box, not even bothering to open it, and casually handed it to Granny Zhao, saying, "Please put this away." Chapter 44. Usurpation on the day of the grand banquet at the Duke of Chengyang's residence. Song Wantian rose before dawn to prepare herself. As the Duchess of Chengyang, she was not only tasked with receiving guests, but also with cultivating relationships with the ladies of the capital. While men battled in the external world, women maneuvered within the inner chambers. Many matters could not be addressed openly, and thus the skill of each lady became paramount. Although Song Wantian harbored a disdain for such obligations, she found herself compelled to comply. Green bamboo and fragrant grass assisted her in styling her hair and applying her makeup, laboring diligently for nearly an hour to ensure her appearance was impeccable. Once adorned, Song Wan, supported by Hongji, exited the lawn courtyard. Outside, Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiyue were already awaiting her arrival. Song Wan observed Lin Jiyue, who was clad in a cherry blossom purple gown intricately embroidered with golden peonies, her waist adorned with a string of pomegranate red beads. Her hair was styled in a celestial bun, with a ruby phoenix hairpin and a delicate hair ornament swaying at her temples. Even the jade shoes that pressed down her skirts were of the finest quality, sourced from the palace. Song Wantian's gaze traversed from the red strings to the phoenix ornament, her expression one of indifference. It was unclear whether Lin Jiyue was ignorant of propriety, unaware that such adornments were ill-suited for her status as a concubine, or if she knowingly sought to overshadow her. Choosing to disregard the slight, Song Wantian averted her eyes, secretly hoping that Lin Jiyue would be sufficiently audacious today. The group proceeded to the Fuhuang Hall to pay respects to the matriarch Jiang Xingjian, who was expected to preside over the grand banquet. After exchanging greetings and partaking in breakfast, Song Wantian accompanied the ladies to the Haitang Garden. Within the garden, artificial hills and peculiar rocks abounded, interspersed with pavilions and waterside pavilions. A man-made lake lay at the center, featuring a small island inhabited by the disciples of the Duke's established pear garden. Esteemed families often maintained their own theatrical troupes, and the Duke's household was no exception, supporting its own troupe throughout the year. Such a grand occasion necessitated several performances. Reluctantly, Lin Jiyue lingered at the back, traversing through the inner courtyards alongside the others. She had believed herself well acquainted with the Duke as household. Yet today, she realized its grandeur and opulence far exceeded her imagination. Upon stepping beyond the courtyard walls, she beheld the lush willows cascading around her, with trees of varying heights lining the path, and beneath her feet, large slabs of white jade. A gentle breeze enveloped her, offering a refreshing respite from the summer heat. And she marveled at her previous ignorance of this splendid locale, spotting pavilions dotting the landscape amidst clusters of ancient pines and cypress trees, far surpassing the Duke's own rear garden. Upon entering Haitang Garden, they were greeted by a majestic theater at the center, where nearly 100 performers donned in stage attire stood in orderly rows, bowing in unison upon sighting Jiang Xingjian. "Please rise." The matriarch disdained such formalities. Jiang Xingjian, her complexion rosy and her eyes sparkling with delight, instructed a nearby maid to bring forth red envelopes to bestow upon the performers. "It has been years since the Duke's residence hosted a grand banquet. You must not bring shame upon the household today. Should anyone falter in their performance, beware, for I shall not hesitate to punish you later." The troop leader accepted the red envelopes with a smile, assuring, "Rest assured, madam, we shall not disappoint." Jiang Xingjian covered her mouth with a hand, laughing heartily before turning to Song Wantian. "Wainer, have all other matters been arranged satisfactorily?" Song Wantian replied with a smile, "Mother, you seem to have forgotten. I'm only responsible for the guest list and the menu for today's banquet. All other details have been entrusted to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin is in charge." Upon hearing these words, old Madame Zhang's eyelids twitched violently. "Why was I not informed? Such trivial matters hardly warrant your esteemed attention. My daughter-in-law believes that Aunt Lin possesses some talent. Organizing a banquet for a few hundred guests should pose no significant challenge. Moreover, with Wan and the responsible matrons overseeing the arrangements, there should be no cause for concern." Old Madame Zhang's heart sank as she gazed at Song Wan. "Are you aware of what Aunt Lin has planned?" Song Wan lowered her head. "Aunt Lin has already reported everything to Mother. So you are unaware of her methods, then?" Noticing old Madame Zhang's voice rising, Jiang Mu interjected, "Mother, there is no need for worry. Although Aunt Lin does not hail from a prestigious background, she possesses undeniable capability. Even if she mishandles minor details, one will surely smooth over any discrepancies. These two children complement each other perfectly. One is composed and prudent, while the other is bold and imaginative. Together, they will undoubtedly create something remarkable." Song Wan remained expressionless and did not respond. Old Madame Jiang could tell that the situation was far more complex than Jiang Mu had suggested. Summon Aunt Lin. Lin Jiyue approached gracefully from the crowd, smiling as she bowed to old Madame Jiang. The moment old Madame Jiang beheld her attire, her fury erupted. Who permitted you to dress in such a manner? Are you unaware of the occasion at hand? Do you think the esteemed ladies here are as naive as you, unable to discern your ulterior motives? Old Madame Jiang's wrath silenced the female attendees of the Ho residence, who lowered their heads in fear. Jiang Mu then noticed Lin Jiyue's attire and frowned. Why are you wearing a red palace sash and a phoenix hairpin? Such adornments are not befitting a concubine. Change at once. Though publicly reprimanded, Lin Jiyue felt a surge of discontent within, but dared not show it. She lowered her head and responded, "These items were bestowed upon me by the Empress." Upon hearing of the Empress's gift, Jiang Mu ceased her objections, but upon witnessing old Madame Jiang's continued fury, she suggested, since it was given by man, let her wear it. It is too late to change now. You are foolish. Old Madame Jiang glared at Jiang Mu, her displeasure palpable. This occasion marked the first formal appearance of Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan. One was the master of the Chengyang Marquisate, and the other the lady of the house, representing the dignity of the Chengyang family, not simply Jiang, and Song Wan. To publicly elevate a concubine at such an event would be tantamount to slapping Song Wan in the face, signaling to all of Beijing the Chengyang Marquisate's severance from the Song family. Everyone knew that Song Wan entered the Marquisate as a widow, having mourned for 6 years. The Song family's reputation for virtue and grace was well known, and now, with the Marquisate's fortunes reversed, their first act was to humiliate Song Wan. How would this reflect on the Marquisate, and what semblance of family honor could remain? Old Madame Jiang felt a surge of indignation that nearly caused her to faint. Song Wan hurried to support her, only to be grasped tightly by the elder's arm. Do you understand? Why? Why did you not intervene? The pain in her arm intensified, yet Song Wan remained silent, her head bowed. Observing her demeanor, old Madame Jiang was once again overcome with a headache. She comprehended Song Wan. Had it not been for some irreconcilable grievance, she would not exhibit such willfulness, disregarding the prospects of the Ho residence. It must be that during her illness, Jiang's mother had said or done something untoward. Contemplating this, the old matriarch Jiang felt a wave of regret. Lamenting her decision to allow her son to wed a woman of martial lineage such as Jiang's mother. Mother, are you unwell? Quickly summoned the physician from the residence, the old matriarch grasped Jiang's mother tightly. Speaking in fragmented phrases, send concubine Lin back to Shuyan Pavilion. Today must not allow her to see anyone. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother hurriedly replied, that cannot be, mother. Today, concubine Lin is to instruct the ladies of the household on the cosmetics from Huanyan Studio. Concubine Lin asserted that should today's event succeed, Huanyan Studio would undoubtedly achieve remarkable fame, ensuring a prosperous future. Hearing that the grand banquet of the Ho residence had been transformed into a mere marketplace, rife with the stench of commerce, even Song Wan, with her usually tranquil demeanor, was taken aback. The ladies of the Ho residence collectively furrowed their brows in silence. Witnessing Jiang's mother's obstinacy, the old matriarch Jiang, in her fury, rolled her eyes and fainted. Chapter 45. The support in a state of panic. Lady Jiang was utterly distressed. Song Wan swiftly pulled her aside, gesturing towards several rough servants who lifted the elderly matriarch Jiang and carried her to the side chamber of the pear garden. After the house physician administered acupuncture to the old matriarch, she slowly regained consciousness. Send Lin Yinyang back to the embroidery pavilion, she instructed, with tears welling in her eyes. Lady Jiang hurriedly nodded, assuring, rest assured, my lady, I will ensure she returns to the embroidery pavilion. With a weight lifted from her heart, the old matriarch left behind her precious pearls and jade, dismissing both Lady Jiang and Song Wan, urging them to focus on the grand banquet at the estate. As they exited the chamber, both women bore expressions of anxiety, yet their thoughts diverged significantly. Vanea, Lady Jiang began. Mother, please speak, Song Wan responded, snapping back to attention. Lady Jiang wore an expression of distress. What shall we do about Lin Yinyang? Song Wan lowered her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Do say something, Lady Jiang urged. Song Wan replied, "Mother, do you know why grandmother instructed Lin Yingyang to return to the embroidery pavilion? Yes. The old lady has always cared for you and cannot bear to see you wronged. However, this is a matter of great importance for the mother believes that compared to the future of this small grievance should not trouble you. Am I correct?" Lady Jiang cautiously observed Song Wan, her heart filled with anxiety. Having managed the household accounts, she was acutely aware of the financial situation. With Jiang Xingjian's return, expenses had surged, and the household's outgoings had not diminished. Rather, since his arrival, the funds sent to the palace and the Eastern Depot had increased significantly. After all, the still sought to secure a tangible position for Jiang Xingjian. This constant financial strain left her sleepless, as her dowry had been entirely consumed, rendering it a mere drop in the ocean. Were it not for this substantial deficit, she would never have elevated someone as unworthy as Lin Jiayue. Lady Jiang sighed deeply. Mother understands the predicament you face, yet you are not oblivious to the situation of the. Now that Lin Jiayue has found a way to earn money, we should rejoice rather than hinder her progress. With her head bowed, Song Wan swallowed her words. After a lengthy silence, she finally murmured under her breath, "As for Lin Yingyang's affairs, it would be best for Mother to decide how to proceed. Is it not that I seek your counsel, because I am unable to make a decision?" Lady Jiang replied, "It depends on what you deem more important." Song Wan stated. Ultimately, she found it difficult to decide whether Jiang Xingjian's reputation and his familial integrity were more crucial than the immediate monetary gain. Leaving the choice to her mother, "You are correct. I shall have Lin Yingyang prepare accordingly. Everything will proceed as usual." Lady Jiang patted Song Wan's hand and hurried away. Unbeknownst to Lady Jiang, her thoughts did not extend far. In her eyes, Song Wan's temporary loss of face was trivial compared to Lin Jiayue's resolute assurance of a significant monetary influx that day. As for the old matriarch, Lady Jiang had already made up her mind. Once the matriarch realized that the day's earnings equaled the harvest of a farm over 5 or even 10 years, her anger would surely dissipate. As Song Wan observed her mother's departing silhouette, she stood in a daze for quite some time. "Miss, there is a visitor," someone announced. Hung Ji leaned closer to Song Wan and whispered, as Song Wan bid farewell to the ladies of the aristocratic households at the flower-adorned gate. When Madame Sun arrived with her daughter, she found Song Wan in lively conversation with Madame Lan, accompanied by a modestly dressed lady whom she had never seen before. Madame Sun approached to greet them, and Song Wan smiled as she introduced the three of them. Both Madame Lan and Madame Bai had brought their own daughters, and the group of young ladies exuded a gentle demeanor. "Shall we go and take a look at the opera stage set up in Haidang Garden?" suggested Madame Bai with a smile. "It has been some time since I last enjoyed a performance. I wonder which plays are being presented today." Unlike the Sun and Lan families, Madame Bai was acutely aware of the privilege that allowed her to step into the Marquis's residence. She was also a woman of great discernment and tact. Upon arrival, she shared what she knew about the matters concerning Song Fu in a general sense. Unsure of how to express her gratitude, Song Wan quickly interjected, "They should be performing the parasitic grass now. If there are any plays you particularly enjoy, feel free to request a few." The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to Haidang Garden. Upon entering, they spotted Lin Jiayue, who was bustling about with a set of cosmetics, eagerly approaching the elegantly dressed ladies and animatedly discussing something. Curious, Madame Sun asked with a smile, "Whose daughter is that? She appears quite lively." Due to Lin Jiayue's attire, everyone assumed she was a principal wife from the Marquis's household. Initially, some were impatient and thought the Marquis's household lacked decorum, yet none voiced their opinions. However, those familiar with the Marquis's family knew that apart from Jiang Yan, the other male heirs were still too young to marry, and they had never heard that Jiang Yan was wed. Consequently, they began to murmur among themselves, trying to ascertain Lin Jiayue's identity. As the inquiries circulated, everyone turned their ears towards Song Wan when they heard Madame Sun ask her. Song Wan, observing Lin Jiayue animatedly promoting her cosmetics, felt her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. In her 18 years of life, she had never witnessed such behavior from a member of a prominent family, even those from merchant backgrounds who had read a few books and understood propriety would not act so rudely toward guests. After a while, Song Wan finally spoke. She is a concubine of the household, Lin. Jiang Xingjian had brought back a woman from outside, causing quite a stir within the residence, a fact well known in the capital. Upon hearing Song Wan's explanation, it suddenly became clear to everyone who Lin Jie was. The matron of a traditional family, witnessing a concubine making a scene, immediately darkened her expression. Others, who scrutinized Lin Jie's attire and audacious demeanor, cast sympathetic and pitying glances toward Song Wan. Having spoken, Song Wan did not raise her gaze and continued to greet the other ladies as usual. Lin Jie, feeling ignored after having busied herself for so long, was enraged to see everyone flock to Song Wan, her hands trembling with indignation. Yet, the crowd seemed oblivious to her presence, each person taking their seats and happily engrossing themselves in the performance. As the first act concluded, the chief eunuch, Master Chong, arrived to convey an imperial edict from the empress, first offering lavish praise for Song Wan, followed by a generous bestowal of fine gifts. Song Wan graciously accepted the offerings and expressed her heartfelt thanks to Master Chong before returning to the gathering. The Empress Zhong's gesture of courtesy towards Song Wan was not an act of elevation, but rather a means to inform the Sun family that behind the Ho residence stood the fifth prince, Shun Qianshu. Song Wan was well aware of this, and having accepted the offerings, she deemed it sufficient. The other ladies present were somewhat cognizant of the underlying motives and offered a few perfunctory compliments before hastily changing the subject. However, only Lin Jie, witnessing the scene, felt a profound pang of bitterness in her heart. Chapter 46. Incitement Sister San? Lin Jie cast a gentle smile at Jiang Jing, who was elegantly adorned for the day. She had awaited Jiang Jing for quite some time. Lin Ani? Jiang Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, uncertain why Lin Jie addressed her so. Are you preparing to pay your respects to the ladies at the theater? Yes. Tugging at her silk-embroidered skirt, Jiang Jing's cheeks reddened, exhibiting a shy demeanor. Today, as she was to meet her future in-laws, she had dressed exquisitely. The newly tailored long gown paired with the exquisite headpiece gifted by Song Wan accentuated her beauty and affluence. Jiang Jing had never envisioned herself appearing so lovely. If Lin Ani has no further matters, I shall first go to greet my sister-in-law. Aunt Zhou had instructed her throughout the morning to present herself well. And now that she was about to encounter Lady Lan, her heart was filled with trepidation, leaving her little inclination for idle chatter with Lin Jie. Jiang Jing lifted her skirt to depart, but Lin Jie interjected, Do you know who that Master Lan is? Have you ever seen him? What nonsense is Lin Ani speaking? Which unmarried maiden has ever met a man? What do you mean by that? Upon seeing Jiang Jing's indignant expression, Lin Jie quickly reassured her. I did not mean it that way. I merely wish to share a few words with you regarding the young master of the Lan family. With Jiang Jing's maid dismissed, Lin Jie pulled her into the secluded area behind the Crabapple Gardens rockery. She scrutinized Jiang Jing from below, her discontent growing. Jiang Man and Jiang Xingjian had both extolled the virtues of that young master from the Lan family, yet she found it utterly ridiculous. How could a girl of merely a few years be wed to a man she had never even met? Such an arranged marriage could hardly lead to happiness. Even if she were to thwart this union, it would be a noble act. Is it not rather hasty to discuss marriage with Master Lan without ever having met him? You're only 14, are you not? To my knowledge, Master Lan is at least 7 or 8 years your senior. Do you truly believe you both would find happiness? Marriages are typically arranged by parental decree and matchmakers. Well-bred young ladies seldom meet their grooms beforehand. What exactly is Lin Ani trying to convey? Jiang Jing understood that Lin Ani had engaged in an illicit liaison with Jiang Xingjian without proper matchmaking. What could her current words imply? She turned to leave, yet was stopped once more by Lin Jie. I know you do not trust me, but I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Lin Jie, now visibly anxious, continued, I understand that everyone speaks highly of this marriage with the Lan family, but have you ever contemplated what this so-called good fortune truly signifies? The Lan family is indeed wealthy, but why would a man from such a distinguished lineage only propose marriage now to a young, illegitimate daughter like you? Have you considered whether this so-called good is beneficial for the Ho family or for you? I do not grasp what you are saying. Jiang Jing clutched her handkerchief, her large eyes fixed intently on Lin Jiayue. Each of Lin Jiayue's words pierced her heart. She had never met Master Lan, and thus had no knowledge of his character, especially when Aunt Zhou and everyone around her praised the marriage so highly. Her anxiety only intensified. How could such a splendid match possibly come to her? Jiang Jing lowered her head, her breath quickening. Lin Jia, seeing the situation, pressed her lips together and said, "I will not beat around the bush any longer. The Marquis informed me that this marriage was arranged because Song Wan's elder brother is acquainted with the young master of the Lan family. The Marquis's residence supports this union due to the Lan family's wealth, which will be beneficial for the Marquis's household in the future. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." As she gently stroked Jiang Jing's long hair, her expression turned anxious. In the past, the Marquis's household needed a strong alliance to alleviate their financial struggles, but now that I am here, such alliances are no longer necessary. You are only 14. How could Song Wan barter your youth for money? She expects you to uplift the Marquis's household. Yet has she considered that once you marry into the Lan family, would you dare to ask them for financial support for your maternal family? Jiang Jing's heart quivered at her words. That is impossible. As an outsider, how could she request funds from her husband to support her maternal family? Moreover, as a concubine-born daughter, only my birth mother, concubine Zhou, is close to me. Why would the Marquis's household use me to remedy their financial woes? A daughter-in-law who constantly seeks financial assistance from her husband's family could never be favored. Hasn't my sister-in-law considered your future predicament? Jiang Jing, in a state of panic, broke into a thin sweat, unsure of how to proceed. Though I have never met this so-called young Master Lan, I suspect that his prolonged bachelorhood at this age indicates significant issues. Lin Jiayue grasped Jiang Jing's hand, her brow furrowing. Ever since Xingjian revealed to me that young Master Lan is acquainted with Song Wan's brother, I have begun to grasp the crux of the matter. Song Wan is likely using you as a favor to the Lan family. She must have contemplated this for quite some time. Lin Jiayue had never doubted that Song Wan lacked insight into the future dynamics between the two families. Yet Jiang Xingjian seemed to be blinded by naivety, insisting that she would not meddle in such a significant affair. But how could she refrain from interference? A daughter's marriage is the most easily manipulated of matters. In this era, all women, regardless of their marital status, must swallow their grievances in silence. Jiang Jing, being a concubine-born daughter, lacks connections and support, leaving her at the mercy of Song Wan's whims. By marrying you off to the Lan family, she could gain the acclaim of the Empress, Jiang Xingjian, and the matriarch, while also repaying her brother's favor to the Lan family. A masterstroke of 3 birds with 1 stone, yet it only serves to disadvantage you. Such cunning strategies surely warrant admiration, do they not? Lin Jiayue frowned, confessing, "I admit I have my selfish desires. I do not wish for this marriage to succeed, allowing her to bask in the praises of others. However, I genuinely care for your well-being. This arrangement clearly benefits everyone except you. Reflect deeply on this matter." Her words were sincere, and whether Jiang Jing would choose to resist or blindly comply with Song Wan was beyond her control. After speaking, Lin Jiayue exited the rockery, leaving Jiang Jing alone within, drenched in sweat. When her maid arrived, Jiang Jing appeared utterly lost. Her face was pale, nearly startling the young maid into tears. "Miss, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me, Xing." With reddened eyes, Jiang Jing, both furious and anxious, relayed Lin Jiayue's words to Xing. "Is what Lin Yingyang said true? Does young Master Lan truly have issues? I am uncertain." Yet she articulated a truth. How could such a fortunate marriage ever befall someone like me? In the Marquis's residence, she was shrouded in neglect, having endured the scorn of Madame Lu alongside Aunt Zhou since her childhood. Even the most insignificant of servants dared to wield authority over her and her mother. Although the lady of the house never actively oppressed them, she remained indifferent, as if they did not exist within the household. As a child born of a concubine, what chance did she have of securing a favorable match? Aunt Zhou served as a lever against her within the Marquis's estate. Should she fail to procure wealth for the household, the inhabitants would undoubtedly use Aunt Zhou to subdue her. The more Jiang Jing contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. Grasping Xingyi's hand, he declared, "I cannot remain passive. If Aunt Lin's words hold any truth, my future alongside Aunt Zhou may well be more dismal than before." Chapter 47. The interception. Jiang Jing accompanied Xingyi to the theater. Inside, Song Wan was engaged in conversation with the three madams, Sun, Bai, and Lan, while several young ladies, including the daughters of the madams and the nieces of the household, sat nearby. Song Wan turned to Miss Bai and remarked, "Miss Bai, your embroidery is truly exquisite. I could never compare." The young lady wore a pendant pouch adorned with an octagonal bell at her waist, intricately embroidered with a winding chrysanthemum pattern. Though small, the design was exceptionally delicate, showcasing the skill of a woman's needlework. Upon hearing this, Madame Lan glanced at Miss Bai, silently approving. However, her purpose today was to observe Jiang Jing, and after a few compliments, she shifted the topic. "Where's the third sister? Since all the young ladies are present, why not let her meet them? It would be nice for her to have some companions. Indeed, we have yet to see the third young lady of your household. Judging by Madame Ho's stature, I am certain she will be remarkable." The other madams chimed in agreement. Song Wan then turned to instruct Hung Ji to fetch Jiang Jing to greet Madame Lan. As Hung Ji prepared to find him, she noticed Jiang Jing approaching slowly with her maid. Today, the young lady wore an iris blue long dress, cinched at the waist with a delicate green ribbon, presenting a fresh and charming appearance. Upon seeing her, Song Wan couldn't help but smile. She found the girl's vivacious demeanor delightful. "Is this the third young lady of the household?" Madame Lan's eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Jing, though she had no authority over the marriage arrangements of her uncle. Being an elder, she felt it inappropriate to discuss such matters privately. Fortunately, she had discreetly inquired a few days prior, and the esteemed elder, who was significantly younger yet of a higher generation, had finally given his consent. Thus, Madame Lan was able to accept the olive branch offered by the Ho family. Seeing Jiang Jing eased her heart. The girl was youthful and beautiful, and as long as Jiang Jing remained modest, the family would undoubtedly cherish her. The more Madame Lan looked at her, the more pleased she became, beckoning to Jiang Jing, "Come here, dear girl, let me have a look at you." Noticing Madame Lan's demeanor, Song Wan realized her satisfaction and turned to smile at Jiang Jing. Everyone was waiting, yet Jiang Jing stood at a distance, seemingly oblivious to Madame Lan's invitation. "Ah, a girl with character." Madame Lan withdrew her hand, and Song Wan's smile faded as she observed Jiang Jing with a furrowed brow. Perhaps the reaction of the others was too cold, prompting Jiang Jing to timidly approach Song Wan, deliberately ignoring Madame Lan, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, has the third sister arrived? Go play with the young ladies from the Bai and Lan families. They are not familiar with the household, so please take care of them." "Ah." Jiang Jing was somewhat taken aback. She had not yet made any attempt to reject the marriage, so why was her sister-in-law pushing her away? Just as she pondered this, Hung Ji cheerfully led the young ladies to a nearby pavilion in the Haitang Garden. This delightful troupe was renowned in Jiangnan, and with Xiao Fengling's graceful figure and excellent singing skills, why don't we ask Madame Lan to select a play for us to enjoy? Handing a script to Madame Lan, Song Wan smiled and had refreshments brought in. All the madams observed Jiang Jing's earlier behavior, shaking their heads, knowing that this young lady might find it difficult to secure a match in the future. Though possessing great beauty, she lacks decorum and has somewhat poor judgment. Marrying her would likely not provide any substantial support. Madame Lan gracefully accepted the script, her smile illuminating as she selected a scene from the jade hairpin. The marriage between the Lan family and the Ho residents was no longer mentioned, as if such intentions had never existed. Fallen leaves startled remnants of dreams, as leisurely steps through fragrant dust scattered petals. As the performers began to sing, Song Wan signaled to Hung Ji with her eyes, urging her to investigate what had transpired, why Jiang Jing had suddenly become so rude. As the song concluded, Madame Lan excused herself to rest downstairs, while Madame Sun greeted the other noble ladies who had recently arrived, leaving only Lady Bai behind. Lady Bai regarded Song Wan and suddenly smiled, commenting that while a tiger father may not have a dog son, the same could be said for a tiger brother lacking a dog sister. Noticing Lady Bai's mention of Song Fu, Song Wan understood she had something to discuss and invited her to the moon viewing pavilion in the begonia garden. I have heard from my husband that it is quite unusual for young Master Song to go to the Ministry of Personnel. It truly is a waste of his talents. Song Wan replied, "My elder brother cares for me. He believes that by going to the Ministry of Personnel, he can support me, which is why he defied our father. Otherwise, he surely would have remained at the Imperial Academy." Her sincerity momentarily stunned Lady Bai, who then became serious. Young Master Song is a good brother. A girl is fortunate to have such a brother throughout her life. Although a woman marries and follows her husband, a husband cannot be compared to a father or brother. A woman without support from her family cannot hold her head high in her husband's household. For instance, take Song Wan. With two confused elders in her home and a cold-hearted, unfaithful husband, without a brother backing her, one can only wonder what kind of life she would lead. It is no wonder that today, even concubine Lin has been so presumptuous. Song Wan did not show an ounce of anxiety. Surely, if the Song family were to learn of today's events, they would not let it rest, and there would be no need for Song Wan to frantically present herself to salvage her dignity. Lady Bai's thoughts were numerous, leading her to a moment of sorrow. You are a good person, and young Master Song is indeed admirable. However, the Ministry of Personnel is not suitable for him. If Sir Song has a way, it would be better to transfer young Master Song back to the Imperial Academy, rather than let him waste his time at the ministry. Upon hearing this, Song Wan slightly lowered her gaze. She understood that Lady Bai was being kind and also recognized that her brother would face far greater challenges at the ministry than at the academy. Yet Lady Bai's words clearly hinted at something more. Although her husband was merely a minor official at the Ministry of Personnel, not worthy of the Song family's attention, Lady Bai's father was a teacher of Guoqing, the left vice minister of the ministry. Guoqing has always respected his teachers and holds great esteem for Lady Bai's father, visiting him during festivals and special occasions. From the outset, Song Wan had her sights set on Guoqing's connections. She wished to pave a path for Song Fu. Her brother's pride often led him to disdain such matters, yet she felt compelled to plan for him. After a moment of contemplation, Song Wan asked, "Is someone causing trouble for my brother?" Lady Bai smiled faintly, offering no reply. Song Wan chose not to press further, instead smiling as she mentioned the Bai family's young lady. Miss Bai is truly charming, with a gentle disposition and embroidery skills that are simply mesmerizing. Even I find myself envious. I wonder which family will be fortunate enough to marry such a remarkable young lady. Madame Bai chuckled softly, remarking that in previous years, numerous families had come to propose marriage. However, she found it difficult to part with her daughter, wishing instead to keep her for a few more years. Consequently, the matter of marriage had been delayed. She pondered what kind of family would suit her preferences and considered that if she had acquaintances, she might assist in making a recommendation or two. With a warm grasp of Song Wan's hand, Madame Bai affectionately expressed that it mattered little what official rank the suitor held. Her only desire was for the young man to come from a respected lineage. This arrangement would ensure her daughter would not be subjected to undue constraints. Although her daughter possessed a gentle temperament, she was somewhat timid and adhered strictly to conventional norms, spending her days engaged in needlework and embroidery. If the suitor were of higher status and a few years her senior, exuding a sense of maturity, it would be ideal. It seemed she had her sights set on the Lan family. The Bai household, being of lower standing, would find it challenging to gain the favor of the Lan family, especially without a matchmaker's support, given that they were now merely merchants. Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before stating that her elder brother was acquainted with such a gentleman and that she would need to consult him regarding the matter. Madame Bai's face lit up with joy at this news. Indeed, if young Master Song could weave this red thread of fate for my daughter Zhe, you would be a great benefactor to the Bai family, and we shall certainly repay your kindness. A subtle smile graced Song Wan's lips, for it seemed that the union between the Bai and Lan families was destined to materialize rather than falter. Chapter 48. Support. The melodious strains of song filled the Haitang garden for the better part of the day, as guests gradually began to arrive for the banquet. Song Wan, along with Jiang Mu, ushered the ladies into the Luling courtyard for the meal. Upon entering, they were taken aback. The expansive courtyard was devoid of any tables or chairs. At the forefront stood a grand platform adorned with a profusion of flowers and a crimson brocade scroll bearing the characters Huan Yin Zhai in bold strokes. A row of long tables was set before it, laden with extravagant and opulent cosmetics. Additionally, 2 lines of long tables flanked both sides of the courtyard, brimming with an array of exquisite dishes and delicacies, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Observing Lin Jiue, who stood at the center of the grand platform with a beaming expression, Song Wan pursed her lips slightly. Hung Ji, startled by the scene, exclaimed, "Is this how Aunt Lin manages the household? It's utterly ridiculous." Song Wan cast a glance back at her, and Hung Ji lowered her head, acknowledging it was my indiscretion. Song Wan understood that Hung Ji was deliberately exposing Lin Jiu's authority over the household before the ladies of the capital to extricate herself from the situation. With her gaze lowered, she expressed her apologies to the assembly. "It is my failure in management that has led to this farce." Jiang Mu, upon hearing her words, seemed to finally grasp the situation, pressing her forehead in distress. What a misfortune for our family. Even Jiang Mu, despite her desire for wealth, could not have anticipated the disgraceful display from Lin Jiue. What was happening here? Not only were the banquet's provisions laid out in the open air, but there were also no chairs provided. Was Lin Jiue's notion of a significant influx of money merely a ploy to compel these ladies to purchase her cosmetics just to secure a seat and partake in a warm meal? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Mu felt a flush of embarrassment creep over her aged face. How could that little concubine possess the audacity to act in such a manner? The mere anticipation of the disdainful gazes from the gathered company made her vision blur, prompting her to close her eyes and feign fainting. She could not bear the burden of such disgrace. The attendees of the banquet were all matriarchs from esteemed families in the capital, many of whom had managed households for a lifetime. How could they fail to discern Jiang Mu's intentions? Each of them suppressed their contempt, gesturing for their maids to assist, while they themselves remained rooted at the entrance, unwilling to step forward. Seeing Jiang Mu collapse as she entered the courtyard, Lin Jiue hurriedly approached the crowd. After Song Wan summoned the household physician and escorted Jiang Mu away, she addressed the assembly with a bow. "Today, it is my inadequacy in hospitality that has led to this situation. My mother is unwell, and thus this banquet should be dismissed." "Song Wan, what are you saying?" Lin Jiue exclaimed, her brow furrowed in anger as she glared at her. She had painstakingly prepared for this announcement, crafting countless drafts and meticulously considering every word. The products for today had been carefully selected, even featuring the prized item of the shop for an auction segment. Yet, with a single declaration from Song Wan, the fruits of her labor spanning over half a month seemed to vanish. Impudent! Before Song Wan could respond, an elderly woman, leaning on a gilded agate cane, spoke sternly. "How does Lin Jin manage the Marquisate? How dare a lowly concubine raise her voice against the legitimate mistress? Since Qing Zhou's passing, has she not been the one to tarnish the reputation and decorum of the Marquisate? Lin Jin, the matron of the Jiang family, is the given name of the old lady, while Qing Zhou is the courtesy name of the esteemed marquis." Upon witnessing this elderly woman address the matron in such a manner, Song Wan discerned that she must be the venerable matriarch of the Yuan Guogong family, the grandaunt of the marquis. "Dear grandaunt, it is truly unworthy to have your health compromised in this manner," she implored. The old woman cast a disapproving glance at Song Wan, her discontent palpable. The 3 generations of women from the Chengyang Marquisate appeared as if they were inept, allowing a lowly individual to flaunt her authority, which was indeed a disgrace to the Jiang family. The venerable matriarch of the Yuan Guogong grew increasingly incensed, striking her cane heavily upon the ground, turning her back and departing for home. The other ladies, witnessing the scene, offered Song Wan an apologetic smile, exchanging a few comforting words before gradually dispersing. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the gathering was entirely cleared. Lin Jiue attempted to intervene multiple times, but was thwarted. Just as she prepared to confront Song Wan, the latter had already exited the Deer Spirit courtyard with Hung Ji. Upon leaving the courtyard, Song Wan instructed, "Seek out a few young maidservants." She whispered a few words into Hung Ji's ear, who nodded and hurriedly departed. With the ladies now gone, Jiang Xingjian in the outer courtyard wore a grim expression. 3 guests resemble the 3 luminaries, and the seating arrangement reflects the 4 seasons. The host shall respect the guests. Hence they are seated in the northwest. The guests, esteemed for their righteousness, are welcomed by the host with benevolence. Thus they are positioned in the southeast. The etiquette of the world is inherently established. The seating and conduct of the host and guests adhere to set protocols. How can the ancestral customs be disregarded in your Jiang Xingjian's presence? Today's guests, both young and old, are present. Do you wish for the venerable Song Wan, who has surpassed the age of mourning, to stand alongside my great-grandson in a scramble for food? What kind of decorum is that? Jiang Xingjian, you are exceedingly arrogant. The esteemed Minister Fong of the court chastised him vehemently before sweeping away, followed closely by a middle-aged man with a forced smile. The Chengyang Marquis has quite the audacity. I am truly in awe. After this man departed, an elderly gentleman with a white beard approached. Though I seek not for the world to be eternally harmonious and respectful, nor for the ruler to be benevolent and the subjects loyal, a family of your stature, Jiang Ho, should at least understand the 4 virtues of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Take heed. Song Wan and Song Fu stood at a distance, with Song Wan wearing a solemn expression. Observing the situation, he remarked coldly, "What a pity for Wan." Song Fu, with an expression of discontent, glared at Jiang Xingjian. The male guests who had attended the banquet departed with grim faces and, upon reuniting with their own ladies, began to express their grievances. Madame Sun faced a stern reprimand from Lord Sun, to which she responded softly. Today, this incident was unbeknownst to the Marquis and his wife. It was entirely instigated by that minor concubine they brought back. She added, after all, she is but a lowly individual without any standing, and now, emboldened by a little power, she has become quite unruly. Lord Sun retorted, "How could the daughter of Song Wan not manage a mere concubine? Why permit such chaos to unfold? Jiang Xingjian is nothing but a fool. I do not consent to the marriage with the Chengyang Marquisate. A family of this nature, no matter how affluent, I would never consider uniting with. Such a ruckus brings nothing but shame." Madame Sun quickly defended, "I am not pursuing this marriage for the sake of the Chengyang Marquisate. Besides, did you not previously mention that Jiang Yin was a person of talent? Surely, he would be a fitting match for Xiao." Seeing Lord Sun in silence, seemingly weighing his thoughts, Lady Sun let out a soft sigh. One cannot blame Song Wan for today's affairs. It is not due to her incompetence, but rather. She gestured towards the top of the carriage. That troublesome figure from the palace, Jiang Fei. Indeed, just moments ago, I overheard several young maids from the whispering. Were it not for Jiang Fei's support, how could that concubine dare to act so recklessly? Lord Sun's brows furrowed sharply. What a fool. With the 5th prince having such a mother, he is unlikely to achieve greatness. Chapter 49. Scheming before the grand banquet had even begun. It had already come to an abrupt conclusion. Jiang Xingjian's countenance was so dark it seemed to radiate shadows. He strode purposefully towards the back courtyard, intending to confront Lin Jiayue for an explanation. However, as he stepped through the flower-laden gate, he was met head-on by her. "Jiang Xingjian, you need a rein in Song Wan," Lin Jiayue exclaimed, tugging at her sleeve in indignation. "I can't tell if she is envious of me, fearing I might earn silver for the Marquis's household." Just as my event was about to commence, Song Wan had the audacity to dismiss all the guests. I knew her intentions were nefarious, and yet you continued to defend her. Enough. Jiang Xingjian grasped Lin Jiayue's wrist firmly, his voice low and grave. "What have you done for today's banquet? Why are the dishes left in the courtyard? And where are the tables and chairs?" "You're hurting me," Lin Jiayue protested, shaking off his hand. "This is a buffet. Buffets facilitate communication and allow guests to mingle freely. Isn't it far more convenient than being seated at a table?" Jiang Xingjian clenched his teeth. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lin Jiayue smiled mischievously. "I wanted to surprise you with a grand revelation. Tell me, weren't the guests delighted?" He was about to argue that the customs of hosting were numerous, that there were established protocols regarding how hosts and guests should interact, how places were to be assigned according to age and status, and the strict etiquette concerning seating arrangements, how this chaotic display would bring shame upon the Marquis' household and might lead to dire consequences tomorrow. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Song Wan approached from a distance. Lin Jiue's expression darkened, and, just as she was about to speak, Song Wan interjected, "I have something to discuss. Let us move to the lawn courtyard." Jiang Xingjian bit his lip, suddenly feeling a rush of warmth upon seeing Song Wan. Just days ago, he had assured his mother in front of her that Lin Jiue could manage all the household affairs flawlessly. Who could have anticipated such a swift turn of events? Taking a deep breath, he followed her, while Lin Jiue, pouting, reluctantly trailed behind. As the three arrived at the lawn courtyard, Aunt Zhou and Jiang Jing entered closely behind. Aunt Zhou, feeling anxious, protectively held Jiang Jing and whispered, "What has happened?" "Have the maids prepare tea," Song Wan instructed. "I summoned Aunt Zhou today to discuss the marriage between third sister and the Lan family." "What is the situation regarding Jing and the Lan family? Is there some dissatisfaction on their part?" Aunt Zhou inquired. Song Wan replied, "Madame Lan is quite pleased with third sister, yet is perplexing why third sister herself has declined the marriage." I did not." Aunt Zhou suddenly grasped Jiang Jing tightly. Jiang Jing, trembling, stammered, "I did not refuse the marriage. I merely. Third sister need not be anxious," Song Wan interjected calmly. "The arrangement with the Lan family is my undertaking, and whether it succeeds or fails, the household must be informed. There is no need for fear." Upon hearing Song Wan's words, Aunt Zhou became incensed, striking Jiang Jing lightly. "Why haven't you apologized to your sister-in-law? The Lan family is such a reputable household, and yet you choose to reject them? What more could you possibly desire? Do you understand how much effort your sister-in-law has put into this match? A marriage is not so easily arranged. You cannot simply refuse it without consideration. What on earth are you thinking?" Aunt Zhou, though of humble origin, had only Jiang Jing as her daughter. Since hearing that Song Wan had spoken on her behalf regarding the marriage with the Lan family, she spared no effort or expense in seeking information about the esteemed young Master Lan. Although she only grasped the general idea, she understood that this was an exceptionally favorable match. Had it not been for Song Wan's sincere regard for her and her mother, she would not have been so diligent in selecting such a distinguished family. Now, with Song Wan's words clearly indicating her withdrawal from the matter, who else in the household, besides herself, possessed the capability to find a match superior to the Lan family? The only desire of Aunt Zhou was for her daughter to marry well and avoid the path she had taken. With her hopes dashed, she wept openly before the gathered assembly. Upon witnessing her mother's sorrow, Jiang Jing's eyes turned red as well. "Aunt, please do not cry. Have you not considered that a match as splendid as this could hardly be destined for me? What merit do I possess to deserve such a union?" Upon hearing these words, Song Wan paused, her hand holding the teacup momentarily stilled, while Hung Wu seethed with anger at Jiang Jing's remarks. "What nonsense are you spouting? Third miss? Are you implying that my lady deliberately chose a disreputable family to belittle you? What stature does the third miss possess to warrant such esteem from my lady? What is going on? Is the match with the Lan family off?" Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow, and Song Wan lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You would do better to direct that question to Aunt Lin." Lin Jiue coldly scoffed, "Yes, I am the one who urged my younger sister to reject the marriage with the Lan family. And what of it? I shall tear your mouth." In the midst of her lamentations, Aunt Zhou suddenly lunged toward Lin Jiue, her face contorted with fury. It is often said that a mother becomes fierce for her children. The woman who had been meek her entire life now displayed a flicker of courage. Lin Jiue, frightened, hid behind Jiang Xingjian. "Have you lost your senses?" Song Wan orchestrated this connection between Jiang Jing and the Lan family solely to repay a favor to Song Fu. "Do you truly believe she acted for Jiang Jing's benefit? What are you saying? Are you mad?" Observing Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiue embroiled in yet another argument, Song Wan interjected coldly, "Further discourse is futile. I have summoned several individuals today merely to inform the Lan family that this match will not come to fruition. Henceforth, do not inquire further with me. As for the marriage prospects of the third Mississippi, I regret to inform you that I am utterly incapable of presenting a better option than the Lan family. Should you wish to quarrel or cause a commotion, feel free Just do not do so in my courtyard. Setting down her teacup, Song Wan uttered a dismissal and retreated to her chamber alone. Outside, Aunt Zhou continued to wail. Jiang Jing attempted to console her, and Lin Jiayue shouted that she would find a better match for Jiang Jing. Jiang Xingjian, observing the farce before him, felt his temples throb, uncertain of how to prioritize the matters at hand. Hung Wu maintained a composed demeanor, ushering those who needed to be sent away and soothing those who required calming. Upon returning to Song Wan's side, she found her reclining on a beauty couch, eyes closed in repose. Miss, with Lin Jiayue creating such a scene today, what shall we do? Song Wan lifted her head, pressing her fingers to her temples. The Marquisate is no longer a possibility. I had thought Lin Jiayue, though foolish, would merely stir up some harmless mischief, yet I did not foresee the calamities she would bring, each more troublesome than the last. Elju stepped forward to gently massage Song Wan's neck. After this incident, the young master is unlikely to place his trust in Aunt Lin again, and the Empress should also cease to support her, I presume? Song Wan pressed her lips together, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she murmured, Lady Bai mentioned that my elder brother is struggling in the Ministry of Personnel, and apart from Jiang Man, no one else would make things difficult for a vice minister who has yet to make a mark. Glancing at the haphazardly arranged wooden carvings by the bedside, Song Wan fell silent for a moment before continuing. It is imperative to link Lady Zhang's favor towards Lin Jiayue with the dissemination of her involvement in overseeing the household affairs of the Marquis' residence, ensuring that the two are irrevocably entwined. Miss, Zhao Mama interjected disapprovingly. You should seize this opportunity to eliminate Lin Yinyang once and for all. It would be best to inform the old lady and have that little harlot expelled from the residence. Only then can you and your fiancé enjoy a harmonious and loving life together. Why bind that little harlot to Lady Jiang? Wouldn't he that only bolster her arrogance? Hung Ji whispered in response, Mississippi. It is for the sake of the eldest young master. Song Wan took Hung Ji's hand, her smile gentle. Her intentions were not solely for her elder brother, but also for her aunt and the third prince. Lin Jiayue was a source of turmoil. Tying her to Lady Jiang would only bring misfortune to the Marquis' residence and to Jiang Man, especially since the matter regarding Hu Fenjai had yet to be revealed. If Lady Jiang faltered, her aunt and elder brother would suffer as well. As for what lay ahead for her and Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan lowered her gaze, deeming it better left unspoken. Chapter 50. Resignation. Madam awakened and requested to see the young lady. Song Wan had just rested for a while on the beautiful couch when she heard this and could only rise to change her clothes before heading to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, she found Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue embroiled in a fierce argument. However, upon seeing her, both fell silent in a manner that suggested a surprising harmony. You have arrived, Jiang Xingjian remarked coldly. Song Wan merely acknowledged him softly before proceeding into Madame Jiang's chamber. How exactly do you manage the household? Madame Jiang demanded sternly, propping herself up. That event turned into such a debacle, and you claim to be unaware or unconcerned. The responsibilities of the Duke's household lie with you, and this is how you approach it? It is a disgrace after all the trust one placed in you and the old matriarch. Pray tell, how have you handled this? What should have been a grand feast resulted in guests from various estates standing while dining. Have you any idea how this tarnishes the century-old reputation of our house? Can you bear the weight of this responsibility? Song Wan lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Madame Jiang, with her head wrapped in a cloth and her complexion pallid, seemed to grasp the gravity of the banquet's failure, as if stricken by illness. You are right, mother. It is indeed my incompetence, she admitted, her swift acknowledgement leaving Madame Jiang momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Madame Jiang, with a hint of sobbing in her voice, continued. Ear has endured hardships at the border for many years. For 6 long years, he has faced unimaginable difficulties, and now that he has finally returned to the Duke's residence, why can none of you ease his burdens and grant him some peace? He has just inherited the title and already lost face. How can he establish himself in the court henceforth? If a man is occupied with external affairs, how can he be expected to manage even this minuscule courtyard? Must he also be troubled by these matters? You are correct, mother, Song Wan obediently replied, standing quietly to the side. Regardless of what Madame Jiang said, her only response was an acknowledgement of her fault, which only served to heighten Madame Jiang's distress, leaving her breathless with frustration. With anger brewing within her, Madame Jiang could not help but chastise Song Wan further. You claim to be a daughter raised by the Song family, yet you cannot even manage a mere concubine properly? Is this the caliber of a daughter from the Song household? Mother! Jiang Xingjian entered from outside, catching the tail end of his mother's disparagement of the Song family. His brow furrowed with guilt. This matter had nothing to do with Song Wan. How could they dare to implicate the Song family? Jiang Xingjian intended to offer an explanation, but before he could, Song Wan interjected, I understand your concerns, mother, but there is no need for excessive worry. Although today's banquet differed from the past, I believe that Lin Ani's approach, while unconventional, has successfully broken free from outdated conventions, preventing it from becoming dull and uninteresting. You, Madame Jiang furrowed her brow, her anger escalating. Just days prior, Song Wan had indeed stated that the rules of the household should not be broken, leading Madame Jiang to support Lin Jiayue's involvement in organizing the banquet. Little did she know that Lin Jiayue would act so irrationally. Rising, Madame Jiang's face was a mask of fury. Are you now blaming me? I would not dare, Song Wan replied, bowing deeply, lingering in her position for some time. Jiang Xingjian took a deep breath, apologized to his mother, and took Song Wan by the hand, leading her out of Jiangxiang courtyard. As soon as they exited the courtyard, Song Wan broke free from Jiang Xingjian's grasp. Today's matters do not concern you. There is no need for you to dwell upon them. Song Wan nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Jiang Xingjian remarked, I must trouble you further regarding the marriage of the third sister with the Lan family. This union must not be severed. However, it seems the match with the Lan family is unlikely, for today, in front of all the ladies, the third sister publicly humiliated Madame Lan. Should the Ho residents insist on this union, it would transform a potential bond into enmity. Song Wan's tone was indifferent, which unsettled Jiang Xingjian. Just a fortnight ago, she had expressed her concerns about the future of the Ho residents with great earnestness. How had her demeanor towards Jiang Jing grown so cold in merely a few days? Jiang Xingjian, perplexed, could only suppress his unease and inquire, if the Lan family does not work out, which household in the capital do you deem more suitable? Has my husband forgotten? Song Wan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Xingjian, and articulated clearly, I have stated that I am powerless regarding the marriage of the third sister. Why must you press me so? Do you harbor resentment? Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss on how to confront this version of Song Wan. In his heart, she had always been compliant, though somewhat aloof. She had always shown understanding and magnanimity in significant matters, never indulging in petty grievances, particularly regarding their prospects with the Ho residents, where she had always been cautious and attentive. What could possibly agitate my dear one? She lightly chuckled, observing Jiang Xingjian's complexion shift between shades of pale and green as her eyes grew colder. His prolonged absence from sharing a chamber with her had rendered her the subject of ridicule among the lower ranks of the household, leading Jiang's mother to regard her with disdain due to his neglect. Jiang Man, a married daughter, exerted influence over the household's affairs, and the entire Ho residence not only showed no resistance, but rather supported and indulged the interferences of a concubine. Jiang Xingjian was well aware of Lin Jiayue's frivolous nature and knew she could never manage the grand banquet adequately. Yet he still permitted her to wield authority over domestic matters. She had toiled to arrange a marriage for Jiang Jing, only to see her efforts undone by a few words of provocation, while he lightly dismissed the matter of the Lan family's marriage as if it were inconsequential. And now, he dares to inquire if she is aggrieved? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Song Wan nearly burst into laughter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further, my husband. Without regard for Jiang Xingjian's reaction, she turned and departed, leaving without a trace of longing. After the grand banquet, both the matriarch and Jiang's mother fell ill. The matriarch's health had already been precarious. The household had concealed the banquet from her, leaving her unaware of Lin Jiayue's misdeeds. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother fell gravely ill due to the repercussions of Jiang Xingjian's actions, as he had been reported for his erratic conduct, breaches of etiquette, tarnishing the family's reputation, and accumulating wealth through dubious means. It was said that originally, Jiang Fei had petitioned the emperor for a substantive position for Jiang Xingjian. However, after the accusations, he was granted the post of supervisor of the Shilin Garden, a role overseeing the care of livestock and cultivation of fruits and vegetables, one of the most leisurely positions imaginable. On the day the imperial decree was issued, the kitchen had not even prepared a meal, and the entire Ho residence was enveloped in silence, save for the muffled sounds coming from the Shilin pavilion, which seemed to be embroiled in some dispute. Yet, Song Wan was indifferent to such matters, as she busied herself with other affairs. Due to her previous attempts to establish a connection between Jiang Man and Lin Jiayue, the business of Huan Yin, Zhai, has surprisingly flourished. This success is not attributed to the exceptional quality of Lin Jiayue's cosmetics, but rather to the fact that many individuals seek to curry favor with Jiang Fei. Listening to Hong Ji report on the external accounts, Song Wan smiled softly, remaining silent. The revenue of Huan Yin Zhai is nearing that of the ice shop. No matter. Song Wan remarked with a faint smile that the larger the business grows, the better. While contemplating an opportunity to introduce the two madams of the Bailan family, Song Wan was interrupted by the sound of wailing from outside the courtyard, revealing that Aunt Zhou had come once more to plead for mercy. Frowning, Song Wan eventually said, "Let them in." Xiang Chao went outside to convey the message, and soon after, Aunt Zhou and Jiang Jing entered, followed closely by Lin Jiayue, who wore a chilling smile. Chapter 51. The chamber. Why not quickly apologize to your sister-in-law? As soon as Aunt Zhou entered, her eyes were red as she pushed Jiang Jing. Seeing this, Jiang Jing fought back tears and knelt before Song Wan. The young girl wept. "It was my childishness that caused trouble for my sister-in-law. I implore you to forgive me this time." "Indeed, dear madam. Please do not hold it against her. A young girl's marriage is of utmost importance. If she fails to find a suitable match, her whole life could be ruined. Please, be magnanimous and do not quibble with a mere child." Aunt Zhou's legs weakened, and she was about to kneel down, but was pulled up by Hengwu. Hengwu, with a fiery temperament, had already endured much anguish over the past few days. Today, upon seeing Lin Jiayue strut in as if nothing were amiss, she could no longer contain her fury. With a voice that dripped with sarcasm, she exclaimed, "The third young lady kneeling before our matron is acceptable, given her status. It is not a loss for her. What is Aunt Zhou attempting to do? You are at least half a senior to us. Are you trying to tarnish our matron's reputation or covertly undermine her blessings?" "Miss Hengwu, you speak too harshly. I harbor no such intentions," Aunt Zhou replied, tears streaming down her face once more. "Aunt Zhou, please cease your weeping. Third sister, rise. I cannot accept your kneeling." Song Wan helped her up and instructed Lu Zhu to bring handkerchiefs and brew some calming tea. "Is there something you need from me, Aunt Lin?" Lin Jiayue smiled faintly, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. Recently, she had quarreled fiercely with Jiang Xingjian, who had even moved out of Shilin Pavilion. It was merely due to her organizing a buffet, yet he had given her the cold shoulder for over half a month, which she found intolerable. However, she could not allow Song Wan to take advantage of the situation. "Madam, there are words from the Emperor's consort. She has instructed Jiayue to assist you in managing the Marquisate." Recently, Jiayue was occupied with matters concerning Huanyan Studio, but now that the business is thriving, I have come to share the burden. Jiayue is not particularly clever. If there is anything amiss, please do not hold it against me. Hengwu shot Lin Jiayue a strange glance, but refrained from verbalizing her disdain. That she could suppress her fiery temperament surprised Lin Jiayue. "Please take a seat, Aunt Lin." As Lin Jiayue observed Song Wan's calm and indifferent demeanor, she inexplicably felt as though this woman had been awaiting her arrival. Aunt Zhou, noticing Aunt Zhou's swollen eyes from crying, Song Wan softened her tone. "The match between the third sister and the Lan family is surely not meant to be. There is no need for you to grieve so. It was never a certainty, so you might as well treat it as if it never occurred." "Humph," Lin Jiayue snickered. Yet the entire room paid her no heed. Could the madam not devise another plan for Jinga? I inquired with Jinger, and on that day, she did nothing wrong. She merely did not respond when Lady Lan called her. "If you could kindly explain this to Lady Lan, I believe she will not hold it against Jinger." Upon hearing this, Song Wan's expression softened considerably. She replied coolly, "Then what does Aunt Zhou believe I should explain?" It is said that Jinger may not have heard, or perhaps due to her youth, she is unaware of the proper etiquette. Recently, she has returned home to diligently learn the rules. Although the Lan family is engaged in commerce, they hail from an esteemed lineage. Lan Yunhe, being the uncle of the family as patriarch, hold a high status that does not require further elaboration. Do you truly believe that Madame Lan would accept a girl who only begins to learn the customs just before her marriage as her aunt? After all, she is merely an unfamiliar man. If this union were to dissolve, another could easily be sought. Our third sister, being a young lady and not unattractive, is unlikely to bring shame upon her family. Bah! As Lin Jue finished speaking, Aunt Zhou spat at her in disdain. Do you think all young women in the world are as shameless as you, unceremoniously mingling with men without any formal engagement? If it were not for your meddling, my Jinger would not be in such a predicament. Aunt Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, having cried dry of tears in recent days. Who is this young Master Lan? The Lan family possesses immense wealth, and if my Jinger were to marry into their household, she would ascend to the highest rank within the Lan estate. She would have no mother-in-law above her and no sisters-in-law below. Even the patriarch of the Lan clan would refer to my Jinger as aunt. This young Master Lan has already purchased a grand residence near Gokumen, intending to establish his own household after marriage. My Jinger would become a prosperous matron, yet this splendid fate has been utterly ruined by you. You only think of the Lan family's riches, but have you ever considered the character of young Master Lan? No matter how affluent he may be, if he were to take numerous concubines in the future, Jiang Jing would not find happiness. Bah! Aunt Zhou retorted vehemently. The union of yin and yang is the natural order. Which man in this world does not take concubines? If my Jinger marries into the Lan family, she will be the primary wife, and even if young Master Lan were to take concubines, none could surpass my Jinger in status. I see now. It must be that your lowly origins and status as a concubine prevent you from seeing my Jinger as the rightful first lady, inciting her to abandon her marriage with such malice. I will have your skin for this. Have you lost your senses? Lin Jue shot Aunt Zhou a furious glare, unwilling to engage with the shrewish woman. Song Wan sat nearby, sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by the farcical scene unfolding before her. The commotion in the courtyard was deafening, and at the entrance, a woman accompanied by a young maid stood awkwardly, appearing to have something to express, yet unsure how to begin. "Zheng Auntie," Hengji called out, and upon seeing Zheng Auntie, Aunt Zhou immediately silenced herself and pulled Jiang Jing to stand aside. Zheng Auntie entered gracefully, her slender figure followed by a timid young maid adorned with a silver hairpin. The maid, delicate in appearance, caused Aunt Zhou to lose her voice. Her heart filled with both anger and anxiety over her own embarrassing state. Years ago, she had been favored by the old Marquis, and had it not been for Zheng Auntie's schemes to usurp her position, she would not have had only Jiang Jing as her daughter. The thought of Zheng Auntie having a complete family made her feel a bitterness that permeated her very bones. "Greetings to the esteemed First Lady. I have come today with a matter that requires your assistance," Zheng Auntie said. Song Wan replied gently, "Please, Zheng Auntie, go on," adjusting the gold hairpin atop her head. Zheng Auntie smiled, her voice quivering with excitement. "It concerns the fourth master. He is now 10 years old, and I believe it is time to arrange a companion for him. Thus, I have selected a clever young maid to serve as his concubine. In our household, it is customary for any concubine to be officially recorded. I was contemplating informing the esteemed mistress and inquiring when she might find the time to assist me in adding this girl's name to the registry. The elevation of a concubine or maidservant brings a monthly allowance, as Aunt Zheng remarked, smiling as she handed the little maid's birth certificate to Song Wan. Just as Song Wan was about to nod in agreement, Lin Jue abruptly stood up, her voice piercing as she exclaimed, "A concubine in the household?" She snatched the birth certificate from Song Wan's hand, scrutinizing the time of birth with a furrowed brow, and declared with a face of displeasure, "Are you all out of your minds? Allowing a 10-year-old child to take a concubine or marry a girl of 13 or 14. This is absurd. I will not consent to it." With that, Lin Jue tore the birth certificate into shreds. Chapter 52. Schadenfreude Lin Jiue's actions were so abrupt that they left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Once Aunt Zhou regained her composure, she subtly covered her mouth. Realizing she was not the only victim of that household disruptor, a flicker of relief washed over her heart. After the late Marquis passed away, Aunt Zheng, like Aunt Zhou, had retreated into a life of seclusion. Now, unexpectedly treated so by Lin Jiue, she stood dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief. "What are you doing?" It was the small maid, adorned with a silver hairpin, who first broke the silence. With her brows furrowed and round, innocent eyes wide open, she looked at Lin Jiue, perplexed. "Why are you tearing up my marriage contract? I am saving you. Are you really that foolish?" Lin Jiue retorted, throwing the torn contract to the ground and scolding Song Wan. "What are you thinking? Is it amusing to harm a young girl? She is barely in her teens. How dare you force her into a chamber with a 10-year-old boy? You are robbing her of a life yet to begin. Do you still consider yourself human?" Song Wan raised an eyebrow, bewildered by Lin Jiue's sudden outburst. "You should just get lost." Lin Jiue felt her shoulder grip tightly, and she was abruptly pushed aside. Aunt Zheng, adjusting her precariously balanced hairpin, glared menacingly. "What business do you have with my arrangements for the fourth master? Besides, Xiangmei is already one of my people. Why are you throwing such a fit? Are you so desperate to serve the fourth master yourself? Bah, you wretched creature. Do you really think he would be interested in you?" Initially tearful, Aunt Zhou, upon hearing Aunt Zheng's vitriolic tirade reminiscent of her younger days, felt her last remnants of resentment dissipate. If the timing were right, she might have applauded and encouraged Aunt Zheng to continue her scathing remarks. "You seek to obstruct the third young lady's marriage, and now you wish to interfere with the fourth master's arrangements as well? Have you looked in a mirror to see what you truly are, daring to meddle in my Zhang Rujuan's affairs? In the Chengyang Marquisate, does the lady of the lawn courtyard allow you to dictate terms and wield power?" After her outburst, Aunt Zheng yanked the silver pin from her hair and lunged it toward Lin Jiue's arm. Lin Jiue yelped, her eyes stinging from the pain. "Enough. What do you think this place is? Do you believe you can act so recklessly?" Madame Zhao's voice boomed, and Aunt Zheng, with a soft whimper, collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and gazing tearfully at Song Wan. Song Wan felt a persistent ache in her head since Jiang Xingjian returned home, never alleviating. Stealing a glance at Aunt Zheng, her ears flushed with heat. This was her first experience witnessing such a profane quarrel, so expertly executed. It truly left one at a loss. After a moment of silence, Song Wan turned to the small maid, who was equally flustered and unsure of where to look. "Would you be willing to be taken into the fourth master's household as a concubine?" The small maid knelt on the ground and declared loudly, replying to the lady, "I am willing. The opportunity for a servant to be taken in by their master is already the most favorable outcome, transforming from a mere servant into a semi-master. And in the future, giving birth to a son or daughter would render this life complete. Even when she eventually reunites with her elderly parents, she would only receive praise. And only a fool would refuse such an offer. Not to mention, the sooner she is promoted to a concubine, the sooner she can receive a monthly stipend." Xiang Mei replied emphatically, with no sign of reluctance, but rather an eagerness to secure her status as a concubine immediately. Lin Jiue, frustrated by her lack of ambition, shouted her disapproval. "You have no say in this matter. This household is not governed by your will." Zheng Xingjian spat, turning to look at Song Wan, adopting a feigned frail demeanor. Song Wan, placing a hand on her forehead to shield her eyes from Zheng Xingjian's gaze, declared, "Since both Zheng Xingjian and Xiang Mei are willing, this matter is settled. You may return for now. None of you are allowed to leave," Lin Jiu interjected, blocking the way with her arm. "Today, no one is permitted to depart. I cannot stand idly by as you engage in such morally reprehensible acts." Blood oozed from her arm, where a silver hairpin had pricked her skin, staining the floor in the summer heat. Observing the crimson drops, Song Wan signaled for Xiang Chao to assist with a bandage or two. "We must wait for the master to return. I am determined to ask him if he consents to allowing a young girl to be a concubine for that scoundrel, fourth master." Lin Ziai Puset Asai Xiang Gao, resolutely guarding the group. Song Wan, exasperated and feeling a throb in her forehead, found herself at a loss in dealing with such unruly and unreasonable behavior. Very well. If she wishes to wait, then let us await the master's return. Returning to her desk, Song Wan absent-mindedly picked up a book of miscellaneous notes. But her mind was far from settled. The atmosphere, filled with silent tension, was stifling. Jiang Xingjian pulled Xiang Mei to sit on a cushion, while Lin Jue leaned against the door with her arms crossed. Aunt Zhou, with her own inscrutable thoughts, rejected Jiang Jing's repeated attempts to leave. The standoff continued until Jiang Xingjian returned from his duties at Lin Garden. As he disembarked from his carriage, a housemaid hurried him to the lawn courtyard. What transpired? Upon entering, Jiang Xingjian noticed Song Wan's visibly relieved demeanor. Before he could savor the anticipation in her expression, Lin Jue rushed toward him. You have returned at the perfect moment. I need to speak with you. Hearing her voice, Jiang Xingjian's brow furrowed slightly. Have they all lost their minds? Allowing a mere girl of 13 to become a concubine for a 10-year-old boy. Do you not find this utterly absurd? Jiang Xingjian pressed his fingers to his temples. What issue is at hand? What issue? The problem is monumental. Lin Jue pointed at Song Wan, accusing her of collusion, then lambasted Jiang Xingjian for mistreating the servants, and finally directed her ire at Xiang Mei, accusing her of being blinded by greed. As she continued her tirade, she began to criticize Jiang Ong for being so young, yet already consumed by carnal desires. No sooner had her words fallen than Song Wan stood up, and Jiang Xingjian lunged forward to silence Lin Jue, while Jiang Xingjian slammed his hand on the table. The resounding clap silenced Lin Jue, leaving her bewildered as she stared at him in confusion. Today, if the rumors spread, Jiang Ong shall bear the infamous title of being consumed by lust for all his life. Can you not engage your mind before uttering such words? The harshness of the voice startled everyone present. Song Wan had never witnessed Jiang Xingjian in such a state, with veins protruding and eyes bloodshot. The Jiang Xingjian she knew had always been genteel, courteous, and radiant. Never before had he displayed such a loss of composure. Song Wan lowered her gaze in silence, a pang of bitterness swelling in her heart. Perhaps she and Jiang Xingjian had never truly known each other. Lin Jue continued to entangle herself, incessantly accusing the Marquis's household of mistreating its servants, drawing disdainful glances from all the masters and servants in the Lanting courtyard. Jiang Xingjian felt a splitting headache. The reputation of the Chengyang Marquis household had long since become irreparably tarnished, and if Lin Jue's antics continued unbridled, it was feared that the Marquis's residence would devolve into a hellish realm of debauchery and vice by tomorrow. Vanya, speak to her and explain why Jiang Ong was arranged for a concubine. Jiang Xingjian conceded defeat, seeking assistance from Song Wan with a sense of helplessness. Song Wan averted her gaze, concealing her annoyance, utterly disillusioned with Jiang Xingjian and the entire Chengyang Marquis household. Chapter 53. The Trap Before Her Marriage. Song Wan had thoroughly read all the books in Song Fu's study. She believed that managing the estate of the Duke of Chengyang should be as effortless as savoring tea and delicacies. However, she never imagined that simply overseeing the household would leave her utterly exhausted. In the past, she prided herself on her calm demeanor, yet after encountering Lin Jue, her temperament had grown increasingly fiery and restless, her heart unsettled. Both of you may return. I will prepare a volume for Xiang Mei tomorrow. Thank you, my lady. Jiang Xingjian's earlier demeanor had frightened both Aunt Zheng and Xiang Mei, who, seeing their pressing matter resolved, hastily fled from the lawn courtyard. Lin Jie attempted to intervene, but was deterred by a mere glance from Jiang Xingjian. As for Aunt Zhou and the third sister, the Lan family has already selected a new bride, and there is no need for you to cling to the Lan family. I am powerless regarding the third sister's marriage. In a few days, I will ask the lady to assist in finding a match for her. Aunt Zhou was about to voice her grievances when Song Wan interjected, Hengwu, until the third sister's marriage is settled, I will not meet with Aunt Zhou again. Only Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jue remained in the room. After a moment of contemplation, Song Wan spoke with a cool demeanor. It is customary for the male members of the household to take concubines, which is unrelated to the disposition of the fourth master. Regardless of whether they're young masters, young ladies, or aunts and maids, there are fixed monthly allowances, and the sooner a concubine is taken, the sooner Aunt Zheng's courtyard can receive an additional portion of the household's provisions. Once this topic is broached, as long as there are no excessive demands, any matriarch from any household would acquiesce. Your claims of harm are mere fabrications. Song Wan frowned, her cheeks slightly flushed as she continued, in esteemed families. Once a male reaches maturity, arrangements are made for concubines or personal maids. This serves two purposes: to ensure that the young masters are educated in matters of desire, and to prevent them from indulging in the temptations of courtesans outside, thus preserving the dignity of the household. Additionally, it guarantees their ability to produce heirs. Moreover, once a male has taken a concubine, he transitions from boyhood to adulthood, no longer presenting himself as a child. What you are obstructing is not merely a concubine, but Jiang Ang's right to inherit his family and assume his duties. Any young lady from a noble lineage, even a concubine with some standing, would be aware of this. Had Lin Jiayue not evaded quickly, Aunt Zheng's hairpin might have not only pricked her arm, but, with a few more words, could have turned her into a sieve. After expressing these thoughts, Song Wan felt an overwhelming fatigue. Lin Jiayue had wasted an entire day of her time, yet the household's myriad concerns would not simply vanish, and even the thought of them was distressing. Whether it was Aunt Zhou's dissatisfaction with the fourth master taking a concubine or with his assuming responsibilities, such matters were beyond the purview of a woman in the inner quarters. The Duke is available for you to question. Today is busy. You two should return to your quarters and rest. Bowing to Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan entered the makeup room. Outside, Lin Jiayue's sharp voice echoed, and Song Wan removed the jade hairpin from her head, casting it onto the dressing table. "Miss, I had the kitchen prepare a lily soup for you. Would you care to taste it before you rest?" Hongji brought over the dessert, but Song Wan silently shook her head, signaling her lack of appetite. Green bamboo tenderly helped her untangle her hair. Song Wan, with her eyes closed, said, "I do not wish to spend my days trailing behind Lin Jiu, cleaning up the messes she creates, nor do I wish to explain the so-called rules and household regulations. To be perpetually dragged into her troubles wastes both my time and energy, and adds needless frustration. With the energy I possess, it would be far more prudent to consider matters for my elder brother and aunt. I must devise a plan to ensure Lin Jiayue causes a greater calamity, ideally involving that individual from the palace as well. For only then can the Song residence remain untroubled. If the Song household is at peace, I need not concern myself with the affairs of the Marquis' residence. As long as my father and brothers are present, the Marquis' household must accommodate me. Why endure such unnecessary hardships?" Hongji bit her lip and remarked, "However, given the recent turmoil, the Marquis may no longer trust Lin Yang. With the Marquis overseeing matters, it would be quite challenging for her to create a significant disaster." "That is a valid point." With slender fingers tapping lightly on the vanity, Song Wan pondered. There exists a cycle of mutual dependence. Difficulty and ease complement each other. Length and shortness define one another. Height and depth are relative. All things in the world are interdependent. Strength and weakness, advance and retreat, offense and defense. Fortune and misfortune are all intertwined and cannot be viewed in isolation. All things arise from existence, and existence emerges from non-existence. Fortune is often found within misfortune, and vice versa. To instigate a great disaster for Lin Jiu, one must first elevate her, allowing her to ascend to great heights, for only then can she fall heavily. Her nature is flamboyant. Once she attains power and influence, it is uncertain how excessively arrogant she will become. Yet, it is precisely in moments of triumph that one is most vulnerable. Propping her chin lazily, Song Wan continued, "I shall seek an opportunity or a pretext to hand over all domestic affairs to her, allowing her to revel in her arrogance." Old Madame Zhao expressed her concern. "If you possess no power at all, might it not lead to—" "Do not worry," Song Wan reassured her. "Lin Jiayue is a person of worldly ambition, albeit with a few skewed talents, but her aspirations are exceedingly lofty. She has never regarded me as a worthy opponent. Though I am unsure of the source of her confidence, I know that even with power in her grasp, she will not act against me. After all, she has never held me in esteem. The arrogance and superiority Lin Jue exhibits perplex me. I previously believed it to be mere deception, but I now realize that she is simply obstinate and prideful. Once she attains power, she will regard me even less, likely making sweeping changes to the Marquis' residence according to her own vision. With her limited insight and character, along with a distinct lack of reverence, I can only dread the calamities she may unleash. If Jiang Man were merely obstructing her, I would not so readily forsake the Marquis' household. However, Jiang Man has unwisely reached into the Ministry of Personnel. Moreover, today, Jiang Xingjian compelled me to explain the household rules as a legitimate wife to a mere concubine, which is utterly absurd. If she cannot even manage a word of respect, then I would rather not be part of such a family. Casually tying her long, dark hair, Song Wan said nonchalantly, I, too, wish to witness the chaos Lin Jue creates once she gains power, and to see how deeply she drags those two from the palace into her turmoil. Old Madame Zhao and Hengji exchanged glances, though they harbored concerns. They also had unwavering faith in their young mistress. Whatever she wished to pursue, she should go ahead, even if the sky were to fall. Her servants would stand by her side to support her. Song Wan smiled charmingly. How could I bear to let you all take the blame? Even if I were to cause trouble, I still have my father and elder brother to rely on. If it comes to it, I could simply cut my hair and return to the Song family shrine as a nun. What could the whole residence do to me? Pa. The young lady speaks nonsense again. Gently pushing Song Wan, Zhao Mama felt a pang of bitterness in her heart as she saw her smile radiantly. How could such a wonderful young lady end up in the Chengyang Marquisate residence? Unaware of Zhao Mama's thoughts, Song Wan focused all her energy on devising a plausible excuse to hand over the household's affairs to Lin Jue. Little did she anticipate that within half a month, an excellent opportunity would present itself. Chapter 54. Digging a pit this summer has been sweltering, and several elderly noblewomen in the capital have passed away due to illness. However, the news of the sudden demise of the wife of the Duke of Jinxiang still left Song Wan deeply pensive. The Duchess was merely 5 or 6 years her senior, and had once visited the Song residence to present her with a lantern before her marriage. Though their acquaintance was not intimate, there existed a semblance of camaraderie. Upon receiving the news, Song Wan promptly instructed the household maids to prepare for the memorial rites and mourning arrangements. Is the eldest lady busy? Is there anything that Yue can assist with? Lin Jue entered cheerfully, carrying a plate of assorted fruit ice. After placing it before Song Wan, she remarked, I have been occupied recently with arranging a marriage for third sister. Although this family may not possess the wealth of the Lan family, they hail from a reputable lineage, and their social standing surpasses that of the Lan family considerably. Which household did Aunt Lin approach for third sister? Song Wan inquired without lifting her gaze, merely offering a perfunctory question to Lin Jue. With the engagement between Jiang Jing and the Lan family having fallen through, she had declined to seek another match for Jiang Jing, leaving that responsibility to Jiang's mother. However, Jiang's mother was currently unwell and preoccupied with concealing Jiang Xingjian's recent incident at the Shilin Garden from the elderly matriarch of the Jiang family. How could she possibly spare time for a concubine's daughter? Seeing that Song Wan was indifferent, Lin Jue decided to take the matter into her own hands. Although Jiang's mother did not hold her in high regard, since the altercation at the Jiangshan courtyard, Lin Jue had nurtured a spark of defiance within her. She intended not only to elevate a concubine, but also to remind Song Wan who truly held authority within the household. Despite Jiang Xingjian's discontent with Lin Jue's involvement, as an outsider, he could hardly dictate matters concerning Jiang Jing's marriage. Reluctantly, he could only remind Lin Jue to be meticulous in her dealings and to consult Song Wan whenever she was uncertain. This particular admonition irked Lin Jue for quite some time. Nevertheless, having faltered in her previous endeavors and feeling somewhat guilty, she acquiesced. Yet, before Song Wan, she found herself unable to lower her head. It concerns the residence of Master Chun from the Ministry of Rites. His son is merely 3 years older than third sister, and their ages and family backgrounds are quite compatible, don't you think? Upon hearing the mention of the Chun family, Song Wan's brows knitted in disapproval. The Chun family held a respectable reputation in the capital, known for their commendable family values and a tradition of serving as loyal ministers. In principle, they would have been a suitable match. However, the situation had deteriorated during Master Chen's generation. While Song Wan was not well acquainted with Master Chen, she was familiar with Madame Chen. One year, during Song's mother's birthday, Madame Chen had visited the Song residence and discreetly appropriated a set of golden, auspicious ornaments. Although the ornaments were modest in size, they were exquisitely crafted and had purportedly been acquired at a high price from Ryukyu by Song's uncle. Originally intended to showcase to the guests, the items were lost after the festivities concluded. It was not until much later that her uncle managed to retrieve them from a pawn shop in the capital, having learned that they had been pawned by Madame Chen. Since they had not caught the thief in the act, the Song household could only suffer this silent grievance. The memory lingered with Song Wan, particularly because her mother had wept for over half a month after being unable to repay the monetary loss, ultimately requiring her father to draw funds from the public treasury to make amends. Madame Chen, driven by avarice, later came under scrutiny from Mother Song, who discovered that she had a proclivity for cunning schemes. Not only did she engage in unscrupulous dealings, but she also gathered a group to lend money at exorbitant interest in the capital. Though she operated discreetly, the world is rife with whispers, and those attuned to gossip had certainly caught wind of her endeavors. Such a household would typically be avoided by ordinary folk. However, Lin Jiayue found herself inexplicably entangled with them. Setting her pen down, Song Wan inquired, "Have you thoroughly investigated the character of the Chen family?" "Indeed," Lin Jiayue replied, her lips curling into a bright smile. "Madame Chen is a valued patron of Huanyan Studio. She possesses a forthright and generous nature. Upon our first meeting, we felt an instant camaraderie, as if we were old friends. My third sister will surely not suffer any indignities in the Chen household. If you remain unconvinced, you may meet her in person when she visits our residence. I have arranged for her to come and enjoy the flowers the day after tomorrow. Yet I wonder if you can tolerate someone so free-spirited considering your penchant for pretentiousness." With one foot resting on a small stool, Lin Jiayue leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly at Song Wan. For reasons unknown, she found herself disliking Song Wan's lofty, affected demeanor. Song Wan was indeed flawless, yet this perfection filled Lin Jiayue with disdain. She carried herself with such poise that every step she took seemed meticulously measured, as though calibrated. She never lost her composure. Lin Jiayue had never witnessed Song Wan display any hint of emotional upheaval. Even when her husband of 6 years returned with his beloved, she remained impassive. Her affection with Jiang Xingjian was equally devoid of overt emotion. Even when Jiang's mother insulted her, she reacted with a wooden silence. This facade of false decorum, this prideful demeanor that was mistaken for the grace of a distinguished lady, only repulsed Lin Jiayue. A mere casual remark from Song Wan, such as "Have you investigated thoroughly?" could easily ignite the flames of anger within her. This demeanor suggested that Lin Jiayue was inherently inferior to Song Wan, a notion that was unsettling. "Just ensure you have done your due diligence," Lin Jiayue remarked with a sneer. "I expected you to speak ill of the Chen household, considering you so emphatically declared you would no longer concern yourself with my sister's marital family, as if it would falter without your presence." Raising her gaze, Song Wan observed Lin Jiayue's lack of decorum, her brows knitting slightly. Lowering her eyes to the eulogy she was composing for the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chengyang Marquis, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She dismissed Lin Jiayue from her thoughts and resumed her work, entirely unconcerned by Lin Jiayue's provocations. Yet, the more indifferent Song Wan appeared, the more infuriated Lin Jiayue became, biting her lip in silent rage. Once Song Wan completed her writing, she picked up the eulogy, allowing it to dry before folding it neatly and placing it in a white envelope. She dispatched the 2 invitations to the gift office and entrusted the necessary items for the road sacrifice to Old Lady Liang, instructing her to arrange everything as indicated. "You want me to run errands?" Song Wan said, holding the invitation with a faint smile. "It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Regardless of whether you have the backing of the Jiang consort or the Marquis, you can only strut about arrogantly before the servants of the beyond its gates." You will forever remain the unrefined mistress who engages in clandestine affairs. Today, your ability to propose to the third sister does not stem from your exceptional talents, but rather from my own impatience with this matter. What is there for you to feel proud of? Regardless of joyous occasions or funeral rites, the invitations from the capital can only be delivered to me, and I shall respond on behalf of the. You are not even qualified to cast a glance, let alone partake in these affairs. What appears as boundless glory is, in truth, merely an illusion. Your daily efforts to embellish your own reputation and weave delightful dreams for yourself are truly pitiful. Song Wan's tone remained gentle and indifferent, devoid of any hint of anger. Her calm detachment seemed to trivialize the matter at hand, yet it was sufficient to render Lin Jie utterly disarmed. In the presence of Song Wan, no matter how she chose to behave, she would ultimately be reduced to the role of a mere jester. The color drained from Lin Jie's face, leaving her feeling icy, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. The chill coursed through her, urging her to overturn the table before her and tear away the mask of composure from Song Wan's face. However, she restrained herself. The more she lost control, the more she would resemble a farcical character. Suppressing the fury within, Lin Jie forced a smile as she snatched the invitation from Song Wan's hand. Very well. I shall deliver it for you. As she turned to leave, Song Wan addressed her companion. Hengji, find someone to keep watch over the. Observe when Lin Jie goes to deliver the morning notice. We might discover others among them. Also, inquire about the date of the road sacrifice and probe into the items listed for the sacrifice, particularly concerning the regulations for the morning attire. Chapter 55, Trouble Miss. Today Aunt Lin has only just delivered the invitations to the ceremonial hall, and the arrangement for the rituals have all been made according to your instructions. It is somewhat peculiar that she sent 2 copies of the eulogy. Was it not meant to be delivered earlier? It seems she has indeed thought of that. Song Wan smiled faintly, knowing that her words from yesterday would surely provoke Lin Jie into taking a stand. I find myself somewhat apprehensive now. Lin Jie's impulsive and thoughtless nature may cause trouble for me if she truly gains control of the household. Hengji pursed her lips, also feeling a bit worried. Miss, you must keep some contingency plans in mind. Of course I have. Song Wan lazily rested her chin on her hand, unusually indecisive. Well, it is what it is. Having come this far, retreating would indeed be dull. Picking up the colorful thread from the writing desk, Song Wan began to weave a net. Earlier, after Granny Zhao met with Aunt Lang, she spoke of how her brother had recently gone to the Shangling Garden to confront Jiang Xingjian, and the two had a fierce altercation. Moreover, Jiang Xingjian was reported by the censor, and it was her father who subtly instigated it. Thinking of this, Song Wan could not help but feel a surge of delight. Madame Bai was indeed correct. When the husband's family is inept, having a capable maternal family and brothers is paramount. Hengji, do you think I should weave the net in a color of deep blue or a shade of azure? Hengji lowered her head slightly. I believe deep blue would suit the eldest young master better. Song Wan nodded, taking a roll of deep blue yarn from the basket and began her work. It took her 2 days to complete the net for Song Fu, and when the servants from the Jinxiangbo mansion came to reprimand her, she had not yet risen. Had it not been for the stewardess from the outer courtyard seeking her in the lawn courtyard, she might have slept a while longer. Madam, please save the old servant. Green Bamboo stepped forward to assist Song Wan in dressing her hair. The stewardess, seeing this, spoke with urgency. The Jinxiangbo mansion sent 2 dung carts early this morning, splattering filth at our main gate, and those 2 women were cursing so harshly that they even implicated you and the Song family. A flicker of confusion crossed Song Wan's eyes. Dung carts? Indeed, the stewardess exclaimed, slapping her thigh. There are many people gathered in front of the mansion now, and with the heat rising, the stench is unbearable. Enough, enough, do not speak further. It is truly disgusting. Hengwu pinched her nose, as if she could already smell the foulness. Why did you not retaliate when they cursed at you? The Jinxiangbo mansion is utterly lacking in decorum. Daring to drag our mistress and the Song family into this? Could you not send a dozen or so servants to deal with them? Wait, Song Wan said with a hint of doubt. For no apparent reason. Why would the Jinxiangbo mansion engage in such behavior during a mourning period? First, invite them in. I will question them thoroughly before making a decision. As for the filth outside the gate, Send a young servant to clean it up. Each person involved in the cleaning will be rewarded 500 coins. The stewardess nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. Before long, she returned with two strong women clad in mourning attire. As soon as they entered the lawn courtyard, they unleashed a torrent of vile curses that made Song Wan feel as though she could not bear to look. Prepare tea for the two madams. After an arduous search for a quiet moment, she finally interjected, Esteemed matrons, your efforts are commendable, yet I am curious as to the cause of today's upheaval. If there exists any misunderstanding, it would be prudent to lay it bare, for should the whole residence be at fault, I would gladly seek an opportunity to extend my sincerest apologies to the Xinjiang residents. The elder matron, though dismissive, carelessly flung 2 sheets of paper onto Song Wan's lap. Just as Hung Wu was about to react with indignation, Hung Ji restrained her. Today's events were somewhat predictable to her, undoubtedly linked to Aunt Lin, though the nature of Aunt Lin's transgressions remained unclear, inciting such a confrontation. As the papers were handed to Song Wan, she swiftly scrutinized them, only to feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. These documents contained the eulogy penned by Lin Jie, which had been included among the 3 notices sent to the Xinjiang residents. Setting aside the fact that her handwriting was atrocious, the names and titles of the deceased were entirely incorrect, and a grave error had been committed. It was no wonder the other party had come to demand an explanation. Had her own residents faced such humiliation, she too would seek redress. Overcome with shame, Song Wan felt as if her face might catch fire. This eulogy was neither commissioned by me nor intended to insult the Ho residents. Folding the thin sheets carefully, she expressed her deep regret. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution to the Xinjiang residents. Please relay to them that they might wait a couple of days. The 2 matrons, witnessing the genuine remorse etched upon Song Wan's face, exchanged glances before departing in a huff. Once they had left, Song Wan sank into a state of mild disarray upon the couch. Miss, what did Aunt Lin write to incite such ire from the Xinjiang residents? Song Wan touched her burning cheeks, attempting to cool her embarrassment before revealing the eulogy to Hung Ji. Look at this. It utterly disregards the conventions of eulogy writing. Not only does it lack proper format, but she has also misrepresented the name of the Xinjiang as eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Wan, whose husband holds the title of a 5th-grade official. The wife of such an official is typically designated Azarin, but out of respect for the deceased, the mourning rites generally elevate her status. Thus, she would be referred to as Gongren of the 4th grade. In any case, the correct designation should be Gongren Lu of the Chengmen lineage. Yet Lin Jiyue has repeatedly referred to the deceased simply as Lu Gongren. Song Wan glanced at the paper filled with lamentations, tears streaming down her cheeks, and thought of her dear friend, Lu Gongren, feeling a palpable unease. Her original intention to provoke Lin Jiyue was to compel her to assert herself in the matter of the condolences, as she had cleverly embedded several traps within the eulogy and the roadside memorial notices. A person well-versed in etiquette would grasp the underlying significance, but for one unacquainted with such customs, the potential for embarrassment loomed large. However, Song Wan had not anticipated that Lin Jie, completely oblivious to the nuances, would take offense at a remark about her inferior status and dare to compose a eulogy, brazenly delivering it to the Xinjiang residents. And what is even more outrageous? Hung Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Song Wan wore a pained expression, remarking, "It seems she has taken my elegy as a reference, altering the phrase descendant of an official family to descendant of a eunuch." Ah, Hung Ji lamented, clutching her head. "Miss, if my memory serves me right, the Xinjiang Duke's residence has been in decline for quite some time. In search of a way out, a direct descendant of theirs sought the patronage of Eunuch Wan from the Eastern Depot as a godfather some years ago. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Song Wan murmured, covering her eyes. "Thus, from the perspective of the Xinjiang Duke's household, we appear to have intentionally come to insult and provoke them during a mourning ceremony. When it comes to the deceased, no matter how profound the enmity between 2 families, such actions are simply unacceptable." Hung Wu whispered, "Even I know that one should not strike the face nor expose the weaknesses of others. The Xinjiang Duke's household must harbor deep resentment towards us. and it is likely that we will find ourselves in an irreconcilable situation in the future. Chapter 56. The hot potato Song Wan was greatly troubled. Initially, she had intended for Lin Jiyue to hold onto her small secret as leverage to extricate herself, but now, having stirred up such a significant debacle, the situation had become rather difficult to navigate. After much contemplation, Song Wan picked up the goat hair brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and obscured the phrase regarding the eunuch's lineage. The hour was still early. Once the lord arose, he would undoubtedly inquire about the affairs of the Jinxiang Duke's residence. Please do not mention this matter. I shall address it with him directly. Hung Ji and the others nodded in agreement, while Song Wan sat before the writing desk, pondering how to pass this troublesome hot potato onto Lin Jiyue. At dawn, Jiang Xingjian sought out the main courtyard of the Lanting estate. He was currently not residing in Lanting, but rather temporarily occupying a guest room in the outer courtyard. Thus, upon rising that morning, he heard that the Jinxiang Duke's residence had caused quite an uproar, with 2 matrons having been summoned into the inner courtyard by Song Wan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian immediately surmised that Lin Jiyue had once again embroiled herself in some mischief. The mere thought of Lin Jiyue stirred an inexplicable agitation within him. Yet he could not help but persuade himself that he had yet to fulfill his responsibilities as the head of the family. What transpired at the Jinxiang Duke's residence? I heard from Song Yan that they had caused a disturbance long before dawn. I intended to discuss this matter with you. Song Wan instructed Hung Ji to prepare breakfast and invited Jiang Xingjian to sit within. The previous day, I had asked Aunt Lin to send the eulogy for the Jinxiang Duke's residence along with the memorial offerings to the ceremonial office, but to my surprise, she included her own eulogy in the package, which was sent along to the Jinxiang Duke's estate. As she spoke, Song Wan retrieved a thin sheet of paper from the table and handed it to Jiang Xingjian. His gaze was initially drawn to the inky blot, causing him to furrow his brow. When he regained his composure and beheld the full page of Lu Gongren's writing, his forehead began to throb incessantly. The man extended his long index finger to press against his brow, and not only could he not dispel the turmoil within, but it also ignited further frustration. He was at a loss as to why he suddenly felt somewhat aggrieved. With Song Wan's capabilities, such disgraceful incidents should not have occurred within the household. Lin Jiyue's reckless antics could not be believed to have transpired without her indulgence. If she wished, the entire Chengyang Marquisate estate could be fortified like an iron fortress. Yet why then were errors occurring so frequently? Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to delve deeply into the reasons behind these mishaps. Let's have our meal, he suggested. Observing Hung Ji bringing forth the breakfast to the small table and glancing at Jiang Xingjian's expression, Song Wan inexplicably found her appetite increasing. As Jiang Xingjian was present, more portions were prepared for breakfast today, with an array of delicacies including changsha cakes, butterfly rolls, 8 treasure steam buns, and baijuan cakes. The small kitchen had prepared catfish porridge and emerald porridge, as she gazed at the creamy rice porridge adorned with vibrant green vegetables. Song Wan felt an irresistible urge to summon the fragrant herbs to her side. Noticing her tranquil demeanor, entirely focused on her meal, Jiang Xingjian, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "You, knowing Jiyue's impulsive nature, how could you allow her to deliver that ridiculous eulogy? Even if she wished to go, you ought to have intervened." Song Wan set down her jade chopsticks, her appetite disrupted by his words. Hingwu, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. "If you ask me, to be the head of the family should require a lord like you to be more discerning. To elevate a reckless individual who stirs up chaos throughout the city. If it turns out well, it is your keen insight and meritocratic approach. If it leads to disaster, then it is our mistress's failure in supervision, not knowing that such a person is prone to impulsiveness. When the household entrusted her with the authority, were you unaware of her impulsive nature and lack of intellect?" After being met with an overwhelming barrage of criticism, Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, his initial irritation escalating into a raging fury. Song Wan, with her gaze lowered, contemplated for a moment before picking up the jade chopsticks again, delicately placing a piece of the pepper vinegar chicken into her mouth. The chicken, imbued with a tantalizing spiciness and tanginess, proved to be quite appetizing on that summer morning. with the Marquis and the eldest lady present. How could one dare to act recklessly? Hengji pretended to scold Hengwu, giving her arm a couple of playful slaps, before instructing Xiang Cao to take her away. Observing that Song Wan had an admirable appetite today, she added a piece of grilled clam to the small dish in front of her. Jiang Xingjian, however, was consumed by his vexation, feeling as though his throat was stuffed with cotton, rendering him incapable of eating. Yet Song Wan, having rarely indulged in a piece of butterfly roll the size of a finger along with a small bowl of porridge, after cleansing her palate, addressed the still distracted Jiang Xingjian, saying, "This elegy appears to be a deliberate affront to our family. The Chengyang Marquisate estate must certainly provide an explanation. I shall visit today to apologize and pay my respects to the deceased." It seemed insufficient. Jiang Xingjian pursed his lips, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He had never encountered such a predicament and was genuinely unsure how to extend an apology, especially considering that no such absurd precedent had ever been set in the capital. Recalling the words of the eunuch, Song Wan felt a pang of embarrassment, clearing her throat to continue. "The Marquis blamed me for not restraining Aunt Lin, which is not entirely unjust. I truly had no desire to intervene, nor did I intend to. I have attempted to intervene before. What was the outcome? I attempted to prevent Lin Jiyue from assuming control. I tried to stop her from overseeing the grand banquet, and I have intervened in matters concerning the marriage of the third sister and the fourth master. Yet, every time I tried to intervene, were you not the one who wholeheartedly supported her, insisting that Aunt Lin possessed great talent and would undoubtedly enhance the Marquisate?" Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, a bitter frustration swelling within him, yet unspoken. He understood her frivolous nature, but how could he have known that merely delivering the elegy to the ceremonial office would lead to such a calamity? After the grand banquet, the reputation of the Song family had been tarnished, and now they were being cursed by the rough servants of the Chengyang Marquisate estate for over half an hour, their vile language unbearable to hear. Song Wan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "I have always adhered to propriety and upheld the virtues of a woman. Now, in just over a month of this summer, I have become a figure of infamy in the capital, a foolish woman scorned by all. What more do you desire from me? To further shield the Marquisate? If I were to perish, what face would I have to meet the ancestors of the Song family? Jiang Xingjian, do not think that today I will refrain from intervening with Lin Jiyue, nor will I concern myself with her in the future. The authority of this household is beyond my capacity to uphold. Originally, the Empress Dowager had issued a decree. Perhaps it would be better to allow Aunt Lin to wield the power solely, so that the household servants would not be left in disarray, uncertain of which master to obey. Upon hearing that Song Wan intended to relinquish her responsibilities, Jiang Xingjian suddenly felt a surge of panic. To let Lin Jiyue assume control? He could scarcely entertain the thought. "I may have spoken too harshly earlier. I bear no resentment towards you. Has my husband contemplated how to address the matters concerning the Chengyang Marquisate estate?" "I." Song Wan chuckled lightly. "I have devised a plan for you, my lord. You shall kneel at the ancestral hall of the Chengyang Duke's residence for 3 days, while I relinquish the authority of the Ho residence and move into the small Buddhist hall to recite scriptures for Lady Chung, seeking her forgiveness for the Ho family. Perhaps this will earn us her pardon." He summoned Huang Ji, and Song Wan instructed her to bring forth the meticulously organized household accounts and the corresponding tickets, presenting them to Jiang Xingjian. In that moment, Jiang Xingjian realized that Song Wan was sincere. She no longer wished to involve herself with the Ho family or with him. Bitter words lingered on his lips, ready for protest when Lin Jiyue entered. Her face radiated joy, a sweet smile gracing her features. "I have heard that the Chengyang Duke's residence has caused quite a commotion this morning. What has transpired? Has someone erred in their ways?" Chapter 57. Helplessness. Song Wan's invitations, which she had asked her to deliver, had been perused. It was laughable that Song Wan, who once prided herself on being a refined lady, could not even write a name correctly in a memorial, despite her penchant for pedantry. Upon entering the room, Lin Jiyue took a seat beside the two, unfazed by the frowns shared by Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian. "Could you please hand me a pair of chopsticks?" "Thank you." With a light chuckle directed at Huan Ji, Lin Ji had disregarded the other's opinions and nonchalantly picked up a delicacy to savor. Wasn't Song Wan always eager to showcase her genteel demeanor, constantly extolling the virtues of propriety? If she chose to be a hypocrite, then her disdain could only be swallowed in silence. This pastry is delightful. Might I send a portion to Xiuyin Pavilion tomorrow? You wouldn't mind, would you? Song Wan replied with a faint smile. If you like it, eat as much as you wish. I can afford it. Lin Jiayue's smile faded, and after a moment, she turned to Jiang Xingjian, saying, Brother Xingjian, it has been a while since you sought out Jiayue. Are you still upset with me? She continued, though I have erred, I have made every effort in these past days to make amends. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Please enjoy your meal, my lord. I shall take my leave. As her words fell, Jiang and Lin were already retreating to the bedroom, not even glancing back at Song Wan's silhouette. This isn't as delectable as one might think. Casting aside the pastry, Lin Jiayue remarked, Why has the Duke of Jinxiang come to create such a ruckus? Upon discovering Song Wan's error in the memorial, she had rewritten it overnight. Fortunately, she had previously drafted a similar document for the vice president, garnering the approval of the entire company. Without that experience, she would not have dared to put pen to paper, though the ornate writing posed its challenges. Revising Song Wan's version was not insurmountable. Lin Jiayue believed her own composition to be deeply heartfelt, stirring enough to bring tears to her eyes, which was why she deliberately refrained from extracting Song Wan's initial version and included it with her own. It was only through comparison that Song Wan's pretentiousness could be fully revealed. Remembering how she had awoken to hear the servants recounting how the Duke's household had scolded her for nearly half an hour, Lin Jiayue could not suppress a smile. Why so silent? Jiang Xingjian's gaze fell upon the pastry that Lin Jiayue had nibbled and then discarded, his expression indifferent. Why did you take it upon yourself to compose a eulogy and send it to the Duke of Jinxiang? A eulogy is merely an expression of sorrow. Is it not something that anyone can write? I even consulted Huaisu and Ling Yun, both of whom affirmed my ability to do so. Jiang Xingjian's eyelids lowered. His ire barely contained. Will you finalize the design for that firearm? I have waited far too long and cannot afford to wait any longer. Jiang Xingjian had never intended to pressure Lin Jiayue over this matter, yet today he found himself unable to restrain his impatience. Since returning to the capital, you have not devoted any effort to this project, instead focusing on managing the shop. Now that you find yourself with time, why not expedite the development of that firearm to alleviate the concerns of Her Highness? At his words, Lin Jiayue's expression soured. Little did she know that the fib she had spun upon first meeting Jiang Xingjian, when he had rescued her from peril, would linger in his mind to this day. Yet, confronted with the earnestness and solemnity in Jiang Xingjian's gaze, she hesitated to speak. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together and, after a moment, remarked, I am conducting research and will inform you in due time. Very well. Jiang Xingjian exhaled deeply, recalling the terrifying scenes conjured by the weaponry she had described, his mind gradually settling. He had sacrificed too much for his sister and the fifth prince. The weaponry was something he could not afford to relinquish. Have you had your fill? Noticing his softened demeanor, Lin Jiayue blinked her eyes and inquired, You have yet to mention the purpose of the visitor from the Jinxiangbo residence. The eulogy you penned contains the deceased's name in error. This has prompted the Jinxiangbo residents to seek clarification. He replied with a tinge of irritation. However, Lin Jiayue reacted even more strongly than he did. That is impossible. The name written incorrectly is clearly Song Wan's. I have examined it thoroughly. Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze. Do you know the full name of Madame Cheng? Is it not written plainly as Lu Gongren? Jiang Xingjian rose from his seat, feeling too weary to exchange further words with her. He still needed to pay his respects at the Jinxiangbo residence to Madame Cheng. Any delay would be perceived as a lack of sincerity. Wait, could someone have swapped my eulogy? Jiang Xingjian turned back, his eyes darkening. Madame Cheng's maiden name is Lu Wan. Gongren is her title. Lin Jiayue appeared somewhat flustered. How was I to know all that? If her name is Lu Wan, then it is Lu Wan. Why write Lu Gongren? Both invitations clearly state Gongren of the Lu family of Cheng. I genuinely did not realize this was her title. With her fists clenched tightly behind her back, Jiang Xingjian suddenly heard a buzzing in his ears. Lin Jiayue timidly stepped forward, her eyes reddening as she took his hand. I apologize, I truly did not know. Surely, it was merely a mistake in the name, and the Jinxiangbo residents would not be so pedantic, would they? I suspect their anger stems from Song Wan having miswritten Madame Lu's surname. I am but a concubine. How could they hold me accountable? The young woman curved her fingers and delicately inscribed the character Lu in the palm of Jiang Xingjian's hand. She had indeed written it, and the character was unmistakably incorrect. Jiang Xingjian clenched his fist, and, after a long silence, he hoarsely stated, "The deceased must be honored. To show respect, one typically avoids mentioning the name of the deceased, and omitting a character is a common practice." The young woman's eyes glistened with tears. I truly did not know. How could I be aware of so many customs and traditions? I put great effort into writing that eulogy, I truly did. Enough. I shall go to the Jinxiangbo residence to apologize. I will accompany you, Lin Jiayue insisted. Jiang Xingjian hesitated for a moment, but did not respond to her. Song Wan, seated at her writing desk, listened to the conversation happening in the courtyard and asked with intrigue, "It is rather strange. Lin Jie can read, and while she may not compose exquisite prose, her discourse does not suggest a lack of education. How then could she be so painfully ignorant of etiquette?" "I do not know," replied the maid. "In a typical household, it is already remarkable for someone to recognize a few characters. For Lin Jiayue, as a woman, to be literate indicates a noble lineage. Yet, how could a person of such descent behave in this manner?" Song Wan pondered for a long while, but could not arrive at a conclusion, ultimately deciding to let the matter rest. "Miss, the household accounts and the ledger have not been taken away by the Marquis. The search for the individual led to the residence of the Lord, where it was communicated that the accounts had been settled. Should there be any remaining uncertainties, inquiries could be directed toward me." Hengji nodded and sought out a servant to deliver the items to Jiang Xingjian's abode. Jiang Xingjian was in the midst of changing attire when he observed the large wooden box with a solemn expression. "Very well. Let's relocate it to my mother's Jiangxiang courtyard." Upon arriving at the courtyard and placing the items down, Jiang Xingjian softly remarked, "I must trouble my mother to manage matters for a while longer. I am temporarily unable to oversee the household's provisions." Jiang's mother, propping her head up, rose wearily. Has she thrown another tantrum? In the past, during her widowhood in the household, she was clearly obedient and dutiful. How is it that now, with your return, she has conjured so many troubles? How did I fail to see her capricious nature before? Had I known this would be the case, I would not have consented to the marriage arrangement with the Song family. Chapter 58. The fool Mother Jiang, holding her forehead, appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Was it this time creating a ruckus and ignoring the family? This has nothing to do with Wanner. It was Jiayue who mistakenly inscribed the name of the deceased in a eulogy for the Jinxiang Duke's residence. Today, they sent someone to scold Wanner for over half an hour. Jiang Xingjian pinched his brow, utterly fatigued, and said, "To express my apology. I shall visit the Jinxiang Duke's residence today to offer my apologies. As for Wanner, she will be observing a period of fasting and bathing, aiding Madame Cheng in transcribing scriptures and reciting Buddhist texts, in hopes that the spirit of the deceased may show mercy toward the Ho residents." "What?" Mother Jiang exclaimed, rising abruptly. "That little harlot can't even get the deceased's name right. Has Song Wan gone mad, delivering such a thing to the Jinxiang Duke's residence?" It was unrelated to Wanner. Jiayue herself had included it in the letter sent to the gift room. What a fool! Mother Jiang trembled in anger, her hands shaking violently. "This foolish woman has caused great harm to my son." Jiang Xingjian stepped forward to comfort his weeping mother, realizing that if he delayed any longer, he would miss the appointed time at the Jinxiang Duke's residence. He finally said, "I may not return home in the next few days. I must trouble you to manage the household affairs. Once Wanner finishes her time in the small Buddhist hall, I shall return her authority over the household." "I understand. You may go and make a proper apology to the Jinxiang Duke's residence," she replied, but soon felt unwell again. "The century-old reputation of our Ho residence is thoroughly tarnished. How can such a fool exist in this world? Perhaps our ancestors resent my lack of filial piety, thus sending me this torment." Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment before departing without a word. He had thought that the Ho residence had already humbled itself sufficiently, but upon arriving at the Jinxiang Duke's residence, he found himself in a difficult position. The other party, upon hearing of his intention to bow and admit fault at the spirit's altar, was not satisfied even with the home matriarch relinquishing her authority and retreating to the small Buddhist hall. They insisted that Jiang Xingjian must remain at the Jinxiang Duke's residence to keep vigil for half a month to consider the matter settled. Jiang Xingjian felt that the Jinxiang Duke's residence was being excessively unreasonable, yet they believed that even if he had to endure the vigil to atone for his sins, it would not alleviate their resentment. The two sides were at an impasse, and ultimately, Jiang Xingjian conceded, having decided to apologize. He could not afford to act proud any longer. It was better to agree outright and perhaps gain a good reputation in return. While Jiang Xingjian was entangled at the Jinxiang Duke's residence, Song Wan, after completing the transcription of the scriptures for the deceased's repose, was helping the Bai and Lan families establish connections. Without the disturbances from Jiang Xingjian and Lin Jiayue, she had enjoyed several pleasant days. Now, seeing Madame Lan content with the Bai family's daughter, her spirits lifted even further. "Miss, has the marriage between the Lan and Bai families been settled?" Song Wan replied, "I cannot say for certain until the families exchange the marriage proposal on the appointed day, but there is certainly an 80% chance it will succeed." "Xiang Sao Sai, miss, you are truly naive. How could you let such a good match slip away? Now you are considering that wretched Chen family, which is quite lamentable. Why do you say that?" "Miss, you may not know, but the day before yesterday, Madame Lin invited Madame Chun to the residence for a flower viewing and called the third young lady over. Madame Chun subtly inquired about the third young lady's dowry, and the young lady's face turned as pale as a sheet. Xiang Sao frowned. How can one inquire about the dowry of an unmarried young lady when the marriage proposal has not even been finalized? Regrettably, Aunt Lin brazenly discussed the dowry and wedding arrangements with Madame Chun in front of the third young lady. The maid overheard a young girl from Yuan Courtyard remark that the third young lady appeared extremely pale that day and cried for the better part of the afternoon upon returning to her room. How could one dare to speak of marriage in the presence of young ladies? Lin Jua might be oblivious, but Madame Chen certainly was not. Such behavior merely indicated her disdain for Jiang Jing. Song Wan, with her head bowed, quietly remarked that the matriarchs of 3 generations in the household had not taken it upon themselves to oversee her marriage, instead delegating the matter to a mere concubine. How, then, could Madame Chun hold Jiang Jing in high regard? Inquiring about the dowry was simply the only aspect of the marriage that the Chun family deemed significant. "Miss, if the Chun family is so contemptible, should you not before Xiang Sao could finish her thought?" Heng Ji interjected, "Do you truly believe our miss would neglect the third young lady's marriage merely out of spite? I must tell you, she is powerless in this matter." On the day of the grand banquet, the Haitang garden was filled with the ladies of various families, who could not discern that the Lan family was there to assess the third young lady. Yet how did she comport herself? She openly contradicted Madame Lan and our miss, and those seasoned ladies would surely see through the third young lady's intentions. Before the gathered matrons, a young lady audaciously scrutinizing her prospective husband's family, would they ever allow her to step through their threshold? Our Miss' claim of powerlessness is indeed the truth. In the capital, the third young lady would struggle to find a suitable match. If she were to insist on a particular suitor, would that not invite scorn upon our miss? Yet, if she were to seek someone of lesser standing, the one with a longer reach would surely be dissatisfied. With jewels preceding her, how could she tolerate relinquishing her golden opportunities for mere kindling? It would inevitably lead to further grievances. Heng Ji sighed. Since no course of action yields a favorable outcome, it may be best to relinquish control and allow those eager to assert themselves to take charge. After all, the ambitious and the opportunist will find common ground and revel in their entanglements. Xiang Cao's eyes widened in understanding. So, it is indeed reasonable for our miss to remain uninvolved. Listening to their banter, Song Wan smiled faintly. Heng Ji is correct. Indeed, it is beyond our control. Moreover, compared to Jiang Jing, my brother's future holds far greater significance. Has the lady turned the placard over to Lin Jiayue? Asked Green Bamboo. Not yet, she replied. Aunt Lin has been preoccupied with matters concerning the shop. and I have only learned that she is searching for a firecracker workshop. As for the household provisions, they have yet to be secured. Song Wan, perplexed, inquired, "A firecracker shop? Does she intend to open one?" The others shook their heads in disbelief, while Song Wan rested her chin in contemplation, filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, we shall eventually uncover her intentions. For now, securing the authority over household affairs remains paramount. Xiang Cao, go and find out when Lin Jiayue plans to visit the Jiangxiang courtyard. It seems Jiang Xingjian had previously instructed Jiang Mu to manage the provisions temporarily, but with 4 or 5 days having passed, Jiang Xingjian must be returning to the estate soon. If we do not act swiftly, the opportunity may slip away. Xiang Cao nodded in agreement and darted out. By the time it was the first watch of the evening, she returned to the lawn courtyard. "Miss, both Aunt Lin and Huaisu are currently at the Jiangxiang courtyard. Should we go there now? I have long neglected to pay my respects to the lady. It is high time I inquired about her health. Moreover, Lin Jiayue has yet to take any action, and I ought to extend my assistance to her." Having changed into appropriate attire, Song Wan accompanied Hengji and Hengwu to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Inside Madame Zhang's chambers, Huaisu and Lin Jiayue were present. Upon Song Wan's entrance, the group was gathered around the table, engaged in the playful arrangement of flower cards, with laughter and merriment echoing in the room, a scene that starkly blurred the lines between mistress and servants. However, the cheerful sounds abruptly ceased upon her arrival. Huaisu rose to greet her with respect, while Lin Jiayue feigned ignorance, engrossed in her flower card. Madame Jiang, on the other hand, wore a long face, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Chapter 59. Intimacy. Song Wan's gaze swept across the small square table, and she smiled, saying, "Mother is in excellent health. This brings me great comfort. If the old lady were to know, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed, perhaps feeling significantly lighter in spirit." At these words, Zhang's mother felt a slight tremor at the corners of her lips, suddenly recalling that her own mother was still unwell. It was quite unbecoming for her, as a daughter-in-law, to be frolicking with the servants. Has the eldest lady arrived? Why have you not tidied this up? Huame, nimble and efficient, quickly gathered the items and turned to Song Wan, saying, "Forgive me, eldest lady. It was my playful nature that led me to engage the 2 concubines in this merriment. With the madam still unwell, I thought to bring a bit of cheer to her spirits. I realize my folly. Such words are unnecessary. It is indeed a proper thing to lighten my mother's spirits," replied Song Wan. Hengji, taking out 2 silver coins from her pouch, handed them to Huame. "Please, sister, procure some sweets for the other young ladies to sweeten their tongues." "Oh dear, I thank you, madam," Huame exclaimed. Upon receiving a nod from Zhang's mother, she accepted the coins with delight and turned to leave. Seated on a low stool beside Zhang's mother's bed, Song Wan gazed at her mother, who had donned a cotton cloth upon her forehead, her face still bearing the pallor of illness, and asked, "Is mother feeling any better now?" Lin Jia interjected with a smile. The madam was improving, but upon seeing the eldest lady, her condition seems to have deteriorated somewhat. Feigning ignorance, Song Wan addressed Zhang's mother. "I am no longer managing the household. Although I find myself at leisure, I still worry for you. Thus, if you're still unwell, I could take on a few of your burdens once more. What do you think?" Before Zhang's mother could respond, Lin Jiayue interrupted. "The eldest lady has ceased managing household affairs?" "Indeed, due to the anger of the Pingjin Xiangguo residents. I have committed to fasting and reciting sutras for the Cheng madam for 49 days. Song Wan replied calmly and kindly, showing no signs of resentment. Lin Jiayue's lips twitched as she forced a smile. "No wonder the housekeepers have been seeking me out these past few days." Sensing the tension between the 2 women, Zhang's mother felt a headache coming on. "Huaisu, come massage my temples. As for you 2, you may return. My head aches terribly, and I simply cannot entertain you." "Then I shall not disturb you any longer, mother. If you feel unwell, do be sure to inform me," Song Wan said softly. "I understand," Zhang's mother replied, turning away from Song Wan, clearly signaling her desire to be alone. After bowing, Song Wan tiptoed out of Zhang's chamber, followed closely by Lin Jiayue, who bit her lip in silence. "What is amusing you, concubine Lin?" Song Wan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lin Jiayue frowned. "When have I laughed? And even if I had, what concern is it of yours?" Song Wan lowered her gaze, her tone icy. I thought you foolish enough to miswrite the Chung madam's name, but it seems you were merely biding your time for today. Yet even if I no longer oversee the household, the Marquis would sooner return the authority to the madam than grant it to you. What is there for you to feel proud of? With a slight twitch of her eyelid, Lin Jie found herself at a loss for words, caught between responding and remaining silent, ultimately resorting to a cold laugh. After delivering her words, Song Wan returned to the Lanting courtyard with Hongji and Hengwu, leaving Lin Jie standing in the courtyard, her teeth clenched. Enveloped in silence for a prolonged moment. The sun is shining. Perhaps you should return to Shuyan Pavilion, concubine? Well, let's return. I'll prepare some ice cream for you to cool off. Lin Jie, accompanied by her devoted maid, Qianbi, ambled back to the Shuyan Pavilion. Upon their return, Lin Jie felt a profound sense of unease. Song Wan was right. Jiang Xingjian would rather entrust the management of the household to his inept mother than to her, which indeed cast a shadow over her spirits. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront Jiang Xingjian about her desire for authority. Qianbi, is there a carpenter in the manor? She inquired. Indeed, there is. Do you wish to create a flower card again, my lady? No, I wish to make a mahjong set. Lin Jie gathered her hair and swiftly sketched her ideas with a charcoal pencil on paper. If she could win Jiang Mu's affection through an improved flower card, then perhaps she could regain her heart with a traditional mahjong set. Nothing fosters closeness like a game at the table. Having drawn the initial design for the mahjong set, Lin Jie promptly dispatched it to the carpenter in the manor. Once it was completed that evening, she ventured alone into the night to the Jiangxiang courtyard. Initially, Jiang Mu had been reluctant to indulge in such trivial amusements, but after a few rounds of play, she became utterly engrossed, losing sleep over strategies for winning hands and crafting tiles. Lin Jie, known for her sweet tongue and penchant for feeding Jiang Mu tiles, quickly endeared herself to her, and they began to resemble a pair of affectionate mother and daughter. After several consecutive nights of play, Jiang Mu fell ill from exhaustion, providing Lin Jie with a golden opportunity to propose managing the affairs of the Marquisate. She wishes to take charge, Lin Jie noted, though I initially feigned reluctance. I truly find these mundane matters tiresome. The matriarch has been unwell for much of this summer, often lost in a stupor, unaware of the passing days. Jiang Mu remarked to Huaisu. Although Song Wan claims she can regain control of the household, she has previously dismissed responsibilities. If she truly relinquishes power now, it only confirms her unwillingness to let go. Moreover, I do not wish to return it to her so easily, as if the Marquisate could not function without her presence. Besides, she is of little use, having not shared a room with Yi-Er, which speaks volumes about Yi-Er's true feelings. As for Lin and Yang, her management skills leave much to be desired, and I have my reservations. You emerged from the matriarch's quarters and have cared for Yi-Er since childhood. Thus, you're the one I trust most in this household. Pray tell me, to whom should authority be entrusted? Huaisu lowered her head as she massaged Jiang Mu's legs and replied softly, I believe it would be best to hand over authority to Lin and Yang. Oh, and why is that? The Marquis is fond of Lin and Yang, and it seems inevitable that the household management will eventually fall to her. Although Lin and Yang has made mistakes in the past, such experiences will only make her more cautious in the future. The Marquis understands her character well and will surely guide her. Jiang Mu nodded. You present a valid argument. Moreover, with Lin and Yang managing the household under your watchful eye, it is unlikely that any significant issues will arise. Minor errors are commonplace, and over time, one learns from the occasional misstep. Jiang, mu pourset halips. And what do you foresee for Song Wan in the future? Huasu remarked. The matriarch resides within the estate. Should Lady Lin prove incapable of managing the household, we may simply return the responsibilities to the matriarch. However, if Lady Lin can indeed govern the household independently, it would be beneficial both for the lady and for the Marquis's residence. In such a scenario, there would be no need to be restrained or threatened by anyone. Mother Jiang nodded repeatedly. If Lady Lin truly learns to manage the household, she and Song Wan could maintain a balance of power between them, and then we need not fear any schemes from these two. Gazing at the gentle and tender Huasu, Mother Jiang sighed, My dear child, Your words resonate deeply with my heart. She instructed Baozhu to fetch a beautifully crafted jade bracelet from her jewelry box, which she then insisted be placed on a Huasu's wrist. After attending to Mother Jiang until she fell asleep, Huasu cradled the jade bracelet and returned to the Shoyan Pavilion. Inside the room, Shizhu, who had grown up alongside her and now served as her personal maid, softly inquired, "Sister, why do you allow her to manage the Marquis' household? None among the servants hold her in favor." Chapter 60. The Ruin of Affection. Huaisu remarked, "I too harbor no fondness for her, yet the Lord holds her in high regard. She is served by Jiang Xingjian's side since childhood and possesses profound insights into him. I cannot believe that Jiang Xingjian would be enamored with someone like Lin Jiaye, yet she seems to have bewitched him completely. It strikes me as peculiar. I suspect that Lin Yang has employed some beguiling tactics to ensnare the Lord, causing him to forget his deep affections for the eldest lady. You are aware that since Lin Yang's arrival in the household, she has been the source of numerous calamities, and her continued presence will only burden the Lord further." Huaisu unpinned her hair, placing the hairpin into her cosmetic box. Her box was filled with a haphazard assortment of items, lacking in valuable possessions. Previously, while serving the old matriarch, she had received many rewards, but since Jiang Laofu bestowed her upon Jiang Xingjian, her fortunes had tightened considerably. During the 6 years that Jiang Xingjian was absent, she and Song Wan were indistinguishable, one overtly mourning while the other did so in silence. Recently, she had been playing cards with Jiang's mother and Lin Jiaye daily, incurring significant losses, leaving her in a precarious financial situation. Shizhu, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, if you are aware that Lin Yang is a liability to our master, why do you still support her management of the household?" "I do not support her. Rather, I have faith in the eldest lady." Huaisu closed her cosmetic box and spoke softly. "You have grown up in the household, and although your interactions with the eldest lady have been limited, we have all shared the same courtyard. What do you perceive her character to be?" "The eldest lady is astute and possesses a gentle disposition. I have always thought her to be the kindest soul in the world." "You speak truly." Huaisu's tone grew slightly somber. "The eldest lady is indeed exceedingly intelligent. Thus, how could she permit someone as coarse as Lin Yang to prance about daring to covet the inner sanctum? Yet, her action suggests that the eldest lady has her own calculations." "What calculations?" Huaisu replied, "To promote her downfall. Allow her to wield power, manage the household, and commit some grand folly, and she could be easily ousted from the estate. Otherwise, with Lin Yang leveraging her mother's influence and the Lord's favor, who knows how long she would continue her audacity." "It is no wonder," Shizhu echoed. "I too find it strange that the eldest lady, a daughter of the Song family, allows Lin Yang to dominate her." Shizhu lowered her voice. "Now I understand your point. Sister, the Lord has always adhered to the principles of a gentleman, yet after encountering Lin Yang, he has sullied his reputation through illicit affairs. Such a person cannot remain in the household." Huaisu sat upon the couch, clutching a soft pillow, murmuring, "Only someone as ethereal as the eldest lady is worthy of the Lord. What is Lin Yang, after all? It is only through deep affection with the eldest lady that the Lord can gain the support of the Song family. Otherwise, this union may falter and lead to the Song family's resentment towards him, jeopardizing his future. Thus, I must devise a plan to assist the eldest lady in achieving her aims, so we can expel that disruptive element from the household." Shizhu grasped Huaisu's hand, nodding earnestly. "Sister, you speak with great wisdom. Is there any way I can assist you?" "Indeed, there is a way." Huaisu whispered a few words into her ear, and the two proceeded to remove their makeup and prepare for rest. On the following afternoon, Huaisu, cradling a redwood box, sought out Lin Jiaye. "Aunt Lin, is there something you need?" Although they resided in the same courtyard, the two had little acquaintance, rendering Lin Jiaye curious as to why Huaisu had come to her today. "There are indeed some matters at hand," Huaisu replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "I am aware of your keen acumen in generating wealth and the various avenues you pursue. Thus, I wondered if you might extend a hand to help me earn a few taels of silver to ease my financial burdens." Presenting the redwood box before Lin Jiaye, she continued, "This contains my capital. Though modest, it constitutes the bulk of my possessions." "Have you been losing recently?" Lin Jiaye, Recalling how Huaisu had been trying to amuse Jiang Mu these past few days, inadvertently causing her to part with a considerable sum, felt a pang of guilt. After a moment's contemplation, she rummaged beneath her pillow and produced a pouch, extracting a handful of gold beans and placing them on the table. Take these. I shall forego the items you offered. Huaisu gently pushed the beans back. I cannot accept something without cause from you, Aunt Lin. Why not? If you lack silver, I possess some. I can simply share it with you. There's no need for such reluctance, Lin Jiue insisted, forcefully pressing the gold beans into Huaisu's hands. Feeling somewhat awkward, Huaisu sighed softly. If that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony any longer. My circumstances have indeed become rather strained. I know, Lin Jiue replied this morning. Qinghong spotted your maid secretly seeking the matron, claiming she wished to pawn something. Noticing Huaisu's embarrassment, Lin Jiue smiled generously. We all reside in the same courtyard. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. There is no need to keep them hidden. I appreciate Aunt Lin's generosity, but I feel rather ashamed to impose further. Huaisu responded gently, pausing briefly. Your straightforward nature and broad-mindedness are commendable, yet in the Ho residence. While being open-hearted has its merits, it can sometimes lead to unforeseen troubles. That is indeed true, Lin Jiu acknowledged, understanding Huaisu's reluctance to owe her a favor. She leaned forward on the table, attentive. The lady holds you in high regard, yet your carefree disposition occasionally raises concerns for her. If only you could exercise a bit more prudence, great fortunes would surely await you, Huaisu suggested. What do you mean by carefree disposition? Lin Jiu inquired. Huaisu smiled softly. The eldest lady exemplifies grace in her dealings with others. She maintains a measured distance, neither too close nor too far. Those of us in service have long been unable to discern who has won her favor or incurred her displeasure, which has rendered us cautious in her presence. Counting carefully, Lin Jiu noted, there are but a few dozen masters in the Ho residence, yet the servants number in the thousands. Thus, it is sometimes preferable to offend a master than to alienate the servants. Lin Jiu frowned. When have I offended any servants? Huaisu pursed her lips and then called for a young maid to fetch some items from the storeroom. When the maid returned, Huaisu spoke gently. Thank you for your effort. Why not sit for a moment? I shall have Shizhu prepare a cup of tea for you. The young maid smiled back. I shall pass. For my mother in the front courtyard has come to visit and brought many sour cakes. I was thinking of enjoying a piece. It is quite the burden for you to have missed the joyous gathering of you sisters. With a smile radiating warmth, Huaisu produced a small piece of silver from her sleeve, suggesting, take this and purchase some pastries for you and the young ladies so that we may all indulge in merriment together. Observing the little maid's initial reluctance transform into exuberance, Lin Jiue furrowed her brow slightly. Noticing her reaction, Huaisu remarked, there is indeed a manner to these affairs. One must express concern through words, offer hospitality with tea and wine, and bestow rewards of gold and silver. Only then can one secure the hearts of others, persuading them to serve Aunt Lin loyally. Lin Jiue contemplated interjecting that sending a servant on an errand should not necessitate such complexity, yet in a moment of reflection, she recalled how Song Wan often conducted herself similarly, frequently hearing her or her maidens instructing the other servants to procure wine, sweets, or fruits and pastries. Recognizing that her thoughts had resonated, Huaisu pressed her lips together and withdrew. Lin Ji leaned upon the table in contemplation for an extended period before summoning Qianbi, asking, what do you think of my treatment towards you? The maid replied, I cannot imagine a better mistress than you, my lady. Having overheard Huaisu's earlier remarks, she pondered before adding, yet, Sister Huaisu is not mistaken. All the other mistresses treat their servants in a similar fashion, and the Marquis's residence is indeed quite benevolent towards us. I believe Sister Huaisu has only good intentions in advising you. Lin Jiu scoffed lightly. Her words may carry wisdom, but that does not imply goodwill. It seems to me more like a ploy to hasten my acquisition of power within the household, compelling me to swiftly confront Song Wan. I have grown weary of playing the role of a pawn in this game of treachery. Chapter 61. Isolation. Did Aunt suggest that Sister Huaisu is untrustworthy? Lin Jiu shook her head, expressing she is currently trying to ingratiate herself with me. So her words must hold some truth. However, what the future may hold remains uncertain. Having prepared a bowl of ice cream favored by young girls for Qianbi, Lin Jiayue pondered over Huaisu's words. Previously, her repeated blunders stemmed from a lack of understanding regarding the prevailing customs and etiquette. She failed to grasp how significant these intricate rituals were to the people around her, which led to her consistent missteps. Although Lin Jiayue perceived both Song Wan and Huaisu as somewhat hypocritical, she could not deny the wisdom of conforming to local customs. Today, sew a pouch for me, and tuck some silver coins inside. Also, prepare one for yourself, with some copper coins or the like. Qianbi blinked innocently. How much silver should I put in? 3 to 5 taels daily would suffice. Qianbi hesitated, but there is hardly any silver left in Aunt's jewelry box. How can that be? Lin Jiayue opened the box containing valuables, discovering only a few lonely silver ingots, amounting to perhaps 50 to 60 taels. Aunt receives merely 1 tael of silver as a monthly allowance. The jewelry box once contained some silver, but after playing cards with the old lady for several days, it has been depleted. Lin Jiayue frowned deeply, feeling a sense of discomfort. Since her arrival at the Marquis' residence, her expenses had been covered by the household, and she had been confined to the rear courtyard, forgetting the significance of money due to her lack of opportunity to spend. The silver in the box and the bag of gold beans were remnants from when Jiang Xingjian first brought her into the household. She had never previously tipped her servants, and seeing Huaisu clutch a generous handful of gold beans made her realize that she felt no need for silver in the Marquis' residence. Had she known earlier, she would have taken less. Biting her lip, Lin Jiayue grew increasingly uneasy. She toiled tirelessly for the Marquis' household, managing both a rouge shop and an ice shop, with the profits flowing into the public accounts. Yet she found herself with not a single coin to show for it. This won't do. I must open a few shops for myself. Qianbi queried, how will Anne open a shop? I have never heard of women running shops. Why can't women open shops? Qianbi nodded. Opening a shop requires drafting a contract. How can a woman write a contract? Lin Jiayue was perplexed. Why can't women write contracts? After much contemplation, Qianbi, with a hint of confusion, remarked, I do not know the reason. Perhaps it is against the law. Otherwise, I could find a matron from the outer courtyard for Aunt to inquire. Lin Jiayue nodded, and Qianbi soon returned with a middle-aged woman clad in indigo silk. Earlier, you mentioned that women cannot open shops. Is that true? The woman chuckled. Indeed, it is true. Women are not permitted to possess private wealth, as they are under the authority of their fathers before marriage and their husbands thereafter. Moreover, women are discouraged from engaging in public affairs, which makes it unlikely for them to partake in commercial matters. The only private wealth a woman can possess is her dowry, and while some dowries may include shops or estates, they typically remain under the name of the steward. These shopkeepers are either born into their roles or have their contracts firmly in the hands of their masters, thus ensuring a semblance of security. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, feeling increasingly stifled. Dowry. She certainly possessed none, for she was merely a concubine. Beyond a dowry, was there truly no other means for a woman to acquire property? There were alternatives. If one were to register as a female merchant at the government office, it could be feasible, but such registration required the absence of male heirs, meaning only widows without husbands or children could qualify. Lin Jiayue furrowed her brows deeply. So, does that imply that if I desire personal property, I have no recourse whatsoever? The maid looked astonished. What nonsense is the concubine speaking? How could a woman possess personal property? To hide private savings is tantamount to theft, classified among the 7 reasons for expulsion, let alone the notion of owning a shop. No wonder women in the inner chambers would fight tooth and nail for the authority to manage household affairs, without a family fortune or a dowry. How could one survive in the inner quarters? The more Lin Jiayue contemplated, the angrier she became. The ice and rouge shops had already been handed over. How could she possibly reclaim them? The money had directly entered the public coffers, and even Jiang Xingjian could not access a single coin, much less herself. With a resounding clap, Lin Jiayue struck the table. The authority to manage the household appears to be a battle I must engage in, whether I desire it or not. After some reflection, She took the pouch of gold beans and, accompanied by Qian Bai, set out to the residence to exchange them for silver. In the following days, Lin Jiayue transformed her approach, attending to matters with meticulous care. When visiting Madame Jiang, she consistently recalled the decorum and behaviors taught by old Lady Li. However, after a mere 5 or 6 days of this charade, Madame Jiang, full of delight at the card table, passed the gifts from the whole residence to her. In the past, I misjudged you, thinking you lacked thoroughness in your dealings. With a beaming smile, Madame Jiang accepted the silver from Lin Jia, her drawers brimming with bounty. Her joy uncontainable. Yuan Yang, bring forth those several pieces of fine gauze gifted from the palace last year, so that concubine Lin may select. With a casual hand, she scooped up a handful of silver coins from a small drawer and generously rewarded the maidservants. To her, these coins were trivial. Even if multiplied 100-fold or 1,000-fold, they could scarcely buy half a piece of the luxurious gauze for the two. Yet, winning from others brought a sense of joy far exceeding the intrinsic value of the coins themselves. Thank you, madam, for your generosity. With your good fortune at the card table, Lin Jiayue will not stand on ceremony. She boldly selected a piece she fancied, and Lin Jiayue also encouraged Huaisu to choose one. As they exited the Jiangshan courtyard, she suddenly inquired, "Do you have any plans for this fabric?" Huaisu shook her head. "What does concubine Lin intend to do?" Handing the fabric back to Lin Jiayue, Huaisu said, "If concubine Lin likes it, feel free to take it." "Then I shall not be polite," Lin Jiayue replied without further explanation, accepting the piece from Huaisu's hands. On the following afternoon, she arrived at Huaisu's chamber with 2 nearly identical long skirts. "Yesterday, I had Qianbai take these to the embroidery room. Come see which one you prefer." Huaisu gazed at the trailing skirts in astonishment, and under Lin Jiayue's persistent urging, she casually selected one. Behind the screen, the two changed into their attire, and Lin Jiayue exclaimed, "Indeed, it looks splendid. Why not wear it to show the madam? It would surely bring her some joy." Before Huaisu could decline, Lin Jiayue had already taken her hand and dashed out of the room. Upon exiting the Xiuyan pavilion, they encountered Song Wan in the Lanting courtyard, who was gathering balsam flowers alongside Hengji and Hengwu, preparing to dye them with a rich crimson hue. Song Wan raised her gaze to the two, who were dressed identically, and a gentle smile graced her lips. However, Huaisu's face drained of color, her delicate features paling as she lowered her head. Lin Jiayue cast a glance at her, then beamed at Song Wan, saying, "Esteemed elder sister, you appear quite spirited. Might I inquire whether you are busy at the moment? The madam entrusted me with the household affairs yesterday, and there are many matters I'm unfamiliar with. I would be most grateful for your guidance." Returning her gaze, Song Wan replied warmly, "Not at all. I am here to assist you whenever you need." Chapter 62. Offering observing Song Wan's unruffled demeanor, devoid of anger or envy, Lin Jiayue felt a surge of frustration within herself. She turned to grasp Huaisu's hand, smiling as she casually mentioned greeting the lady before departing from the lawn court. Hengwu furrowed her brow and remarked, "How did Huaisu end up mingling with her? Does she not realize what sort of person that little courtesan is?" Song Wan gently tapped Hengwu's nose, admonishing, "How many times must I remind you not to refer to her in such a manner? What would others think if they overheard?" Hengwu, feeling wronged, pleaded for understanding, while Hengji, too, wore a troubled expression. "Miss, Huaisu comes from the old lady's quarters and has always conducted herself with grace and thoroughness. It seems strange that she would associate with Lin Yang, and their newfound closeness is quite perplexing." "What is so perplexing about it?" Song Wan replied, "Lack of skill leads to failure, and one may suffer as a result." "What do you mean by that, miss?" Song Wan smiled and explained, "Just now, I noticed Huaisu's distressed expression. It seems she has been forced into this semblance of closeness with Lin Jie. Her intentions are easy to discern. She wishes to isolate me in the eyes of the lady, to provoke my jealousy by showcasing her own favor within the household. Or perhaps she doubts Huaisu's allegiance and has orchestrated this act intentionally. Huaisu must have been schemed against by Lin Jiayue, but her lack of finesse has left her vulnerable." As she placed red balsam flowers into a woven bowl, Song Wan deftly selected the lighter-colored ones. Hengji pursed her lips, somewhat vexed, and remarked, "Miss, you have treated Huaisu well in the past. What could she possibly wish to gain from Lin Yingyang? Heng Wu scoffed. It surely cannot be anything good. Song Wan raised her head, contemplating, and said, "Those who possess desires are the most difficult to read. However, there is no need for constant vigilance. If this wariness is merely superficial, it may play into Lin Jiayue's hands. Should we continue to treat Huaisu as we always have?" Song Wan shook her head with a smile. "That is not advisable. While we need not be overly cautious, we must remember today's events. If ever you find her behavior troubling, even if you cannot articulate the issue, keep it in your heart and ponder it carefully. Always remember, trust in oneself is paramount, and do not harbor misplaced hopes when guarding against others." After selecting the suitable balsam flowers, Song Wan ladled a scoop of spring water to cleanse the petals, carefully grinding them in a stone mortar. When Lin Jiayue returned, she found 4 or 5 individuals gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, busy dyeing their nails. Seeing their clumsy tools and crude techniques, she could not help but sneer. Such things I would not accept even if offered for free. Is the eldest lady still occupied? With her fair and delicate hands immersed in a porcelain basin, Song Wan meticulously washed them clean. She accepted the soft cloth offered by Tzu, drying her hands with care. Lin Jiayue watched her leisurely yet elegant movements, biting her lip in frustration. "Lin Yingyang shall accompany me inside." With Chimbi holding the box, representing the household's provisions, Lin Jiayue stepped once more into the main courtyard of Lawn Court. She believed she could seize power from Song Wan's grasp, expecting to witness jealousy or distress on her face. Yet, to her surprise, Song Wan remained as composed as ever. "Please enjoy the Fenglu tea brewed with spring water." Heng Ji presented the teacup before Lin Jiayue, then withdrew. "Do you have any questions? Will you speak if I ask?" Song Wan smiled gently, raising the yellow-glazed, flower-edged teacup to savor its contents. Her demeanor, unmistakably disdainful of engaging in base acts, caused Lin Jiayue to clutch her hands tightly beneath the table. It was only when the handkerchief in her grasp began to fray that she could ease the turmoil within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiayue mimicked Song Wan's actions, delicately sipping from the teacup. "A fine tea indeed." Song Wan pursed her lips, remarking, "The water is good." Patiently, Lin Jiayue attempted to emulate her, leisurely diverting the conversation. "What water?" "Spring water," Song Wan replied. "What constitutes spring water?" "Rain and snow water are both called spring water. Its clarity and subtle flavor complement Fenglu tea exquisitely." Yet, after just a few exchanges, Lin Jiayue found herself at a loss for words, finally managing to murmur, "The lady has entrusted the household's internal affairs to me." Song Wan nodded, her indifferent demeanor leaving Lin Jiayue feeling as though she had struck a punch into cotton. The exhilaration of overcoming her waned, doused by a deluge of cold realization, leaving no ripple of emotion. "What do you not understand? Speak freely." Lin Jiayue, he gritted her teeth, momentarily speechless. She had little understanding, thus there was nothing to articulate. Though previously Jiang Man had suggested she manage the Marquisate alongside Song Wan, Lin Jiayue had refrained from intervening. Unaccustomed to such matters, the sudden responsibility overwhelmed her. Yet, she was unwilling to seek guidance from Song Wan, even less so to reveal her trepidation. Have the household accounts been properly reconciled? Song Wan lifted her gaze, discerning from this single inquiry that Lin Jiayue was entirely unskilled in household management. Frowning, she did not wait for a response before Lin Jiayue continued, "The tea is delightful. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall inquire about these trivial matters with the steward from the outer court." With that, Lin Jiayue hastily departed with Qianbai. She returned to Xiuyin Pavilion as if fleeing, collapsing onto the curved Luohan bed with vacant eyes. After a long while, Lin Jiayue opened the chest that symbolized the position of the Marquisate's mistress, extracting its contents entirely. After being cooped up for 3 days and nights, she finally gained a semblance of understanding regarding the current state of the Marquisate. Madness. It was truly madness. Qianbai inquired, "What is the aunt saying?" Lin Jiayue scoffed coldly. "Do you know how many masters the Marquisate has? In the 2 estates, all the legitimate and illegitimate branches combined barely exceed 100. Yet, do you know how many servants the Marquisate employs? The main kitchen alone has 31 staff, 15 responsible for serving tea, preparing medicine, and making pastries for guests, and 17 for welcoming and guiding visitors. The attendants alone, just for the Marquis's sedan chair, number 16. The outer court manages the household's daily expenses, organizes monthly allowances for each courtyard, purchases supplies, and oversees rewards, consisting of 28 individuals. 7 are tasked with maintaining the ancestral temple and managing ceremonial vessels. 16 oversee the night patrol and guard duties, while 13 are in auspicious garden. An assorted 72 are scattered across the various storerooms, chaotic and disorganized. The establishment comprises 11 individuals dedicated to drafting various documents and managing the ink and writing implements, alongside 8 individuals in the ceremonial department, and another 8 tasked with preserving the ancient records of the Marquisate. Additionally, there are 9 individuals in the outer quarters responsible for providing a comfortable space for the gentlemen to rest and conduct their affairs. 18 individuals oversee the maintenance and cleanliness of the premises, while 15 gardeners manage the greenhouse and cellar gardens. Moreover, there are even those tasked with the care of raptors, pigeons, fish, and various other responsibilities, totaling 16. To add to this extravagance, the Marquisate maintains an entire opera troupe, with all expenses for food, clothing, and props borne by the household. Even more astonishing is that within the estate, there are over a dozen nuns dedicated to reciting scriptures and performing rituals at the Ping Sui Temple. These figures barely scratch the surface. The quarters of the matriarch, the lady, and the Marquis are attended by 4 first-tier maids, an array of second- and third-tier maids, and various domestic servants, multiplying the numbers significantly. The inner household, which governs clothing, accessories, grooming, and the daily chores, is simply innumerable. Lin Jiue's expression turned grave. Merely the male attendants in the outer quarters number 731. The inner household comprises 806 maids and servants, not to mention the stewards of the estate beyond its walls. With just over 100 masters, the household employs a staggering total of 1,537 servants. Is it not madness for Jiang Xingjian to sustain such a multitude? It is no wonder that the Marquisate finds itself in financial straits. Lin Jiayue's complexion darkened. Even if I were to open 100 more shops, it would be implausible to support such a throng. Chapter 63. The game each month. The meager allowances for the servants alone amount to over 700 taels. And when combined with the monthly stipends of the masters, the total expenditure exceeds 1,000 taels. This does not even account for the bonuses given to the servants. Lin Jue perused the accounts in her hand, noting that the monthly bonuses for the servants occupied no less than 10 pages. After a rough estimation, she found that this item alone accounted for an additional 200 taels. Furthermore, there were expenses for house repairs, textiles, stationery, consumables from the various storages, and food procurement. The sheer volume of these accounts left one feeling dizzy and apprehensive. Although the Marquisate boasted a few profitable ventures and estates, these depended on the whims of fortune and yielded annual returns. The income from her ice shop and roux shop had now become the primary source of income for the Marquisate. Lin Ju bit her lip, feeling increasingly resentful. The vast Marquisate seemed to be sustained almost entirely by her, yet she still had to constantly read the expressions of others. With a loud thud, she slammed the account book down, her brows raised in a cold sneer. No wonder during card games, the madam would extol me as a moneymaker. I had thought she was merely complimenting my card-playing skills. In hindsight, her praise was entirely about my 2 shops. It was no surprise she often brought up the idea of me managing another venture. She had been waiting for me to take on more responsibilities. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Lin Jiu seethed. She had once believed that securing control over the household's resources was a result of her cleverness. Charming Madame Jiang to the point of elation, even disregarding the old matriarch's health. Little did she know that they had meticulously planned to pass this hot potato onto her. After all, faced with such a chaotic mess, would she not bring forth any profitable projects if she had them? Clenching her fists, Lin Jiayue's complexion turned pale. Jiang mother had been correct. Even if she lacked profitable ventures, she would have to conjure some from thin air. When she first entered the Marquisate, The old matriarch and Madame Jiang treated her like a mere shadow, her words barely acknowledged, as if she were invisible. Yet, after earning silver from the ice shop and roux shop, how had Madame Jiang's attitude toward her changed? How had the servants treated her? Within the inner courtyard of the Marquisate, she was nameless, faceless, and without background. To surpass Song Wan, she needed to prove her capability and seize control over the household. Lin Jiue understood that one must demonstrate their worth to earn even a moment's regard. Yet, she could not accept it. Song Wan, merely born into a better family, could effortlessly occupy the heights, while she had to both support this horde of leeches and strive to win their favor. Bai. The maid was present. Lin Jie lowered her gaze and hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. Given my position as a concubine in the Marquisate, what options do I have if I wish to leave? Bai gasped in fright, quickly covering her mouth. My lady, please do not speak recklessly. She encircled Lin Jiayue, whispering in her ear, though I may be illiterate, I understand the ways of the world. You are not like ordinary women. You are a heroine, more formidable than many men. In the Xiuyin Pavilion, you have never treated us as mere servants, and you have shared meals with us without disdain. Yet, no matter how capable you are, being trapped within this Marquisate's inner sanctum will not grant you an escape. Please forgive the bluntness of my words. I am but a lowly servant, indistinguishable from the other attendants. A concubine wishing to depart from her master's household has but 3 paths to tread. One may either commit a transgression and be sold off by the household, be sent away by the master, or be bestowed upon another servant or guest. Those sold off typically meet a grim fate, suffering greatly if they do not perish. The Marquis's residence is benevolent, having never set a precedent for sending concubines to serve guests. Lin Jiayue murmured, what a third option? To escape the estate, replied Qianbi. I have heard tales of a concubine who, entangled with a servant, sought to flee the residence. Yet, in a place such as the Marquis's, it is utterly impossible for a concubine to escape. The estate is teeming with people. Even a midnight stroll in the courtyard would attract the attention of a matron. Moreover, every courtyard has its side gates, watched over by matrons and patrolling guards. Even if by some stroke of luck one were to exit the lawn courtyard, there is no chance of leaving the inner estate. Qianbi crouched slightly, lowering her voice further. Even if one did manage to escape, they would surely be captured within 3 days. Whether by military or civilian means, without a travel permit, one cannot venture beyond 100 miles. A concubine without household identification or fishgale talisman would have no means to procure such a permit. As she spoke, tears began to fall from Qianbi's eyes. Mistress, please do not entertain such reckless thoughts. There is no place better than the Marquis's residence. If Lin Jiayue were to flee, she would be the first to perish. No matter what, I must dissuade her from this notion. Currently, you are deeply favored by the Marquis and have just been granted authority over household matters. Once you bear the Marquis's first legitimate son, the entire household will be at your command, and you shall want for nothing. Mistress, heed my counsel, and do not err. Wiping away Qianbi's tears, Lin Jiayue nodded in understanding. Regaining her composure, she took up a charcoal pencil and paper, lost in thought. One misstep leads to another. Having unwittingly followed Jiang Xingjian into the Marquis's household, now leaving proves arduous. Moreover, she harbors genuine feelings for Jiang Xingjian and is loath to depart so abruptly. Suppressing her discontent, Lin Jiayue began to write and draw. The following morning, she took a stack of drawings to the Jiangxiang courtyard. How does the lady fare today? Are you still feeling fatigued? Madame Jiang smiled, much improved. Lin Jie, smiling brightly, spoke cheerfully. Yesterday, I pondered the entire night and conceived a business that could yield profit. Oh, Madame Jiang's eyes sparkled, her smile becoming more sincere. What sort of venture? I wish to open a general store, Lin Jiayue replied. As she observed Madame Jiang's smile fade somewhat, Lin Jie lowered her gaze to conceal the chill in her eyes. My general store shall differ from the ordinary. Every item within will be unique, unparalleled throughout the capital, even the entire realm. Yet, Lin Jiayue felt a twinge of unease, yearning for Madame Jiang's approval. Upon hearing that the store would be one of a kind, Madame Jiang understood that this venture would not be lacking in promise. She appraised Lin Jue from head to toe and, after a moment's contemplation, said, "Speak your requirements. I am all ears." Jiayu, born into humble beginnings and bereft of support, often felt anxious despite the kindness bestowed upon her by both the lady and the marquis. Although she now managed the household affairs, there lingered an unsettling uncertainty within her. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang furrowed her brow in contemplation for a considerable time before instructing Yuan Yang to fetch a jade token. "This is my jade token. You may take it freely. From this day forth, the household shall rest in your hands. However, you must exercise utmost caution in your dealings. Should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to consult me or the matrons within the household," she advised. Lin Jue accepted the token with a gentle smile and turned to leave. The matron accompanying Madame Jiang voiced her concerns. "Madam, what are you doing? Bestowing such significant authority upon that little vixen? In the future, when the eldest lady sees the jade token that symbolizes your status, she will surely feel diminished, and this may sever the bond between you and her entirely." "What does it matter if the bond is severed?" sighed Madame Jiang. "In families such as ours, marriage serves but two purposes: to forge advantageous alliances that may assist in his career and to propagate the family line, ensuring the birth of an heir to inherit our legacy. As it stands, that Song Wan accomplishes neither. What use is she to me?" Furthermore, she pressed her fingers to her temple, her countenance stiffening. "How many months have passed? In mid-autumn, we must still present ourselves to the Empress, and the appetite of the chief of ceremonies is notoriously insatiable. In years past, when he was absent, we bore the burden for the Empress with gritted teeth, even relinquishing our most prosperous estates last year. I had feared this year would necessitate selling off tenants' lands. Yet unexpectedly, a lowly wench has alleviated my pressing predicament." Reclining on the couch, Madame Jiang lamented, "Had it not been for this monetary dilemma, I would have expelled her from the estate during the grand banquet, allowing a mere commoner to negotiate terms with me." Chapter 64. Regret, miss. There has been quite a commotion at the Shoyan Pavilion these past few days. Hengwu knelt on the ground, assisting Song Wan in putting on her shoes, while Hengji held a large lacquered tray adorned with mother-of-pearl and a warm damp cloth, waiting attentively beside them. After Song Wan delicately cleansed her face with the cloth, she lazily inquired, "What has stirred up all this activity again after a few days of peace?" It was said by Granny Liang that concubine Lin had summoned all the matrons in charge of the inner and outer courts, presenting them with a list. Xiang Cao handed a thin slip of paper to Song Wan, who glanced at it and saw notes concerning absenteeism, early departures, and varying degrees of task completion. "What is this?" she asked. Xiang Cao shook her head. "I am not certain." Granny Liang could not explain it either, only saying that they must fill it out monthly, applicable to everyone except the master's courtyards. Song Wan scrutinized the document for a considerable time, still perplexed about its purpose. "Alas, it mattered little to us. We shall let it be." She crumpled the paper into a ball and asked, "Has the Marquis not yet returned to the residence?" "News arrived yesterday during the second watch, but since you were already asleep, I did not rouse you," replied Hengji. She then presented a note to Song Wan, who opened it and frowned slightly. It stated that the chickens and ducks at the Shanglin Gardens breeding office had succumbed to an epidemic, resulting in the loss of many, and that he would be residing there for the time being and unable to return home. Noticing Hengwu's curiosity, Song Wan explained, "The Marquis has just taken office, and such an incident necessitates his direct involvement to demonstrate his loyalty and duty. Should he neglect this, he might face accusations of disrespect and dissatisfaction regarding his official position." She briefly glanced over the remaining matters concerning the management of the Marquis's household, which included gentle reminders and comforting words, before tucking the letter away. "That does provide concubine Lin with ample opportunity to disrupt the Marquis's household," Hengwu remarked casually. Song Wan nodded and resumed her breakfast with a sense of tranquility. The engagement between the Bailon families had been finalized, and Lady Lan had invited her to the residence to express her gratitude for her role as the matchmaker. Song Wan had already accepted the invitation in advance and began to prepare herself, styling her hair and dressing elegantly. "Miss, how about this peach-colored silk gown paired with a rue pleated skirt?" Hengji suggested. Song Wan nodded, allowing Hengji to assist her in changing clothes. As she was to meet an old acquaintance, she instructed Zhu to create a relatively simple hairstyle, casually adorning it with a couple of golden-tipped Liang-style hairpins before preparing to leave. However, just as she stepped out of the lawn courtyard, she was intercepted by Jiang Jing, who was waiting nearby. With red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down his face, he said, "I am sorry, sister-in-law. It was I who was foolish and misunderstood your intentions. Now that I realize my mistake, I hope you can forgive me." Hearing this, Song Wan spoke softly, "There is nothing to forgive. You must not lose your composure." Maintaining the dignity befitting a young lady of the Jiang family, she offered him a handkerchief and smiled gently. A young lady crying is hardly becoming. Wiping his tears, Jiang Jing gathered his courage. "I heard from the madam that you are meeting Lady Lan today. Could you perhaps grant me another chance to see her?" It was only when Lin Jue introduced Madame Chun to her, and when Madame Chun repeatedly inquired about the dowry in her presence, that Jiang Jing realized how foolish it was to lose the opportunity for this marriage with the Lan family. Madame Lin frequently extolled the virtues of Lady Chun, praising her forthright disposition and assuring that she would never be a meddling mother-in-law. Even when discussing dowries and betrothal gifts in her presence, Madame Lin spoke with approval, asserting that clarity in such matters would alleviate future concerns. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Jing suddenly burst into tears. She understood that a well-mannered young lady should not engage in discussions of marriage nor be choosy about her prospective family. Yet she felt compelled to consider her own future. In the Ho residence, she and Aunt Zhou relied solely on one another. If she were to marry into the chaotic Chen household, how could she ever ensure Aunt Zhou's peace of mind? "Sister-in-law," Jiang Jing began to kneel, but was firmly restrained by Heng Guo and Hengji. "Sister-in-law, I implore you, just let me meet Lady Lan once. Regardless of the outcome, I promise I shall no longer trouble you." Outside the lawn courtyard, a number of servants gathered, seemingly aimless. Song Wan sensed an unusual disarray within the Ho residence that day, as if everyone were oblivious to their duties, wandering about in a leisurely manner. Frowning, she gazed at the tearful Jiang Jing and sighed. "Wipe your tears. I will take you to the Lan family." Only by allowing Jiang Jing to witness the new lady of the Lan household would she find closure. Otherwise, no matter what was said, Jiang Jing would perceive it as deliberate harassment. Unfazed by potential misunderstandings, Song Wan grew weary of such unexpected disturbances. Throughout their journey, Jiang Jing adjusted her attire and makeup with Hengji's assistance, while Song Wan sat silently by, offering soothing words whenever Jiang Jing voiced her anxieties. Upon entering the Lan family's gates and being welcomed into the courtyard, Jiang Jing finally released the handkerchief she had clutched tightly, donning a sweet and charming smile as she greeted the lady of the Ho family. Upon seeing Song Wan, Lady Lan greeted her warmly, but halted upon noticing Jiang Jing beside her, her gaze swiftly scanning the young girl from head to toe. Observing Jiang Jing's reddened eyes, crumpled handkerchief, and the unwarranted creases in her dress, Lady Lan surmised that the girl had come unbidden, likely regretting her earlier decisions. "Just call me Wanner, that feels more intimate," she said. Accepting the intricately crafted box of delicacies from Hengji, Song Wan presented it to Lady Lan. "I prepared a few treats for the ladies to sample today." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Wan led Jiang Jing and Lady Lan into the Lan family garden. The Lan residence was opulent and grand, featuring a warm pavilion adorned with glass windows etched with the character for fortune, casting fleeting shadows that resembled ethereal clouds. Jiang Jing's heart sank slightly at the sight. The Ho residence could never afford such extravagant glasswork. "Greetings to the lady of the city Yang Ho," she said. Lady Bai approached with her daughter, both eager to pay their respects to Song Wan. The Bai girl, filled with shyness and gratitude, caught Song Wan's eye, while Lady Bai enthusiastically introduced several other ladies to her. Given her humble origins, it was quite unusual for her to form a close acquaintance with a distinguished lady like Song Wan. However, due to the goodwill of Song Fuji, Song Wan took the initiative to befriend her, even facilitating a promising marriage for her family, which Lady Bai understood as a gesture deserving reciprocity. The ladies who visited today, though of similar modest backgrounds, either had husbands employed in the Ministry of Personnel or came from families whose male members held considerable influence there. Grateful for Lady Bai's kindness, Song Wan, being naturally affable and astute, quickly established a warm rapport with the group, and soon their laughter resonated throughout the room. Observing this, Jiang Jing could only offer a polite smile from the sidelines, occasionally assisting Heng Ji by serving tea and water to Song Wan, displaying a rather dutiful demeanor. Was this truly the behavior befitting young ladies? Go, play with your sisters. Lady Lan cheerfully beckoned her two daughters to lead Jiang Jing away. The two young girls, merely 12 or 13 years of age, were in the bloom of youth, and Jiang Jing, eager to ingratiate himself, lavished them with compliments. By the time the trio reached the greenhouse filled with rare and exotic flora, they had already grown quite close. Just as they were about to enter, they spotted a young girl beneath a glass window, bending down to sniff a pod of golden orchids. The seventh young lady of the Lan family, witnessing this, covered her mouth and chuckled. Is this the future ninth aunt? Such a delicate appearance, demure and gentle. She seems to complement our ninth uncle perfectly. The older Lan's sister shot her a warning glance. Do not jest about our elders. If mother hears, she might reprimand you. The little girl appeared frightened, shaking her head in a plea for mercy, while Jiang Jing felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his heart filled with regret. Could it be that the Lan family indeed had a prospective bride? Chapter 65. Framing in a Daze. I followed the young lady of the Lan family into the warm room, whereby Ruizhu promptly rose to greet the three of us. The two young ladies from the Lan family wore smiles, yet Jiang Jing struggled to return their mirth. Bai Ruizhu, whose name was befitting, was more abundant in form compared to the delicate and soft young women of the capital, exuding an air of opulence with her round, lustrous features. When she smiled, her round apricot-shaped eyes curved gently, radiating warmth and kindness. On our first meeting, I would like to present you with a small token. It is a sachet I embroidered myself. From within her robe, Bai Ruizhu produced a pouch adorned with an embroidered pattern of auspicious bats and presented it to us. Jiang Jing accepted it with a dazed expression, feeling a mix of emotions. The exquisite sachet was crafted with a skill she could never possess. Thank you, Miss Bai, she replied. Just call me Ruizhu, Bai Ruizhu said with a blush. Miss Lan, she chimed in with a laugh. That cannot do. It is more courteous to address her as Miss Bai for now. Bai Ruizhu's cheeks flushed deeper, her bashful demeanor eliciting a sense of affection. Jiang Jing's heart grew heavy, recalling the opportunistic and uncouth demeanor of Madame Chun, which only deepened her sorrow. The three young ladies engaged in lively conversation while Jiang Jing lowered her gaze. Lost in thought, this 12-color begonia is nurtured by our Uncle Gio and is usually cherished dearly. If it weren't for the esteemed guest today, we would not be able to visit this fragrant pavilion, Bai Ruizhu said, biting her lip in embarrassment, unable to articulate a response to the playful banter. Miss Lan Chi and Miss Lan Si, delighted by her innocence, held hands and laughed heartily. Standing behind them, Jiang Jing gently remarked, Indeed, the 12-color begonia is truly beautiful. I wonder what inscription adorns that pot. People often say that objects can express aspirations. I wonder if it bears any significance? As she spoke, curiosity sparked among the three young ladies, particularly in Bai Ruizhu, who had never seen Lan Yunhe. At this tender age, young women often harbored a hint of youthful romanticism, making it difficult to resist the allure of a future husband. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, Bai Ruizhu crouched down to examine the pot housing the 12-color begonia more closely. The two young ladies from the Lan family leaned in as well, drawing ever closer. Jiang Jing, biting her lip, plucked a tiny red spider from an unbloomed begonia and discreetly flicked it onto Bai Ruizhu's neck. Startled by the sensation of something crawling on her neck, Bai Ruizhu jumped up abruptly, inadvertently toppling the pot of 12-color begonia, scattering petals across the floor. Oh dear, Miss Lan Chi exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm. This is Uncle Gio's favorite pot. He is quite particular about it. What shall we do? I'm so sorry. It was not my intention, Bai Ruizhu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not panic. I will summon Uncle Gio. He will not punish us. Jiang Jing reassured her. Bai Ruizhu, with reddened eyes, said, "It was my carelessness. I humbly ask Miss C to convey my apologies to Lord Lan. I assure you that I will compensate for the 12-color begonia." Miss Lan C gently grasped her hand, offering quiet comfort. After leaving the warm room to summon a maid to search for Lan Yunhe, the four young ladies anxiously stood beneath the glazed window, eagerly awaiting his return. Jiang Jing glanced at Bai Ruizhu, observing her distressed countenance on the verge of tears, and felt a pang of guilt. She had no intention of causing harm. The matter of a woman's marriage is of utmost significance. Should Bai Ruizhu truly marry into the Chun family, under the coarse and cunning hand of Lady Chun, her life would likely extinguish within a few years, leaving no future. Jiang Jing's eyes reddened as she took Bai Ruizhu's hand. Bai Ruizhu, sniffling, patted her. "Do not fear. My error alone will not tarnish your reputations. It is my own recklessness, unrelated to the other ladies." Jiang Jing's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing this. Though she felt remorseful, she understood that she needed the alliance with the Lan family far more than Bai Ruizhu did. Now, Jiang Jing could only hope that the betrothal between the Jiang and Lan families would be called off, allowing Madame Lan to reconsider her. If she could successfully marry into the Lan family, she vowed to burn incense and pray for Bai Ruizhu's well-being for the rest of her life. When Lan Yunhe's personal maid approached, carrying something, she found the four young ladies wearing despondent expressions. Her gaze scrutinized Bai Ruizhu's face, and as she drew nearer, she averted her eyes. "I apologize. It was my carelessness that damaged young Master Lan's 12 national colors. I wrapped them in a handkerchief, though I am uncertain if they can be salvaged." Bai Ruizhu hurriedly interjected, "Regardless of whether they can be saved, my household will compensate for it. Might you inform me where the 12 national colors can be procured? I will seek someone upon my return." The maid smiled. These 12 national colors were brought back by Master Jiu from Guanfeng Cliff 6 years ago. He said they were extremely difficult to obtain, and there is no other plant like them in the world. "Then, what shall we do?" Bai Ruizhu's round face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. But she fought to hold them back, only able to stammer an apology. The maid chuckled softly. "Master Jiu has declared that his connection to the 12 national colors has ended, and it is not Miss Bai's fault. He has also prepared gifts for you young ladies, so do not let this matter dampen your spirits." The maid presented 4 intricately carved sandalwood boxes to the young ladies. Lan Si, Lan Qi, and Jiang Jing received boxes of similar size, while Bai Ruizhu's was significantly larger. Jiang Jing's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling. This cannot be proper. It is a gift from the elder. One must not refuse. The items from Master Jiu are for the young ladies to accept, as is customary." Assuming Jiang Jing hesitated to accept gifts from a man, the maid gently explained and comforted Bai Ruizhu a few more times before taking her leave. Fear not, fear not. Since Uncle has said there will be no blame, there will indeed be none. Let us see what Uncle has sent. He possesses the finest treasures in the entire household." Miss Lan Qi eagerly opened her box, revealing a small lambskin rattle adorned with a jade handle and colorful gems. "At our age, Uncle Jiu still sends such childish trinkets." Jiang Jing also opened her box, discovering that the contents were identical to those of the other 2 young ladies. Lan Qi urged Bai Ruizhu, who, with a flushed face, opened the box to reveal a string of exquisite red gold silk adorned with agate ornaments. Although intended for a child, its value was unmistakably precious. It was not until Jiang Jingru returned to Song Wan's side, seemingly lost in thought, that she recalled the words. Ninth Master said his fate with the 12 beauties had come to an end. It is not Bai Xiaojia's fault, alongside the dazzling red gold necklace within the wooden box. Even as they boarded the carriage of the Marquis's residence, Jiang Jing remained in a daze. Observing her ashen complexion and the pallor of her cheeks, Song Wan spoke softly. "What have you done?" Jiang Jing shuddered, tightly pressing her lips together in silence. Turning her gaze towards the window, Song Wan continued thoughtfully. "Fortune and misfortune are fickle. One invites their own fate. The calamities one creates must be borne by oneself. To blame others is not the way of a gentleman, nor should you act thus." Chapter 66. Foundation. Upon returning to the residence, after visiting the Lan family, Jiang Jing fell gravely ill. Song Wan instructed Hung Wu to deliver medicine and food several times. But after consulting the physician and learning that there was no serious concern, she ceased to intervene, believing that some matters must be resolved by her own understanding. Lin Jiayue remained at ease for a few days, and it was then that Song Wan discovered the purpose of the thin paper she had handed to the maids in each courtyard. It was reported that 5 or 6 individuals had already been sold, and several others had been expelled from the estate. Hung Ji furrowed her brow, her expression filled with worry. Miss, the Ho residence has never sold off servants in its century-long history, and with Lin Yang now instigating a rotation system, many are left in confusion about their roles. According to Aunt Liang, chaos has already ensued below, although the masters of each courtyard remain unaware. Sold off servants? Song Wan's brow knitted in perplexity. In a family of literary heritage like the Jiang and Song clans, such actions would be unthinkable unless their ancestral foundation had been utterly depleted. Does the madam know of Lin Jiayue's actions? She likely does not, Hung Ji replied. The madam bestowed her jade token upon her, and now Lin Yang wields it to command authority over the servants, who have no choice but to comply. Moreover, the process of selling off servants is not something that occurs overnight. The thin paper Lin Yang distributed was meant to evaluate the servant's worth. Those deemed inferior would be sold off. The managing matrons are rife with dissent, and in their attempts to eliminate rivals, they have become frenzied. The atmosphere below is fraught with tension, while the managers are preoccupied with placing their own people in positions of power, leading to a series of disturbances. Lin Yang, unable to move about freely, has no choice but to allow the matrons to deceive her. Rumors from a laundry room revealed that the lowest-ranking course matrons and young maids had grown increasingly ruthless, overtly restrained yet secretly resorting to all manner of disgraceful tactics. Song Wan lowered her gaze, deep in thought. The aristocratic families do not sell their servants, not only to showcase their benevolence, but also because such individuals are invaluable and must remain untouched, even among the most illustrious families. There are matters that must not be spoken of. When it involves officials, there are governmental inspections above and watchful eyes of rivals below. Reckless actions are to be avoided at all costs. Although Jiang Fei's temperament cannot be described as tyrannical, her flamboyance is certainly noteworthy. Her character may have offended numerous consorts. Furthermore, the 5th prince stands as a target. Should the ill-intentioned acquire servants from the Ho residence and fabricate scandalous tales, it would indeed spell disaster. In a fleeting moment, Song Wan pondered many thoughts. After a while, she murmured, I initially believed she would stir up a storm, yet she consistently strikes at the core, targeting the most critical issues. Miss, if Lin Yang continues her reckless behavior, it will inevitably implicate you. Song Wan replied, since the day I'm married into the Ho residence, whether I wish it or not, I must share in its fortunes and misfortunes. The Ho's glory is my glory. Its downfall is my downfall. What is there to discuss in terms of being implicated? I entrusted the household authority to Lin Jiayue, anticipating such an outcome, though I did not foresee it would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. Resting her chin in her hand, Song Wan furrowed her brow, contemplating her next course of action. Originally, she intended to devise some countermeasures. However, Lin Jiayue's unexpected move was truly astonishing. Had she not been a matriarch of the Marquisate, one would surely applaud her audacity. Yet, it was imperative to refrain from any action. Song Wan's tone bore a hint of disdain. Hengji, spread the word tomorrow regarding the Marquis's half-month vigil at the Jinxiang residence and the lady's decision to bestow the family token upon concubine Lin, granting her full authority over household affairs. Furthermore, mention that the elder matriarch remains gravely ill, and I, troubled in spirit, have resolved to move into the small Buddha hall for a fortnight of fasting, to pray for the elder lady's well-being. Hengwu, prepare the Longxiang hall. You shall move in with me tonight. As for the Lanting main courtyard, seal it off and ignore it entirely. If I cannot provoke them, I shall at least evade them. Lin Jiayue erred first, and Zhang's mother followed suit by giving her the family token. The Marquisate's handling of such matters leaves her in a corner, indifferent to everything. The world will merely label her as someone unworthy of respect, retreating into obscurity. While it may seem somewhat pathetic, those who gossip will afford her a measure of leniency, ensuring the reputation of the Song family remains untarnished. At this point, She no longer concerns herself with her own reputation, as long as she does not bring shame upon her father, brothers, maternal aunts, and sisters. Once Song Wan concluded her thoughts, she hurriedly instructed Granny Zhao and Heng Guo to move into the Longxiang Hall, ordering that no one from the estate be permitted to enter. For the following days, she devoted herself to diligently copying Buddhist scriptures, praying for the elder lady's protection from Buddha. Aunt Zhou, having sought an audience with Song Wan numerous times to no avail, had no option but to approach Lin Jiayue, hoping to inquire about the character of the Chun family's young master. Lin Jiayue confidently assured her that Master Chun was a refined gentleman, far from the idle and debauched youth of the wealthy. Though Aunt Zhou remained apprehensive, she ultimately had no alternative but to acquiesce to this marriage arrangement. Upon learning this news, Song Wan merely sighed, reflecting that if Jiang Jing were to strengthen himself in the future, he might yet lead a fulfilling life, and chose to let the matter rest, secluded in the Longxiang Hall for over 10 days. The elder lady of the Jiang family grew increasingly rare in her moments of consciousness, concerned that the servants might not care for her properly. Jiang's mother remained at Fuhengtang daily, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Now, with one matriarch gravely ill, another perpetually attending to her, and one retreating from the world, the entire marquisate truly belonged to Lin Jiayue. She was incessantly occupied dispatching and selling off servants, and within half a month, nearly 100 had been lost. Bored, Song Wan gazed at the platform sutra, while Hengji brewed tea and ground ink beside her, the cicadas outside providing an amusing backdrop. Xiang Cao hurried in with a bowl of chilled lily and snow lotus soup, setting it down with an anxious expression. Miss, chaos has erupted within the estate. Yesterday, among those sold off was the granddaughter of old Madame Yu. Momentarily perplexed, Song Wan could not recall who old Madame Yu was, so she casually inquired. Xiang Cao lowered her voice, explaining, Old Madame Yu was originally a companion gifted to the elder lady. It is said that when the old Marquis contracted smallpox as a child, it was old Madame Yu who carried him to the countryside, caring for him for 27 days. Regrettably, though the old Marquis recovered, old Madame Yu fell ill. To prevent spreading the sickness to the Marquisate, after seeing the old Marquis safely out of the estate, she set fire to herself and the entire manor. The elderly matron, recalling the kindness of Madame Yu, held her son in high regard. This son had grown up alongside the old Marquis, serving him devotedly throughout his life. Later, he and his wife accompanied the Marquis to the border, and the couple has since not returned. Madame Yu's son has only one daughter, who is rather simple-minded and considered somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, the elderly matron has cared for her over the years, assigning her the task of tending to the fish in the grand kitchen, where she would nurture the live fish that were not yet destined for slaughter. Alas, the current turmoil has led some to covet this position, inciting concubine Lin to conspire to sell the simple girl away. Chapter 67. Rumor. Song Wan furrowed her brow. Has no one spoken to Lin Jiayue about the identity of the foolish girl? Xiang Chao shook her head. Miss, you are unaware. The household is in utter disarray. Lin Yinyang has implemented a ridiculous rotation system, and everyone is vying for positions in the kitchen and storeroom, desperately scrambling for the more lucrative roles. Who has time to mention anything to her? Everyone seems to wish for even more chaos, as it has become impossible to trace who is responsible for any missing items. I have heard from Seer that things go missing daily, yet the accounts seem to grow ever more convoluted. With the rotation system in place, it has become nearly impossible to identify the source of the discrepancies. Even a deity descending to earth would struggle to unravel this disheartening situation. Song Wan's gaze darkened slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, she instructed, have Lang Posey seek out a tooth person to inquire. If we can locate the foolish girl, purchase her and send her to my dowry estate. Such loyalty should not be met with disdain, she added. Xiang Chao nodded and turned to carry out her task. Hengji, go fetch some melon seed for later. Also, inform the servants that when the Marquis returns, they must notify me immediately. Song Wan stood by the intricately carved window of Longxiang, feeling increasingly disenchanted with her current existence. In the past, she had been intolerant of dealing with trivial matters, Yet now she found herself constantly entangled in them, which was quite vexing. When will the stewardess report household affairs to Lin Jiayue? Perhaps by tomorrow noon, came the reply. Song Wan nodded and resumed her meditation, reciting scriptures. The next day, at 1:15 p.m, Song Wan led Hung Ji and Hung Wu to the Xiaoyan pavilion. Inside, a group of 7 or 8 women were gathered, some with sunflower seeds in hand, others indulging in snacks, and one unfamiliar woman stood at the door, carelessly picking her teeth with an unknown object. The incessant chatter of the group forced Song Wan to tighten her brows in annoyance. "Madam," several of the women exclaimed upon noticing her, abruptly rising to their feet, scattering seeds and creating a disheveled scene. "Where is Lin Yingyang?" One of the women replied. "She has gone to the small kitchen to prepare us some ice cream. She believes it will cool us down and promote tranquility, resulting in greater efficiency in our tasks." Song Wan cast her gaze downward, observing the mess on the ground, and took a couple of steps back. Hung Ji, noticing her discomfort, spoke up. "Have you all lost your sense of decorum?" Though Lin Yingyang is a concubine, she currently manages the household, making her half your mistress. This blurring of lines between master and servant is utterly inappropriate. "Who taught you such behavior?" "It is I who instructed them to do so." "Do you have an issue with that?" Lin Jiayue interjected, carrying a large lacquer tray laden with bowls of ice cream. As she entered the room, she overheard Hung Ji reprimanding the stewardesses. "I have permitted them to behave this way. Everyone is human, regardless of status. Your willingness to kneel and serve does not mean others must do the same. In my Xiaoyan pavilion, there is no custom of kneeling to speak or work." She could hardly tolerate the air of superiority emanating from Song Wan. Servants are merely individuals offering assistance. Why must they be so demeaned? "What nonsense are you spouting?" As Song Wan raised her hand, Hung Ji fell silent and stepped back, refraining from further comment. She was unwilling to engage in futile arguments with Lin Jiayue. She had come today with a singular purpose. "I have heard that you have sold a considerable number of servants. What of it? Are you aware that the Ho residence has no need for such a multitude?" Song Wan remarked. "The Chengyang Marquisate has thrived since our dynasty was established, and for a century, there has never been a precedent for selling servants. Are you aware of this?" Lin Jiayue scoffed. "That precedent has now been set by me. What will you do about it?" Noting Song Wan's indifferent demeanor and her lack of humor, Lin Jiayue laughed derisively. "If you were not burdened by the Marquisate's finances, you would be quite comfortable standing there. But with so many servants, if we do not reduce their numbers, we shall be overwhelmed." Lin Jiayue seemed to believe she was the one sustaining the entire Marquisate, relying solely on her 2 so-called profitable shops. Song Wan found this amusing. Though she was aware of Lin Jiayue's pride and arrogance, she had not anticipated such grandiosity. Nevertheless, these matters were of no concern to her. "I have come to inform you that selling servants is impermissible. Since the Marquisate has no such precedent, it shall not be broken under your watch." "By what authority do you speak to me?" Lin Jiayue retorted. "Because I am the lady of Chengyang Marquisate." With a cold smile, she produced the Jiang family's token and tossed it onto the table. She intended to say more, but Song Wan interjected. "Are you attempting to pressure me with filial piety?" With that, she turned and departed. All she sought was that single response. Having achieved her purpose, there was no need for further entanglement. Song Wan's abrupt arrival and departure left Lin Jiayue furrowing her brows, convincing herself that the other was simply embarrassed and could no longer maintain her composure. Let us not concern ourselves with her. We shall eat first and discuss important matters afterward. The maids exchanged glances, having been startled by Song Wan's sudden appearance. Yet they noticed the eldest lady's evident disinterest in managing affairs, which brought them secret delight. Concubine Lin was known for her leniency, and now, no one within the Marquisate dared speak ill of her. Indeed, when have we, as servants, ever enjoyed such dignity before our masters? In other courtyards, we would not even be allowed to sit on a small stool. The crowd showered praises upon Lin Jiayue, but she remained silent, watching Song Wan's retreating figure. Upon returning to the lawn courtyard, Song Wan commanded, "Tomorrow, summon the physician from the estate to examine my pulse, and inform him that I have fallen ill after being pressured by Lin Jiayue with her notions of filial piety." "Understood, my lady." Thus, Song Wan took to her sickbed under the guise of illness, avoiding the bustling life of the estate, and did not encounter anyone until Jiang Xingjian completed his duties at the Lin Garden. Unbeknownst to him, turmoil had engulfed the Marquisate. Having just managed the epidemic at the Bureau of Breeding, he went to court to report on his work. Upon leaving the court, someone approached him. "Marquis, you are quite fortunate, but it seems you do not cherish your lady's youth. What do you mean by such words?" Jiang Xingjian's expression soured. He was thoroughly displeased by the mocking tone used to mention Song Wan. The individual chuckled lightly and sauntered away. As Jiang Xingjian pondered this, Grand Scholar San approached him. "Marquis, do you have a moment today? What guidance do you seek, Lord San?" Jiang Xingjian inquired. "Previously, my humble family discussed the marriage of my daughter with your esteemed wife. Although no official arrangements have been made between our families, I believe this matter should not be postponed any longer. Whether it comes to fruition or not, a conclusion must be reached." Jiang Xingjian remarked, "Indeed, there is no time like the present. My wife is currently in the carriage. Would it not be prudent for me to invite her to accompany us to visit Lord Yin at your esteemed residence?" Jiang Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why the Sun family was in such a haste, seemingly unable to wait for an auspicious day to be formally invited. However, given that the Ho family had already forfeited their engagement with the Liang family, it was imperative that the Sun family's alliance be preserved. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Xingjian nodded in agreement, readily acquiescing to the suggestion. Lord Sun raised an eyebrow, casting a significant glance at him before swiftly boarding his own carriage. Chapter 68. Frustration. After Jiang Xingjian returned to the residence with Lord Sun, he expected someone to greet him at the door. However, he had disembarked from the carriage for quite some time without the appearance of any attendants. "Cough. Lord Sun and Lady Sun have come with me." The couple exchanged concerned glances, with Lady Sun anxiously clutching her handkerchief. Recently, numerous rumors had circulated in the capital regarding the Marquis's residence. If they were merely idle tales spun by malicious individuals, it would be one thing. But even certain intimate secrets of the Chengyang Marquis's household were being recounted with alarming accuracy, leading her to question whether the estate was truly as destitute as the rumors suggested, to the point of being unable to sustain itself. If that were the case, she could never allow Xiuxiu to marry into the Marquis's family. "Lord Sun, please take a seat. I shall be back shortly," Jiang Xingjian said with a stoic expression as he exited the reception hall. However, he found himself searching in vain for a servant or maid. After a long while, he finally encountered a hurried servant woman, her demeanor indicating that she was quite flustered. "What on earth is happening? Where are all the attendants and those on duty in the tea room?" The woman replied hastily, "My lord, everyone is quite busy." "Preposterous. Is there anything more important than attending to guests? Go summon the tea servants and, additionally, send someone to inform Lady Sun and the second master to have the second master seek me in the outer courtyard, and for the lady to prepare to entertain Lady Sunday." Suppressing his anger, Jiang Xingjian forced himself to accompany the guests. He exchanged pleasantries with the Sun couple for quite some time, until Jiang Yan's appearance finally broke the silence. Yet still, not a single maidservant had appeared with tea. Lady Sun looked at Lord Sun and sighed, realizing that the whispers from outside were not without basis. "Greetings, Lord Sun and Lady Sun." Jiang Yan entered and saluted the two, but upon noticing Jiang Xingjian, his gaze was filled with a complex array of emotions, leaving Jiang Xingjian perplexed. Jiang Yan was indeed a handsome young man, a rarity in such times. Lady Sun held a high opinion of him, not only for his refined demeanor, but also for his proper conduct. She had yet to hear any scandalous rumors regarding him. "My apologies, my lord. I am culpable beyond measure." A young maid, around 11 or 12 years of age, suddenly rushed in, uttering only a single sentence before collapsing to the ground, trembling and too frightened to rise. Jiang Xingjian's expression turned icy, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Had there not been guests present, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his wrath. Seeing his silence, Jiang Yan spoke up, "Go and serve tea to the guests." The young maid scrambled to her feet in a panic and stumbled out. Lady Sun sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Lord Sunday. "I have come today to inform the Marquis that my daughter is truly unworthy of your esteemed family." Let us consider the previously discussed marriage proposal null and void. And from now on, let our children pursue their own paths in life." Jiang Xingjian frowned, about to speak, but Jiang Yin interjected. "It is I who lack the talent to match your esteemed daughter, and I am deeply grateful for Lord Sun's understanding in preserving my reputation. I am truly unworthy." Lady Sun's heart sank further in regret, and she shot an unkind glare at Jiang Xingjian. Jiang Xingjian found himself utterly perplexed. Just as he contemplated how to salvage the union between the two families, he heard Lady Sun proclaim, "Second young Master Jiang is charming and composed. His future is boundless. Yet my daughter is bereft of fortune." Upon finishing her statement, Lady Sun hastily took hold of Master Sun's arm and departed, as if the Marquis's residence were a place of filth. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow tightly and turned to Jiang Yin, asking, "Why so readily dismiss the marriage with the Sun family?" Jiang Yin cast his gaze downward, his mind racing with the secrets he had overheard in the inner court these past few days. After a prolonged silence, he finally suggested, "Perhaps the Marquis should inquire about Aunt Lin in the chambers." With that, Jiang Yin offered a bow and departed. At the mention of Lin Jiang Xingjian felt a metallic taste in his throat and a heavy weight in his chest. After a month without rest, returning to the Marquis's residence, he merely sought a place of tranquility to pause for a moment. Yet even this modest desire seemed a distant luxury. "Come here." The Marquis's residence was eerily silent. The usual throngs of maids, matrons, and attendants were conspicuously absent. Jiang Xingjian suppressed his fury and addressed Song Wan beside him. "Has the steward of the outer courtyard vanished entirely? Go, summon them all to the small study to await my arrival." Having given his instructions, he strode into the inner courtyard. However, the inner sanctum was scarcely better. Upon reaching the entrance of the lantern courtyard, he finally spotted two matrons seated in the corridor, engaged in idle chatter. "The lady has been ill from anger directed at Aunt Lin for several days. It appears she is of no use to us, and we shall have to rely on Aunt Lin in the future," one matron remarked with a disdainful curl of her lip. The other matron replied, "After all these years in the Marquis's residence, have we ever witnessed such mismanagement? Though our pockets may be full, we lament for the ancestors of the Marquis's family. If the Jiang ancestors are aware of such a calamity befalling their lineage, they might rise from their graves to exact vengeance." Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, one matron stumbled and fell from the corridor, landing at Jiang Xingjian's feet. Enraged, he thundered, "What is the meaning of this? I have been away for merely a month, and the Marquis's residence has descended into such chaos? What are your claims regarding the lady's grave illness?" The matron, trembling on the ground, stammered, "My lord, it is due to the recent incident where the eldest lady prevented Aunt Lin from selling off servants. Consequently, Aunt Lin brandished the lady's token of mourning, and burdened by filial piety, the lady dared not protest, leading to her illness." "Sell off servants? Our Marquis's household has never had such a precedent since its founding." "Who has been sold?" "Nearly 100, my lord. The old servant does not know all the names, only that the list belongs solely to Aunt Lin." Jiang Xingjian felt darkness cloud his vision, and Song Wan hurriedly stepped forward to support him. No wonder Master Sun had behaved so oddly today after court, and why Shi Quan had spoken so irreverently. The sale of nearly 100 servants. Jiang Xingjian dared not imagine the repercussions this would incite. Steeling his resolve, he managed to steady himself and made his way toward the main hall of Lantern Courtyard. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Xingjian's return, Song Wan instructed the servant to prepare the bitter melon seeds for brewing early in the morning. The seeds were bitter and slightly toxic. "Miss, the Marquis is approaching the courtyard and will soon make his way to the fragrance chamber." Song Wan, unhurried, blew gently on the cup containing the bitter melon water before slowly sipping it down. As Jiang Xingjian pushed open the door to the fragrant gathering pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of Song Wan clad in simple white garments, her fair visage devoid of any embellishment, exuding a purity that evoked a sense of compassion. Yet, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her lips bore a pallid hue, indicating her fragile health. A torrent of words surged to his lips, only to be stifled by Jiang Xingjian himself. He had heard from the household servants that she had fallen ill. Was she feeling any better? Song Wan nodded, her pale face reflecting her discomfort. Jiang Xingjian parted his thin lips, wishing to inquire how the authority over the household had shifted back to Lin Jie, and why her mother had entrusted the jade token to Lin Jiayue. He also yearned to know whether she was aware of the sale of the servants within the estate. But upon observing her wan complexion, he found himself unable to voice any of these questions. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xingjian finally spoke. "Is there a place here where I might rest for a while?" Song Wan looked up in confusion, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Xingjian's unexpected request. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and gestured towards the rot-tanned bed in the room, instructing the maidservant to prepare it for Jiang Xingjian's repose. Once the maidservant had brought hot water for him, Jiang Xingjian washed his face and lay down, succumbing to a deep slumber within moments. Song Wan settled onto the embroidered stool, enduring her discomfort with a tinge of regret. Chapter 69. Decline. Had she known that Jiang Xingjian possessed such discernment, she would not have subjected herself to the torment of drinking that bitter gourd water, enduring the pangs in her stomach. Song Wan covered her lips as she glanced at Jiang Xingjian, who lay on the couch. Mississippi. Hung Ji approached with concern, but Song Wan gestured for her to remain silent and proceeded to peruse ancient formations. Lin Jiayue was elated to hear of Jiang Xingjian's return to the residence after a month of not seeing anyone, her heart heavy with anticipation. Even when informed by a servant of the Marquis's furious outburst upon his return, she paid it no heed, attributing it to the troubles of the breeding office. "Be more observant and avoid provoking him further," she advised. Dressed in a delicate white silk butterfly-patterned skirt that accentuated her youthful charm, Lin Jiayue inquired, "Where is the Marquis?" The servant mentioned he went to the eldest lady upon his return. "I saw Tsui Wei in the kitchen boiling water, so he must be resting now. Has he gone to find Song Wan?" Lin Jiayue clenched her fist, her expression darkening as she stormed into the fragrant gathering pavilion. Inside, Song Wan was seated at the writing desk, engrossed in her reading, while Jiang Xingjian lay on the couch, catching up on his sleep. Seeing the distance between them, Lin Jiayue suppressed her anger and approached him. She squatted down, gently nudging him. "Jiang-yi, wake up." After kneeling for over 10 days at the Marquis's residence, and then guarding the veterinary doctor outside the poultry shed for another stretch, Jiang Xingjian felt as if his very soul had been drained. It took Lin Jiayue's persistent nudging before he finally stirred awake. The sunlight flooded the room, causing him to squint slightly. His gentle smile nearly faltered, while Lin Jie, lips pressed tightly, forced a smile. "Marquis, it's me, Jie. Are you tired? Why are you sleeping here? You're causing trouble for others." As she reached out to assist him, Jiang Xingjian remained silent, sitting up and pressing his forehead for what felt like an eternity. Song Wan set her book aside and spoke to Hung Ji and Hung Wu. "The Marquis is unwell. Please help Lady Jiayue escort him back to the embroidered smoke pavilion." Jiang Xingjian lifted his gaze, his eyes clouded with ambiguity. "Marquis, allow me to escort you." "There's no need." Jiang Xingjian waved his sleeve and departed, while Lin Jiayue followed, her heart filled with unease. Upon entering the embroidered smoke pavilion, Jiang Xingjian coldly commanded, "You all may leave." Lin Jiayue chuckled awkwardly. "What troubles you? Have you not rested well?" Jiang Xingjian replied, "Has no one told you that the Marquis's residence has never sold servants in a century? Do you not understand the consequences of selling servants?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xingjian let out a cold laugh. "You are unaware of so much, yet you dare to act with such audacity. I did not entrust the management of the household to you upon my departure. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? Since your arrival at the Marquis's residence, you have caused numerous calamities and still refuse to restrain yourself. I have been away for merely a month, and you have already stirred up such a monumental disaster. Can you not remain composed?" Lin Jiayue's face turned pale. "You wish for me to be composed? If I were to be composed, who would open the ice shop and the rouge shop for the Marquis's residence?" "Enough." Jiang Xingjian's gaze turned icy. "If you value that shop so highly, I shall return it to you today." "What do you say? What do you mean?" Lin Jiayue's eyes turned red, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "I followed you all the way to the Marquis's residence, willingly becoming your concubine. I exhausted all means to earn money for the Marquis's household, even resorting to selling servants. All because I saw how the household was burdened and struggling to breathe. I have always considered your interests, and now you utter a mere return it to me. Jiang Xingjian, do you have any heart? Jiang Xingjian remained silent, his mind in turmoil. In the future, do not concern yourself with the affairs of managing the Marquis' household. Rather, focus on contemplating that firearms formula, for that is of utmost importance. He had long since grown weary of speaking or teaching Lin Jiayue. Even if he cautiously advised her to handle matters with care and think about the thousands in the household, in Lin Jiayue's heart, the most significant entity was solely herself. As for the lives of others, she was utterly indifferent, let alone the reputation of the Marquis' household or any future prospects. Give me the list of servants to be sold. I will try to have them retrieved. Lin Jiayue was baffled by his outburst today, and she could not comprehend why the Marquis' household would keep so many useless people for no reason. To be burdened to the point of collapse, yet still desperately uphold the fade of a noble family was truly absurd. In her rage, she tossed the list of servants to be sold at Jiang Xingjian, then sat on the bed, silently weeping. Jiang Xingjian, still speaking coldly, said, "Mother's token. Here it is." With a thud, he dropped it on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and endured as he walked out. After inquiring with a servant, he learned that his mother was in the Fuhengtang. Jiang Xingjian hurried over. Upon entering Fuhengtang, before he could question his mother about why she had entrusted the household management to Lin Jiayue, he heard her weeping, "You have returned." The old lady Jiang, lying on the bed, quickly raised her head upon hearing this. "Good child, come let your grandmother see you." Jiang Xingjian stepped forward to support the old lady Jiang, swallowing all his words. "Is grandmother feeling better?" The old lady Jiang nodded. "Thanks to your mother's constant companionship, I was able to awaken, otherwise." "Oh, what am I saying?" She scolded herself lightly. Jiang Mu pressed a handkerchief to the corner of her eyes, her complexion waxy, with dark circles beneath her eyes, and her cheeks considerably gaunt, clearly having endured some hardship. The old lady Jiang smiled wearily. "How has the household been lately? Is there anything to report? That day's grand banquet. Did you heed my advice and send concubine Lin back to the Xiaoyan Pavilion?" Jiang Mu chuckled awkwardly, diverting her gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Jiang Xingjian replied, "Of course, I came as per grandmother's instructions. Everything in the household is normal, and Wanner manages it quite well. Wanner is a good child. I trust her with the Marquis' household. No matter how much you cherish concubine Lin, do not neglect Wanner. A virtuous wife benefits 3 generations. Wanner is wise and resilient, and in the future, she will surely help you safeguard the Marquis' household for a century." Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze. Understands. "After this ordeal, my condition is far from what it used to be. Grandmother only hopes to see my great-grandson come into the world. Grandmother is in good health, so there is nothing to worry about. Do not speak nonsense." The old lady Jiang chuckled. "You dare to tease your grandmother." The elderly lady had not yet fully recovered. After uttering a few words, she felt utterly fatigued. Observing this, Madame Jiang stepped forward, retrieved a soft pillow, and adjusted the old lady into a more comfortable position. Once the matriarch settled down to rest, Jiang Xingjian gently took Madame Jiang aside, intending to discuss the recent turmoil within the household. However, he noticed the weariness etched on Madame Jiang's face as she lightly tapped her leg. Caring for the sick is inherently a taxing endeavor, particularly for someone of Madame Jiang's advanced years. Jiang Xingjian's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he said, "Mother, please return to your quarters to rest. I shall watch over grandmother today." "No, it is unacceptable for you to tire yourself. You have just concluded your pressing duties. Go back and rest. With your mother here, you need not concern yourself further." Jiang Xingjian let out a heavy sigh, finally nodding in resignation. After leaving the main residence, he walked for quite some time before managing to suppress his inner turmoil and made his way to the Lantern courtyard. Given the significant blunder within the Marquis' household, there was no one but Song Wan capable of remedying the current predicament, and only she possessed the acumen to handle the Marquisate's reputation in the capital and the matter of dismissing servants with such deftness. Chapter 70. Annulment Miss. The Marquis has arrived. Hengji reported with a furrowed brow. Song Wan set down her book and lightly tapped her forehead, clearly distressed. She pursed her lips and murmured, "I knew I couldn't escape this." She was perplexed as to why Jiang Xingjian had not inquired further during his midday visit, leaving her to endure the unpleasant experience of drinking that bitter melon seed water once more. When Jiang Xingjian entered the room, he found Song Wan's complexion even more pallid than before. She was leaning against a stone blue cushion, her brows tightly knitted in visible discomfort. "Have you consulted the physician?" he asked. Song Wan nodded but did not speak. Seeing her state, Jiang Xingjian became increasingly worried and promptly instructed Hengji to summon the physician. "There's no need," Song Wan replied. "The physician just examined me earlier. There's nothing serious." She rose, and Hengji came over to assist her. "What brings you here, Marquis? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." He glanced down at the list of servants marked for sale in his hand, suddenly hesitant to broach the subject. "Feel free to speak candidly," she encouraged, extending her hand for him to sit and pouring 2 cups of hot tea. Jiang Xingjian's expression lightened slightly as he pushed the list toward her. "These are the servants being sold from the household. I have sent someone to locate them, but there are already some rumors circulating outside. Additionally, today Lord Sun and Lady Sun visited the estate and postponed the marriage arrangements between our families." Song Wan's brows furrowed, but she quickly regained her composure. She had invested considerable effort in the engagement with the Sun family, and she did not wish to witness this outcome. "Is there any way to ensure that the Marquisate remains unscathed?" She lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Jiang Xingjian assumed she was contemplating a solution, unaware that after a moment of silence, when she lifted her head again, her complexion was alarmingly pale, clearly suffering. A sheen of cold sweat glistened on her forehead, yet she still forced herself to examine the list closely. "Enough," he said, taking the list from her hands. "You must rest. I will find a way to manage the affairs of the household." With a worried expression, Jiang Xingjian urged, "Please go to your room and rest." Song Wan did not resist, laboriously rising to return to her chamber. On a hot summer day, she wore light clothing, and as she turned, Jiang Xingjian noticed that her garments were soaked through with cold sweat, clinging to her skin. He bit his lip, hesitating before following her. "I will summon the physician to check your pulse," he declared. Hengji interjected. "The physician has been coming daily to examine the lady and has not identified any issues, only advising her to rest and avoid exertion. Recently, 3 or 4 physicians have taken turns visiting, causing the lady to change her garments numerous times a day. I fear she has grown weaker because of it. If the Marquis truly cares for her, he should allow her some peace." Heng Wu, standing nearby, retorted coldly, "How can we afford her peace? With the household in such disarray, the young lady must at least attempt to manage the chaos." The two exchanged veiled remarks, and Jiang Xingjian, with a stiff expression, simply told them to ensure she rested well before departing from the Lan Ting courtyard. Once he left, Song Wan curled up under her blankets. "Miss, I have brought you a hot water bottle to warm you." Embracing the water bottle, Song Wan felt a measure of comfort return. The young lady is the matriarch of the Ho residence. While she may momentarily evade the responsibilities of managing the household, she cannot escape them for a lifetime. She must not continue to harm herself in this manner. Song Wan, eyes closed, sighed softly, reflecting on the rising rumors outside. The Song family would surely take action, and she was curious to see how her father would respond. Though she understood the challenges ahead, her heart remained hopeful. Hengji and Heng Wu discerned her thoughts and felt a pang of sorrow, thus attending to her with even greater care. As Song Wan was still unwell, Jiang Xingjian had to manage the disorder of the Ho residence on his own. By day, he fulfilled his duties, and by night, he struggled to oversee the household like a woman, which proved exhausting. Fortunately, Huaisu was able to assist him to some extent in seeing her handle matters reasonably well. He gradually entrusted more responsibilities to her. Lin Jiyue was greatly displeased with this arrangement, but Jiang Xingjian was currently avoiding her, leaving her with no outlet for her frustration. "Madam, Lady Chun seeks an audience," came the announcement. What did she want? Lin Jiyue shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Reluctantly, she went to receive her guest, only to be taken aback by Lady Chen's words upon their meeting. Lin Jie was astonished to hear, "A dowry of 10,000 taels? Indeed, who in the capital does not know that the third young lady of the Ho family indulges in dubious literature in the confines of her chamber? What respectable family would dare to marry such a woman, lacking in propriety? What dubious literature? Lin Jiayue asked, bewildered. Lady Chen scoffed. The rumors are not mere rumors. Are they not propagated by the very servants of the Ho residence? Some have claimed that the third young lady, despite her tender age, delights in reading such texts aloud in her room. At her age, such habits could corrupt her character. It is a great indignity for my Chun family to consider her as a potential bride. However, given that our families have exchanged marriage tokens, I will accept this as a silent loss. But the dowry must not be less than 10,000 taels. Lin Jiayue pressed her lips together, finally grasping why both Song Wan and Jiang Xingjian insisted that servants should not be sold. Are you threatening me? She retorted. How can the indiscretions of the young lady of the Ho family reflect poorly on us? With narrowed eyes, she scoffed. I would like to know what dubious text could possibly be worth 10,000 taels of silver. Lady Chun shot her a sidelong glance. Perhaps something like the romance of the Western Chamber or Peony Pavilion. How should I know? It seems you are so blinded by the prospect of silver that you resort to such threats. Go ahead, spread the word, and see if anyone is willing to entertain you. As for the marriage between the Ho and Chun families, whether you wish to proceed or not, I am curious to see if the young ladies of the Ho family will remain unmarried in the absence of your Chun family. Very well. Lady Chun nearly gasped in exasperation. She abruptly rose, her narrow eyes gleaming with calculation. Let me not be the one to inform you, but should the reputation of this young lady become tarnished, there will be but one path left for her. Have you pondered this? Even if my Ho family's daughters are deemed disgraceful, they shall not wed into the Chun family. Lin Jiayue coldly laughed and turned to leave, convinced that Lady Chun had truly lost her sanity. Merely reading the romance of the Western Chamber or Peony Pavilion could not possibly equate to the loss of virtue. Who would not find such accusations laughable? Having already been incensed by Jiang Xingjian's scathing remarks, she found herself further provoked by the sudden visit of Madame Chun, who issued threats. Were it not for her desire to avoid any further turmoil, she would have surely doused Madame Chun with a scalding cup of tea. Previously, she had ardently advocated for the Chun family and facilitated the engagement with Jiang Jing, but now, with Madame Chen's abrupt betrayal, she felt it unwise to exacerbate the situation at such a critical juncture. Moreover, she anticipated that the other party was merely seeking to undermine the Ho family. Hence, she refrained from disclosing the matter to anyone. Little did she expect that the Chun family would soon swagger into the manor to rescind the engagement, citing as their justification the alleged lack of virtue of the third miss of the Ho family, claiming that she neglected to study the teachings of the Luan Yu and the NC Shu, and instead indulged in less than respectable pursuits. Chapter 71. Death. Upon learning that the Chun family had come to withdraw their engagement in a grandiose manner, Song Wan felt compelled to intervene. Despite her reluctance to meddle in the affairs of the Ho residence, the withdrawal of a marriage proposal from a woman's family left her with no alternative, especially for a young lady like Jiang Jing, who bore a tarnished reputation. She instructed the matrons and officials who came to annul the engagement to enter the residence, and with a stern countenance, she declared, "The dissolution of this engagement is a matter of great significance to both families. You dare to entangle our Ho family's daughter in this ruckus, tarnishing our reputation? Are you prepared to sever ties with the Ho family entirely?" The official sent by the Chun family chuckled. "Madam, do not take offense. It is merely a rumor circulating in the capital. You acknowledge it as a rumor, yet hastily condemn the third young lady of our household without substantial evidence. Shall I then assert that Madame Chun possesses unscrupulous tendencies, and that the entire Chun household is steeped in immorality and devoid of virtue? Ah, this is truly unreasonable on your part, Ho family." Madame Chun lowered her gaze, unable to meet Song Wan's eyes. "Why do you involve us? What hand do we have in this? Did not concubine Lin herself claim that our daughter would never marry into your family? It was she who first withdrew from this union. And it is also concubine Lin who admitted that Jiang Jing indulges in scandalous literature. What more is there to argue about? Does the Ho family wish to leverage its position to suppress us? although Song Wan prided herself on her eloquence. She found herself momentarily speechless upon hearing that Lin Jie had indeed acknowledged Jiang Jing's interest in such literature. This engagement is not one that our Chun family seeks to dissolve, Madame Chen asserted, noticing Song Wan's silence as she adjusted her hairpin. Since the Ho family holds us in such low regard, let us part amicably. A swift dissolution benefits us all. Song Wan frowned. The Ho family cannot accept the reasons for the Chun family's withdrawal. Jiang Jing must not carry the stigma of being unvirtuous. How can a respectable young lady bear such a reputation in the future? She glanced back at Jiang Xingjian, who nodded grimly in response. The agreement has already been established. The Chen family is merely awaiting the 15th of next month to formally propose. Should the Chun family renege, the Ho family will pursue this matter to its conclusion. Madam, do take care, Song Wan began, but was interrupted by the anguished cries of concubine Zhou rushing in from the inner courtyard, her wails piercing the air and momentarily distracting everyone. My lord, please save my Jing. She has thrown herself into the well. Jiang Xingjian sprang to his feet, instructing Song Wan to wait while he summoned several rough servants from the outer courtyard to assist. Concubine Zhou followed behind, still wailing, and Madame Chen, witnessing this scene, awkwardly remarked, I had not anticipated that the third young lady of the Ho family would be so spirited. It seems those are mere rumors after all. Given such a calamity has befallen the Ho family, I shall take my leave and not impose further. As Madame Chen attempted to depart with the official, Song Wan's cold voice halted her. Stop right there. You would do well to pray that our third young lady emerges unscathed. Should anything happen to her, the Ho family shall hold the Chun family accountable. A group of rough servants stepped forward to block Madame Chen's escape, prompting her to exclaim in outrage, How dare you? My husband is a high-ranking official in the court. You dare treat me in such a manner? Song Wan clenched her fist, her heart pounding fiercely. The image that flooded her mind was that day when Aunt Zhou brought Jiang Jing to the Lanting courtyard to pay her respects. The little girl smiled shyly, her dimples adorning her cheeks, exuding a playful charm. At that time, she was untouched by worldly affairs, her round eyes brimming with youthful innocence. But now, Song Wan's palms were slick with sweat, and her eyes felt slightly warm. She stifled her tears and spoke coldly. If Miss San is safe and sound, then all matters can be discussed. But if today Jiang Jing loses her life due to the Chun family's relentless pursuit, let the Chun family prepare for a white wedding in 7 days. You dare. Just watch and see if I dare. Grasping the teacup beside her, Song Wan observed her trembling hand before setting it back down. Soon after, a wail erupted from the inner courtyard, the sound of heart-wrenching grief making her heart flutter. Before long, a coarse servant emerged silently, carrying a bamboo stretcher draped with a thin white cloth, barely revealing a slender form underneath. Jiang, choking back her emotions, Song Wan felt a sting in her eyes as she stumbled, unable to believe that the vibrant young girl she had seen just days ago had truly perished. Aunt Zhou was stopped at Yuan courtyard by the housemaids, while Jiang Jing's body was to be taken to the auspicious courtyard of the estate. Jiang Xingjian's face was as cold as frost, his mood heavy and unspoken. As the servant carried Jiang Jing's body past the onlookers, the bamboo frame trembled slightly, and beneath the white cloth, a delicate little hand slipped out, tightly clutching a small, white jade-handled lambskin rattle, which, when jolted, emitted a crisp sound. Lin Jue sat limply before the shadow wall, her eyes wide as she watched the bamboo frame depart, her spirit seemingly shattered. As Jiang Jing was an unmarried girl, no spirit hall was to be set up, nor was she to be interred in the ancestral grave. Her funeral could only be held in the auspicious courtyard. Song Wan could not bear to see her come to such a fate. She lowered her gaze to the maid beside her and said, Find 10 house servants to escort Madame Chen back to the estate. In 7 days, let us arrange the wedding between Miss San and the Chen family, young master. Jiang Xingjian nodded, and the maid promptly went to find people. Madame Chen shouted that the wedding was a retreat of Lin Jiayue and had nothing to do with the Chen family, yet no one responded to her. With the support of Heng Ji and Heng Wu, Song Wan returned to the Lan Ting courtyard, while Jiang Xingjian approached the shadow wall. where Lin Jiyue had already wept until her face was drenched in tears. How can someone be so foolish as to throw themselves into the well for something as insubstantial as reputation? Reading a few romantic novels in one's own room does not equate to losing one's virtue. To take such drastic measures for this reason. How utterly absurd. They are all madmen, a bunch of madmen. Lin Jiyue's mind was filled with the image of Jiang Jing's pale hands, and in her ears echoed the clear, crisp sound of the rattle. With tears streaming down her face, she leaned against the shadow wall, her gaze vacant and despondent. Jiang Xingjian passed by her side without pausing, leaving without a word. The entire Marquisate was eerily silent. Though a young lady had departed, there was not a hint of white in the estate, save for the auspicious courtyard where a Nanma coffin was placed, accompanied by a copper basin for burning paper money, as a few scattered servants numbly tossed in a few sheets of yellow paper. Song Wan sat at the writing desk, her eyes reddened yet not shedding a tear. Send 2 maids and a maidservant to you and courtyard to keep Aunt Zhou company, and furthermore, take 500 taels for my dowry to prepare a bridal trousseau for Jiang Jing. The estate is in disarray. Ensure that Jiang Jing's coffin is guarded, preventing anyone from carelessly disturbing the accompanying items. Inquiring about the matter of marriage concerning Chen's family and Jiang Jing, one may ponder how the situation shall unfold if the Chen family remains obstinate. Will the Ho residents concede? And if so, to what extent? Hengwu, wiping away her tears, sought out Jiang Xingjian, who resolutely declared that at any cost, Jiang Jing must be interred in the ancestral grave of the Chen family. Song Wan nodded, letting out a soft sigh. It seems that matters have not softened as I had envisioned. Miss, should we inform the madam and the old madam about the third young lady's situation? Send word to the madam. As for whether to inform the old madam, let the madam decide for herself. Xiang Cao went to the courtyard to find a young maid to relay the message, while Jiang Xingjian also dispatched a servant to notify others within the residence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was absent from the estate, engaged in serious discussions with Xiao Jie at a tavern. Chapter 72. Intoxication in the capital. There are numerous taverns. Yet, Jiang Yin and Xiao Jie find themselves particularly enamored with a small boat, drifting serenely upon the river. They indulge in the experience, casually discarding a flask of wine. Xiao Jie remarks, a fine vintage, one you may not have savored before. Jiang Yin lets out a cold laugh, uncorking the bamboo stopper. The wine within glimmers with a honeyed hue, its fragrant bouquet wafting enticingly, intoxicating the senses even before the first sip. With a playful smile, Jiang Yin fills a cup to the brim. Ah, Xiao Jie raises an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. You seem in good spirits. Have you heard the rumors circulating in the capital? It is said your lordly brother neglects his wife, and they have yet to share a bed. Recalling a fleeting glimpse from that day, Xiao Jie shakes his head, laughing heartily. What a waste of beauty. Jiang Yan's expression darkens at the comment. She is not someone you may casually jest about. To you, she may be a prized possession, but to another, she is cast aside like refuse. The absurdity of the world is truly remarkable. Grabbing the wine flask from the table, he drains it in one go, the honeyed liquid flowing down his throat, while Xiao Jie wipes his mouth with an elegant flourish. Jiang Yin watches, a tinge of envy stirring within him for Xiao Jie's carefree demeanor, one that seems unburdened by societal judgments. Yet, despite his attempts to suppress it, Xiao Jie's curiosity persists, his posture shifting as he leans in, a defiant glimmer in his eyes. What are your thoughts on this matter? Feigning ignorance, Jiang Yin replies. I know not what you speak of. Xiao Jie scoffs. Why maintain that pretense of being a virtuous gentleman in my presence? I am not your sister-in-law, indifferent to such theatrics. Jiang Yan's grip on the wine cup tightens slightly, his gaze darkening from clarity and gentleness to something more sinister. Only then do I find it agreeable. He yearns to unleash his frustration, but ultimately restrains himself. Initially, upon hearing of his brother's domestic affairs, he had entertained certain thoughts. Yet, the notion of being regarded with disdain and hatred by her is far more terrifying than the prospect of claiming her. With bowed head, he feels a sense of helplessness wash over him, the strength in his grasp gradually dissipating. She would never accept such feelings from him. As the rich wine flows down his throat, its crisp sweetness mingling with the bitter and sorrowful thoughts clouding his mind, it transforms into a sharp, acrid sensation that pricks at his heart and tongue. Observing his despondent demeanor, Xiao Jie grows curious about what allure this woman possesses to ensnare Jiang Yin so thoroughly. Leaning back slightly, he grins with a sardonic glint in his eyes, resolutely refusing to be as foolish as Jiang Yin, relinquishing control of his own emotions to another. You previously exploited my name to acquire properties in the capital. Do you have any idea how much silver I lost in the process? Jiang Yin replies indifferently. When the goods from Sanfoki return, I shall gift you a tenth. How generous of you. As the wine they brought comes to an end, Xiao Jie procures another barrel. They drink heartily, and Xiao Jie inquires, what manner of woman is she who has thrown the Marquis's household into disarray? Allowing the Marquis of Chengyang to guard his lovely wife without entering her chamber? Jiang Yin furrows his brow slightly, just a superficial beauty. He even fails to recall her visage. Aside from your sister-in-law, which woman in your eyes is not merely a superficial beauty? Xiao Jie laughs wickedly, while Jiang Yin casts him a warning glance. With your abilities, it would be a simple task to deal with that foolish creature. Why resort to using my name? Jiang Yin lowered his gaze, mocking. What do you understand? He, a man who dances on the edge of a knife, knows nothing of a woman's charm, let alone matters between men and women. Sipping a strong drink, Jiang Yin smiled bitterly. Even if I possess countless means, what difference does it make? Should I eliminate her and then watch those two indulge in their affection? Should I allow that concubine to overshadow your sister-in-law? Xiao Jie was perplexed. If she were his woman, he would never permit anyone to insult or belittle her. Jiang Yan's subtle intentions were indeed enigmatic. However, a mere concubine of lowly birth, as long as she fails to bear a legitimate heir for the Marquisate, is nothing. Downing the wine in his bowl, Jiang Yan's expression softened. She is as pure as a crystal, disdainful of any sordid tactics. What she refuses to do, I shall undertake on her behalf. Her desires and wishes, I shall fulfill. If she wishes to profit from that foolish woman, I will elevate all shops in the capital. If she desires me to marry a daughter of the Sun family, then I shall marry. If she no longer wishes to support the Marquisate, I will compel the Sun family to withdraw the engagement. Song Fu struggles in the Ministry of Personnel, and my heart aches for her. So I will exhaust my private wealth to assist Song Fu in rising to prominence. I possess countless means, yet I have no desire to disrupt Jiang Xingjian's bond with that foolish woman. Jiang Yin lowered his gaze. I sincerely wish for those two to remain united for all eternity. I yearn for their harmonious melody, intertwined like branches. Yet, I cannot bear to see her live a life of solitude. You are intoxicated, Xiao Jie interjected softly, suggesting that they should refrain from delving deeper into such matters. Jiang Yin felt a bitterness in his mouth, but merely smiled and drank another bowl of strong liquor. The two set aside personal matters and discussed future business until their boat drifted downstream. Well past the hour of the dog, a servant from the Marquisate awaited anxiously on the shore. As Jiang Yin disembarked, he was approached by an attendant who said, "The second master has finally returned. There has been an incident at the estate." "What incident?" The servant replied, "It concerns the third young lady. She has passed away." Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. What caused her sudden demise? The servant recounted the day's events, but Jiang Yin merely frowned slightly, showing no sign of regret until the servant mentioned that the eldest mistress might have been overly shocked and had summoned the household physician. Only then did he appear somewhat flustered. Just as he intended to bid Xiao Jie farewell, he noticed Xiao Jie, with a serious expression, whispering to someone nearby. Jiang Yin caught a faint mention of the paralytic may not last long, and then he saw the two of them walk away. Upon returning to the estate, as Jiang Yin entered the rear courtyard, he spotted Song Wan standing unusually close to the drooping flower gate. He paused momentarily, his ears flushing crimson. Jiang Yin lingered by the door, hesitant to approach, fearing that his alcohol-laden breath would offend Song Wan. "Greetings, second master," Heng Ji prompted, and Song Wan turned to acknowledge him. "Have you been drinking, second master?" Jiang Yin felt his ears grow even warmer, deeply regretting his condition. After a moment of contemplation, He bowed slightly and replied, "Indeed, I had a few drinks with friends." Song Wan smiled faintly, casually remarking that drinking is detrimental to one's health, then stepped aside to let him pass. Jiang Yin pressed her lips together, feeling a sense of reluctance as she observed an unusual delay in her movements today. It was inappropriate for her not to have returned to the lawn courtyard at this hour, so she spoke up, "Sister-in-law, are you waiting for Hung Wu?" I instructed her to go to the Jixiang garden to prepare some paper offerings for the 3rd Mississippi. Only then did Jiang Yin recall that she had been summoned back to the residence for this very matter. Noticing the somewhat entranced expression on his face, Song Wan gently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "It was my indulgence in drink that caused the delay. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I shall abstain from alcohol in the days to come." With that, Jiang Yin bowed and took his leave, heading back to the Yuling's study to cleanse himself and change in preparation for the morning rites. After his departure, Song Wan remarked, "By observing his actions, one could discern his virtues. The second master is indeed a man of great refinement and integrity, a rarity in these times." Reflecting on this, Song Wan suddenly pondered that had Jiang Xingjian not returned and Jiang Yin inherited the title, the Marquisate would certainly not be in disarray, resembling the decay of a bygone era. Chapter 73. Justice Jiang Xingjian, preoccupied with pressing matters, entrusted the wedding arrangements of Jiang Jing and Chen's daughter to Jiang Yin. It remains unclear what methods Jiang Yin employed, but the following day, the Chen family, who had previously been resolute in their refusal, suddenly began preparations for the wedding. White cloth adorned every corner, and white candles were arranged with care. However, the atmosphere within the Chen household was as somber as the passing of Jiang Jing himself. On the day of Jiang Jing's marriage, Song Wan leaned against a backrest adorned with jade and stone beads, lost in thought. Today, she felt lethargic and lacked the spirit to engage in any activities, causing concern for both Hung Ji and Hung Wu. "Miss, would you care for something to eat?" "I have no appetite," she replied, desiring only a moment of solitude. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard hurried footsteps approaching the garden. Upon recognizing the figure, she discovered it was Yunk, the chief maidservant of Zhang's mother. "Madam, the lady requests your immediate presence at Fuhengtang." "What has transpired?" Song Wan rose from her bed, and Hung Wu quickly knelt to assist her in putting on her shoes. "Is concubine Zhou?" She took advantage of the absence of the matron from Yuan courtyard and has rushed out, heading towards Fuhengtang. The old lady remains ill and is unaware of these events. Concubine Zhou's current demeanor is quite alarming. The lady is concerned she may not be able to dissuade her, which is why she sent me to find you. Young's face reflected panic, clearly fearing for the old lady's well-being. Song Wan pursed her lips, changed into a dress, and followed Young outside. Upon reaching Fuhengtang, they found Zhang's mother commanding the maidservants to restrain concubine Zhou. Having been meek and timid all her life, concubine Zhou now resembled a wild beast unleashed, clawing at anyone in her path. "Why must you prevent me from seeing the old lady? I must speak to her about the chaos within this household, about how you have harmed my Jinger, leading to her untimely demise at such a young age. As the matriarch of the Marquis household, your incompetence and negligence have rendered my Jinger insignificant in your eyes." Concubine Zhou pointed accusingly at Zhang's mother, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Had it not been for your corrupt leadership, ignoring the needs of the legitimate offspring, my Jinger would not have met such a fate. You." Concubine Zhou then turned her ire upon the newly arrived Song Wan, weeping as she berated her. "I acknowledge my Jinger made mistakes, misled by those despicable creatures. But why must you two engage in your power struggle at her expense? Unable to contend with that flaunting harlot, you obstructed my Jinger's marriage to the Lan family. Are you even human? The Marquis household is sullied by the presence of a lowborn harlot. Will the old lady not intervene? If I do not receive an explanation today, I will throw myself against the gates of this estate, ensuring that the city Yang Marquis household shall never find peace, and that none shall have a good death." Concubine Zhou bit down fiercely on the hand of a maidservant, causing her to scream in agony and retreat several paces. The onlookers dared not approach as concubine Zhou, wild with despair, charged towards Fuhengtang. From a distance, a woman clad in a plain robe, her hair adorned with silver hairpins, rushed forward upon witnessing concubine Zhou wreaking havoc among the maids. She swiftly embraced her, exclaiming through tears, "Have you lost your senses? Fuhengtang is not a place where you may act so recklessly." She clung tightly to Madame Zhou, not allowing her to struggle, nor permitting the servants to approach. "Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to throw away your life? If you no longer wish to live, return to your own quarters and die there. What is the purpose of causing a scene here?" Madame Zhou was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend that the woman who had fought against her all her life was now blocking her path. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the tears on Madame Zheng's face, Madame Zhou could no longer suppress her own grievances and began to weep uncontrollably. She beat her thighs in anguish, crying out, my Jinger is gone. My Jinger is gone." Madame Zheng bit her lip, allowing tears to stream down her face. "That unfilial wretch is gone. And good riddance. In the future, I will have Jiang take care of you. After all, he is also the son of the old Marquis. What does it matter if he calls you aunt?" The old Marquis was not one to indulge in carnal pleasures. Although he had taken a few concubines in his youth during a phase of folly, he soon lost interest. After his passing, the matriarch had granted them their freedom, allowing them to leave. The only ones who remained after giving birth to illegitimate sons were herself, Madame Zhou, and Lu, the mother of Jiang Yin and Jiang Xingjian. With her fine figure and striking beauty, was also spirited and was born into the household, placing her in a much higher position than the other two. In their younger years, they had been unable to touch a single hair on Lu Zhu's head, and later, realizing that Madame Zhou's temperament was the softest, they conspired to bully her together. However, in their youth, the rivalry had its motivations, and now that the old Marquis had departed, they had all settled down considerably. Despite a lifetime of fighting and scolding in the Marquis's residence, apart from the maids and servants, the only proof of their existence as widows was each other. Madame Zheng held no affection for Madame Zhou, and she certainly did not care for Jiang Jing. Yet upon witnessing a group of rough servants attempting to bind Madame Zhou, she rushed forward. She clutched Madame Zhou tightly, weeping, "Listen to my advice. Live well, and do not trouble the madam or the matriarch. My Jinger is gone. What meaning does life hold for me? I have only this one child, and now he is lost." Madame Zhou bit down on Madame Zheng's arm, yet she did not exert the same force as before. "What is all this commotion about?" Elder Madame Jiang, supported by precious jewels and jade, trembled as she stepped out. Upon seeing her, Jiangmu immediately felt her legs turn to jelly. "Quickly, help the matriarch back inside. Be careful not to let the wind worsen her condition." Elder Madame Jiang glared at Jiangmu, then furrowed her brow at the gathered servants. "You all withdraw and let Zhou speak with me. Matriarch, you must seek justice for Jing." Madame Zhou, shaking off Madame Zheng, fell to her knees with a thud, recounting all of Lin Jiayue's recent transgressions. Upon hearing that Jiang Xingjian had been appointed by the emperor as the head of the Shilin Garden, and that the servants of the Marquis's residence had been sold, Elder Madame Jiang suddenly clutched her chest in pain and leaned back. "Matriarch, my Jinger, you must stand up for my Jinger." Jiangmu, seeing that Madame Zhou was still entangled in her grievances, stepped forward and pushed her shoulder. "Are you trying to kill the matriarch? You frequently proclaim that I neglect the illegitimate sons and daughters, yet you fail to acknowledge the kindness I have extended. I entrusted the upbringing of the young masters and misses of the household to you, and now, in the wake of turmoil, you dare to blame me? Perhaps you should reflect upon the fact that you have raised a daughter who disregards propriety, bringing calamity upon all the young ladies of the." Aunt Zhou was unceremoniously kicked down the stairs, rolling away a considerable distance. In a daze, I heard Zhang's mother berate Jiang Jing, and she, with a twisted expression, climbed to her feet and charged forward once more. The old Madame Jiang was so enraged that she trembled violently, while Aunt Zhou entangled herself with a group of coarse servant women. Song Wan observed the chaotic scene, biting her lip, standing to the side, lost in thought. Just as the situation descended into utter disorder, Lin Jia, her face pale and sickly, entered through the courtyard gate. She looked at Aunt Zhou and tearfully declared, "This has nothing to do with anyone else. It is I who have harmed Jiang Jing. If you have any grievances, feel free to confront me." Song Wan cast a glance at Lin Jiayue, who had lost so much weight in just a few short days, and let out a deep, sorrowful sigh. Chapter 74. Impermanence, it is you, indeed you, who has brought ruin upon my Jinger. Today, I demand that you accompany her in death. Upon seeing Lin Jiayue, Aunt Zhou descended into a frenzy, pushing past the servants in the courtyard, rushing towards her and delivering a forceful slap. Lin Jiayue, having gone several days without food or sleep, felt the world darken as she collapsed to the ground. Though her cheek throbbed with pain, a sense of relief washed over her. To this day, she could not fathom why Jiang Jing had chosen to leap into the well. Was it truly for the sake of that insipid reputation of dishonor? Or was it due to the Chun family's withdrawal of the marriage proposal? Regardless of the reason, Lin Jiayue understood that she was inexorably linked to the tragedy. Aunt Zhou continued to strike Lin Jiayue with fervor, and she, in a state of confusion and numbness, allowed the outburst to unfold. It was only when Aunt Zhou's grip tightened around her throat and the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her that Lin Jiayue fought back with all her strength. She was terrified. Having faced death, fear gripped her heart. Yet, Aunt Zhou's hands were like iron clamps, refusing to relent, and no amount of struggle could free her. The elder Madame Jiang had fainted, and Jiang's mother, in a panic, hovered nearby. Noticing the elder madame's face turning ashen and her breath stilled, she quickly removed a golden hairpin from her head and plunged it into her acupoint, allowing the elder madame to finally gasp for air. Concubine Jiang stepped forward to pull Aunt Zhou away, knowing that if a death were to occur before the elder madame, Aunt Zhou would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This thought filled her with a profound sorrow akin to the grief of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. The entire Fuertang was in chaos. Song Wan stood quietly behind Jiang's mother, vigilantly watching over the elder madam. Once the elder madam regained consciousness, Song Wan hurried to assist her. The elder madam pointed at Lin Jiayue, who lay on the ground, and commanded, "Cast out the root of this disorder. Elder madam, you must uphold justice for Jinger." Enough. Jiang Xingjian rushed in, having just begun his shift and not yet entered the Bureau of Procreation, only to be summoned back by a servant from the household. Upon witnessing the scene, a splitting headache seized him. Someone restrained Aunt Zhou. Lin Jiayue was rescued by a few servants from the outer courtyard. The disorder within the Marquis residence had escalated to the point where they could no longer maintain decorum between the genders, forcing them to call upon outer courtyard servants to handle the situation. Aunt Zhou, now restrained, glared at Jiang Xingjian with bloodshot eyes and a twisted expression. "My lord, will you grant me a word today? Will you remove the source of this calamity that has led to my Jinger's demise?" Lin Jiayue clutched her throat, her eyes bloodshot as she gasped for breath. The experience of nearing death again sent chills through her body, and fear gnawed at her core, leaving her mind blank. Aunt Zhou's demeanor softened as she glared at the servants holding her and forcefully broke free. Being women of the inner courtyard, the men hesitated to act, and seeing Jiang Xingjian's silence, they gradually released their grip. "My lord, I ask you again, will you eliminate the source of this chaos?" Jiang Xingjian suddenly appeared dazed, as if the question had caught him off guard. Only Song Wan shot him a surprised glance before lowering her gaze. In that moment, a murderous intent flickered within him. The heavy silence, palpable to Lin Jiayue, made her eyes brim with tears as she looked up. It seemed Jiang Xingjian finally came to his senses and spoke softly. "Take Aunt Zhou back to Yuan Courtyard. Ha ha ha, chaos reigns. This Marquis residence has turned upside down." Upon witnessing that Jiang Xingjian showed no intention of addressing Lin Jiayue, Aunt Zhou felt utterly disheartened. She gathered her hair, tears glistening in her eyes as she offered a faint smile, her dimples subtly appearing, reminiscent of her usual gentleness. With such descendants in the Ho residence, the old Marquis must be unable to find peace in the afterlife. "Lord Marquis Jing, I have come to accompany you," Aunt Zhou declared, and suddenly dashed towards the corridor pillars of Fuhengtang, crashing into them with a resounding thud. Blood splattered in vivid crimson, and she collapsed, breathless. The onlookers froze in shock, but Hengwu quickly sensed the impending doom and shielded Song Wan behind her, while Hongji hastily covered her eyes with a handkerchief. Jiang Xingjian's expression turned ashen, and Lin Jiyue felt a sudden rush of dread, her body shivering uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the scene, old lady Jiang fainted in shock and fear. Only Aunt Zheng, weeping, removed her cloak and gently draped it over Aunt Zhou's face, murmuring softly, "I told you not to cause a ruckus." What can be achieved through such commotion? Our lives, so insignificant, can scarcely be valued by anyone. Take the eldest lady back to her chamber, Jiang Xingjian commanded sharply. And Hengji and Hengwu hastily escorted Song Wan back to Lanting Courtyard. Zhang's mother dispatched someone to summon the house physician, while the maidens of Fuhengtang busied themselves with carrying the old lady back to her quarters. Jiang Xingjian instructed the household matrons to attend to Aunt Zhou's remains, as Aunt Zheng was led away in tears by the maidens. Lin Jie, however, stood in a daze, staring at the pale arm that faintly emerged from beneath the pale yellow cloak. Within a span of 7 days, 2 individuals had met untimely deaths within the household, casting a pall of anxiety over the whole residence, leaving no one to tend to Lin Jiyue. As people hurried past her, none paused to inquire about her well-being. It was not until Qianbi and Qinghong arrived that they hurriedly led the dazed Lin Jiyue away. There were no lamentations heard within the estate, nor any signs of mourning, such as white cloth or yellow paper. The bloodstains on the corridor pillars and white marble tiles were hastily cleaned by the servants. And Aunt Zhou's death was never again mentioned, as if such a tragic event had never transpired within the Ho residence. The following day, the kitchen prepared a lavish feast with fragrant pork knuckles, steamed goose, and various meat dishes, which were dispatched to each chamber. Aunt Zheng nibbled on the pork knuckle, alternating between laughter and tears, while old lady Jiang remained in a deep, unyielding slumber, and Zhang's mother had aged overnight, her hair turning gray. Jiang Xingjian sat in the courtyard, pouring himself drinks, having not slept a wink. Meanwhile, under the watchful care of Granny Zhao, Hengji, and Hengwu, Song Wan managed to sleep for a few hours, though she tossed and turned restlessly throughout the night. The most affected was Lin Jiyue, who had not eaten or slept for several days, her body radiating a sickly fatigue compounded by an unusual affliction. She could no longer bear to behold the delicate, fair arms of young maidens, nor could she tolerate the crisp sound of drums. The whole residence was enveloped in silence when Song Lainin and his wife visited, and Jiang Xingjian found himself momentarily disoriented, uncertain of the purpose behind his father-in-law's personal visit. Due to matters within the household, I was unable to properly welcome you, which is a breach of etiquette on my part, Jiang Xingjian acknowledged. Song Lainin replied, I have heard of the recent troubles plaguing the Ho residence and came to see for myself. Moreover, my wife has been longing to see Wanner, so I thought it best to arrange a meeting between mother and daughter today. Jiang Xingjian promptly instructed a matron to escort Madame Song to Lanting Courtyard, while he remained behind to entertain his guest, engaging in polite conversation with Song Lainin. The two engaged in a few inconsequential exchanges when suddenly Song Lainin remarked, I have heard whispers in the capital that the Marquis of Chengyang is quite dissatisfied with his legitimate wife. Ultimately, it reflects my failure in raising my daughter to embody the virtues of a true lady. Jiang Xingjian tightened his jaw and quickly replied, Father, such words are too harsh on Xingjian. Wanner is not at fault. It is merely that the son-in-law has been misguided, leading to Wanner's neglect. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Xingjian tensed his body and vowed, It is indeed my fault from the outset. I shall never wrong Wanner again. Song Lainin scoffed coldly, Your words are excessive. My lord, who in the capital does not know that the daughters of my esteemed Ministry of Rights lack both virtue and talent, and are incapable of managing a household? From within her garments, Song Lainin produced 2 plain slips of paper and pushed them towards Jiang Xingjian. The marriage certificate of Wanner and your engagement invitation, my lord. The marriage between the Chengyang Marquisate family and my Song family is beyond our humble reach. I hope you will consult the elders of both families and select an auspicious date. Chapter 75. From Father Jiang, Xingjian pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from responding to Song Wan. The Ho residence could no longer withstand even the slightest storm, and it was imperative that Song Wan did not leave at this critical juncture. Deep down, Jiang Xingjian was reluctant to part with Song Wan in any measure. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "The Ho residence is in a difficult position, and with my grandmother ailing at home, it would not serve Wanner well to leave at this time." He comprehended his father's intentions and vowed to treat Wanner with utmost care in the future, ensuring that such a situation would never arise again. Placing the teacup beside him, Song Wan remained silent, quietly seated. Madame Song was ushered into the lawn courtyard by the servants of the Ho residence, and Song Wan, having received prior notice, had changed into appropriate attire to welcome guests. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Madame Song affectionately took Song Wan's hand, exclaiming, "My dear, you have grown so thin since we last met." Song Wan smiled gently, replying, "Mother, you worry for your child, which is why you notice the change. Just the other day, Hangji mentioned that my old clothes have become half an inch tighter. I suppose life at the Ho residence has been rather leisurely, and I have gained a few pounds." The mother and daughter shared a warm embrace, their bond palpable from the very first encounter. Madame Song instructed her personal maid to distribute some reward money to the housekeeper of the Ho residence, while Song Wan exchanged a few heartfelt words in return. The housekeeper, delighted, laughed and remarked that the two shared a profound maternal bond, thus reluctant to take her leave. Welcoming Madame Song into the lawn courtyard, Song Wan sent Xiang Cao and Lo Zhu to the small kitchen to prepare refreshments. With the absence of the Ho residence's servants, the atmosphere between Song Wan and Madame Song grew somewhat cool. One sat quietly sipping tea on an embroidered stool, while the other gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. After a considerable time, Madame Song spoke. "When your father visited today, he retrieved your marriage contract from the study." Song Wan's hand, which had been resting beneath the table, tightened suddenly. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "This summer has been exceedingly hot. I recall that our estate has a small villa on the outskirts of the city, though modest. It is quite exquisite and situated by a river. The villa is surrounded by mountains and water, making it an ideal retreat from the heat, and I would not burden the estate with my presence." Madame Song lowered her gaze. "Indeed, there is such a villa, but it is not far from the capital. Even with the river nearby, the cooling effect is limited. Moreover, the area is cramped and surrounded by various villages, rendering it ultimately unsafe, especially when compared to the spacious comfort of the Ho residence." "You speak wisely, mother," Song Wan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes did not reflect the same joy. With a sigh, Madame Song continued, "Your two younger sisters have reached the age where they are to be considered for marriage. Song Yao is manageable. Her gentle temperament would find a match with a cultured scholar. However, Song Yin is a source of concern. She has studied a few books and possesses a forthright character. Had she been a man, it would be different, but for a woman to develop such a disposition is problematic. Your sisters are naturally beautiful and possess kind hearts, so their matrimonial prospects should not be difficult. Please do not worry, mother." Madame Song smiled. "You are indeed a comfort to me." After a brief pause, she added, "Yet your sisters are still young women. Their marriage prospects are easier to navigate. What troubles your father now is the matter of our eldest son's marriage. Recently, he defied your father's wishes by applying to the Ministry of Personnel, resulting in a significant discord between them. You are aware of your father's temperament. He cannot abide such disturbances within the household. However, your elder brother is obstinate, and they have not spoken in quite some time. I find myself at a loss as to how to mediate. Do not blame my lord for his anger, for it is unclear what has compelled my elder brother to abandon his esteemed position in the Imperial College, choosing instead to occupy a lowly role in the Ministry of Personnel. Day after day, he is summoned and commanded, akin to a mere tavern servant. One wonders why Fuer must endure such hardship, as it unjustly tarnishes his considerable talents." Song Wan remained silent, her countenance pale. Lady Song sighed, recalling that not long ago, your father held in high regard the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Shang family, believing her to possess the true teachings of the venerable Shang. He had intended to propose this union to your brother, but upon learning that he now serves as a deputy in the ministry, the matter was never mentioned again. Song Wan tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her eyelids drooping slightly. Yet, if it was not meant to be, then so be it. The Shang daughter harbors a chronic ailment, with an unmarried aunt living in their household, which is detrimental to both family prestige and fortune, something esteemed families take seriously. In recent years, the marital prospects of the Shang offspring have indeed faced challenges. Xiang Chao brought forth tea and snacks, while Hung Ji refilled their cups. Lady Song took a sip and, with a tone of regret, remarked that the girl could not be blamed. She did not choose her affliction, and if given a choice. How many women would willingly burden their fathers and siblings? What you say is entirely true, mother. After indulging in a couple of delicacies, Lady Song, with a smile, inquired about the estate you had mentioned previously, asking if you truly found it appealing. If so, I shall have someone deliver the land deed to you tomorrow. However, upon reflection, it was not a matter of genuine affection. Lady Song nodded. I possess another estate with ample land, originally part of my dowry. If you wish to enjoy the scenery, it might be a worthy choice, albeit situated a bit far in the vicinity of Yinqing. Upon hearing this, Song Wan chuckled lightly. It has been quite some time since I last saw you, mother. How could I, upon our reunion, request your possessions? My two younger sisters likely do not possess such a fine estate, and, as their elder sister, it would be unseemly for me to compete with them. Those two girls can never compare to you. You are too modest, mother. You have raised my sisters exceptionally well, and who in the capital does not know of it? Lady Song smiled gently, conversing about trivial matters before rising, mentioning that Song's father waited outside and asked if Song Wan wished to see him. Nodding, Song Wan followed her mother into the garden. There, they sent word, and after a brief wait, Song Lanin and Jiang Xingjian appeared. Song Wan composed herself and respectfully greeted her father, inquiring about his recent health and well-being, to which Song Lanin replied tenderly. After a while, Song Lanin remarked, "There are some rumors circulating outside." Song Wan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. When did father begin to believe in such idle gossip? These are mere fabrications, and it is unfilial of me to let you be troubled by such matters. That is well enough. Song Lanin then instructed them both to strive for offspring soon, advising Jiang Xingjian to pay close attention to court affairs before departing with Lady Song. Watching her father's figure recede beyond the flower-laden gate, Song Wan suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Jiang Xingjian, standing nearby, expressed concern, whispering, "I truly apologize. I noticed that Aunt Lin was quite startled the other day. Has your husband sought the imperial physician in recent days?" Jiang Xingjian pursed his lips. Indeed, he has consulted them. However, the prognosis is not promising. Perhaps the imperial physician is not well versed in this matter. I shall return to my chamber shortly to compose a message, hoping to summon Elder Su to the manor to examine concubine Lin's pulse. The two were engaged in conversation before the garden when Ling Yun hastened towards them. The maidservant curtsied, addressing the lord and the lady. "The old matriarch seeks both of you and requests that you promptly proceed to Fuhengtang." Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brow in concern. "Is there some complication?" Ling Yun lowered her voice. Speaking gravely, "It is not good, my lady." Chapter 76. Fulfillment. A sudden jolt coursed through Jiang Xingjian's heart, while Song Wan's brow furrowed with unease. The two hurried to Fuhengtang, where they found the matriarch surrounded by a multitude of imperial physicians. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjian approach, the crowd parted to make way. The elderly matriarch, her forehead and arms adorned with silver needles, was being subjected to relentless acupuncture by a venerable old man with a white beard. Though she had been half in a stupor, the call of her grandson roused her, and she hastily opened her eyes. Let me speak with Yi-er and his wife." "Grandmother, both your grandson and Wan-er are here. What is it that you wish to convey?" Jiang Xingjian, eyes reddened, knelt beside the bed, with Song Wan dutifully following suit. The white-bearded physician interjected, "I have a few words to discuss with the matriarch." At this, Jiang's mother promptly stepped forward, and the other physicians discreetly withdrew, well aware that the matriarch was nearing her end and had many matters to settle. In the room, only Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan remained. The matriarch grasped Jiang Xingjian's hand, her gaze clouded. "That Lin family is the root of ruin. You must expel her from the residence." Tears welled in her eyes, and Jiang Xingjian's heart was a tumult of emotions, rendering him speechless. "Vanea, grandmother, I am here." Song Wan stepped forward, placing her hand over the matriarch's. The elderly matriarch, with great difficulty, continued, "The heir of the Chengyang Marquisate is scarce. Has been favored by his father since childhood, leading to a straightforward nature that renders him easily deceived. Wanner, you are wise and perceptive. With you by Eater's side, I can rest assured." Song Wan lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts from view. Yet the matriarch seemed to sense her inner turmoil. Gasping for breath like a bellows, her grip on Song Wan's hand tightening. "Promise your grandmother that you will unite with safeguarding the Marquisate's legacy for a century." "I promise." "Grandmother." Song Wan gently caressed the matriarch's hand, responding softly, "The late Marquis was a valiant and indomitable figure. Your husband carries his bloodline. How could he possibly be deceived? Do not dwell on such matters. Your health is paramount." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xingjian abruptly turned to look at Song Wan, but she remained fixated on the matriarch, not sparing him a glance. A single tear fell from the matriarch's eye, trickling into the wrinkles at the corner, rendering her visage even more aged and despondent. How could she not perceive that Song Wan had completely severed her ties to the Marquisate? If she had even a fragment of affection for Jiang, she would not be speaking in such a manner at this critical moment. A sharp pain shot through the matriarch's chest, and she suddenly sat up. What would become of this vast Marquisate if left unmanaged? A surge of reluctance propelled her upwards, and Jiang Xingjian hurriedly supported her. "Wanner, go, summon your mother. I have matters to discuss with her." Understanding that the matriarch desired a private conversation with Jiang Xingjian, Song Wan bowed respectfully and slowly exited. "Grandmother knows of your fondness for the Lin family, but she is not a suitable match. Though she possesses some minor talents, she cannot uphold the Marquisate. Wanner has completely withdrawn her affections from you. If this cannot be mended, the Marquisate is in peril. While grandmother is still with us, you must hasten to share a chamber with Wang heir. Once she bears a child, she shall be bound to her duties. A woman with offspring becomes wholly devoted to the family, laboring for the benefit of the whole residence. Do you understand?" Jiang Xingjian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I comprehend, dear grandmother. Today, I shall move to the Lanting courtyard. I can no longer wait. Should grandmother not endure this trial, you and Wang heir shall observe mourning for 3 years. The nights are long and fraught with uncertainty. Who knows what mischief may arise?" The aged matriarch's gaze was clouded, yet she gripped Jiang Xingjian's hand with surprising strength, pulling him forward. "Promise, grandmother," he implored. "I pledge to share a chamber with Wang heir today. Do not worry about this matter. Focus solely on your recovery, and you shall weather this storm. Will I endure?" A fierce resolve ignited in her dim eyes. With great effort, the old matriarch sat upright. Anxiety gnawed at her. How could she entrust the whole residence to Jiang Mu? She feared that Song Wan would abandon the estate, allowing that little harlot to sow chaos. Moreover, Jiang Man had a tendency to leverage her elder sister's status to manipulate heir. Her ambition was boundless. Without her watchful eye, heir might be drawn into the treacherous games of imperial power, becoming a pawn in someone else's scheme. With a surge of determination, the matriarch's complexion grew slightly more vibrant. "Go, prepare for your union with Wang heir. I wish to witness the birth of my great-grandchild." She waved Jiang Xingjian away, her breaths coming in labored gasps. Jiang Xingjian hurriedly summoned the imperial physician. However, the old matriarch gestured for him to attend to more pressing matters. After a flurry of activity, she fell into a deep slumber. The physician reassured the family that, while her condition was critical, there was no immediate cause for alarm, allowing their anxious hearts to finally ease. Jiang Mu instructed Jiang Xingjian and Song Wan to return to their quarters while she stayed behind to care for the matriarch. As Song Wan exited the Fuhuang Hall, Jiang Xingjian suddenly declared, "I shall reside in the main courtyard of Lanting today." Song Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. A pang of sorrow gripped Jiang Xingjian's heart. He recognized their paths had diverged irreparably. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality of it filled him with trepidation, the fear that Song Wan would never again regard him with the bashful warmth she once had, that perhaps she would harbor no feelings for him at all. Reflecting on how even grandmother's near-death wish had been met with resistance, Jiang Xingjian pressed his lips together, feeling a profound melancholy. I shall stay in the main courtyard of Lanting today. Shortly, I will ask Ling Yun to send over my belongings. You prepare accordingly. A sudden rush of shyness enveloped him, and his cheeks flushed as he hurriedly departed. Song Wan stood frozen in the courtyard, as if struck by lightning, unable to move for a long while. Mississippi. Hengji approached with concern, prompting Song Wan to finally furrow her brow in response. This may indeed be a blessing. Should you bear the legitimate son of the Ho family, you will secure your place. Hengji's eyes glistened with emotion as she grasped Song Wan's hand tenderly. Even she could infer that the matriarch must have instructed something significant for the Lord to suddenly seek to consummate the marriage with the young lady. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. During the last visit of the lady to the young miss, her words merely conveyed the notion that the Song family does not permit their daughters to marry. The expression of concern, as if fearing that your return to the manor would bring trouble to the second and third young ladies, was truly infuriating. My dear miss, there is no place quite like your own home. It is indeed possible. It is indeed possible to bear a young master. And you could live in peace with the Marquis. As Hengji spoke, tears welled up. Perhaps even she did not believe her own words. Song Wan gently wiped away the traces of tears from her face and replied with a faint smile. Do not weep. This is hardly a matter of great significance. She lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment. Hongwu, please find a young maid to inform Lin Jia that the Marquis will be staying at Lanting Courtyard tonight. Does Lin Jiayue not wish for a lifelong companionship? I shall grant her this opportunity. If Lin Jiayue attempts to stop Jiang Xingjian today, and he acquiesces, then I shall allow them to be together and no longer involve myself in the matters of the Marquisate. However, if Lin Jiayue is unable to prevent Jiang Xingjian today, then I shall resign myself to the role of the Marquisate's matron and become Jiang Xingjian's wife. Chapter 77. The Floating Log. As evening descended upon the capital, a gentle rain began to fall, its misty embrace coupled with a soft breeze lulling one into a dreamlike state. Song Wan, half reclining in her chamber, inhaled the fresh scent of grass wafting through the window, momentarily lost in thought. A sudden burst of dampness brushed against her nostrils, the chilling sensation further exacerbating her unease. Miss, the new bedding and your garments are ready. Hengji, holding a stack of crimson attire, softly called out to Song Wan. Turning to gaze at the embroidered red garment adorned with intertwined lotus flowers, Song Wan lowered her eyes in silence. Both master and maid remained quiet, their shared understanding palpable as one held a large square lacquer tray, while the other cradled the folded men's clothing. Hengji, the Lord's belongings, Ling Yun chimed in cheerfully, setting down Jiang Xingjian's garments and instructing the servant to prepare hot water before gracefully departing. Hengji pressed her lips together, glancing at Heng Wu, and they both lowered their heads in unison. Only Zhao Mama knelt in the southwestern corner, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring grateful thanks to the heavens and earth. Their young mistress was finally to consummate her marriage with the Lord. Should she bear a legitimate heir for the house, she would secure her future, rendering her impervious to any subsequent concubines the Lord might take. Miss, the Lord has entered the courtyard. Song Wan's body stiffened, instinctively clutching her skirt. Is there any commotion from the Shoyan pavilion? Hengji shook her head. With pursed lips, Song Wan remained lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, she slowly rose and made her way to the bathing room. The warmth enveloped her in the bathing chamber, the fragrance of orchid-infused water stirring her heart and mind into a tumult. Unable to resist, she stepped behind the embroidered folding screen and propped open a window. The damp air stung her eyes and nose. As the rain intensified, Song Wan sat on the dressing couch, waiting in a daze. When Jiang Xingjian entered the room, only Zhao Mama bore a hint of a smile, while Hengji and the others appeared utterly wooden, making it difficult for him to suppress a surge of unarticulated joy. Where's the madam? The miss is in the bathing room. Jiang Xingjian's face flushed slightly as he turned to sit on Song Wan's bridal bed. The bed was adorned with several soft pillows, their subtle fragrance likely due to the petals within. He absent-mindedly tugged at the newly changed mandarin duck wedding quilt, feeling an inexplicable tension rising within him. There is no need for your services. You may leave now. Jiang Xingjian spoke in a hushed tone, and the maids gradually retreated. Observing Hung Wu's hesitant demeanor, Zhao Mama stepped forward and pulled her away. The room was instantly left in silence, a stillness that stirred an unsettling anxiety. No sound emanated from the bathing room. Jiang Xingjian, aware of her inner turmoil, refrained from urging her, patiently waiting outside, watching the silhouette cast upon the door. Song Wan felt her eyes welling with tears. She and Jiang Xingjian had been betrothed since childhood, her 12 years spent in preparation to be a Jiang family wife, having known since her early days that he was to be her husband. In her youth, she perceived him as a paragon of virtue, unparalleled in the world. Thus, she willingly endured 6 years of widowhood, clinging to a white jade plum blossom hairpin he had carved with his own hands. Yet now, the figure outside remained motionless, and despite gritting her teeth, Song Wan did not rise. The two stood in silent confrontation until the rain outside grew increasingly torrential, the cacophony igniting her heart's disquiet. At last, Jiang Xingjian lost some of his patience and gently knocked on the door. "Wanna?" Song Wan pressed her lips tightly together. Remaining silent, Jiang Xing displayed a hint of anxiety. "Are you all right? If you do not speak, I shall enter." As he stepped forward to push open the door, a voice rang out from outside. "Lord, Lord, concubine Lin has come seeking you." Upon hearing this, Song Wan abruptly rose from the embroidered couch, hastily wiping her cheeks, and said, "I am fine. You may go about your business, my husband." Her tone bore an urgency that momentarily left Jiang Xing perplexed. "Lord, concubine Lin has come seeking." He felt a tightening in his temples. Merely hearing Lin Jiue's name evoked an indescribable discomfort within him. Frequently, he found himself questioning whether relinquishing Song Wan for the sake of that firearm was indeed worthwhile. Hung Wu wished to say more, but Jiang Xing's gaze turned sharp, causing her words to wither away. "Open the door." Jiang Xing, losing his patience, reached for the bathroom door. Yet, just as he pulled it open a crack, a thud echoed within as it was forcefully closed again. "Song Wan." Jiang Xing's voice was low and simmering with anger as he recalled her earlier refusal to heed their grandmother's dying wish. His frustration swelled. With renewed determination, he exerted force, successfully pushing the door open. Song Wan, bracing against the doorframe, was unexpectedly shoved back 2 steps. Clad in her everyday attire, her hairpins still unremoved, Jiang Xing lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil within his eyes. She truly seemed reluctant to draw near to him, just as Jiang Xing pondered how to express himself. Hung Ji entered, supporting Lin Jiayue. The rain outside poured heavily, leaving Lin Jiayue drenched, timidly standing behind them. The deaths of Jiang Jing and Aunt Zhou had made her acutely aware of the inappropriateness of her actions. She had envisioned the world too simplistically, naively romanticizing many harsh and burdensome societal norms. Yet this came at the cost of 2 lives. Lin Jiayue appeared exceedingly frail, her large cat-like eyes now more pitiful than ever. "Jiang Xing, you promised me." Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks, searing her heart with pain. She could not afford to lose Jiang Xing. If even he were gone, what would her efforts amount to, along with the lives of Jiang Jing and Aunt Zhou? Lin Jiayue stepped forward, grasping Jiang Xing's hand. He looked down to see a thin layer of gauze on her hand. Song Wan raised her eyes, scanning Lin Jiayue's face, then frowned slightly. She found no trace of affection in Lin Jiayue's eyes, only confusion and obsession. Jiang Xing gently withdrew his hand and said softly, "You are unwell. I shall have Hung Ji escort you home. I will not return. I cannot go back. Where would I go?" She stood there, soaked, water pooling around her feet, as if an invisible shackle bound her, making escape impossible. "Jiang Xing, keep your promise, and I shall uphold mine as well." Lin Jiayue bit back a sob, managing a faint smile. "Come back with me to Shuyan Pavilion. In 5 days, I shall take you to see that firearm." In the depths of Jiang Xingjian's eyes lay an inscrutable ambiguity. Song Wan subtly gestured to Hung Ji, who, after draping a clean outer robe over Lin Jiayue, gently instructed, "Go fetch an umbrella to escort Lord Ho and Aunt Lin back to the Shuyan Pavilion." Lin Jiayue glanced back, suddenly flustered and panicked, avoiding Song Wan's gaze. Hengji supported Lin Jiyue, while Hengwu deftly unfurled an umbrella, waiting at the doorway. Jiang Xingjian observed Song Wan with a cold smirk before assisting the others as they departed. Upon their return to the Xiuyin pavilion, Jiang Xingjian encouraged her to rest well. Yet, Lin Jiyue shed her garments, clinging tightly to him. Jiang Xingjian attempted to evade her grasp, but Lin Jiyue, in tears, pressed her lips to his, pleading, "Do not leave. I have nothing left but you." She truly could not bear to be without Jiang Xingjian. Embracing the slender waist of the man, akin to a drowning person clinging desperately to a piece of driftwood, Lin Jiyue wept as she pulled him onto the Luohan bed, lifting her hand to untie the cord fastening the canopy. Chapter 78. Ruthless Hands. As the rain gradually subsided, the silhouettes of the two had long since merged into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Song Wan stood beneath the corridor, murmuring, "Hengji, have you ever contemplated the idea of marriage?" "I do not wish to marry, nor do I desire to leave my mistress," replied Hengji, her eyes tinged with red. "I only wish to serve my mistress forever, without going anywhere." Hengwu, with her impulsive nature, instantly leaped up upon hearing this. "Is it possible that some vile man from the outer courtyard has set his sights on our beauty, seeking to curry favor with our mistress? You must not fall for their deceit, miss. These filthy men dare to entertain such fanciful thoughts about us." Originally, Song Wan had felt a tinge of unease in her heart, but Heng Wu's words scattered her worries, and she quietly chuckled. "What audacity! Who would seek you out?" With a slight wrinkle of her nose and a sparkle of mirth in her eyes, Song Wan replied, "You are indeed quite the flatterer. Perhaps you should consider changing your name to Wang Pe." Heng Ji smiled softly, though her demeanor lacked the carefree spirit of Heng Wu. Returning to her chamber, Song Wan sat on the bed and opened the Nama box beside her pillow. She delicately took out the contracts of the few individuals around her and caressed them gently. Only when a thin veil of moisture appeared in her eyes did she carefully fold them and step outside. Heng Ji and Heng Wu were engaged in a hushed conversation, while Granny Zhao stood beneath the eaves, loudly cursing towards the direction of Xiuyin Pavilion. The unpleasant words she uttered were so shocking that Song Wan, having witnessed it firsthand, could scarcely believe they came from the usually proper Granny Zhao. Why provoke Granny Zhao to such anger? Summoning them back, Song Wan gathered Heng Ji, Heng Wu, Xiang Cao, Elzhu, and Granny Zhao into the room. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and she pressed her lips together, saying, "Deep waters delight the fish, and the forests bring joy to the birds. Even the creatures of the earth understand this principle. Why then must we remain trapped in a declining state?" Miss Heng Ji and Granny Zhao were the first to perceive Song Wan's intention, and their eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Whatever you choose to do, I shall follow you, my lady. You have been like a daughter to me, even dearer than my own child. I cannot leave you in this lawless den. Is it truly that dire?" Song Wan smiled gently. "Come now, you have reached an age where you deserve a peaceful retirement. Just 2 years ago, my elder brother welcomed a little grandson for you. It is time you return to care for him." Drawing out the contracts and silver notes from the wooden box, Song Wan fought back tears. "Here, I have 1,000 taels for you, enough to ensure a tranquil life in the countryside." She placed the silver notes in Granny Zhao's hands, adding, "Keep this money for yourself. Do not give it all away. Even family cannot always be relied upon. The hardships of life cannot compare to the poverty of old age. With money in your possession, your children and grandchildren will honor you." "Miss." Granny Zhao embraced Song Wan, weeping uncontrollably, consumed with a desire for vengeance against Jiang Xingjian. "Xiang Cao, I recall that a few years ago your brother was favored by your father and went to manage a shop over by Sianchuan River, correct?" Xiang Cao shook her head in tears, and Song Wan gently caressed her cheek, saying, "Go find your brother. Let him help you find a good family." "Elzhu, I remember your mother spoke of a marriage proposal for you in your youth, did she not?" After Jiang Xingjian's passing, she retreated to the Marquis's residence to live in mourning. Her companions, Hengji and Hengwu, could not bear to see her live in solitude, so they chose to accompany her. Elzhu, being a child born in the family, had her mother as a servant in the Song household. Many years prior, her mother arranged a marriage for Elzhu. reportedly to a young servant in the household. A few days ago, I inquired with Mama Lang, who informed me that he had remained unmarried all these years, waiting for you. Upon mentioning her childhood betrothed, Levzu's eyes welled with tears, filled with guilt. She felt remorseful for abandoning him, but none could compare to her mistress's importance. Thus she would not leave. Song Wan shook her head, asserting that she would become a concubine for Jiang Xingjian in the future. The handmaidens brought by a noblewoman were typically meant to serve the husband's household. Had she not come to the Marquis' residence in mourning, she would not have brought along Hengji and the others. As chaos ensued upon Jiang Xingjian's return to the residence, she found herself unable to attend to these matters. With no hope from others, she resolved to carve her own path. Concerned for the many who accompanied her, she entrusted the deed and silver notes to the two. Song Wan then turned to the Hengji sisters. Hengji smiled and said, "Neither Hengwu nor I have parents or engagements. Where could you possibly send us, my lady? Indeed, regardless of what we must do for the Marquis, we shall not leave your side," Hengwu declared, her delicate features embodying an unusual determination. Song Wan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. With nowhere to go, releasing them from the estate would not bring her peace of mind. The chamber was filled with sorrowful maidens, yet Song Wan resolutely maintained her stance, refusing to let the three stay. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Mama Zhao, Song Wan heard from Hengji that the old lady sought her in Jiang Xingjian. Lowering her head, she understood the reason. Before Jiang Xingjian returned to the residence, the matriarch had genuinely cared for her, but she could never surpass the importance of the legitimate grandson. Hence, the entire household now prioritized Jiang Xingjian above all else. Previously, as a widow, she bore no worries for the Marquis' century-old legacy. However, circumstances had changed. Jiang's mother and Lin Jiyue could not bear the weight of the Marquisate, and to prevent future troubles, the old lady would undoubtedly employ all means necessary to have her take on the responsibilities of managing the household. Reining in her emotions, Song Wan returned to the Lantern courtyard. Observing that the old lady needed to change her attire, she approached the intricately carved redwood cabinet, lost in thought as she gazed at the ornate design. Upon exiting the courtyard, she found Jiang Xingjian waiting for her in the yard. Song Wan approached him, greeting him as usual and gently addressing him as her husband. Jiang Xingjian's expression was grave, unlike his usual demeanor. He even hastened his steps deliberately. Upon reaching Fuhengtang, the old matriarch bent forward, eager to see them. Jiang Xingjian swiftly stepped forward and firmly grasped her hand. The old lady leaned in to have a look, noticing the faint blush on his ear, which caused her heart to ease. Waner is here." Song Wan moved closer to the old lady, who remarked, "As men age, their temperament becomes more fixed. In time, when you two have children, Xingjian will surely settle down. The Marquisate ultimately belongs to both of you. Please take good care of it for your grandmother." Jiang Xingjian replied, "Grandmother need not worry. I have already written to my sister, requesting that she send a suitable female official from the palace to manage the household affairs in the future." Volnat. The old matriarch of the Jiang family gasped for breath, and Song Wan hurriedly extended her hand to support her. The back of her outstretched hand was tinged with a deep crimson hue, as if it had suffered the weight of a heavy object. Jiang Xingjian furrowed his brows, holding her hand in his palm, while Song Wan gently withdrew. It was merely an accident that had injured her right hand. Her husband, heartbroken for Waner, had sought the introduction of a lady-in-waiting from the palace. "Grandmother, please do not overthink this." She spoke with tenderness, yet Jiang Xingjian's eyes were shrouded in darkness. Filled with fury, tears welled in the old matriarch's eyes, ultimately extinguishing her desire to see Song Wan take charge of the household again. Years ago, as a young girl yet to reach her prime, she had boldly embraced the spirit tablet and entered the Marquis' residence, understanding that Song Wan possessed an indomitable spirit. At that time, she lamented for her grandson, unable to grow old alongside such a remarkable woman. Now, while Song Wan remained unchanged, her grandson could no longer attain such a splendid partner. He would rather inflict harm upon himself than grant the Marquis' residents the slightest opportunity. It was clear that Waner harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Chapter 79. firearms upon returning from the Fukal to the Shuyan pavilion. An overwhelming fury simmered within Jiang Xingjian, refusing to dissipate. Song Wan's overt defiance deeply troubled him. Lin Jiayue, feeling faint, sat beside him after donning her embroidered shoes. Noticing the gravity etched on Jiang Xingjian's face, she cautiously inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The demise of Jiang Jing's mother had left her profoundly shaken, prompting Lin Jiayue to temper her once flamboyant demeanor, albeit swinging from one extreme to another. "Have I done something to incite your anger again?" Jiang Xingjian pinched the bridge of his nose and replied coolly that he had not. Suddenly gripped by panic, Lin Jiayue sensed his aloofness, which sent a chill through her. She dared not press him, instead murmuring softly, her words a repetitive whisper. Irritated by her incessant queries, Jiang Xingjian recounted how Song Wan had preferred to injure herself rather than accept the authority over the Ho family. "But just a hand injury does not impede the affairs of the family," she protested. Jiang Xingjian, his disappointment palpable, grew weary of the topic and shifted the conversation to firearms. "In 2 days, I shall take you to witness the might of these weapons." Lowering her head to conceal her anxiety, Lin Jiayue suggested perhaps we should inform Consort Jiang? She would likely be eager to know. This was her sole leverage. After all, Consort Jiang, having borne a prince, would undoubtedly prioritize such lethal instruments over Jiang Xingjian. With a heavy sigh, Lin Jiayue relinquished her worries as he assured her he would send word to the palace. On the morning of the 3rd day, she awoke early to prepare herself. Once ready, Qianbai presented her with a delicate gauze veil. Lin Jiayue, momentarily lost in thought as she grasped the veil that fell to her waist, eventually yielded and adorned it. As the carriage exited the Ho residence, Lin Jiayue felt her eyes prickling with heat, nearly succumbing to tears. Although she had only been at the Ho residence for a little over a month, it felt as though she had endured a lifetime. The carriage curtain fluttered in the wind, and Jiang Xingjian observed Lin Jiayue, who, with a reverent expression, leaned towards the window, inhaling the sense of the outside world. Moved by her sincerity, he softened momentarily. He raised his hand to lift the curtain, and at that moment, Lin Jiayue could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Brother Xingjian, once we reach the desolate mountain, I shall accompany you out for a stroll," he assured her. Lin Jiayue bit her lip, taking a long moment before expressing her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Atop the barren mountain stood several pale, beardless men, slender in form with high-pitched voices, who approached the pair to pay their respects upon sighting them. Lin Jiayue remained silent behind Jiang Xingjian, fearful of saying or doing anything that might disrupt the delicate balance of their situation or jeopardize their lives. "It is of no concern. There is no need for formality in front of these gentlemen," Jiang Xingjian reassured her. He instructed someone to bring forth a large chest from the carriage. Lin Jiayue opened the chest, meticulously examining its contents. The items had been custom designed by someone she had commissioned, each adorned with unique patterns that only she could decipher. After contemplating the contents, Lin Jiayue hastily began to assemble the pieces. Jiang Xingjian, along with several eunuchs, observed as she placed some unknown substances into a bamboo segment, subsequently wrapping them in yellow paper. After toiling for over half an hour, Lin Jiayue produced 2 remarkably large and unwieldy paper boxes. Biting her lip, she lowered her head and confessed, "Without specialized tools, I can no longer create anything more intricate. I can only present this rudimentary form of fire weaponry to Her Majesty." Wiping the sweat from her palms with a sense of trepidation, Lin Jiayue instructed others to carefully relocate the paper boxes to a distance and stood by, her expression vacant. She was uncertain whether these devices would explode. Before meeting Jiang Xingjian, she resided in a remote area near the mountains, where wolf packs occasionally emerged. To deter these wolves, the villagers had passed down the recipe for firecrackers through generations. It was her family's turn to hang the firecrackers in the mountains that month. But due to their daily toil in the fields, the task fell to her. At that time, having suddenly arrived in this desolate place, she had little inclination to concern herself with firecrackers and wolves. Out of laziness, she concealed the materials in the cellar of her home. Later, upon hearing from the villagers that a young outsider had been trapped by a wolf pack, she was frightened enough to descend the mountain, clutching the accumulated firecrackers. Upon encountering Jiang Xingjian, she hastily bundled the firecrackers together, ignited them, and hurled them forward. The firecrackers from the village were not particularly lethal, but their sheer quantity was overwhelming. When she released an entire bundle, the resulting thunderous explosion felt as if the heavens had been rent asunder. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth, scattering the wolves, and Jiang Xingjian was rendered unconscious by the shock. After tending to her for a considerable time, when Jiang Xingjian awoke and inquired about the nature of her creation, Lin Jiayue casually claimed descent from a hidden clan of Huaxia, asserting that the device was an unparalleled weapon capable of devastating armies. She never anticipated that Jiang Xingjian would believe her, just as she could not foresee that Jiang Jing would lose his life over a few romantic novels. Lin Jiayue gazed at the paper boxes in the distance, biting her lip. These creations were cobbled together from several firecracker workshops, although merely a modified firecracker with altered gunpowder proportions. She had added some bamboo flour into one box and 2 barrels of tung oil into the other. Uncertain if they would explode, she could only take a gamble. The execution was somewhat crude, and time had been short. If the results were subpar, she could always refine them later. Jiang Xingjian nodded, and the eunuchs looked on with keen interest until Lin Jiayue could no longer contain herself and mentioned the need for someone to ignite it with a fire arrow. "Bring forth a bow," she instructed. The eunuchs fetched a flaming feathered arrow, and Jiang Xingjian, drawing the bow and releasing the arrow in one fluid motion, struck the paper box directly. The box ignited, yet showed no immediate changes. Just as Lin Jiayue was about to make an excuse, a thunderous explosion erupted, showering the sky with fiery rain. The flames were from the ignited tung oil, which, upon falling, did not extinguish but continued to blaze fervently. As the flaming oil cascaded onto the other paper box, it too soon erupted into a spectacle of fire. "It's on fire! It's on fire!" shouted a middle-aged eunuch as the wilderness quickly caught ablaze. Lin Jia, witnessing the sky ablaze with flames, suddenly erupted into wild laughter. After a considerable time, the raging fire was finally extinguished by the nearby troops led by the red-robed fire marshal. Gazing upon the charred remnants of the desolate mountain, Lin Jiayue could hardly suppress her smile. "Congratulations, Lord Marquis. Truly, you are the reincarnation of the Thunder God, a celestial being descended to earth." In the distance, a flustered eunuch approached Jiang Xingjian, incessantly offering congratulations, even though everyone was aware that the devastation had been wrought by Lin Jiayue's hand. Yet, no one uttered a word in her favor. If the emperor were to learn of the formidable power of this creation, he would undoubtedly lavish praise upon the marquis. "The emperor?" Lin Jiayue murmured softly. Jiang Xingjian replied, "Such formidable weaponry cannot remain in the hands of the aristocracy. It must be reported to the emperor." Supporting Lin Jiayue into the carriage, he continued slowly, "With this item, the emperor should transfer me to the divine pivot camp." Lin Jiayue stared blankly at Jiang Xingjian, momentarily at a loss for words. This invention was originally her means of self-defense in the inner courtyard. She had anticipated that Consort Jiang would covet it, laying the groundwork for the 5th prince to seize power upon his ascension. As long as she held this formula, she could remain in the marquis's estate, free from worry. Yet now it had escalated to involve the emperor. If Jiang Xingjian's assertion were true, and the emperor did indeed transfer him to the divine pivot camp, would she not be compelled to relinquish her protective talisman? Chapter 80. The gift. Merely 3 days had passed since Jiang Xingjian returned from the desolate mountains when he was indeed summoned to the divine pivot camp by His Majesty. Lin Jiayue, unable to keep the secrets of the firearms any longer, painstakingly documented the intricate procedures for crafting firecrackers and conveyed the revised gunpowder formula to Jiang Xingjian. Once he acquired the desired information, Jiang Xingjian immersed himself in the affairs of the divine pivot camp, neglecting to return home for several days. Since his departure, Lin Jiayue found herself seated in front of the Shuyan pavilion, lost in thought day after day, a stark contrast to her previously restless nature, now astonishingly tranquil. Occasionally, as she wandered through the courtyard, Song Wan observed her demeanor with discomfort. Ji fan Song Wan, while Hengwu sat nearby embroidering flowered shoes. The room was enveloped in a hushed stillness, a far cry from its former liveliness. Madame Zhao, along with Xiang Cao and Lv Zhu, had been gradually sent away from the Marquis's residence, and whenever she recalled the three of them, a wave of melancholy washed over her heart. "Madam, a young monk from the Pingtsue monastery has arrived. It seems your previous inquiries have yielded a response. I shall go and meet him." Song Wan rose from her couch and invited the spiritual master from the Pingtsue monastery into the residence. Though Ling Yu was a monk, due to the support received from the Marquis's household, he was not entirely detached from the mundane world, exhibiting a shrewd and astute disposition in his speech and actions. Song Wan instructed Hengji to prepare tea and ushered Ling Yu into the inner hall, where she inquired, "I wonder if there has been any news regarding the matter I inquired about from Master Qing Shuang some time ago?" "Madam," Ling Yu replied, "the master has asked me to deliver this object to you. As for the rest, I am unaware." Song Wan unwrapped the thin paper Ling Yu had brought, revealing an address, a dilapidated nunnery. As she gazed upon it, a smile suddenly blossomed on her face. "Thank you, young monk. Shortly, I shall have the maidservants send offerings to the nunnery." Ling Yu smiled and took his leave, yet Song Wan remained seated on the couch, enveloped in a profound sense of solitude. She had initially sought Master Qing Shuang as assistance to retreat from the world temporarily, hoping to escape the turmoil of the Marquis's household. But little did she expect that even a monk would bow to worldly constraints, delivering a refusal so decisively and appropriately. There were no evasive phrases or vague excuses about unfinished earthly ties. He clearly indicated that should she wish to venture out, there were indeed places suitable for her spiritual practice. Discarding the note from her hand, Song Wan ultimately acknowledged the absence of paths before her. Very well, I had already known there was little hope from others. With her tumultuous thoughts subdued, Song Wan embraced a semi-reclusive lifestyle alongside Hengji and Hengwu in a Lanting courtyard. With Jiang Xingjian stationed at the Divine Pivot Camp and the elderly Madame Jiang gravely ill, Jiang Mu had exempted everyone from their morning and evening duties. Remaining alone in the Fuhengtang Hall, Lin Jue spent her days idly in the corridor, no longer causing trouble as she had in the past, which rendered the atmosphere of the residence rather dull. In the palace, concubine Jiang dispatched a managing female official to assist Huaisu with household matters daily. And this tranquil existence conjured in Song Wan a sense of returning to her widowhood. Given her habitual preference for serenity, she relished the current leisurely pace. However, as time flowed on, with the onset of August, the Marquis's household was compelled to resume its busyness, with the most pressing task being the preparation of mid-autumn festival gifts for the chief eunuch Duan Yiding and the ceremonial visit to several esteemed ladies and His Majesty in the palace. In matters pertaining to the court and interactions with fellow officials, it ought not to intertwine with the affairs of the Song family. In previous years, it sufficed for the household steward to deliver the customary gifts to the Duan residents and exchange a few auspicious words with the gatekeeper. However, this year, whether it be a blessing or a curse, the Marquis's household received a message from the esteemed eunuch Duan, indicating his desire to personally pay a visit to the matriarch. Duan Yiding, once a downcast scholar with a modest acquaintance of classical texts, suffered an unknown setback in his youth, leading him to castrate himself and enter the palace as a eunuch. He is meticulous and observant, possessing an extraordinary knack for discerning the hearts of men. Both the late emperor and the current sovereign held him in high regard, bestowing upon him considerable favor. However, it is said that he had been embroiled in fierce rivalry with eunuch Wan of the Eastern Depot for some years, remaining largely absent from public view until now, when his sudden interest in the Marquis's household has become apparent. Unlike outside men, palace eunuchs, when Duan Yiding expresses his intent to visit the matriarch, it necessitates his entry into the inner quarters, prompting the Marquis's household to prepare a banquet and reception. Consequently, all the female members, particularly the matriarch of the Song family, find themselves unable to evade this circumstance. In recent days, the household has been busy preparing garments and shoes for its residents, ensuring every corner is impeccably clean. Yet, on the day of Duan Yiding's arrival, Song Wan felt a certain restlessness. "Miss, my skills in hairstyling cannot compare with that of green bamboo. No matter, she replied, gazing at her elegantly adorned reflection in the bronze mirror, slowly conjuring a graceful and gentle smile. However, this smile lingered only for a fleeting moment before fading away. Miss, Eunuch Duan has been recuperating in the palace for quite some time. Aside from his monthly greetings to the sovereign, he has not been seen in ages. Why would he suddenly seek out the Marquis' household? Heng Ji, half squatting as she adorned Song Wan with jewelry, could not suppress her curiosity. Song Wan shook her head. I know not. Duan Yiding is inherently cunning and suspicious, his temperament fluctuating erratically, and as he has aged, his unpredictability has only intensified. One day, he may share laughter with others, while the next he could bring ruin upon your household. Conversely, there are instances where he may previously have shown indifference, only to later exhibit great affection, causing an uproar among all within the household. Regardless of the nature of his affections, neither scenario bodes well for Song Wan. Though other matters might be tolerable, one fears that the consort Jiang has entangled Duan Yiding in her schemes. His visit today may serve as a portent. With his backing, the fifth prince could surely enhance his chances. Or the gauzy veil I instructed you to prepare a few days ago. It is ready. I shall fetch it. Heng Wu responded. She soon returned with a lightweight veil, which Song Wan gently inhaled, detecting a faint floral fragrance. Years prior, it was rumored that someone had presented Eunuch Duan with 2 rare peonies, resulting in an unbearable rash that prompted him, in a fit of rage, to fabricate a charge against the giver, banishing them to the southern region, from whence they have yet to return. To prevent the Marquis' household from becoming entangled with Duan Yiding, Song Wan had taken precautionary measures by soaking the veil in a dye of red and blue floral water several days prior. Its efficacy remains uncertain. It is better than nothing. Rising, she allowed Heng Ji to assist her in dressing, then gracefully made her way out of the lawn courtyard. Today, the Marquis' household is abuzz with activity, as both major and minor members of the family gather in the main hall, including Lin Jiayue and Huai Su, who have also arrived accompanied by their maids. In a bustling moment, people came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Xingjian awaited guests in the outer courtyard, while Jiang Yin sat in a corner by the door, engaging in conversation with several younger relatives still attending the family academy. Before Song Wan stepped inside, she observed him with a gentle expression, listening attentively as the children chattered excitedly about their studies. Their innocent, youthful chatter elicited laughter. Yet Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with earnestness and patience. Witnessing this scene, Song Wan couldn't help but smile softly. Sister-in-law, the children, upon seeing her enter, greeted her one by one with respectful bows. After returning their salutations, Jiang Yin said, Sister-in-law, please take your time. A few days prior, Steward Liu had returned from Jiangnan with an assortment of exquisite items, which had been distributed to the various households. This particular gift was reserved for you. Jiang Yin picked up a stack of books from the table, briefly caressing them before handing them to Qing Zhai behind him. As Song Wan's gaze swept across the room, she noticed several maidservants holding brushes and ink, prompting her to gesture for Heng Ji to accept the offering. She then smiled and said, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Second Master. Please convey my gratitude to Steward Liu. Jiang Yin pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to smile and the restlessness within him, and nodded softly, My brother is aware. Chapter 81. The founding of an enterprise. After collecting her belongings, Song Wan entered the main hall alongside Heng Ji. With the absence of old Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang, she assumed the highest position within the inner residence. Occasionally, younger family members approached to pay their respects, to which she graciously inquired a few words in return. The person she longed to see had finally arrived. Jiang Yin, no longer inclined to entertain the younger ones, retreated behind the sandalwood screen, gazing at Song Wan with a mixture of tenderness and restraint. Before long, a servant from the outer courtyard announced the arrival of Duan Yiding's sedan chair at the gate of the Ho residence. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall turned solemn as everyone, led by Song Wan, proceeded to greet the guest outside. After a brief interval, a small sedan chair appeared in the distance, halting before them, prompting the assembly to bow in respect. Song Wan observed a pair of black official boots emerge from within the chair, followed by a voice, sharp and hoarse, resonating with age. Rise. What are you all lingering here for? Though the voice was jarring, none dared to show any sign of discontent. Duan Yiding stood at the front of the sedan, flanked by a young eunuch who hurried to assist him, while Jiang Xingjian maintained a respectful demeanor beside him. The unpredictability of this man necessitated careful hospitality. Song Wan adjusted her shawl, stepping forward to stand beside Jiang Xingjian. Duan Yiding glanced at her, his gaze briefly sweeping over the almost inconspicuous Jiang Yan before he averted his eyes. The assembly remained silent, uncertain of his intentions for the day, hesitant to speak. Only Lin Jie, positioned at the back of the line, stared with wide eyes, but the sharp-eyed old eunuch quickly turned his attention toward her. Lin Jieyue blinked in surprise before lowering her head. Grandmother has been unwell recently, thus unable to pay her respects to Lord Yin. We hope for your understanding. Not a problem. As soon as the words left his lips, Duan Yiding turned and re-entered the sedan chair, calling out to return to the residence. Instantly, everyone at the Ho residence was left in stunned silence. Jiang Xingjian's complexion paled, while Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Despite Duan Yiding being well past his 60th year and noticeably stooped, his feet appeared unusually large. However, having encountered few men in her life, aside from her father, brothers, and Jiang Xingjian, she had no means for comparison. Setting aside her peculiar thoughts, Song Wan discreetly adjusted her shawl, pondering whether it played a role in her observations. Jiang Xingjian rushed forward, seemingly wishing to offer an explanation, but he could not intercept the departing figure before he reached the outer courtyard. A sense of unease permeated the Ho residence. Song Wan stood quietly to the side, her heart somewhat reassured. Lord Yin had always been rather capricious. There was no need for the Ho lord to be overly concerned. Qing Wei, who previously held a position in the palace responsible for ceremonial affairs, had dealings with Duan Yiding. She knew that although he was prone to sudden shifts in temperament, he had engaged in far fewer acts of violence in recent years, and thus encouraged Jiang Xingjian to remain at ease. Thank you, Aunt Xia, for your guidance. The Ho lord is too courteous. Having been managing household affairs for the Ho residence lately, Qing Wei had developed a fondness for Jiang Xingjian and was naturally inclined to offer words of comfort. Since Lord Yin had previously intended to visit the old madam, it seemed he shared some rapport with her. Perhaps the Ho lord should inquire further, which might yield some answers. Finding her suggestion reasonable, Jiang Xingjian dismissed the others and made his way to the Fuhua Hall alone. Upon arrival, he found Madame Jiang blocking the entrance, preventing him from entering. In recent days, Jiang's mother has been attending to the elderly matriarch, while the others in the household have remained unaware. Today, Jiang's mother repeatedly obstructed Jiang Xingjian, igniting a flicker of suspicion within him. Is my mother concealing something from me? What nonsense is this? Jiang's mother's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Jiang Xingjian's gaze. When the esteemed official unexpectedly visited today and learned he could not see his grandmother, he promptly departed. The son wished to inquire whether his grandmother had any connection with the official, for his heart felt unmoored. Jiang's mother sighed. Am I unaware of whether the matriarch and the official share a bond? If they did, our household would not have been nearly drained over these years. You are unaware of the hardships we faced during the poor harvests in the past few years and how we managed the estate. Mentioning Duan Yiding, Jiang's mother was filled with resentment. The official, whether due to age or folly, had amassed wealth indiscriminately. The Marquisate had sent substantial tributes to the Duan family annually, yet they had never once laid eyes on him. Each festival, the estate's steward would visit the Duan residence, only to be dismissed after leaving offerings. The year before, she entertained the thought that perhaps the official regarded the Marquisate with indifference, and so she privately ceased the monetary offerings. However, within 3 days, Jiang Man sent word through a messenger, claiming she was being harassed by eunuchs in the palace and inquiring whether any wrong had been done. That ungrateful old wretch, with no descendants, had no need for such riches. Jiang's mother was furious to the point of pain, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. Jiang Xingjian, however, grew impatient with his mother's circumlocution. He knew her disposition all too well as a dutiful son. Forcing the door of Fu Hengtang open, he strode inside. Upon encountering the elderly matriarch, he was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Grandmother, grandmother. The elderly matriarch's eyes were sunken, her pupils clouded. Upon hearing her grandson's voice, her withered eyelids merely fluttered, showing no further reaction. What is happening? Why is no imperial physician summoned? Jiang Xingjian lifted the matriarch's covers, revealing nothing but a desiccated skeleton beneath. The once somewhat plump matriarch had withered to skin and bones. He reached out to embrace her, intending to summon the family physician, when he heard the elderly woman emit two raspy, gravelly sounds from her throat. Jiang's mother, with reddened eyes, remarked, "Do you think this is my decision?" It was the matriarch who instructed me to act thus. Tears streamed down her face as she pressed a handkerchief to the corners of her eyes. You have just arrived at the divine pivot camp. Should the matriarch pass now, you would need to return home to mourn. This newly acquired position would inevitably come to naught. The Marquisate had stirred up quite a commotion previously. Your sister has pleaded with the emperor for a long time and still could not secure your release from the Shilling Garden. Now that you have access to positions of military authority, the matriarch would never allow herself to be a burden to you. The matriarch's health had long been failing. For these past days, the family physician had been sustaining her with animal medicine, barely keeping her alive, but she was no longer truly herself. The physician had stated that when the medicine ceased, so too would the matriarch. She has treated me as a mother all my life. Do you think I can bear to see her in such agony? Jiang's mother sobbed uncontrollably on the couch. What can be done otherwise? To marry a wife who is indifferent to everything, or to take a concubine who only brings chaos to the household. There is no one to attend to matters in a manner, and there are no funds to be found. The profits from the ice house and the rouge shop barely suffice for a single arrangement for Lord Duan and Her Majesty. The minister requires funds, and the Eastern Depot also demands their share. If at this moment you were to abandon your duties in the Divine Armory, what shall become of our Marquisate in the future? The matriarch has declared that this century-old legacy must not be allowed to perish under her watch. Jiang Xingjian's countenance was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse. Shall grandmother continue to procrastinate in this manner? Until when shall this dragging on persist? Chapter 82. A change in the weather, gently returning the elderly matriarch to her soft bedding. Mother Jiang remarked, "Did you not acquire some peculiar firearm recipe from that little harlot?" The old lady had insisted that no matter what, they must delay until you establish yourself firmly in the divine pivot camp. When you return to the residence in mourning, the emperor will surely be moved to compassion, and at that point, she will no longer endure. In these past few days, Mother Jiang had shed countless tears, yet even with her tears dried, she had to maintain her composure. Carefully tucking the old lady in and selecting several soft goose feather pillows to place under her elbows, only then did Mother Jiang inquire, "By the way, how has that firearm been developed? Is it sufficient to evoke the emperor's compassion and restoration? It must be you who does this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingjian lowered his gaze and fell silent. The absurd firearm recipe provided by Lin Jiyue had been swiftly discerned by the personnel responsible for weapon development upon its arrival at the Divine Pivot Camp. Although the recipe was written in an excessively convoluted manner, it was evidently nothing more than a rather powerful firecracker. Such contrivances were promptly cast aside upon arrival, receiving no further attention. Thankfully, her inclusion of tung oil and flour was deemed somewhat ingenious, and the craftsmen were currently exploring whether these could be incorporated into military weaponry. Were it not for the favor of the fifth prince and concubine Jiang, he would have likely faced reprimand and been expelled from the divine pivot camp long ago. Nowadays, his daily visits were merely to ingratiate himself, striving to secure a stable position within. Nonetheless, he deemed it beneficial to distance himself from the confines of the Shilling Garden. Jiang Xingjian turned to regard the venerable matriarch who had raised him with great care, overwhelmed by sorrow. Yet, when faced with Mother Jiang, he managed a faint smile, saying, "Rest assured, the firearm is quite remarkable. Mother, I will handle everything at home. You need not worry excessively." Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Thus it is well with the old lady here. Jiang Xingjian gritted his teeth, unable to face the elderly matriarch. And after a prolonged silence, he quietly uttered, "I hope, dear mother and grandmother, you can support me for a little longer." Having said this, He could no longer bear to confront them and fled in distress. As Jiang Xingjian wandered into the outer courtyard, he felt the oppressive heat of the sun could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. The illustrious legacy of the spanning generations must not be allowed to falter under his stewardship. Reflecting on Duan Yiting's inexplicable visit and the sight of his grandmother, frail and clinging to life, a weight akin to a boulder pressed heavily upon his chest. Was his elder brother unwell? Emerging from Yuling's studio, Jiang Yin noticed Jiang Xingjian's absent demeanor and pondered briefly before inquiring. Jiang Xingjian regained his senses, realizing he had unconsciously arrived at the entrance of Yuling's studio. Rubbing his face, he asked, "Do you have any matters today? If not, shall we indulge in a few cups together, brother?" Jiang Yin lowered his gaze, replying, "It will be my honor." Inviting him into Yuling's studio, Qingzhai and Sumi prepared dishes for the two brothers, while Jiang Yin produced a jar of wine to place before Jiang Xingjian. A friend gifted this, claiming it to be a fine wine the younger brother has yet to taste. In the past, I found it quite exquisite after a few sips. As he unsealed the clay cap, the rich aroma of the wine wafted forth. Jiang Xingjian lifted an eyebrow, observing the honey-colored liquid in the cup. "What's the background of this friend of yours?" Jiang Yin smiled. "He hails from humble beginnings and has yet to gain any notable title." Jiang Xingjian lifted the wine bowl, savoring its contents with great care, before stating, "This wine is called Man Dian Xiang, originating from the imperial court. I had the fortune to taste it in my youth during a banquet with my father." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's brows knitted tightly. Noticing his sincerity, Jiang Xingjian continued, "People of the rivers and lakes have extensive connections. Perhaps you are unaware of its origin. For one to share such a precious thing with you speaks volumes of your friendship." With that, Jiang Xingjian downed the drink in one gulp. The intoxicating effects of the wine, combined with the weight of his thoughts, soon left him in a haze, unable to distinguish between the legendary Song Wan and the divine maiden. "Brother is drunk," Jiang Yin remarked, yet Jiang Xingjian's gaze remained fixed and unyielding. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "At this moment, I find myself envious of you. What is wrong with being a concubine's son? As a concubine's son, one is relieved from the burden of revitalizing the family name. As a concubine's son, one is free from the constraints of the palace. As a concubine's son, Jiang Yin can live a leisurely and carefree life. What is wrong with being a concubine's son?" Jiang Xingjian softly whispered, prompting Jiang Yin to lower his gaze in silence. Did he not yearn for the status of a legitimate heir as well? After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yin poured the remaining wine aside and pointed at the now inebriated Jiang Xingjian, saying, "Take the lord back to the lawn courtyard." Jiang Xingjian softly echoed, seemingly calling out for Song Wan. Jiang Yan's lips pressed tightly together, his complexion shifting from crimson to pallor upon hearing that name. He stared at Jiang Xingjian for a while, his expression darkening as he instructed, "Take the lord to Huaisu's chamber." When Qingzhai sought out Huaisu, she was in her room sewing an inner garment for Jiang Xingjian. Once Jiang Xingjian's personal maid, she had now been elevated to the status of a concubine, yet her role had not changed significantly. She was aware that Jiang Xingjian's heart might belong to either Song Wan or Lin Jiayue, but she never let such thoughts trouble her. Her affection for Jiang Xingjian was unwavering. Being by his side was all that mattered. However, Huaisu had never contemplated the possibility of becoming the one at his side. As she gazed at her inebriated beloved, Huaisu blushed as she assisted him in changing and cleaning up. The following morning, Jiang Xingjian felt warmth in his embrace, as if cradling soft jade. His mind was still clouded, leading him to mistakenly believe he was in Lin Jiayue's chamber. Yet as the fog of his hangover began to dissipate, he realized that the person in his arms was far more voluptuous than the ailing Lin Jiayue. Suddenly, Jiang Xingjian froze, grappling with disbelief at the implications of his thoughts. "Vanna?" Huaisu's eyes remained open, though she did not turn around. She was too ashamed to face Jiang Xingjian, embarrassed by her opportunistic intrusion, and pained by the realization that the one she had served since childhood had never harbored feelings for her. The moment he uttered Song Wan's name, Jiang Xingjian sensed something amiss. Given Wanner's nature, she would never allow him to enter her chamber inebriated. How could it be? Jiang Xingjian rose, oblivious to Huaisu's bashful gaze as she lay wrapped in the quilt. Get dressed. Noticing his lack of inquiry about the events of the previous night, Huaisu felt an unexpected mix of joy and sorrow. Please wait, my lord. Swiftly donning her attire, Huaisu hurried to serve Jiang Xingjian. Just as she finished dressing him, Shizhu arrived to report that Song Yin had been waiting in the outer courtyard for some time, anxious about an urgent matter. Jiang Xingjian pressed his forehead, suppressing the headache, and sought out Song Yin, questioning, "What has happened that has you so agitated?" Song Yin lowered her voice, leaning closer to him, and whispered, "It is dire, Lord Ho. A storm is brewing in the palace. A letter arrived yesterday, announcing that Lord Yin has passed away suddenly in the dead of night, and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has awakened. Though still gravely ill, he has indeed regained consciousness." Jiang Xingjian was taken aback by the news. Duan Yiding died unexpectedly? Was he not well just yesterday when he visited the Ho residence? Song Yin pressed her lips together, her face reflecting deep concern. It was half a day later when Song Wan learned of these two alarming tidings. The news of Duan Yiding's sudden demise sent chills coursing through her. How could one who had visited the Ho residence in good health just the day before? As she gazed at the piece of mourning cloth from yesterday, she fought against her trepidation and instructed Hengji to bring a brazier, turning it to ash in the flames. Watching the fire gradually consume it, she voiced her worries. "A tempest is approaching. I hope Aunt will remain safe alongside the third prince." Chapter 83. Letting go. Hengji carefully carried the basin of ashes outside to dispose of it properly, while Song Wan sat silently on the embroidered stool, contemplating matters within the palace. It remains uncertain whether the Crown Prince's awakening signifies a genuine recovery or merely a fleeting moment of clarity. Should it be the latter, and he were to perish suddenly, turmoil would undoubtedly ensue within the palace. Conversely, if he is indeed recovering, one can only speculate about the ensuing chaos. The Crown Prince has the backing of the Empress and her influential family, and the Crown Princess also hails from a distinguished lineage. Yet, the Crown Prince himself lacks substantial support. Nevertheless, his two factions will undoubtedly push him to contend for power. Regardless of the Crown Prince's fate, the third and fifth princes will surely find themselves thrust into the spotlight. Song Wan lowered her gaze and absently traced the surface of the table before speaking. "Hengji, please fetch my dowry list." Previously, she had procured items from the capital shops and sent everything convertible to cash to Song Fushou. Now, there remained a few items that were more challenging to move, specifically those bestowed upon her by her aunt in the palace. Among these were countless precious jewels and gold, a veritable fortune. Naturally, she would not allow her aunt's gifts to be used to enrich the Ho residence. She planned to find an excuse to gradually send these items to Lady Lang, who could then secure them in a safe location. "Miss, what are you planning?" Hengji inquired. Song Wan sighed. "Regardless of the Crown Prince's condition, both Lady Jiang and my aunt are bound to clash. If I share a bond of affection with Jiang Xingjian, perhaps I could secure a semblance of favor for the Ho residence, preventing them from using me as a pawn. However, should Lady Jiang find herself in a precarious position or seek to suppress my aunt, I will undoubtedly become bait. What shall we do then?" Hengwu, in a fluster, knelt before Song Wan, grasping her hand with a worried expression. Song Wan gently stroked her hair and smiled softly. "If that day truly arrives, I will ensure your safety." She would devise a means to send Hengji and her sister away from the Ho residence, allowing them to live out their lives in peace. With tears in her eyes, Hengji intended to say more, but Song Wan raised a hand to silence them both. "You two must keep your contracts safe. Should the time come, my dowry will be yours." "Miss, I cannot accept it. I do not wish to go anywhere. Even if the Ho residence were to threaten you, I would rather perish before you than let you embark on such a lonely journey." "Enough, enough." Hengji shot a disapproving glare at Hengwu, twisting her arm lightly. "What ill-fated words are you speaking before the miss?" Tenderly touching Hengwu's arm, Song Wan reassured them, "There is no need for concern. It is merely prudent to prepare for the worst. While I believe we will not reach that point, it is wise to have an escape plan." Hengji and Hengwu understood their miss's disposition and could only nod tearfully in agreement. The room still held some belongings brought from the Song residence. and they began to organize them slowly. "Miss, where should I place these books gifted by the second master?" Hung Ji asked, prompting Song Wan to recall the items Jiang Yin had sent her. She stepped forward to sift through the books and suddenly exclaimed, "Why, there are even two rare editions." Hung Ji remarked, "This steward Liu is certainly far superior to concubine Liu. He even understands the value of rare editions." Song Wan nodded. The second master possesses exceptional literary talent, knowledge, and character, ranking him among the finest of the gentry. I suppose Steward Liu's discernment cannot be too lacking. The cost of these few books must be considerable. Later, you should take 200 taels of silver and find a pretext to send them to Manager Liu. The books in hand are precisely those she has long cherished yet could not acquire, and it remains a mystery how Manager Liu came to know of them. These volumes have truly reached the depths of her heart. Carefully placing them in her treasured box of rare editions, Song Wan secured it with a lock. "Miss, how shall we handle these items?" Hung Wu inquired, pointing to several wooden carvings, white jade hairpins, and some faded flower lantern bracelets stored on the dressing table. Song Wan glanced at them and raised her finger. All of those should be placed in that corner box. That box contained items of little value and difficult to dispose of, such as the previous gifts from Consort Jiang and some tea bricks and Xingjian paper brought by Madame Song. With a swift motion, Hung Wu selected a wooden box and tossed everything inside with a decisive clatter, depositing it into the corner of the box. The room instantly felt refreshed, and Song Wan, seated on the beauty couch, felt a lightness in her heart. Strangely enough, despite the awareness that she might become a target for Consort Jiang to manipulate the Song household against her aunt, she felt no fear, but rather a sense of liberation and tranquility. "Let's take a stroll in the courtyard." Song Wan changed into a refreshing, understated long dress and stepped outside with Hung Ji and Hung Wu. Perhaps due to her good mood that day, even upon seeing Lin Jiwa seated in the courtyard, she felt not a ripple of disturbance in her heart. Qian Bai and Qing Hong stood by her side, and Song Wan overheard Qing Hong saying, "Annie, why are you still embroidering? Do you know that last night the Marquis—" "What are you doing?" Lin Jiwa suddenly stood up, her temper flaring unexpectedly. "Do you not see me embroidering? Why do you keep chattering and disturbing me? I do not wish to hear anything. You are bothering me." Only after she spoke did she notice Song Wan looking at her in surprise. A tremor ran through Lin Jiu's heart as she clutched her bamboo embroidery frame and made her way to the Xiuyan pavilion. In a daze, Song Wan observed the chaotic embroidery on the frame, with bizarre shapes and colors that made it impossible to discern what was being depicted. Song Wan furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, "Go ask the matron on duty what the Marquis did yesterday." Hung Ji nodded and left. Returning shortly with news, the matron on duty said the Marquis drank with the second master yesterday, and after getting drunk, stayed in Huai Su's room. No wonder she behaved so out of sorts. Suddenly, Song Wan recalled Lin Jiu's demeanor when she first entered the Marquis's residence, loudly proclaiming her desire for eternal companionship. With her head bowed, she suddenly understood the reaction of Aunt Zhou upon her death, and why Aunt Zheng had responded as she did. "Let us return. In a few days, we must enter the palace to pay respects to the various ladies, and it is time to prepare gifts for them." Losing her interest in the scenery, Song Wan turned back to her room. On the day she entered the palace, Song Wan had asked Hung Ji to help her select a gown of pale yellow gauze, adorned with a cloud pattern enamel hairpin, her makeup not overly extravagant but rather elegant. As it was not the mid-autumn grand banquet today, Jiang Xingjian did not accompany her, and Song Wan felt comfortably at ease. The palace, which typically exuded an air of solemnity, was infused with a festive spirit in August, replacing the previous undercurrents of turmoil with joy and harmony. Before reaching the palace of eternal harmony, the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air. Song Wan felt a delightful resonance in her ears, lifting her spirits considerably. "The lady of Chengyang Marquisate has arrived." The young eunuch delivering the message wore a joyful expression, and upon seeing him, Song Wan couldn't help but smile gently. He had accompanied her on her last visit to the palace, guiding her to pay her respects to the empress, and seeing him again felt quite familiar. After greeting the eunuch, he said, "Madam, please do not stand on ceremony. The empress has been waiting for quite some time. You should hurry along." With that, The young eunuch led Song Wan into the palace of eternal harmony. Chapter 84. The imperial banquet. Song Yuning awaited anxiously within the palace. Beside her sat Xinjian, who was sitting upright. Upon seeing Song Wan, the two rose in unison. Waner. Song Yuning approached Song Wan, and before she could pay her respects, she firmly grasped her. Why are you dressed in such plain attire? Did not your aunt bestow upon you several exquisite ornaments? Is there truly not a single piece you fancy? Bring forth that exquisite floral hairpin and the gilded floral crown from my dressing box. And also the palace gown prepared yesterday. Have them all sent over. Song Yuning caressed Song Wan's cheek, her heart aching with concern. Even within the palace, she had heard the rampant rumors, and the thought of the girl she had raised being bullied in the Marquis's residence filled her with distress. Baya, come over and pay your respects to your sister. Aunt. Song Wan hastily pulled her hand away and bowed in greeting to the third prince. Sister, there is no need for such formalities among family. It only serves to distance our affections. Though Xinjian had yet to reach the age of 10, he exhibited a remarkable composure and intelligence. He gently assisted Song Wan to her feet, smiling. If I were to receive such a bow from my sister, I fear I would earn a reprimand from mother. Impudent child. Stroking the third prince's cheek, Song Yuning playfully nudged Shun Qianbai away to find a place to entertain himself. Bai'er, with his bright disposition and deep respect for his aunt, bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother in his youth. How I wish you could be as worry-free as your brother. Guiding Song Wan to the vanity, Song Yuning removed the hairpin from her head and personally adorned her with a floral crown. Gazing at Song Wan's reflection in the bronze mirror, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. When your aunt forbade your marriage, you insisted on it. Do you now regret your choice? I do not. Song Wan smiled softly. Her lips pursed, displaying a playfulness and tenderness that only appeared in the presence of Song Yuning. Regret is the most futile of sentiments. Waner never glances back. Only plans for the future. And with my aunt as protection, I have no fear. Song Yuning, attempting a forced smile, replied, If your aunt could truly protect you, you would not still be languishing in the Marquis's residence. Both were acutely aware of the other's struggles, and to spare their family pain, they swallowed their sorrows in silence. After changing Song Wan into her palace attire with the help of the floral crown, Song Yuning sighed. What transpired that day when Lordine visited the Marquis's residence? How could he suddenly perish? I heard from the palace eunuchs that when he was discovered, it was as though his vitality had been drained by some force, leaving his body